The state secretly trained 9 violent machines and I was the last one. When the interrogator asked, if you were walking down the street and a passerby accidentally bumped into you, but immediately apologized, how would you react? The others all answered that they would just kill them outright. Only my answer was it's fine, then left. The interrogator was instantly moved to tears. Oh heavens, thank heavens, there's finally a bit of humanity. Then I continued, and after he was alone, they buried her alive. From then on, no one passed the interrogation. To help us regain our humanity, the country chose to send us back to our loved ones to try to reform us. And so, I was led into the May family mansion by mediocrities. My stepmother, Xia Rongyun, came up to me with a fake smile, but my younger brother Mike Suwang just tilted his head up, sitting motionless on the sofa. He looked me up and down, his eyes full of intimacy, and he immediately gave me a commanding presence. Like a broom and a broom, if you see Dad and your sisters, stay far away. When you're outside, don't call yourself the May family master. When she saw me, she had to call me Mr. Mesawang. My stepmother pretended to scold my brother, then turned to urge me to take big steps. My face showed no emotion, and I was even quite open-minded. It's okay, I don't mind being silly. Xia Rongyun instantly laughed. He thought I was just an easy pushover, but he never expected that the next second, I would walk straight toward Messi Wang. What are you doing? Messi Wang impatiently glanced up, but I couldn't be bothered to waste words and kicked him directly on the marble coffee table. With a loud bang, the coffee table weighing hundreds of jeans slammed heavily against Messi Wang's calf. Messi Wang let out a scream as if he'd slaughtered pig liver. Only then did I calmly turn around, hands in my pockets, and coldly speak to the shocked Xia Rongyun. I don't trust you, silly. Because of grudges, I hug you right here. Messi Wang hugged his legs, crying tears and snot streaming down his face, helpless and furious. Bastard, just wait. Wait for Dad to come back and kick you out. But I didn't care. If you tell me to get lost, I'll go. Who are you? Just then, an elegant girl called out from outside. What's going on? Seeing her, Messi Wang saw her, as if she had found a savior and immediately cried out, Sis, this bastard bullied me. Look at my legs. He almost crippled her. My stepmother wiped her tears too, saying I hadn't raised her. After hearing this, the woman named Mei Dantang just raised her eyebrows and then stopped walking toward me. I instantly got ready for a fight, but I never expected that. She didn't actually make a move. Instead, she opened her arms and hugged me tightly. Xiao Jiu, welcome home. I was completely stunned. My eldest sister Mei Dantang was left alone, smiling brightly as she patted my head. Xiao Jiu, you must have suffered in the past. After you get home, Big Sister will look out for you. Who bullies you? Big Sister helps you get angry. This is nothing like what I imagined. I could only thank her dryly, but Messi Wang exploded. She shrilled and demanded, Big Sister, am I the one being bullied by her now? I'm your brother too. How can you be so biased? Hearing this, the gentleness at the corner of Mei Dantang's mouth instantly vanished. Her beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light as she silently asked, Are you my brother? Do you carry my mother's blood on you? With just one sentence, it hit the mark. Messi Wang's face instantly turned pale. Then Mei Dantang turned to that hypocritical Jing, smiling discordantly and feeling anxious. Second aunt, don't mess with Xiao Jiu in the future, or I'll make you get out of the Mei family first. After the alarm was over, my eldest sister took me to see the room. She continued to care for me and was extremely gentle, but I kept staring at her. She noticed my gaze and chuckled. Why have you been staring at me since just now? I didn't waste words. Get straight to the point. Don't you hate me? She kept a straight face, but I exposed her word by word. I heard it was you who pushed me out the door, and then I was abducted by the traffickers. But the eldest sister just spread her hands innocently. Xiao Jiu, I was only 8 years old at the time, just wanted to take you out to play. But in the blink of an eye, you disappeared. She spoke with genuine emotion, as if she really wanted to make up for her mistakes. But I fell silent because my profile clearly stated it. My eldest sister was already 300 years old with an IQ of 300 when she was 5. A meticulous genius like a demon would be so naive and sinister as to be ruthless. Forget it, I can't be bothered to pursue it. I just spoke coldly. Let's not talk about the past. Big Sister is speaking in Wenyan. A flicker of unreadable emotion flashed in her deep black eyes, but she quickly regained her smile and said she was going to call the whole family to hold a welcome party for me. Meanwhile, downstairs, the mother and son were anxiously pacing around, while the eldest sister was already standing by her side. If her father and brothers also protect her, what would I do? Her stepmother reassured her with a confident look. Don't worry. Your dad will always have a thorn in his heart. She will never forgive Mei Xiaojiu. Your sisters hate her even more for causing her own mother's death. No hope, so I gritted my teeth. The Mei family only had me, a young master, and she wasn't worthy. After my eldest sister left, I lay on the velvet blanket, feeling uncomfortable all over. For the past 18 years, I was locked in a little dark room, living under surveillance. No freedom, only tasks. This relaxed environment was extremely hard to get used to. Just then, a sudden ringtone rang. I immediately picked up my phone. It was by Ningbing. The voice on the other end was as gentle as ever. Xiaojiu, is everything going smoothly at the Mei family? I recalled lightly. Not bad. She immediately chuckled softly. That's good. There's a task for you tonight. As soon as I heard there was a task, I perked up. What task? But unexpectedly, someone on the other end of the phone said something. If I didn't expect this, our master painter would trouble you to come out of the mountains and paint another masterpiece. At the same time, the eldest sister in the next room also called their father. Xiaojiu is home today. Come back for dinner. On the other end of the phone, my father didn't have Chao Xiong's voice, but it was icy cold. I'm going to an auction tonight. My eldest sister laughed and replied, What auction? It's more important than a son who just got home. Unexpectedly, what my father said next piqued my sister's interest as well. Today, the Master Wine ceremony is holding an on-site painting auction. The Master Wine, the Chinese painting genius who suddenly emerged a few years ago, sighed in regret. Ah, what a pity. If Xiaojiu hadn't come back, I definitely would have gone to join the fun. She hung up the phone, and as soon as she stepped outside, I happened to be leaving the bedroom too. I tilted my head. Lung Lung retorted, In this family, someone really welcomes me out. Why do I have no hope of hearing it? No one here welcomes me. Big sister's smile froze, but she quickly put her arm around my shoulder again. Why isn't there one? Big sister welcomes you. Your sisters are holding them up because of something. I stared at her expressionlessly. Is that so? Then call them now and tell them to come home tonight. My tone was calm, but I carried an unyielding order. The eldest sister was in a difficult position. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and dial my second sister's number. Second brother. Today my brother hadn't finished speaking when a cold, clear voice interrupted me. I have surgery tonight and can't leave. After saying that, he hung up directly. My eldest sister awkwardly smiled at me. Your second sister is a doctor, you know what I mean? I wasn't surprised and just spat out 2 words and continued. She had no choice but to call the third sister again. This time it was even worse. The irritable third sister started yelling, Didn't you say you wanted to train? Don't bother me. Another round of blind voices. Big sister's face was about to collapse, but I remained calm. Isn't there still one more? She could only despair and dial fourth sister's number. Before she could speak, a smiling voice came through. Big sister, I have to film tonight and don't have time, so stop pretending. Everyone knows you hate that new brother the most. As soon as I said that, the air instantly froze. I showed no expression and quickly pulled her hand off my shoulder. Now, can I go out? The eldest sister gave a bitter smile and tried to struggle. Where are you going? The eldest sister saw you off. I didn't even look back. No need. Someone picked me up. She hurriedly asked who it was. I threw out 2 words, letting her fully explain. Girlfriend. The next second, Bai Ningbing thoughtfully fastened my seatbelt. Flirtatious and charming. She smiled and asked me, Are you feeling well? You haven't been wronged at the Mei family, right? I smiled and replied confidently, Who can let me suffer? I tilted my head and suddenly began to size up the stunningly beautiful woman beside me. I blinked and said directly, Bai Ningbing, Do you want to be my girlfriend? She saw through my little scheme at a glance and refused decisively. No, I was instantly annoyed. I turned my face to the side, but she gently ruffled my hair and gently tried to persuade me to stop. Don't throw tantrums. The higher-ups sincerely want you to be happy. Don't just focus on completing tasks. I'm pretty happy staying in a special freeze formation. But why should some violent machine cause trouble and expect us to share responsibility? Bai Ningbing is useless, finally compromised. If you really can't adapt, then I'll tell the higher-ups and let you go back. As soon as I said that, I immediately turned back, my gaze sharp. Terms, half a year, 1 month, for months, 2 months, 3 months. If you keep haggling, I won't let you go back. I stared at her, spitting out each word. Bai Ningbing, you're such a scoundrel. Immediately after, the car stopped at the auction hall. As soon as Bai Ningbing got out, President Wang Zhong came over to greet her with a flattering smile. President Bai, you're here. I heard the Master of Ceremonies will be painting live tonight. I wonder if the Master will join you. Before I finished speaking, I jumped out of the car. Wang Zhong's eyes instantly widened. The man rumored not to be close to the blue President Bai. A man suddenly jumped out of the car. Oh my god. Big news. I tilted my head and looked at Bai Ningbing. President Bai, all I know is that he's the second in command of the Special Operations Bureau. Director Bai. This is the first time I've heard someone call him. President Bai. Could he have another identity? But Bai Ningbing pressed my head down and said to Wang Zhong, "Where's the private room?" It's there, Mr. Bai. I'll take you there." As soon as I stepped into the VIP aisle, I wrapped around his hand like a little snake, asking him relentlessly, "Bai Ningbing, what identity do you really have? Tell me quickly. He knows all my secrets, but I only know a little about him. This isn't fair." Bai Ningbing lets me pester her. Her smile indulges and dotes on you. "You'll know in the future. I want to know right now." He finally relented. "Then you better speak up later. If the auction price breaks 100 million, I'll tell you. It's a deal." The president walking ahead. His mouth has been wide open and never closed. The master sacrificial wine who is fervently pursued by the world is actually a young man. And the abstinent President Bai was actually being pestered by a young man and still enjoying himself. He must be dreaming today. Meanwhile, outside the club, my father didn't copy the bear. Watching his eldest daughter in a daze, he frowned and asked, "Just listening, why are you still stunned?" The eldest sister looked thoughtfully toward the front door. "I think I just saw Xiaojiu." The father was momentarily stunned, then denied it. He must have seen it wrong. How could he be here? A kid who grew up in the countryside. How could he possibly qualify to attend an auction with assets over 1 billion yuan? The eldest sister smiled and stopped arguing, but dropped another bombshell. "I heard from Xiaojiu that he was going to play with his girlfriend tonight." Father's steps instantly stopped. "He has a girlfriend. What does he do?" "My eldest sister is gluttonous. He didn't tell me." My father made a quick decision, his tone icy. "Investigate. Dating at such a young age. Don't mix with all sorts of people from all walks of life." My eldest sister walked over to my father. He joked with a smile, "Are you worried that Xiaojiu might stab you?" But his father just smiled, his stern face full of points, his tone utterly ruthless. "I'm just afraid he'll embarrass me for having no home." Yet at this moment, inside the VIP room, I was sitting lazily on the sofa, while my boss, the esteemed President Bai, bent down his precious figure to send me shoelaces. "Xiaojiu, I have to send your shoelaces. Am I your dad or your mom?" The woman complained aloud. But on my hand, I had a beautiful bow. I had candy in my mouth, my cheeks puffed out, and I felt justified. "I'm not lazy, because you're here." I don't believe him. Bai Ningbing was both amused and exasperated. This was all his habit. Just then, the VIP room door was knocked. President Wang walked in respectfully. "President Bai, the master libationer should head to the front desk." I muttered, "I haven't finished eating the candy in my mouth yet." Bai Ningbing patted my head. "I threw up first. I'll eat properly after it's done." My eyes darted around and I suddenly called out, "Bai Ningbing." The woman was holding a mask, but I hooked my arm around her neck. Then, a warm sensation came from my lips. A fruit candy was pushed into her mouth. Beside me, President Wang Jin's mouth could fit an ostrich egg. Is it really that bold? Bai Ningbing was stunned too. But before she could push him away, I suddenly let go. I raised my eyebrows at her proudly, feeling justified. I said from above, "No food wasted." After saying that, I put on my mask, patted the stunned President Wang, and continued walking forward, leaving with style. After I left, Bai Ningbing's assistant Gao Cheng came over. The tissues on the floor were Baiju. "Xiaojiu knows you have a cleanliness obsession. You can't keep spoiling her." But unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing took out his phone and typed the next line. "Find a clean food bag." Gao Cheng looked puzzled. The next second, he watched as Bai Ningbing put the candy into the food bag. Smiling, he said, "I'll give it back to him later." Gao Cheng was dumbfounded. "You two really know how to play." Meanwhile, the front desk and guest area of the guild hall were packed with people, all just to witness Master Jijo's style with their own eyes. My father didn't copy the bear. He was not listening alone, sitting at the table, with the surrounding chatter filling the air. This time, Master Jijo's masterpiece is definitely going to be decided. This is Master Jijo's first appearance. Even if we can't get a photo, let's at least see the old man's true face, right? Listening to the surrounding discussions, the eldest sister turned to the side and smiled, asking her father how confident he was. His father's presence remained steady, staring straight ahead at the stage, and he just uttered 4 words: "Determined to win." Immediately after, the host took the stage, and after a brief performance, the atmosphere was ignited. Next, the internationally renowned Master Jijo was invited to shout with passion. Everyone craned their necks, but unexpectedly, someone came out from backstage. It turned out to be a petite young man wearing a mask. Everyone was instantly in an uproar. What's going on? Where's Master Jijio? Why is this kid coming out? Are you kidding? The auction is just a fake to fool us. The audience instantly erupted. The eldest sister was also quite surprised and looked at her father. What do you think? But his father locked his eyes tightly on the stage, his tone icy. What I want is her words. What does it matter if she's male or female? Whether it's true or not, you'll know. The lady nodded, but her gaze returned to the stage, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, the host was sweating profusely and leaned over to me for help. Master, everyone's doubting is too loud. Why don't you prove yourself? I just waved my finger to the host, and the two whispered to each other for a while. Soon, the host stood up and loudly announced, "Everyone, please wait until the master finishes speaking before commenting." But the audience was quiet. It must be fake. Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself. As people started leaving, the host was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. But just then, I walked over to the staff and whispered a few words. The staff instantly widened their eyes. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. The next second, to everyone's shocked gaze, a 3-meter-long piece of rice paper was thrown directly to the ground. The guests started talking again. He wanted to paint such a big outfit in 2.5 hours. How could there be time to bluff? I don't think this is a master sacrificial wine, but a master of persuasion. While everyone was discussing, the staff suddenly hurriedly brought over a live chicken and carried a bag of rice. What is this going on? The host was on the verge of tears. Then, with a splash, I grabbed a handful of rice and boldly scattered it onto a 3-meter-long sheet of rice paper. The next second, I grabbed the fate of the hen by the neck and let the chicken lie on the millstone. Then they threw the chicken directly onto the rice paper. The whole crowd's eyes nearly popped out of their eyes, letting a chicken trample on expensive rice paper. This was definitely not an insult to their intelligence. The pure white rice paper was instantly trampled into a ghost talisman by the chicken's claws. Now the audience was completely furious. Absurd, the people who came to watch the acrobatics treated us like fools. Angry doubts erupted, and the auction president was so shocked he almost had a giant devourer on the spot. His reputation was about to be ruined tonight. Amidst the angry cursing, the eldest sister thoughtfully asked, "Dad, what exactly does this sacrificial wine master want?" But my father kept staring intently at the stage for a long time before suddenly speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, "I saw you kick away a well-fed hen, casually grab a brush as thick as an arm, the tip dipped in ink, your forearm full of spirit, and every casual stroke and turn on your finger unfolds under my brushwork into scenes that no one can imagine." The doubts in the venue gradually faded away. However, because the distance was too great, no one could see the whole picture. Just as everyone was anxious, a crisp voice rang out. I stood up, and the whole venue erupted. That's it. Less than 2 hours later, definitely just scribbling. If it had turned out to be a painting, I'd swallow it on the spot. But when the staff projected the painting onto the big screen, all doubts instantly disappeared before my eyes. No longer a painting of chickenfoot ghosts. The original paw prints have transformed into a natural barrier. Desire hastily loosened. Mountain peaks replay with overlapping curtains, clouds, and mist swirling. This is clearly a magnificent and exquisite landscape painting, a masterpiece. This is absolutely top-notch. A wealthy businessman suddenly stood up, making an unbearable offer. I bid 10 million. Before he finished speaking, everyone else went completely crazy. I bid 15 million, 20 million, 21 million. Just then, a single price cut made the whole room memorize it. 100 million, the whole place was in an uproar. 100 million, this was just 100 million. But I instantly lost interest. Mission done, I have to go find that woman. The next second, I was lying face down and pushed open the VIP room door. With a few big strides, he rushed to Bai Ningbin's side, wrapping his arms around his neck from behind. "You can do it for me. Tell me, what other status do you have?" I'm pressed tightly against him. Bai Ningbin sighed inwardly. This kid really doesn't understand the difference between men and women at all. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me closer. Without hitting a word, he asked back, "Xiaojiu, guess how much your painting is bidding for now?" I pursed my lips and said, "Not interested. I just want to know why the auction president calls you President Bai." "Who knows?" Bai Ningbin calmly stated another number. "It's already 300 million. If you don't say anything, I'll check it myself." Unexpectedly, the woman smiled. "What is there to check about my identity? Everyone knows. I looked it up online and found everything." On my way home, I immediately picked up my phone and searched online. The results shocked me. Bai Ningbin. Not only is she the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau, but he is also the third daughter of the Bai family, a top tycoon in Longwa. The old man dotes on her so much that he almost gives the entire Bai family to him, but he deliberately takes the unconventional path. He joins the army as a young man. After achieving great military success, he transferred to the political and legal system. Although the Bai family's business was managed by his brother, he himself held 40% of the Bai family's core shares. I fully understood, but I had new doubts. Looking up, he asked in confusion, "Bai Ningbin, such a huge fortune waiting. Why are you still at the Action Bureau?" The woman only replied with 3 words, "I'm willing." My eyes darted around him. The bureau's salary was said to be 20 or 30,000. So he could go back and inherit the fortune. Over 100,000 in 1 second. After thinking it over, there was only one truth. This person must be an idiot. Bai Ningbin's mouth twitched under my gaze, as if he were a fool. How could a mature and steady adult woman hold grudges with a little fool? So, when the car stopped at the May family's house, I jumped out and waved goodbye. "Wait a moment." Bai Ningbin suddenly called out to me. He smiled kindly. "This mission was well done. Here's a gift for you." "Gift?" My eyes lit up. I immediately looked over like a curious child. "What gift are you giving me?" Bai Ningbin flashed a fox-like smile and spread his hand. I obediently opened my hand right away. Then he placed his fist in my soft palm and slowly opened it. A hard object was in my palm. I withdrew my hand and swung it in anticipation. The result was a fruit candy wrapped in cling film. Just as I was puzzled, Bai Ningbin's smiling voice sounded, "Didn't you ask me to keep your candy? Now it's back to its owner." I instantly realized this is the one I stuffed into Bai Ningbin's mouth. Is it crazy? He even spat it out for me. "Isn't it dirty?" Bai Ningbin. I looked up, about to curse, but the woman's car was already out of business. I was dumbfounded. I had never seen a woman more scoundrel than Bai Ningbin. Meanwhile, at the May family mansion, Mei Chaoxiong and Mei Dantang had already returned. The stepmother and Mei Shiwang were gathered around Mei Chaoxiong, their faces beaming with smiles. But just as I was about to squeeze my hands and feet and sneak in, my eldest sister Mei Dantang called out to me, "Xiaojiu, you're back. Just in time, Dad is back too. Come and say hello." My heart skipped a beat. How did I get caught? I could only reluctantly move over, calling out to the man on the sofa with his back to me, "Hello, Dad." Mei Chaoxiong put down his words and glanced at me sideways. The next second, the faint smile on his face vanished instantly. Only after half a voice did Mei Chaoxiong speak coldly. "You're back." I sneered inwardly. "Just now you were laughing and talking, but as soon as you saw me, your face fell." "All right, I got it." So I imitated Mei Chaoxiong, crossed a stern face, raised an eyebrow, and looked at people through my nose. Mei Chaoxiong's gaze instantly grew even colder. Sure enough, just as Wang Wang and the others said, he was rude and unruly. He directly questioned, "You injured Wang Wang's leg? Why did you do that?" Mei Wangxi, standing nearby, immediately proudly provoked him. "You little bitch. This time you're dead." Stepmother Xia Rongyun spoke up even more coquettishly. "Chaoxiong, don't blame Xiaojiu. He learned bad habits in the countryside. As long as he properly apologized to Wang Wang, that would be enough." But Mei Shiwang wouldn't let it go. If his apology worked, why would the police be needed? He must be punished. "Serve me tea and water for a month." At that moment, the eldest sister Mei Dantang sneered, her beautiful phoenix eyes sweeping over Mei Shiwang. "Serving tea and water for a month, you really can say that." But Mei Chaoxiong immediately shielded Dantang coldly. "The one who did something wrong was Mei Xiaojiu. Can't you take care of Wang Wang?" Mei Dantang just laughed. "You're being way too biased. Why not ask Xiaojiu why he did this?" It was about to be exposed. The stepmother quickly smoothed things over. "Oh no, let Xiaojiu take care of Wang Wang for a week." Mei Chaoxiong actually turned to ask Mei Shiwang for her opinion, showing his undisguised favoritism. What did Wang Wang think? Mei Shiwang could only nod. "Then it's a week." After getting a reply, Mei Chaoxiong finally turned to me with a cold gaze. That attitude was worlds apart from Mei Wangxi's. "You injured Wang Wang's leg, and now you're taking care of your brother for a week. Any objections?" "Yes, I do. I remember Bai Ningbing once said, 'Don't wrong yourself in the Mei family.' So I expressed my thoughts through my actions." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. I decisively lifted my foot and slammed it heavily onto the coffee table. The table slid in an instant. Mei Shiwang screamed in terror. Mei Chaoxiong flew into a rage. "Mei Xiaojiu." But just as the coffee table was about to collide with Mei Shiwang, I stomped on the coffee table again, lifted my chin, and met my father's cold face with a stubborn and arrogant expression. He told me to take care of him. Impossible. Apologize to him. You're dreaming. This is my opinion. Bastard. Are you trying to turn the table? Mei Chaoxiong suddenly stood up. My eyes blazed with anger, but I was amused by his confused behavior. I wrinkled my nose. You still have a crooked butt, and you still call me a mess. I can't be bothered to talk to you, you old fool. After saying that, I was about to pull my leg back. But then, a rustling sound came from the coffee table. I looked down and saw that there was only one painting on the table. Because it was too long, it had been dragged outside, and my foot had just stepped on the painting. I even used a bit of force and I stepped on the painting. Wait, isn't this the chicken claw picture I drew at the auction? So the biggest victim who spent a fortune to buy this painting is my confused old man. Right when I was lost in thought, Xia Rongyun twisted the artificial clip, and suddenly it rang out. Oh my god. Xiaojiu, this is a painting your dad spent 300 million to buy. Xia Rongyun's face was full of urgency, but the schadenfreude in his eyes was about to overflow. That was a master of traditional Chinese painting. The Jijiu's painting has no value but no market. No hope. And I was even more excited. I immediately screamed, Mei Xiaojiu, you actually stepped on and destroyed Dad's painting. Do you know how much money Dad spent? You broom heart. How are you going to compensate me? I was so annoyed by the noise that I had a headache. I pursed my lips and said to the silent Mei Xiaoxiong, it's just a painting. If you like it, I'll paint you a better one to keep you company. As soon as the painting was shown, Mei Xiaoxiong silently looked up at me. That look was as if he were looking at a fool. He let out a cold, mocking cry, put away the painting, turned upstairs and didn't take my painting seriously at all. As soon as Mei Xiaoxiong left, Mei Shiwang's mockery instantly erupted. This is hilarious. Mei Xiaojiu, you think it's just a random painting, but it's the Master Wine's calligraphy, worth a fortune. Do you think you can compare to the Master Wine? My identity is a secret, so I can't reveal it now. So I asked indifferently, why can't we compare? Isn't that Jiju just a kid? How much difference could there be? Mei Wangxi was angered by my ignorant attitude. Idiot, you're a country bumpkin and still dare to compete with the Jijiu master? Have you any shame? I've never seen anyone with thicker skin than you. Enough. Before he could finish scolding, the eldest sister Mei Dantang suddenly stood up, her smile fading. She spoke with a half smile. When Dad isn't here, just let yourself go. Xiao Zhou hasn't drawn yet, and you already know she can't draw. Mei Shiwang shouted angrily and aggrievedly. Big sister, why are you talking nonsense? She's just a country girl with no knowledge. What right does she have to compete with the master sacrificial wine? Mei Dantang let out a cold laugh, too lazy to say another word to her. She stopped and walked over to me, took my hand, and said with a smile, Xiao Zhou, let's go upstairs and say, I can't be bothered to look at Mei Shiwang anymore. I went straight upstairs. Downstairs, Mei Wang saw the big sister's completely different attitude toward us and gritted her teeth in anger. Mei Xiaojiu, you bitch, you're driving me crazy. On the second floor balcony, I leaned on the railing and tilted my head to look at the older sister beside me. Big sister, do you believe I can draw? Of course. Mei Dantang reached out and ruffled my hair, smiling as she said, our Xiaojiu is so outstanding. Drawing a picture is a piece of cake. Can you draw an exact one? Do you want me to find you another machine? My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively shook my head. No, I can't draw exactly the same. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why does the big sister have to say what? I immediately widened my eyes and started playing dumb. Big sister, why are you looking for a machine for me? Knock, knock, knock. My heart was pounding wildly. Could she recognize me as the Jijiu? But I clearly changed clothes and was wearing a mask. Seeing me act guilty like a thief, Mei Dantang's lips curled into a smile, and all that thought vanished. As expected, Xiao Zhou was actually the Jijiu. Interesting. The records clearly say I grew up in the countryside, but my true identity is a master of traditional Chinese painting. It seems someone deliberately forged their identity. Since I wanted to hide it, she naturally wouldn't expose it. So Mei Dantang immediately put on an innocent smile. Haha, because that master sacrificial wine artist had the chicken step on the paper first. I thought you wanted to do the same, right? I was half skeptical, feeling like this lady was just like Bai Ningbing, full of bad tricks. Then I said, that kind of drawing is very random, it's impossible to draw exactly the same, so you have to start drawing something else. This is my unique anti-counterfeiting mark. I see. So what do you plan to draw? Mei Dantang asked curiously. Draw plum blossoms, plum blossoms. Mei Dantang smiled. Do you need help with small animals? Get me a cat. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Mei Xiaoxiong sat at the headboard, gazing thoughtfully at the damaged painting. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xia Rongyun, dressed in black lace pajamas, exuded charm and pushed the door open. She stopped and walked over, gently comforting him. Xiaoxiong, don't get upset over a painting. I'm not that fragile. Mei Xiaoxiong put down his words, looking at her with no emotion in his eyes. He only cared about his son. Wang, are you okay? She was wrong today. Whatever gift you want, just name it. Xia Rongyun smiled and said, "It's nothing major. Don't always spoil her." As he spoke, he tried to sit next to Mei Chaoxiong. But unexpectedly, Mei Chaoxiong immediately squinted his eyes on alert. "What are you doing?" A trace of hurt flashed in Xia Rongyun's eyes. She said plaintively, "Super masculine, we're husband and wife. Can't I even sit down?" Outwardly, we're husband and wife. But who would have thought, in over 10 years of marriage, this man has never touched her even once. She went from youthful beauty to a yellow-faced old woman. Mei Chaoxiong, however, completely ignored her grievances, his voice icy. "Before we got married, I told him, my heart belongs only to your sister Xia Rongyun. If you are pregnant with Wang Wang, I can marry you, but I will never touch you again." "I know." But Xia Rongyun was filled with bitterness. Her eyes instantly reddened. She thought she was a man and would eventually compromise. But who would have thought she was truly like an ascetic, having been relying on the monk for a full 18 years. Now that she knew it was impossible, she absolutely couldn't gamble. I had to find a way to get her away. Early the next morning, I spread out rice paper in the yard. "It's just a vase, so I'll paint one for you." Then I grabbed a kitten and got its little paws covered in ink. Then I took out the cat teaser stick and directed it to dance wildly on the rice paper. For a moment, the pure white paper was covered in plum blossom prints. My dad, Mei Chaoxiong, saw on the spot. This painting technique was exactly the same as the master of the wine offering. But at that moment, I felt the kitten was almost done. So I grabbed the back of the kitten's neck and casually tossed it to Mei Dantang, the older sister in a white shirt beside her. The next second, her clean white shirt was instantly covered in black cat paw prints. The whole room fell silent. All the servants gasped, looking at me as if they were looking at a dead person. "I'm a bit fierce. What's wrong with you guys?" "I don't know. This big sister, Mei Dantang, has a severe cleanliness freak. Once, a servant splashed a drop of water on her. The next day, she disappeared immediately. But to my surprise, not only was my sister not angry, she even hugged the kitten and smiled at me. "Don't worry about them. Xiao Jiu, focus on drawing." Only then did I realize and quickly apologize. "Sorry, big sister, I got your clothes dirty." But to my surprise, she smiled even more dotingly, her tone willing. "It's fine if it's dirty, it's dirty. It's not like you can't wear it." As soon as I said that, the servant's eyes nearly popped out. I looked up. Just then, I saw my cheap dad, Mei Chaoxiong, looking at me in surprise. It seemed this family was starting to get interesting. However, just as I was shocked by the shock of my whole family, hopeless screams came from upstairs. Her leg hurt so much she couldn't get on the floor, but she found that one of the servants couldn't even be ordered. Furious, she leaned against the wall and cursed loudly. "Where are those scary people going? I'm going to tell my dad to stab them all in the legs." Xia Rongyun rushed over and covered her mouth, saying, "What nonsense was that? Do you still want your reputation for being domineering and unruly?" Just then, cries of surprise came from downstairs. Under everyone's astonished gazes, I transformed those messy cat paw prints into cold brows. A stunning scene of treading on snow and gazing at Mebros, born in an instant. "Oh my God! This is amazing!" The servants were completely fired up. My eldest sister, Mei Dantang, was also shocked. Even my father, Mei Chaoxiong, stared at me with a very complicated expression. Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. Is this child going to continue? But just then, a loud voice called out to the wind guards. "Why are you all gathered here? Aren't you working?" Mei Wang, supported by her mother, angrily pushed through the crowd when she saw the art studio on the ground. Her eyes were about to pop out. She didn't know how to draw, but she wasn't stupid. This painting was definitely master level, even more impressive than the one her father brought back yesterday. Mei Xiaojiu, was she trying to win Dad's favor? The next second, she really saw my father's gaze and began to change. Mei Hope's heart tightened instantly. On the street, a malicious thought surged in his heart. He wanted to destroy the painting. He quietly walked toward me, but still said sarcastic remarks. "No, Xiaojiu, let me see how your drawing turned out." Then he pretended to have a leg hurt, his body tilted, and he stomped hard at my painting. "Oh no, he wants to ruin my painting. Dream on." My eyes turned cold and I took a quick step forward. I shoved him away. "Don't step on my painting." But there was no hope. Caught off guard, he fell onto the hard stone slab. The intense pain hit him, and he instantly burst into tears. It hurt. My butt was about to break. Watching his exaggerated performance, I was furious and bluntly started the line. "Aren't you exaggerating? This is the floor, not a meat grinder." Hopeless. I gritted my teeth and immediately turned to my dad to complain. "Dad, look at him." He pushed me and even said sarcastic things. Mei Chaoxiong furrowed his head and immediately ordered me. Apologize to your brother. I could hardly believe my ears. Why did he deliberately step on my painting just now? But there's no hope, and he immediately starts pretending to be weak, crying his eyes out. Dad, I didn't mean to. My legs hurt and I can't stand steadily. He slandered me. Boo-hoo, his muffled sound left me speechless again. Why do you always sob? Are you a hairdryer? No hope, I'll make you furious. I looked at him like that. Liang stabbed him again. Isn't that supposed to be quite strong? Looks like it doesn't hurt much. Even my eldest sister Mei Dantang couldn't help but laugh and made a move, looking at him with no hope of grievance. But Mei Dantang just turned her head and pretended not to notice. At that moment, Mei Chaoxiong spoke up. He didn't know right from wrong and started attacking me relentlessly. Whether he did it on purpose or not, you shouldn't have pushed him. His leg was injured because of you. If something happens to him, can you take responsibility? He coldly ordered me. If you do something wrong, come forward. Mei Wang instantly felt smug, glaring at me with exclusive tiger power. Did you hear me? Apologize quickly. I looked at this family. I'm really fed up. These scumbags with only 5 combat power. I didn't dare to actually do it, afraid that if I accidentally injured him, it would be too frustrating. So I suddenly spoke. I don't want to do it. Mei Chaoxiong frowned. What did you say? I lifted my chin and met his gaze, regardless of whether I was looking at him or not. You only know how to find fault with me. I don't want to stay in this rundown house anymore. If you say so, I'll compensate you. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Why did you deliberately go pick Mei Xiaozhou's words? Mei Shiwang was instantly scared stiff and tried to argue. But Mei Chaoxiong immediately threw out 4 words. I'm not blind. Mei Shiwang was so scared she could only confess, sorry, Dad. I'm just afraid Mei Xiaozhou will get your attention. From now on, you won't like me anymore. I know I was wrong. However, Mei Chaoxiong looked at his face and softened, only saying lightly, when Mei Xiaozhou comes back, apologize to him. Mei Qixiong blurted it out. He still wants to come back. Mei Chaoxiong looked at him silently and said, your big sister went after her and will bring him back. At night, I crossed my face and was finally brought back by the smiling Mei Dantang. Mei Chang saw me. His eyes were about to pop out, and he was wildly attacking me with his gaze. Didn't you say you wouldn't stay? Why are you back? I rolled my eyes at him. You think I want to come back? I ran out this morning and called the contact, saying I couldn't stay in this broken place for even a moment. But the other party told me if I don't stay at the Mei family for a month, I won't be able to go back. They even blocked me outright. Now look, the special operation situation is hopeless. But I just made a harsh promise that I'd never come back to this lousy house again. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go back now? I was furious when I learned the truth. I immediately reported the tracking device worth tens of millions. The hacker fainted crying in the bathroom and asked my eldest sister for tens of millions more. Soon after, my eldest sister came crying and insisted I take responsibility. She kept pestering me and had no choice. I could only go home with her. As soon as I walked in, I saw Mei Wangshi's look as if she wanted to devour me. Then, she actually gritted her teeth and forced out 3 words, sorry. I was stunned. This man's gaze almost made me scream, but she was apologizing on the outside. So I bluntly asked, what's going on? Jinfin, Golden Fun, instantly got angry. You're the Jinfin. At that moment, Mei Dantang smiled and thoughtfully explained, probably Dad asked her to apologize to you. I shook my head. No way. She hates me so much, yet I still think Mei Wang is a golden star. But who would have thought my cheap dad didn't try to kill me? Instead, he walked straight toward me with a stern face. I immediately looked up and met her gaze. What's wrong? She wanted to teach me a lesson again, but unexpectedly, she suddenly asked, you're a reporter for the National Chemical Master. I was instantly stunned. What's going on? Is this old fool or not? Mei Wang screamed even more. How could she possibly be the master sacrificial wine? She's just a villager from the countryside. But my father ignored her completely, just stared at me to double-check if it was really her. She actually compared the 2 paintings carefully and found that their drawing habits matched. Of course, I wouldn't admit it, so I tilted my chin back and said confidently, no. Mei Chaoxiong squinted. Then how can you paint, treading on snow, gazing at plum blossoms? I am so confident in that kind of painting. Isn't it possible to have hands? Mei hopes to mock me immediately. You mean we don't have hands? I looked at her sincerely. I also thought your hands might be just for nothing. Mei Shiwang cried again for me, and softened up to complain to my dad. My dad looked at her face, which looked so much like Mrs. Wang's, and said to me, can you stop always targeting your brother? I got angry on the spot, raising my chin even higher. Why don't you tell her not to keep looking me up? You can't just stubbornly take advantage of me just because I'm lonely and weak. My dad was left speechless by me. I guess she's thinking, how am I supposed to be a pushover? In the end, she probably got annoyed too. Fine, since she's back, let's stop causing trouble and rest. After saying that, she went straight upstairs. Watching her back, I felt even more annoyed. Then she turned around and complained to Mei Dantang. Why does she always lecture me? I don't believe in telling me not to cause trouble. I clearly didn't cause any trouble, but my eldest sister ruffled my hair and smiled brightly, saying, Xiaojiu, you misunderstood. Dad is compromising with you. She compromised with me. I seriously suspected that my eldest sister might be crazy. That old muddle-headed look didn't seem like she had compromised. But she quickly pulled me upstairs and promised to take me out to eat something even tastier tomorrow. Just thinking about that melt-in-your-mouth 5-flavor chicken and beef made me want to eat. I immediately craved it, so I reluctantly agreed and didn't pursue it further. I ordered food while going upstairs. I want to eat Wagyu again tomorrow. Big sister readily agreed. Okay. Whatever little Joe likes. Big sister will buy it for you. Just like that, my eldest sister Mei Dantang immediately dropped the company and went out at night to eat and drink with me. Within a few days, I was completely corrupted by the food. I realized that the outside world was indeed much happier than the Special Operations Bureau. Not to mention, just the food alone was overwhelming. That morning, as soon as I sat down at the dining table, I excitedly asked, Big sister, where are we going to eat today? Just as Mei Dantang was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Today she had to go back to work. I turned to see it was my cheap dad, Mei Chaoxiong. My face instantly fell, but my eldest sister had already promised to take me out for something delicious today. Mei Chaoxiong just glanced at me indifferently. To reiterate, I told her she had to work. Then she said to me, and you, don't always be idle. I've already arranged your admission to Lexington University. After the holidays, you can go to school with Wang Wang. It was like a bolt from the blue. The food in my mouth instantly lost its flavor. I actually agreed with her like never before. I immediately nodded repeatedly. It wasn't fair, but Mei Chaoxiong just gave me a cold glance. Stop making a fuss. I immediately pursed my lips. She furrowed her brows. Why are you angry at your own father? I switched sides, and her face turned dark. No humph. I stared at her leisurely and squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. Seeing that out of 100 Jin, 99 Jin were all real estate moves, Mei Chaoxiong finally squeezed out her trump card. If you talk back again, I'll arrange a week for you. And all snacks except for food were cancelled. That's just too cruel. My fists were clenched tight, trembling with anger, staring at her intently. This old fool is just relying on me not daring to hit her. She was clearly bullying me. I was so angry my cheeks puffed up and my face flushed red. But I just didn't dare to lay a hand on me. But just then, she looked at me in a pitiful state and let out a soft laugh. I immediately cursed at her. Wow, she even mocked me. That's way too much. I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to end up with this fall. Bai Ningbing, come pick me up quickly. At the same time, far overseas, Bai Ningbing suddenly sneezed. The subordinate nearby immediately asked if Director Bai had caught a cold. Bai Ningbing rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, feeling like someone was talking to him. Could it be that Xiao Zhou was being bullied at the Mei family? The subordinate's mouth twitched sharply. Are you kidding? That violent burly man who can crush the entire bureau's elites to the ground. He'll be bullied. I'm afraid the end of the world will come and no one will be able to bully him. Meanwhile, Mei Chaoxiong is already determined to send me to study at Lechwatan. Mei Wang Wang was furious, locked herself in her room, and smashed things wildly. By the time Xia Rongyun went in, the whole house was in chaos like a garbage dump. Mei Wang Wang sat in the garbage heap, eyes red, crying to his mom. Mom, Dad doesn't consider my feelings at all. I worked hard to get in. Why should that illiterate person get in just by paying money? What does my hard work matter? Yet Xia Rongyun wasn't angry at all. Instead, he shook his head and laughed. You kid. Why can't you keep your brain? Mei Wangxi looked annoyed. Mom, what do you mean? A trace of hunger flashed across Xia Rongyun's face. Mei Xiaojiu, an illiterate who barely knows a single word, has gone to Huadun, a hunter full of top students. Do you really think he can survive? He continued to analyze. If someone finds out, then I got in through the back door. Those students who got in based on merit only disadvantage me and dislike me. It wouldn't be long before I started making a fuss about dropping out of school. Mei Wangxi suddenly understood. Yeah, Dad thought he was talented. Once his illiterate true nature was exposed, his father would know what kind of person he really was. Xia Rongyun happily stroked his son's hair and began to slyly advise. So Wang Wang, once you go to school, You can't target him. You should be even more kind and generous with him. Why is there a poisonous glint at the corner of Mom's mouth? The more rude and vulgar he is, the more he highlights your noble and generous nature. Then, you quietly spread the rumors about him pulling strings through connections. Once everyone rejects him, he'll definitely cause trouble and make a scene. If he really angers you, his good days will be over. Mei Shiwang's eyes lit up instantly. So that's how it is. My sister was forced by old madman to go to work. Now no one took me out to eat seafood at all. But the outrageous part was even more absurd. He even wanted me and Mei Shiwang to go to school together. I couldn't stay in this rundown house for even a second. I frustratedly rolled around on the bed. Just then, suddenly my phone rang. I buried my face in the blanket, too lazy to get up. My little hands fumbled around, and as soon as I grabbed the phone, I answered. I squeezed out a single word, but Bai Ningbin on the other end of the line heard it and asked with a smile, trying to coax a child. What's wrong? Who made our ace unhappy? I kept my head down, full of resentment. Old-fashioned, I told me to go study at Leckrite. But Bai Ningbin paused for a second after hearing this, then suddenly burst out laughing and started hitting like crazy. What a misunderstanding. Leckwharton Earth God, Professor Senwin, is about to be demoted back to being a student. If they find out you're Senwin, they'll have to keep you locked up. Hearing this, I was stunned and suddenly poked my head out from under the covers. Staring at his phone, he asked, Bai Ningbin, what Professor Senwin? Explain yourself. Only then did Bai Ningbin smile and explain. Those experimental papers you wrote before were already published under Senwin's name and have become top-tier academic papers. Not only that, Senwin happens to be a nominal professor under Leckwharton's name. In fact, Leckwharton's ranking at the top is entirely thanks to Senwin's articles. So my status in Leckwharton is no different from their ancestors. After hearing that, I was completely stunned. My mouth instantly turned into an O-shaped shape. I never used to care about these things. Okay? I never expected to be this awesome. Bai Ningbin immediately suggested, since your dad has enrolled you, then go have some fun. Of course I don't want to. Why? I hate having no hope and don't want to spend a little time with that hairdryer-like man. It's pure torture. But Bai Ningbin laughed after hearing that. You hate it so much and there's no hope. I shout from the bottom of my heart. I hate it so much. But he just draws out his pitch and slowly asks, so you're afraid of him? I instantly bristled. What the heck? Why am I afraid of him? Can you even talk? I never hoped for that kind of little trash. I could easily unscrew his skull. However, Bai Ningbin's laughter was so annoying it was to keep stirring things up. Wasn't he scared? Because there's no hope, he doesn't dare go to school. I thought it was like that. It's not that I'm afraid. It's that I think it's troublesome. Afraid of trouble, but isn't that still scared? Hearing this, my blood pressure shot up. I was actually being looked down upon. I fought for pride, not for steamed buns. I shouted angrily, who says I'm scared? Isn't it just studying with hopeless? I'll go. But Bai Ningbin started speaking in a green tea style. Really? Isn't this too much of a push? I was so angry my blood was boiling over. My answer was firm and forceful. I felt like I was being controlled by him. This woman is darker than ink. And so, the holiday ended. I willingly went to school with no hope. My sister didn't listen alone. Today she specially took time to drive us. But as soon as we got to the bus, the problem came. My sister sat in the driver's seat. Who would sit in the front passenger seat? With her jealous and competitive nature, she'd definitely snatch a seat. But who would have thought? She actually walked to the back seat, opened the door, and smiled at me, saying, Brother Xiaojiu, big sister prefers chatting with you. Go sit in the front passenger seat. As soon as she said that, my sister didn't get a word and glanced at her calmly. I blinked honestly and sincerely asked her, No hope? Are you out of your mind? Still took the wrong medicine. With just one sentence, hopelessness instantly broke down. Her face fell, and she gritted her teeth and yelled at me. No, Xiaojiu, you're the one out of your mind. You took the wrong medicine. Seeing this, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. So it was the attraction trigger. Wu Qiong's face twitched with anger, almost smoking strangely. My sister suddenly burst out laughing. Just like that, my sister dropped me off with Wu Qiong at school and left. As soon as she left, Waki Wang came over right after, speaking with a strong sense of superiority. No, Xiaojiu, you barely attended school before. Now that you're at school, aren't you nervous? I'm confused. What's there to be nervous about? No hope, no mouth at all, no wandering laughter. Illiterate at elite university, not nervous. You're pretty thick-skinned. I glanced at her. That mouth really deserves a beating. Can't hope to see me clench my fists. My legs are going weak from fear. Yet you still stubbornly threaten me. Don't be arrogant without Xiaojiu. You dare hit someone at school. Be careful not to be punished. I replied coldly. The next second, I threw a punch at her face. Hopeless, I hugged my head and crouched down. I withdrew my fist, looking at her cowardly expression. Willow eyebrows were a single line. You're way too cowardly. They say hitting someone at school gets punished. How could I really hit you? Just then, a short-haired boy suddenly rushed over, grabbed Messy Wong, and pointed at my nose, shouting, "Hey, which class are you from?" He actually wanted to hit someone. We need to report to the school leaders. I was speechless on the spot. I didn't actually hit him. It was just scaring people. Who knew the guy was so angry he laughed? Is scaring someone right? How could our school admit someone with your kind of quality? Good grief, my blood pressure shot up instantly. Clearly, Messy Wong was the one who started the talk. This guy doesn't even know the whole story. Just nagging at me. Don't force me to hit you. My fists are really hard. But that guy got even more fired up. If you've got the guts, hit me. If I don't sue you until you get expelled, I won't call you Zhu-chun. This contraband really argued with me. Seeing me so angry, my eyes widened. Messy Wong grabbed him and started pretending. He's my brother. Don't make a big deal out of this, brother. Zhu-chun looked shocked. Only then did Messy Wong reluctantly reveal his identity. He was the son of my father Wang Chi, kidnapped by traffickers as a child, and only recently was recognized. Then Zhu-chun blurted out, "So he's still alive." Then he got tough again. "Even if you're your brother, you can't bully you, right?" I figured I understood. These two are a perfect match. I couldn't be bothered to argue any further, so I turned and left. Messy Wong was still behind me, pretending to be sympathetic. "Little Nine brother, do you know the road? Come with us." I didn't even look back. No, as soon as I walked away, Zhu-chun immediately grabbed Messy Wong. "Gossip. You cheap brother? You're not in our class, are you?" "You guessed right, we're in the same class. My dad didn't want him to be lazy and gluttonous all day, so he used some connections to let him study." "What do you mean lazy and lazy?" Messy Wong added. "I'm telling you, don't mess it out. He hasn't even studied for a few days. My dad wanted him to come for a period and spent money to get him in." Zhu-chun exploded on the spot. "What? An uneducated wild kid dared to come to our school?" Messy Wong was still pretending to be so good. "I thought I was a good friend and told you, don't talk nonsense." But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu-chun immediately opened an anonymous group chat typical of a finance department. "Anonymous Apple, everyone, pay attention, a heavyweight figure is about to join our class." The next second, the group exploded. "What kind of character is this? It's a connections who barely studied for a few days, and they've pulled back doors into our class. Damn. Connections make those connections get out of their cracked shell and slip down. Whoever agrees and opposes it, then the screen goes wild. Agree +1. Meanwhile, an instructor enthusiastically led me to the classroom door. He was extremely enthusiastic about me, all because the principal had repeatedly told me to meet all my needs. Then he smiled and clapped his hands. "Everyone quiet down. Today, a new student came to our class." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl immediately stood up and started making a commotion. "Got it? The new classmate's name is Manhwa, right? She came in through the back door. Is it true?" The instructor was furious. "Who spread this rumor? Stand up." However, the class was dead silent. No one admitted it. Just then, my gaze swept over the classroom, and finally my gaze landed on Mei Shiwang. I pointed at her and said word by word, "Mei Shiwang said it, right? She's the only one who knows." As soon as I finished speaking, the crowd exploded. Damn, Mei Shiwang, Mei Xiaojiu, they're brothers, right? What a plastic brotherhood. Now Mei Wangxi was both anxious and angry. The next second, she collapsed onto the table and burst into tears. "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." The mood completely changed. The classmate who had just been sweet to me suddenly started to feel sorry for her. Mei Wangxi cried. Wasn't she the one who betrayed her? Feels so miserable. I was speechless. These people are so blatantly double-standard. Isn't it just crying and playing the victim? Who doesn't know that? Just then, Zhu-chun suddenly stood up. She shouted at me carelessly, "Mei Xiaojiu, stop being so unfair." I sent it. "What? Did I say something wrong?" I was directly scolded by her back. "You have a right to talk bad about people behind my back." But she didn't apologize. Instead, he crossed his arms and sneered, "That's right. You're someone who's never been to school, and you're harming the interests of ordinary students. We can't speak up yet." The counselor quickly scolded, "Zhu-chun, that's enough." So the counselor quickly turned to me and said, "Xiaojiu, hurry up and tell everyone. Which school did you go to before?" I just shrugged and admitted honestly, I really never went to school. As soon as I said this, the instructor's expression twitched instantly. "I really never went to school." I nodded to her for confirmation. No, her face turned green. She still wouldn't give up and asked, "Haven't you attended a whole semester?" I looked at her, absolutely certain. Not a day of class, the instructor was completely devastated and Ju-chun. But she's so arrogant to the extreme. Haha. Did you hear that? She didn't attend school all day. This kind of useless relationship is a disgrace to our school. Now the situation is completely out of control. The whole class is cheering and telling me to get out of this class. The instructor was sweating profusely from anxiety. She looked at me again and saw that I was actually moving my hands with a calm expression. Ancestor, please don't react a little, as if I heard her inner thoughts. The next second, I moved, my hands still in my pockets. I suddenly kicked the lectern with a loud boom. The 100-pound lectern was sent flying by me, crashing hard into the wall. The huge impact instantly left the entire classroom silent. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned by my kick. I coldly scanned the crowd. Can it be quiet now? A troublemaker snapped back to reality, stammering as he questioned. No, Xiaojiu, do you want to hit someone? I stared at him. He lifted his chin directly. Yeah, do you want to get hit? That troublemaker instantly got hurt. Looking at the lectern embedded in the wall, he didn't dare say a word. Then he looked at everyone and immediately flicked cards with dominance. I'm a connected player. If you're annoyed, right? If you have the guts, have the school kick me out, but don't nag me in front of me, or I'll beat you until you can't even get a grip. Now the whole class was so angry they didn't dare speak, and the instructor was so desperate he covered his face. Just then, a calm voice came from the doorway. Got connections, pretty cool. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall guy in a basketball jersey, smiling at me with a half smile. My heart skipped a beat. Why did this guy look so much like Bai Ningbing? Could they be relatives? I blurted out, your surname is Bai, he has a single eyebrow. You know me. I shook my head directly. I didn't know him. Who would have thought he would stop talking to me and only walk toward hopelessness? Why are your eyes so red? Who bullied you? The class instantly erupted in flames. Someone immediately pointed at me, the one with connections. The next second, he walked up to me, looked down on me and said in a commanding tone, apologize to him. I didn't feel comfortable at all, lifted my chin and asked back, are you crazy? Watching him turn and leave. Suddenly, I called out to him, wait! I immediately dropped a bombshell. What is Bai Ningbing to do with you? At that moment, Bai Shuiyue turned to return to his seat, but I stopped him. Wait! What is Bai Ningbing's relationship with you? As soon as I said that, Bai Shuiyue paused, looking at me in confusion. Why are you asking this? I pursed my lips, curious if you two were related. Since we both share the same surname and look a bit alike, Bai Shuiyue retorted. You know my aunt. I flatly denied it. I don't know him. My current identity is from the countryside, so it's strange to know Bai Ningbing. Plus, I managed to get useful information. Bai Ningbing actually has a niece, but unfortunately, Bai Ningbing won't date me. Otherwise, I'd meet Bai Shuiyue in the future. You can call him Big Niece. Bai Shuiyue squinted, thinking I wasn't telling the truth. So why are you asking this? I'm lying with my eyes wide open. I've seen photos of Bai Ningbing, and I think you look a bit like him. Just curious. Bai Shuiyue was a bit puzzled, but he wasn't interested in me and didn't think much of it. Then he walked over and sat down next to Mei Shiwang, his long arms naturally resting on the back of the chair behind him. Their movements looked very close, and Mei Shiwang wanted to move a little away. She said softly, don't do this. Bai Shuiyue remained calm and said in a calm voice, I don't want to know about my aunt's little Xiao Xiao. As soon as she said this, Mei Wangxi immediately looked at Bai Shuiyue with a longing gaze. Clearly, he was eager to know about Bai Ningbing. Seeing Mei Xiang's reaction, Bai Shuiyue's dark eyes turned cold, ignoring the feelings. Although he was close to Mei Hope, Mei Xiangwang had only met his aunt once before being completely captivated by her. Bai Shuiyue stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Mei Wangwang, who was eagerly watching him. As soon as he said this, Mei Shiwang's eyes lit up instantly. Really, he'd be staying in the army for a few days. How would I know? My aunt's missions are all confidential. If she could reveal that she's going to the army, it would be just as we were going, so there was no need to hide it, and she told us. Although Bai Shuiyue didn't reveal much information, Mei Shiwang was still very happy. Back then, he was invited by Bai Shuiyue to attend Grandpa Bai's birthday banquet, where he had met Bai Ningbing once, even though they had never spoken before. But Mei Shiwang was completely captivated by that steady and elegant figure. Her heart was pounding as she cautiously probed. When you go to military training, will your aunt come looking for you? If you do, can you bring me along? Bai Shuiyue saw Mei Shiwang's abacus beads almost shattering on his face. She couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. I advise you not to waste your energy on my aunt. With her experience and scheming, she would never like a boy like you. Besides, I've never seen her look at any man differently. But Mei Shiwang didn't see it that way. She was clearly pure. How did she know? Besides, Mei's aunt had already been in the 26th term. If her family was urging her to get married, could she keep hiding forever? Mei Shiwang shamelessly replied, "Bai Shuiwe, please help me one more time. If your aunt comes looking for you, take me along. If she really doesn't like me, I'll give up." Bai Shuiwe wanted to push the man she loved to her aunt. Was she crazy? But Mei hoped to say if her aunt didn't like her, she gave up and thought it was feasible. After all, since Mei Wangshi couldn't stop thinking about her aunt, it was better to just let her reject her once. That way, Mei Wangshi could completely give up on her sister-in-law. So Bai Shuiwe readily agreed. "I'll arrange this." Mei Shiwang is overjoyed. "Thank you, Shuiwe." Then he turned and returned to the classroom. At that moment, Bai Shuiwe's phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Yang, his father's secretary. Bai Shuiwe answered. "Hello, Uncle Zhang, is everything settled?" Unexpectedly, Secretary Zhang hesitated and said, "Miss Shuiwe, this matter is not easy to handle." Bai Shuiwe frowned. "What do you mean?" Secretary Zhang said, "We have negotiated with the headmaster of Lequerton. The other side refused to let Mei Xiaojiu drop out. Even when we proposed divesting from Lequerton, he wouldn't budge. How could this be?" Bai Shuiwe never expected that getting rid of Mei Xiaojiu would make him so busy. So who exactly is Mei Xiaojiu? He was the head of the Mei family, the daughter born to Mei Chaoxiong's ex-wife before she died. Mr. Mei had some connections which allowed him to transfer to Lechuan. Bai Shuiwe was puzzled. Even if he was from the Mei family, could the Bai family really not be moved? The Mei family is indeed influential in Beijing, especially Mei Qiwang's sisters, who are the prodigies of the Mei family in every field. But the Bai family status is still one level above the Mei family. How could the headmaster of Lequerton possibly offend the Bai family for the Mei family's sake? Secretary Zhang speculated that maybe it was because of connections to get into Lechuan, which was a gray income source for the school's upper management. If the rules were broken so easily, it would affect their future interests. Bai Shuiwe sneered, "It's still a matter of money, then just throw money at it. I refuse to believe I can't drive away a single Miss Mei." Then Bai Shuiwe returned to the classroom and saw him walk in. I blocked his way and provoked. "How about it? Bai Shuiwe, have you figured out a way to kick me out of Lechuan?" Bai Shuiwe gave me a cold smile and said, "Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later you'll be kicked out. Sooner or later, I'll be kicked out." I pursed my lips. I was so confident before, now I'm saying sooner or later. "Bai Shuiwe, can you do it or not? So boring." Seeing my attitude, Bai Shuiwe's eyelids twitched. His blood pressure shot up instantly, and he almost exploded with anger. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Bai family, with a noble status and flattery from everyone, who would dare to disdain him as openly as I do? His gaze fixed intently on Miss Mei, his forehead slightly raised. "Good, you completely angered me." One day later, the righteous newcomers of Lekwalt set out together to hand over their troops and begin military training for the 700 million states. As soon as the freshmen arrived at the base, before they could catch their breath, they were immediately called out and taken away by their respective instructors. But enemies meet on a narrow path. Mei Shiwang, Bai Shuiwe, Zhu Chun, and I were assigned to another formation. On the podium, the principal was already seated. In the center seat of the seat, there was still an empty seat. The leader on stage was clearly waiting for someone, so he didn't speak for a long time. The students around started discussing, wondering why they hadn't spoken yet. The sun was already up. They'd wait until they finished before training. People are about to turn into jerky. But Mei Shiwang and Bai Shuiwe know very well that the person these leaders are waiting for must be Bai Ningbing. Now Mei Shiwang is also extremely anxious. She desperately wants to see the woman she can't forget again. Soon, a soldier hurried over to the officers and whispered. The principal and officers, who had been sitting leisurely just moments ago, quickly stood up and looked in a certain direction. A tall woman in a white shirt walked over. The principal and officers greeted him one after another. The male students, seeing a beautiful woman who had arrived, couldn't help but feel restless. Oh my God! Who was that stunning beauty on stage? Her face was absolutely stunning, and she seemed to have a pretty status. The principal and the other officers treated her with respect. Mei Qishi couldn't help but feel excited the moment she saw Bai Ningbing. She was Bai Shuiwe's aunt, Bai Ningbing. Many of the male students recognized him. Damn, why is she here? Didn't expect to see her in person. That face is amazing. I heard she was also a Special Forces soldier. I really want to spar with her. Forget it, I heard Bai Ningbing was once an instructor in the Special Forces unit. The Special Forces unit is so formidable. Whenever they see her, they call her a devil. Apparently, they go all out with ruthlessness. Bai Shuiwe listened to the boys around her gossip, but her gaze remained calm. She glanced at Mei Shiwang, who saw Mei Shiwang blushing as she stared at her aunt. Bai Shuiyue even felt a bit resentful. Why couldn't my aunt come? What exactly was she here for? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Zhang on the training ground and immediately noticed me standing in the front row because of my height. This kid almost stayed up all night playing games last night. Now he's pulling his hat brim low, so others can't tell he's making a bet. If you had shouted right next to his ear now, you'd probably be scared off the ground. Just imagining that scene. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, Zhu Chen excitedly said, "Wow! Bai Ningbing seems to be thinking about us." Mei Shiwang also noticed Bai Ningbing's gaze, her heart pounding. No way, Bai Ningbing really noticed him. Then Mei Sisi couldn't help but puff out her chest and raised her chin higher, hoping Bai Ningbing would notice her in the Heli Kun group. Only Bai Shuyue's eyes were sharp, and she noticed that her aunt's gaze seemed to be fixed on me. So she followed along and looked over. The next second, Bai Shuyue's eyes nearly popped out. That kid couldn't have fallen asleep standing up, right? I called him over. He noticed something was wrong on my end. He walked over and scolded me. "What are you doing? Where's this daytime sleepwalking?" The moment he slapped me the shoulder in his hand. Reflexively, he instantly turned his hands forward to grab the instructor's hands, giving him no time to react. With a clean, crisp over-the-shoulder throw, he sent him flying. With a loud bang, the whole crowd was shocked, realizing everyone's attention was focused on him. Only then did I fully wake up, groggily rubbing my eyes. Are we eating? Oh my god. Was this guy really sleepwalking just now? I lowered my head and Mei Xiaojiu actually threw the instructor out. Wow, right after arriving, he was already at odds with the instructor. No wonder he's Mei Xiaojiu, even in front of the instructor, he's so arrogant. The principal, who was speaking on stage, saw me causing trouble and had a big mouth, while the other officers started analyzing my earlier actions. That guy was pretty interesting. The movements are quite standard. Could it be that the ones we practiced before could easily take down our special forces soldiers? Learning is no ordinary person. Bai Ningbing glanced sideways at the officers with a smile. You guys haven't been practicing in your spare time lately, have you? Listened to Bai Ningbing. The group immediately straightened their backs and said, Instructor Bai, don't worry, we're ready at any time. Bai Ningbing smiled and said, all right, I'll find someone tonight to practice with you. Wan Yen and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the instructor wasn't going to fight personally. Looks like we've cleared the level smoothly this time. After the principal's speech, each squad will start training under their respective instructors. To make the most of the space, each squad has different training items. For example, Mei Xiaojiu's squad. Today's training event is weighted running, but since we're all students, all indicators are only half of what regular soldiers are doing during training. Women carry 3 kilograms, men 5 kilograms, both running 5 kilometers with a 1-hour time limit. After hearing about the training plan, the students started wailing and howling. Oh my god, do we even need to survive? Report to the instructor. I have a condition that prevents me from running long distances. The instructor was unmoved. He walked over to me, raised an eyebrow and said, Kid, you were pretty impressive just now. After practice, I sneered. I'm telling you, the instructor doesn't mess around, just smiles and says, their standards are too low for you. Do you want to go up the limit? If you pass, you don't have to practice today. I'll treat you to something delicious tonight. As soon as you hear there's something tasty. I was immediately tempted. Back in the Special Operations Bureau because an old man on the road watched that all the food was low-fat, high-protein, bland, and tasted bad. It was only after I came out that I realized there were so many delicious foods in the world. I thought for a moment my gaze grew increasingly resolute. At this moment, all eyes in the room were focused on me. Hey, look, isn't that Mei Xiaojiu? He's carrying a 20-kilogram weighted bag. Are you crazy? 20 kilograms. We're gonna run 5 kilometers, not 50. Damn, he's really tough. If he really carries 20 kilograms and finishes 5 kilometers, he'll be my big brother. Zhu Cheng saw everyone's attention shifting to me and couldn't help but complain to Mei Qishi. Why does your brother love to show off so much? Just military training and he managed to stir up so much trouble. Mei Wang was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Mom said he should expose my illiterate status, so naturally everyone would exclude and target me. Most people would have been stuck in class for a long time, but I'm not a normal person at all. Others get isolated, withdraw, or break down, but I don't care at all. Now I'm making a big show in the military, and many classmates have actually changed their opinion of me. It feels like if this keeps up, the students who used to ostracize me are being excluded. In the end, they all blame me. But the person who worries Mei Sisi the most is still Bai Ningbin. I'm so flashy, Bai Ningbin won't notice her, right? She quietly looked toward Bai Ningbin on the high platform, only to find that the woman's gaze was truly fixed on them. In that instant, Mei Qiwang's heart nearly leapt out of her throat. No way. Bai Ningbin wasn't really watching Mei Xiaojiu, was he? If Mei Xiaozhou had used this move to catch Bai Ningbing's attention and get interested, she'd have to cough up blood 3 times without stopping. At that moment, Bai Shuiyue chose a 25-kilogram weight to carry on her back. Her move immediately drew everyone's gasp. Shuiyue, are you going to carry 25 kilograms? That's way too much. Do you have to push yourself this hard? You probably don't know this. Shuiyue used to train in the military, carrying over 20 kilograms. To him, he was a little KF. Zhu Chun watched Bai Shuiyue effortlessly carry 25 kilograms on his back. He said to Mei Shiwang, you have to admit, Bai Shuiyue is really impressive. Many guys have noticed her. She's always chasing you. You really don't intend to accept it. Mei Wangwang's gaze shifted to Bai Shuiyue. It must be said, Bai Shuiyue is the carefully cultivated heir of the Bai family. She was indeed outstanding, but then she glanced at Bai Ningbing on the high platform. If she hadn't met him, she would definitely have been dating Bai Shuiyue. But for now, she still wanted to try to get Bai Ningbing's attention. If Bai Ningbing really wasn't interested in her, she could just choose Bai Shuiyue then. Mei Wangxi was very confident in Bai Shuiyue. She firmly believed that even if other men pursued Bai Shuiyue relentlessly, Bai Shuiyue's heart would only be with her. At that moment, the people around gasped again. Mei Wangxi snapped back to reality and realized I had put down a 20-kilogram weight, then turned around and picked up a 30-kilogram weight cup. It was 5 kilograms heavier than Bai Shuiyue's. Damn, Mei Xiaozhou is really at odds with Bai Shuiyue. From the very first day at school, this guy has been attracting Bai Shuiyue's attention in every way. Bai Shuiyue listened to the gossip around her, walked over to me, and walked over with a half-smile. You insist on arguing with me. I stared straight at Bai Shuiyue, not backing down. You're the one who wants to argue with me. I picked 20 kilograms and you picked 25 kilograms? What do you mean? Bai Shuiyue laughed angrily. Usually, when I run with weights, I just carry 25 kilograms. Who would argue with you? I sneered. Then I still have to carry 30 kilograms. I don't like being overwhelmed. What? Bai Shuiyue's face darkened. Her stubborn nature was instantly triggered by me. She tossed the 25-kilogram weight. She picked out a 35-kilogram weight cup again. Seeing this, my eyes widened as I pointed at her and accused. You said you're not arguing with me? You usually carry 25 kilograms, so why are you picking a 35-kilogram weight now? Bai Shuiyue twitched the corner of her mouth. He gave me a harsh smile. I was willing. What, if you don't accept it, hit me. I was so angry I was about to carry 40 kilograms. But the instructor stopped me with a slap. Enough, why is this still better? We're only preparing 30 kilograms. If we're competing, let's see who finishes 5 kilometers first. If the loser loses, they'll be used as a subordinate for these 7 days. How about that? I think that's a great idea. He lifted his chin and grinned at Bai Shuiyue, full of confidence. You're definitely going to lose, little brother. Bai Shuiyue imitated my words and gave me a cold smile. I think you're the one who's doomed to lose. Little brother, he doesn't believe it. In the past, every winter and summer vacation he went to the army for training. If he loses to me, the instructor clapped his hands and smiled brightly. Very good, very ambitious. If you finish 5 kilometers within half an hour, neither of you will need to train today. The others will prepare their own weights and head to the starting point to get ready. The students all arrived at the starting line and, without exception, gave up the front spots to me and Bai Shuiyue. Everyone take your positions. Get ready. At the instructor's command, Bai Shuiyue and I rushed out together. When the instructor shouted run, I shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shuiyue and I had already opened up dozens of meters. This whole journey stunned everyone else. Damn, did Mei Xiaozhou run off on camera? Running so fast now, he'll definitely run out of strength soon. No, even if a normal person wanted to run this fast, could they possibly have the speed of Mei Xiaozhou? Is this guy even human? Bai Shuiyue looked at me, who had left him far behind, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This speed really doesn't seem like a normal person. What exactly is he doing? My performance not only shocked a group of students. Even the instructors who were special forces were deeply shocked. Several instructors came over, baffled. What's going on? Has that kid's speed broken our local record? No need to guess, this must have been professionally trained. That crash in the prison just now was also professional level. Wow, he's a tough character. I'll spar with him later. On the high platform, a few officers found out about me and were all surprised. That kid isn't an ordinary person, right? Their level has already surpassed our special forces here. It feels like they could be a key talent cultivator. Should we just recruit directly? Bai Ningbing overheard their conversation, smiled softly, glanced sideways at everyone and said, Aren't you curious? Who was the one you're dating tonight? The group turned to look at Bai Ningbing. A bold idea suddenly popped into their minds. Instructor, the person you mentioned isn't the kid from earlier, is he? Bai Ningbing didn't hide it, it was him. Several people were shocked. Instructor, Why is the person we are dating a student who's not even young? Bai Ningbing laughed. What, you look down on him? The officers gave an awkward smile and said, of course not. The person recommended by the instructor must be strong. However, although the opponent's weighted running results were impressive, their combat might not be as good as those of them who had trained in special training. It wasn't really that kid Xiao Xiao, but with his physique, no matter how strong he was, how much stronger could he really be? Thinking about it, everyone can rest even more at ease. Tonight's battle is a sure win. I've been breaking everyone's expectations since the weighted run. Generally, a unit running under 20 minutes is considered excellent, and every minute shortened after that improves physical ability to the big leap. I carried 30 kilograms. In most people's minds, even finishing the whole course was a question, but I finished the full 5 kilometers in just 14 minutes and 23 seconds, and only after finishing did I start to sweat a little. My breathing was also very even, clearly still having some surplus. When they saw me running back, the instructor's eyes nearly popped out. I finished running. I tossed aside my weight and said to them, done. Let's run along the route you gave us. Then I looked into the distance. At this moment, I couldn't even see anyone from the White Academy anymore. In a tone that begged for a beating, I said, oh no, my little brother hasn't come back yet. This is way too weak. Instructors in classical Chinese. Qi Shuahua looked at me again. Ancestor, are you sure you're not just too extraordinary? This has already broken their must-have. No, that's not right. It's the longest weighted running record in the entire Dragon Nation. The instructor couldn't help but ask, no small feat? What did you do before? Your fitness is definitely not ordinary. I'm a bit confused. Isn't this ordinary? Because I have to hide my identity, I can't fully reveal my strength. That weighted run just now was all about holding back strength. You have to know, when I was testing various fitness tests in the lab, the data was twice as strong as now. Seeing me ask in surprise, the instructors exchanged glances, wondering if they were just too miserable. Why doesn't this kid think he's superhuman at all? At that moment, another instructor asked again, no bound feet. Have you ever trained with anyone? I saw a group of people surrounding me, staring at me like X-rays, as if trying to see right through me, then blinking and lying with open eyes, saying, no one has trained me. This kid is definitely hiding his identity. Could he be an enemy agent? But that doesn't make sense. If he really is an enemy agent, why would he show off in their unit just to show off? Is he afraid of being suspected? Or is it just, I did this on purpose, hoping to confuse them? But what was my purpose? While the instructors were brainstorming, a captain's voice came through. Everyone looked over and saw Bai Ningbing and several officers approaching. Bai Ningbing smiled, looking kind and friendly. He said the classmate's performance just now was excellent. It seems the Qin family must have trained him before. From what Bai Ningbing said, I knew he wanted to help smooth things over and fool these instructors. So I cooperated very much and nodded, saying, I used to plant rice seedlings and carry grain in the countryside, so I gradually got used to weight-bearing exercise. Bai Ningbing smiled and said, I see. Your physical fitness is excellent. Don't waste it. I nodded obediently. The instructors exchanged glances. They weren't familiar with Bai Ningbing, but they knew he was a senior official in the organization, much higher than them. If he thought this kid was fine, then he really was fine. Bai Ningbing then said to the instructors, this student is exceptionally capable. We discussed and decided to let him participate in some other training activities. In the next few days, he won't need to participate in group training. They quickly agreed. It's Director Bai. Bai Ningbing smiled at me again and said, classmate, then come with us first. I nodded. Just as I was about to leave with Bai Ningbing, I suddenly felt my foot trip. Looking down, I saw my shoelace had come undone. I wasn't thinking about it at the time. Out of habit, I shouted, Bai Ningbing, my shoelaces are loose. As soon as he said this, the officers and instructors present all looked at me in unison. Damn, is this kid crazy? How dare he call Baiju by his name? Seeing everyone's eyes turning toward me, I instantly realized I had said the wrong thing and was thinking about how to fool this group. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing acted as if nothing had happened, his expression barely changing. In front of everyone, she squatted down in front of me and tied her loose shoelaces. This scene shocked everyone so much they could swallow an egg. Oh my god! What did they see? The rumored blue-white Ning soldier who looked like a nun. He actually squatted down without any hesitation to tie a male student's shoelaces. Just then, Bai Shuyue was running over, panting heavily, walking over. Then he witnessed a shocking scene. His aunt was actually squatting in front of Mei Xiaojiu to tie his shoelaces. After tying his shoelaces, Bai Ningbing stood up. Under everyone's astonished gazes, He smiled at me with poise and displeasure. After tying it up, Bai Ningbing seemed unaware of anything was wrong and fired a punch at the people around him. Han Xiao asked, stunned. Everyone was looking at each other for marriage, but it didn't seem like a problem. Was they overreacting? At that moment, Bai Shuiwei put down his attendance and walked over to Bai Ningbing. His aunt and Bai Ningbing were watching his little niece. His face still wore a warm smile. The vice runner did quite well today. Should we expand into other training activities with us? Bai Shuiwei was still hesitating. He wanted to participate in other training events, but he was a bit worried that Mei Qishi might not be able to handle this military training and something might happen. Before he could think of an answer, I only asked one of the instructors. Raising his chin proudly, he said, "It was the instructor's suggestion. If the deputy runner wins, the other person will have to be their underling. I beat Bai Shuiwei, so he wants to be my underling." The officer immediately glared at the instructor. What nonsense! A perfectly good physical fitness test is now being included in gambling. Bai Shuiwei is Director Bai's own niece. Now she's being made to be a subordinate to a classmate, carrying tea to the cement room and hanging her back. What does Director Bai think? The instructor immediately shrank his head and apologized. "Sorry, Captain Yang, I didn't think it through. I went back to write a 20,000-word self-criticism, but inside I was already in tears." He just said it all. Bai Ningbing smiled. "Let's end this farce for now. Testing plus winning and losing really isn't good." I was unhappy when I heard this and pouted, saying, "Bai Ning, Director Bai, you can't just show favoritism to Bai Shuiwei just because he's your niece. That's called building relationships." When others heard this, they felt their scalps tingle again. Wow, this ancestor really has guts. He really isn't afraid at all of offending Director Bai, right? He's not afraid, but we are. Everyone didn't dare make a sound, just hoping Mei Xiaojiu would quickly shut up. Bai Ningbing's deep eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that I didn't agree, half smiling, half smiling. "What, you really want Shuiwei to be your little brother?" "Oh no, it's over." Baiju got angry. This kid is really something. If Baiju were a little more kind to him, she'd be lawless. Now look at it. Bai Shuiwei was also a bit worried his aunt might get angry at me. After all, he had already agreed to this matter himself. It made no sense to deny losing now. So the team said to Bai Ningbing, "Auntie, I promised the loser to be the other side's follower before. Now I accept the bet, so you don't need to get involved in this matter." Bai Ningbing's gaze lingered on Bai Shuiwei again, his eyes growing much darker. After a while, his faintly red lips tugged. Shudi smiled and said, "Suit me," then walked forward. Bai Ningbing walked away. The tense atmosphere instantly eased, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then they hurriedly followed Bai Ningbing away. I didn't understand the shift in atmosphere and didn't pay much attention, so I followed as soon as I was about to leave. Bai Shuiwei walked over to me, looking at the surrounded Bai Ningbing ahead. He warned me, "Don't mess with my aunt. She doesn't get angry often, but when she does, it's scary." I didn't care and said, "I'm not afraid of him." I thought, it's not like I've made him angry before. In the end, he calmed down and came back to find me. Bai Shuiwei laughed at my bold, fearless spirit. But thinking that my aunt and I would never cross paths again, warning him really didn't help, so he gave up. Then he glanced at me again. I asked, "What did you do before?" "Breaking records with a weighted party run." I casually replied, "Rice transplanter, rice seedling." Bai Shuiwei was silent for a moment, then said leisurely, "No bound feet. Do I look easy to fool? I'm greedy. Look at this. How can this guy turn the tables on others?" But Bai Shuiwei was angry for a while, and gradually his anger subsided. He curled his lips and raised an eyebrow at me. "You're not going to say anything, huh?" "Don't worry. I'll investigate myself." Hearing this, I blinked and looked at Bai Shuiwei calmly. "Then keep it up." Bai Ningbing walked at the front, but kept watching the two of us behind him. Seeing that I, this little ingrate, didn't notice his anger at all and was chatting and laughing with his niece, I felt especially irritated. This made him very unhappy. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing stopped and called out to Bai Shuiwei behind him. Shuiwei heard Xiao Du calling him. Bai Shuiwei hurried forward. I saw him and quickly followed, but I had just walked over. Bai Ningbing turned back and smiled at me, saying, "Classmate, we want to have a private talk. Is that okay?" I watched Bai Ningbing and Bai Shuiwei gradually walk away, dumbfounded. What was going on? Bai Ningbing actually ended up pressing me against me. He used to ignore me when it was important and never took risks, but now he's kicked me out. Turns out, blood relatives are different. No hope of dying to finish 5 kilometers. It was already an hour later and he just got back. I heard two major events. Mei Xiaozhou's shoelaces fell apart. It turned out to be by Ningbing sending him the laces. Second, because Mei Xiaozhou and Bai Shuye performed exceptionally well, they were selected by Ningbing to participate in other training activities. For the next 6 days, he wouldn't participate in the group military training. These two things made him utterly hopeless. How could this happen? How did things turn out like this? He tried every thought and method, but still couldn't get to see Bai Ningbing. But Mei Xiaozhou only took a quick run and unexpectedly caught Bai Ningbing's attention. Not only did he send him shoelaces, but he even joined Bai Shuye in a training session alone. If he'd known this would attract Bai Ningbing's attention, he would have carried 40 kilograms at the time. Anyway, he and Mei Xiaozhou both carried Mei family blood. He didn't believe he could be worse than Mei Xiaozhou. But now, regretting it was useless. There was no hope, but aside from beating his chest and stomping his feet, he could only see if he could come up with a way to get in touch with Bai Shuye. He asked him to introduce me to Bai Ningbing. The other training items Bai Ningbing mentioned included not only combat skills but also shooting, simple weapon disassembly and bomb disposal, and so on. I actually learned these early on as a member of the Special Operations Bureau. These are all basic skills. Bai Ningbing asked me to do it, not because he wanted me to train, but because he was worried I'd be too exhausted from the sun outside, so he found an excuse to let me stay somewhere cool. Whether it's training or playing is entirely up to me, but I actually got involved with his niece. This was unexpected for Bai Ningbing. Now that he keeps Bai Shuye by his side, Bai Ningbing feels that my little resentful gaze behind him is about to materialize and pierce him out. Bai Shuye also feels uncomfortable all over. He glanced at Mei Xiaozhou behind him, then quickly walked off with Bai Ningbing. After leaving me a bit away, he said, "Auntie, you don't have to take such good care of me." Bai Ningbing smiled with joy. Bai Shuye said seriously, "Being Mei Xiaozhou's little brother is my own choice. You kept me by your side, so Mei Xiaozhou must be dissatisfied. After all, everyone at school said he was a minor, but now his behavior was no exception." Bai Ningbing saw Bai Shuye's sincere expression and couldn't admit he really hadn't thought to care for him. He was simply unhappy about seeing him hang out with me. After all, my status was special and my mind was dumb. If I accidentally revealed my identity in front of Bai Shuye, that would be bad. At that moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly asked Bai Shuye, "What do you think of Mei Xiaozhou?" Bai Shuye was stunned for a moment, then honestly confessed. "At first, I thought he was a child, and because of some things I didn't like him. But now it seems like he's just in his mind and won't be reborn. Also, as for his aunt, I feel like Mei Xiaozhou has another identity." Unlike ordinary people, Bai Ningbing nodded and said to Bai Shuye with a bright smile, "Mei Xiaozhou clearly has a special background. With someone as complicated as him, you should avoid associating with him or you'll get into trouble." Bai Shuye had always admired Bai Ningbing, so I obeyed Bai Ningbing's words without hesitation. "I understand, Auntie." Bai Ningbing said again, "Since you want to fulfill the bet, you can go back. After these 7 days, don't associate with him anymore." Then Bai Shuye returned to my side. Seeing him approach, I immediately curiously asked, "Bai Shuye, what did you just say to your aunt?" Bai Shuye pouted, acting arrogant. "What did I say to my aunt? What does it have to do with you?" Seeing Bai Shuye's attitude, I immediately complained unhappily. "Bai Shuye, I'm your boss now, and you actually talk to him like that? Is there anyone who acts like a subordinate?" Bai Shuye tilted his head and glanced at me. Speaking slowly, "Boss, can't a subordinate have a bit of privacy? Do I have to report to you about eating several meals a day?" I'll pout and say no more. "I'm just curious what you said to your aunt." Bai Ningbing used to never guard any private matters, but this time he actually whispered to Bai Shuye. It instantly made me very unhappy. Bai Shuye saw that I was feeling a bit down, thought for a moment, and didn't say anything. We just talked about some private family matters, which weren't suitable to reveal to outsiders. "You have secrets you don't want others to know, don't you?" I thought about it and realized it was true. I hadn't been honest with Bai Shuye before, but I had him reveal his secret. That wasn't fair. After figuring it out, I compromised. "All right, if you don't want to talk, then forget it." Bai Shuye saw that I stopped pestering her. I didn't send a single message. I thought, is this kid actually pretty easy to talk to? As long as you reason with him, he won't make a fuss. Maybe I'm a pretty good person. After dinner, the other instructors in the unit took me and Bai Shuye to the shooting range to practice shooting. At the shooting range, the instructor gave us a detailed introduction to how to use firearms, then smiled and said, "When using a gun for the first time, your arm must be steady. Otherwise, the recoil can easily cause your hand to be dislocated." Then Bai Shuye skillfully pulled down the slide, loaded the bullets, activated the safety, then aimed at the target and fired rapidly. 10 shots in total, all fired without a single break. The instructor immediately ran over to check the targets. 10 bullets in total, all hitting the target. The instructor looked at Bai Shuye in surprise and exclaimed, "This isn't your first time playing with guns." right? This result is almost on par with the Special Forces soldiers. Bai Shuiwe curled his lips and said, "Not bad. I've trained in the army before." Bang bang bang, firing done. I looked at the target ahead and snorted. This distance is way too close. No challenge at all. Then the instructor checked the target, and only the center of the target had a bullet hole left. Seeing this, the instructor couldn't help but gasp. He walked over holding the target, looking at me in disbelief. "You didn't hit the bullseye every time, did you?" Pursed my lips. "This should be something you guys confirmed. Why are you asking me?" Bai Shuiwe hurried over to take a look. He saw that the entire target had only the bullseye hole left with bullet holes, and not even a scratch mark around the holes. In this situation, either only one bullet hit the target or there were 10 bullets. All the bullets passed through the bullet holes along the same trajectory. The first scenario isn't hard, but the second scenario is nearly impossible. You have to understand, guns have recoil. Even when firing in bursts under the influence of recoil, the hand shifts slightly, and once it shifts, the trajectory changes. So even if you hit the bullseye all the time, you'll basically have to leave several bullet holes. But my target only has one bullet hole, so I'm either a lucky ordinary person who hit the bullseye, or a genius gunner with extremely high precision. I saw Bai Shuiwe and the instructor's gaze, and it almost smashed me, Deng Chung. I was a bit dissatisfied, staring at people without saying a word. That's really rude. Okay? Because I'm not sure what kind of intelligence I have. The instructor quickly called other soldiers over to study together. But after a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. So the instructor walked up to me, smiling and said, "Xiao Jiu, can you fight again?" I agreed without hesitation and readily. "Sure," but this time the instructor brought out another target, marking red dots in different areas. He smiled at me and said, "Xiao Jiu, don't hit all the bullseye spots this time. Just use the red dots. Is that okay?" "No problem." I arrived at the shooting point, picked up my gun, didn't even do any pre-aiming, just fired rapidly at the target. Bang bang, all 10 bullets fired, each one passing through the red dot with precision. This time, all the soldiers present were stunned. They really hit the target, and they hadn't even done the aiming. Wow, is this kid a genius marksman? If he doesn't become a sniper, it would be a waste of talent. Although Bai Shuiwe didn't exclaim like the others, his eyes showed surprise. This kid is really this good at shooting? Bai Shuiwe walked up to me and asked, "Mei Xiaojiu, what did you do before?" No matter how strong the shooting is, just as I was about to speak, he jumped in. Don't say he learned this with slingshots in the countryside. I saw Bai Shuiwe's curious expression, his eyes darting around, and he started to keep him guessing. Of course, I didn't learn to shoot with slingshots. Bai Shuiwe asked, "How could that be?" I stuck out my tongue at him and made a half-funny face, saying, "Why should I tell you? Your little brother is not obedient at all. Boss, I won't indulge you anymore." Bai Shuiwe's blood pressure started rising again. Then he questioned life again. How did he think Mei Xiaojiu was a good person before? Was he out of his mind? My situation quickly reached the military leadership. Several officers surrounded by Ningbing, Bai Ju. That kid doesn't seem like an ordinary person. What exactly is his background? Bai Ningbing sat lazily crossing his legs in the center of the sofa, his posture calm and elegant. Then he said, "You don't need to know who he is. Anyway, he's one of us. I'm here this time. I just want him to spar with our soldiers and see how big the gap is. You don't have to hold back. Call all the best soldiers over. The method is flexible. You can fight solo, cart, or team fights." As soon as he said this, everyone present gasped. Does this mean that kid will have to fight against the best soldiers of their entire unit? And as long as we can beat him, our methods are unlimited. What incredible confidence is that? Everyone present quickly came up with a prediction. This military training was supposed to be their way of training students, but judging by Ningbing's attitude, it seemed he had sent someone to conduct reverse military training on them. By evening, I found Bai Shuiwe. He slyly said to him, "Bai Shuiwe, how about we sneak out and get some skewers?" Bai Shuiwe looked at me with a look that said, "Are you okay? Are you crazy? At this hour, you still want to sneak out for skewers? You haven't eaten enough during the day." I stroked my chin. When I came to the military today, I found a place with grilled lamb skewers. The lamb is freshly slaughtered, and the meat is especially large and looks delicious. The military meals are good, but there aren't those kinds of lamb skewers because I haven't eaten any. I couldn't stop thinking about it even more. Bai Shuiwe's expression twitched slightly. He turned to leave. "I'm not going." "No, don't." I grabbed Bai Shuiwe's arm, but he shook me off with a grump. "Mei Xiaojiu, are you out of your mind? Do you know how strict the bars are in the military? If you sneak out secretly, if you get caught, the punishment is light. Besides, my aunt is still in the army, so she wouldn't dare sneak out." My eyes sly as I swore, "Don't be afraid. Today, I've already figured out all the surveillance points in the entire unit. If you follow me, I guarantee you won't be discovered. Bai Shuiwei was baffled after hearing this. When did you figure it out? I proudly lifted my chin and snorted. Are you silly? When we ran with the load today, wasn't it just running around the whole unit? Back then, I had already mapped out the perimeter. Then, when I took us on a tour in the afternoon, I figured out the internal surveillance footage. Bai Shuiwei listened to my smug explanation. My eyelids twitched so much I couldn't hear it. In the end, Bai Shuiwei still refused my invitation. Although I regretted it, I also thought Bai Shuiwei was loyal enough to not even think about reporting me. When I was alone, I bypassed the surveillance and the guards. Just as I was about to climb over the wall, my phone suddenly rang in my pocket. I was startled. If someone heard the ringtone at this moment, it would be ruined. I realized it was a call from Bai Ningbin, so I quickly hid in a nearby tree bucket. Then I answered the call. Bai Ningbin's half-smirk voice came through. Why are you squatting by the wall so late at night? Hearing this, I almost jumped up in fright. I quickly checked around but didn't find any suspicious people or surveillance cameras. Then he quietly asked, Bai Ningbin, how did you know I was standing by the corner? You turned on X-ray. I'm going to report you for cheating. Bai Ningbin laughed. You've played too many games, huh? Come to the 301 Central Training Room immediately. There's a mission. Missions. Although the exam is delicious, in my heart, tasks are always the top priority. Then I dashed toward the training room. I came over right away. Wait for me 3 minutes, and when I arrived, I found several senior officers from the unit still standing inside. I walked over to Bai Ningbin and asked, Bai Ning, Director Bai, do you need something from me? Bai Ningbin smiled and pointed at the officers. Tonight, spar with them for 3 minutes. Can you handle this? As soon as he said that, the officers nearby immediately looked at each other. 3 minutes. The instructor really looked down on people. They were all trained by Ningbin, carefully selected elite soldiers, and now they were looking for this stingy, liver-stricken kid. Sparring with them was one thing, but they said it would take 3 minutes to finish. Even though it was the instructor's arrangement, they all had to teach this kid a lesson, or else someone would really see him clearly. I glanced at the officers and punched them. It seemed like he was weighing something. Then he withdrew his gaze and said to Bai Ningbin, Director Bai, if I take them all down in 1 minute, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it in a minute. I turned my head and saw several officers' anger soaring, staring at me intently. Too arrogant. 3 minutes wasn't enough to deal with them, and now they shamelessly claimed it was done in 1 minute, no matter who this kid really was. Let him see what it means to be a social poison party. Several officers looked at Bai Ningbin and asked, Bai Ju, can we all go together? Bai Ningbin stood aside, smiling calmly. No restrictions on the method, that's good. The group started making hand signals. They knew this kid was acting strangely. Maybe there was something else to start, but it didn't matter. As long as we subdued him before he made a move, it would be over. I stood completely unprepared on the training platform. With his hands casually in his pockets, he casually told the group, I can do it anytime. You go ahead. The officers didn't waste any words and immediately surrounded me from all directions. Front, back, left, right. Bai Ningbin immediately saw through their tactics. If it were anyone else, it would be hard to escape from their grasp. But if the target was me, that would be a different story. Just as they were about to act, they saw a boy who was still 3 or 4 meters away from them. Suddenly, the little face appeared magnified before their eyes. Everyone was shocked, and their first reaction was to dodge. But before they could even dodge, for crash knock-knocks rang out one after another. The officers who had just been thinking about capturing me in one fell to the ground. By now, they were all lying on the ground. My movements were clean and efficient, as easy as a pat. Took less than 10 seconds. Done. One of the officers said speechlessly to his companions. What the hell? How did you all get knocked down? The others were also baffled, not knowing what was happening. It suddenly appeared right in front of them, and they didn't even have time to react. Classmate, we agreed on a minute. Are you being unruly? I, Wan Yen, turned my head and winked at them, obediently and earnestly said, if I said it would be done in less than 10 seconds, I wouldn't even give you any respect. Damn, then we should thank you. Clap, clap, clap. Bai Ningbin clapped and laughed as he walked toward me. Beautiful, but why are you getting so serious? I dashed over to Bai Ningbin. His handsome little face smiled brightly because he wanted to hurry to eat the skewers. Bai Ningbin, have I completed my mission? Can I go eat the skewers now? Bai Ningbin looked at me with a look full of indulgence and pampering, then smiled at the officers on the ground. You should have a sense of this kid's strength now. Go back and think carefully about how to plan your battle to defeat him. After we left, the officers slowly got up from the ground. Their faces were ashen. Look at me, look at you. After getting in the car, I suddenly remembered Bai Shuiwei and suggested, Bai Ningbin, Should we invite Bai Shuiyue to go have skewers together? Bai Ningbing looked up at me, a hint of humor in his eyes. You and Shuiyue are close, huh? I went out for barbecue and didn't forget to bring him along. I laughed and said, my relationship with him isn't great. My mood improved a little, just about to say, I'll come. In an instant, he felt the atmosphere around him drop quite a bit. Then he quickly corrected himself, saying, no, no. After getting the correct answer, Bai Ningbing's smile returned to normal. Then he smiled brightly and said, you said it yourself. I was instantly stunned. Even though I was the one who said it, I still felt something was off. The next day, after eating the lamb skewers, I woke up feeling refreshed. When Bai Shuiyue walked up to me, I could still feel a faint smell of lamb on me. Then he frowned, leaned close to me, and whispered, Mei Xiaojiu, you didn't really go out for lamb skewers last night, did you? I looked at him with a big smile and said, yes, I did. That place's lamb skewers are really delicious. I have a good taste. Bai Shuiyue saw I was still wanting more, and the corner of her mouth twitched hard. Do you know you still smell like lamb? If you sneak out if they're caught, you're finished. As he spoke, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, my aunt isn't here. His sense of smell is especially sharp. If he were next to you, he'd definitely know you slipped away. You have no idea how strict your aunt is. If he catches you, you'll be dead. I listened blankly, wanting to tell Bai Shuiyue. Last night, Bai Ningbing took me out to eat skewers, but I just didn't know how to start. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li De, the instructor from my original formation, was training students. Today, they didn't have to run with weights anymore, they just needed to do line training. But under the blazing sun, the students were standing upright and had been on the training ground for a full hour. For those who usually can't pick hands or lift their hands, this was pure torture. At this moment, two students mumbled in the sound of mosquitoes. The instructor immediately overheard him, turned his head, and said, what are you saying? There's so much to say. Then stand for another half hour. As soon as he said this, the students wailed and wailed. Enough! He also said there would be another 10 minutes of penalties. Everyone immediately fell silent. At that moment, there was no hope of standing right in front of the instructor with Zhu Chun, not daring to move. It was utterly tortured. Just then, an officer walked over. He told him, we're going to the central training ground right away. Li De agreed right away, then told the students still practicing military supplies, if you need water, drink water. If you need to rest, rest. But don't run around. Xiaoxi, stand at attention. Dismissed on the spot. Everyone responded in unison. At that moment, Zhu Chen leaned in and asked, hey, where do you think the instructor and the others are going? Who knows? No hope, no interest in this now. Rather than what the instructors were up to, he was more curious now to see if he could sneak out and find Bai Ningbing while the instructor was away. He saw hopeless eyes sweep toward the military building, and a thought gradually formed in his mind. Li De and the other instructors gathered at the training ground. But inside the training ground, besides their group, there was another voice that stood out from the crowd. Me. Someone noticed me sitting in the corner playing games and immediately spoke to Li De. Is that your student of Fangzheng? Li De glanced over and realized it really was. Then he called out to me. I looked up at the sound and saw that the instructor from yesterday was walking toward me. I obediently went up to greet him. Instructor, what a coincidence, you're here too. Li De looked at me and said, why did you come here? Outsiders can't get in, and you sneaked here to play games? Which instructor is in charge now? Be careful or get fined if you find out. I smiled. I wouldn't get punished. Director Bai just told me to come here and wait here first. Li De was stunned for a second, then suddenly understood and said, I get it. So you were called over to train with us too. Just then, the officers walked in. The instructors saw the leader arrive and immediately lined up. Li De waved at me, saying, you love it, stand in front. Just like that, I was forced to stand in the front row. The officer, who had been looking serious, saw me. I immediately trembled uncontrollably like a mouse seeing a cat, then quickly walked over to me and said, Xiao Jiu, you're here. I nodded. Director Bai, did you want me to wait here? He said he had something to do. All right, come stand next to me. I'll follow the officer out of the line, then stand beside him. At this moment, Captain Liu, standing in front, began to introduce everyone. You should have heard about today's training. Let me introduce it to you now. Mei Xiaojiu is your instructor for this special training. As soon as he said this, the instructors immediately erupted in discussion. Captain Liu, are you kidding? Isn't he a Lequatan student? How can a student train us? Captain Liu said angrily. Who's joking with you? Mei Xiaojiu, Instructor Mei. I'm your instructor for this training. The training is simple. You can fight individually, in teams, or in rotation, any method you choose. As long as we can capture Instructor May for 5 seconds, that's enough. Of course, my advice is not to fight alone, and not to save Grandpa like Calabash Brothers. Keep sending them one by one. Use tactics and coordination to find a way to capture him. Then he turned his head and said to me, Xiao Zhou, your task is to knock them down in the shortest possible time. Can you do it in 3 minutes? I glanced at the instructors, raised an eyebrow, and confidently said, No need. I can handle it in 1 minute. Captain Lu started sneaking in some private fire. No, not even 1 minute, just lock the time at 3. Because he played with a few friends. Guess how long I can take down these punks. He only pressed 3 minutes. I wonder why he locked the time at 3. Captain Lu made a serious mistake and said, Instructor May, you don't get it, do you? It's easy for you to quickly take them out, but to buy time and deal with them without being caught is a huge challenge. It's also a test for you. I was completely fooled and believed it. I nodded. So that's how it is. After hearing Captain Lu's conversation with me, the instructors below started to protest. Captain Lu, this is too much. We haven't even started fighting yet. We're already sure we'll be knocked down. Who are you looking down on? Exactly, we have 20 people here. Can't you catch a kid? Still take us down in 3 minutes. If this kid can pull it off, I'll never make friends with you again in this lifetime. Captain Lu, stop immediately. Hey, you can't say that recklessly. I'm saying this to boost your fighting spirit. If you can win, that's great, but if you can't, don't lose heart. Life is unpredictable, and there will always be someone stronger than you. Just keep it calm. The instructor beside Lida couldn't help but start complaining. Lida, you're Mei Xiaozhou's instructor too. Go up and show him how you look in a bit. Isn't that right? Lida still doesn't think he'll lose. He even felt that if he went to fight me, he'd be bullying the young man. Then Captain Lu said to the instructors, You have 5 minutes to discuss the battle plan. The instructor next to Lida immediately raised his hand and said, Report, Captain Lu. Lida said he was enough alone. Captain Lu heard this and said irritably, Don't go it alone. Why don't you listen to advice? The instructors below shouted, Captain Lu, Lida is Mei Xiaozhou's instructor. Let them fight, right? Lida, hurry up and show this kid what a special forces soldier is. With the brothers' encouragement, Lida was pushed forward like a duck on a shelf, standing straight and speaking to Captain Lu. Reporting to Captain Lu, I want to give it a try. Captain Lu has no choice, can only use the blank wrench. All right, if you want to try, just give it a try. These brats just won't cry until they see the coffin. Perfect, let's use this chance to show them what it means to see what it means to have a higher mountain. There's always someone better. Lida walked up to me again, smiled helplessly and said, No choice. Xiaozhou, the call is too loud. Let's just exchange a few moves. Don't worry. I'll go easy on you. My Russian spun a punch on Lida. Then he curled his lips into a smile at Lida, his eyes curving into a smile. Instructor, you're really nice. Don't worry. I'll be gentle with you too. Hearing this, Lida thought to himself, Does this kid really think I can knock him down like I did yesterday? While Lida was still lost in thought, Captain Lu issued an attack command. Are you ready? As soon as Lida heard this, he hurriedly made an attacking move. But the next second, the world started spinning before his eyes. Then, with a loud bang, the man was knocked to the ground again. In just 1 second, Lida lay on the ground with wide eyes, seemingly not yet reacting to what was happening. I bent down and smiled at Lida lying on the ground. Instructor, are you okay? Lida was stunned, watching the beaming smile from above as he gradually pulled through the future. No way, he hadn't even started before he was already taken out. The other instructors saw this and immediately went wild. Lida, what are you sleepwalking for? You got knocked down in 1 second. Lida, don't ever say you're part of our unit. Captain Lu shouted at the noisy crowd and warned you again. Don't act alone. Don't act alone. Thinking of tactical group combat, another dissatisfied Special Forces soldier stepped forward. Wait a moment, Captain Lu. I'll give it a try. Even though Lida had already been knocked down by Mei Xiaozhou, he still felt Lida had underestimated the enemy. Instead of Mei Xiaozhou winning by sheer strength, Captain Lu saw that these people still wouldn't give up and sneered. If you don't believe me, then try again. Everyone who wanted to try stepped forward. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 Special Forces soldiers stepped forward, all eager to participate. Captain Lu turned to me with a smile and said, Xiaozhou, no need to be polite with these brats. Take them out as fast as possible. The Special Forces soldiers complained, Captain Lu, that's too much. I didn't look down on people like that. I just pushed him to think hard. All right, then I quickly attacked them. My speed was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. In an instant, I was right in front of those people. What speed? Everyone was about to defend, but I acted way too fast. Unstoppable. Swift. Steady. Precise. And ruthless. Even though the opponent had set up a defensive stance, I still easily broke through and struck a vital spot. Bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the Special Forces soldier who had been eager just moments ago. At this moment, he was already knocked to the ground and couldn't even get up. Seeing this, the others were shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Li Da was killed alone. It could be said he was distracted and careless. But now, 7 or 8 of them were knocked down in the blink of an eye. I can't just say they're distracted, right? Unbelievable. Who is this kid? He's so fast you can't even see clearly. Not just fast, but his strength far surpasses theirs. Didn't you notice the others have already reacted and started attacking him? But Mei Xiaojiu easily neutralized them all and then counterattacked. I guess this kid really understands human body science. Every strike hits a vital spot. Look, they still can't get up. I'm with my hands on my hips. He asked the remaining people if anyone else wanted to compete. Everyone instantly fell silent, afraid of being called out. Captain Lu saw that those arrogant brats had now swallowed their words and expressed satisfaction. He smiled brightly and glanced at everyone. He said, "Why are you all mute now? If you're not confused, then quickly discuss tactics and reiterate. As long as you can restrain Xiaojiu for 5 seconds, even if you win," everyone exclaimed after hearing this. 5 seconds. Then everyone would marry each other. Before, they thought Captain Lu looked down on so many of them to deal with a young guy. But after seeing my performance, they were angry and wondering if Captain Lu was overestimating them. This kid maxed out both speed and strength. Who can restrain him for 5 seconds? It's really tough. Okay? Captain Lu ordered directly. Enough talk. If you can't finish it, the training tasks for the next week will be doubled, and everyone will have to write a 10,000-word star text. Everyone immediately wailed in despair. At that moment, I turned to Captain Lu and said, "Captain Lu, what about me? If they keep catching me, they won't want me to keep playing cat and mouse games. Feels so boring." Captain Lu smiled and said, "Xiaojiu, just put in a bit of trouble. Practice with these guys. Once they're all exhausted and start to get down, it's over. I'll grab the keyword right away. As long as they get down and start moving, it's over. You said no backing out." At this moment, all the special forces felt that something was off about that sentence. Hey, little ancestor, what are you doing? Don't mess around." On the other side, Wuchi quietly slipped into the military building. But he wasn't familiar with this place and didn't know where to find Bai Ningbing. He could only wander around the building like a headless fly. So, unsurprisingly, he was caught red-handed by the soldiers inside. "Who are you? What are you wandering around for?" Feeling guilty like a thief, he was suddenly called out. He cried out in surprise, then quickly turned back and squeezed out 2 tears. Pretending to be pitiful, he said, "Hello, instructor. I'm a student at Lequerton. I'm here to find a friend, but I got lost." The soldier walked over, his face dark, and asked, "What friend? The military building is closed to outsiders. Your instructor didn't tell you. Which formation are you from? What's your name?" Messi stammered when he heard the other ask. Inside, he was anxious and panicked. Oh no, barging into the military building without permission will get him publicly criticized. He's going to lose face. Just as Messi Wang was flustered and at a loss, a sharp, cold voice came from behind. "Brother Su, he's my friend, here to find me." Hearing the voice, Messi Wang immediately turned around. It was Bai Shuiyue. The soldier was stunned for a moment. His gaze quickly shifted to Bai Shuiyue and Messi Wang. Then he showed an expression of "I understand" and smiled, saying, "All right, since he's your friend, I'll let him off this time. But from now on, you can't let outsiders in casually." Bai Shuiyue smiled. "Okay, thank you, Brother Su." After the other party left, his gaze fell on Messi Wang again. "Why did you come here? Don't you know you can't just enter the military building?" Meishi Wang saw Bai Shuiyue. He immediately sniffed in grievance. "Isn't it because you never came out to find me? I saw the instructor left, so I sneaked in." Bai Shuiyue raised an eyebrow. "So you came here just to find me?" Messi looked at him for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Bai Shuiyue saw his reaction, swallowed lightly, and gave a cool smile. "Is it really necessary to show such a troubled expression? I know you want to come find my aunt, right?" Messi looked a bit embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. He immediately changed the subject. "Where's Mei Xiaojiu? Didn't he come in to train with you? Why isn't he with you?" Bai Shuiyue shrugged and said, "He's been called to do other training." Although Bai Shuiyue felt a bit disappointed, he admitted it. "The difference between him and me," Messi Wang responded and casually asked, "Is he doing well in there?" Bai Shuiyue replied, "Very good." This remark immediately struck Messi Wang's nerves. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Bai Shuiyue. "Do you think highly of him? Is he even better than you?" Bai Shuiyue smiled. "Compared to Mei Xiaojiu, he's worlds apart. Mei Xiaojiu is Yun, he's you, but Mei Shiwang is mistaken." I thought Bai Shuiyue looked down on him for comparing to me. Then the topic shifted to Bai Mingbing. By the way, Bai Shuiwei, you said you'd take me to see your aunt. He's still in the army, right? Do you have time now? Can you? Bai Shuiwei saw Messi looking at him with a quiet, cold look and felt a bit stifled. He frowned slightly. The army isn't my home, and besides, my aunt came to the army for important matters. It's not something you can just see whenever you want. Messi Wang was instantly a bit disappointed. Can't you go find him any time? Bai Shuiwei looked at him and said discontentedly. Of course not. Messi Wang sighed. All right. I know you can't force things like this, or you'll just annoy Bai Shuiwei, who took him to meet Bai Mingbing. Bai Shuiwei saw Messi Wang showing an undisguised look of regret, which made him even more annoyed. He said, if you're fine, just go back first. I want to practice shooting a bit more. Messi Wang shamelessly followed after Bai Shuiwei, blinking and saying, if you want to practice shooting, take me with you, okay? I want to see you shoot the shot. It must be super cool. Yen Bai Shuiwei paused, glanced sideways at Messi beside him, and saw his face full of anticipation. His gloomy mood eased a little, and he unconsciously raised his eyebrows. You want to see me practice shooting? Messi looked at Bai Shuiwei with eyes full of anticipation. Is that okay? Bai Shuiwei glanced at him, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Walk down the hall. Come on, I'll take you to see it. In the blink of an eye, a whole morning passed. The instructors crawled out of the training room like dead dogs. I originally wanted to play a bit tricky and knock them down and then slip away, but Captain Liu kept me in the training room and trained those people all morning. So much so that whenever the Special Forces soldiers, who had been thoroughly tormented, saw me, their legs trembling and foaming at the mouth, they were truly scared of me, this little devil. When I arrived at the cafeteria and was about to get my food, I happened to see Bai Shuiwei and Messi Wang also coming to eat. I asked in confusion, Messi Wang, why are you here too? Of course not. This is the internal cafeteria. Outsiders can't just come in. Messi looked at me provocatively. Then I'm going in. How about that? Just then, Instructor Lida happened to see Messi and immediately called out, Messi Wang, why did you end up here? Messi Wang was startled. After all, he had sneaked in quietly. Seeing his instructor, he started acting guilty. Lida frowned and walked over. Who told you to come in? Didn't I say outsiders can't enter the military building at will? Coming in without permission? Want to be publicly criticized? I smiled and nodded in agreement. Clearly, Messi doesn't understand any manners at all. Who would have thought that my shout would catch Lida's attention? When Lida saw me, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat. Xiao Zhou cried out, Xiao Zhou! Seeing Lida's terrified expression, I was still upset, but before I could ask why he was this person, Lida searched his eyebrow. There was nothing I could do. I had committed such a brutal act of violence that morning. It left Lida with an indelible psychological shadow, so that now, whenever he sees me, his actions move faster than his mind, leaving him unable to think about anything else. He can only run ahead and move forward. Seeing Lida's sudden brows surge into the shadow, Bai Shuiwei, who had originally wanted to plead for Mesawang, also fell silent with him. He turned to look at me. What did you do to the instructor? How did he see you and me? I was so unaware of my own actions. I was angry and put my hands on my hips. How would I know? Do I look scary? Why do you run away as soon as you see me? Seeing that there was no escape, Messi started attacking me again. Then you really need to reflect. What exactly did you do at the recruitment banquet? The instructor actually walked away when he saw you. Mei Xiaojiu, can you please stop like this? You've completely disgraced the Mei family. I squinted, clenched my fists, and said to Messi Wang, are you looking for a beating? Mei Shi Wang immediately dodged behind Bai Shuiwei and gritted his teeth, saying, Mei Xiaojiu, why do you always want to hit people? This is the military. I heard from Bai Shuiwei. His aunt values discipline above all else. If she finds out you're fighting in the military, you're dead. If I twist my wrist, I want to see if I'm really doomed. Bai Shuiwei saw I was about to get serious, and her expression lit up. Ready to stop me, Mei Xiaojiu. Who would have thought? Just then, someone shouted, Director Bai is here. I immediately looked toward the support area and saw a crowd not far away, with Bai Ningbing shining like a towering beam of light. Surrounded by everyone, he walked gracefully toward the cafeteria. Messi Wang immediately spotted Bai Ningbing. His heart was so excited it almost leapt into his throat, and he couldn't wait to go to Bai Ningbing's side. But since the other party didn't know him, rushing over would likely provoke their displeasure. So Messi Wang immediately remembered Bai Shuiwei beside him and hurriedly called out, wanting Bai Shuiwei to take him to Bai Ningbing's side right away. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, I suddenly ran straight toward Bai Ningbing. Seeing this, Messi Wang was so shocked he nearly popped out. What is Mei Xiaojiu doing? How dare he so brazenly go to Bai Ningbing? Who gave him the courage? Wasn't anyone stopping him? Yet when others saw me go to Bai Ningbing, not only did they stop me, they even stepped aside to clear a passage after seeing me. This nearly shattered Messi's worldview. What's going on with these people? Are they really that lacking in sense of crisis? They actually sent Mei Xiaojiu over directly. If Mei Xiaojiu tries to attack Bai Ningbing, they're the good guys who accomplices. Mei Shiwang gritted his teeth, staring with pleading eyes, both anxious and angry. I was hoping Bai Ningbing would treat me coldly for my lack of manners, even to get him out of sight. Unfortunately, that wish was dashed. When Bai Ningbing saw me, he smiled brightly and said, I heard from Captain Lu. You worked hard this morning. It's not like it's super tough. I don't use formalities. When I feel tired, I just express it directly. Especially in front of Bai Ningbing, it's even more so no secrets. Bai Ningbing smiled and asked, should I add an extra lunch to you? I was so happy I had to eat lots and lots of delicious food to replenish the energy I burned this morning. At that moment, Bai Shuiyue and Messi Wang also came over. Bai Ningbing glanced sideways and smiled as he greeted his little niece. What did you practice this morning? The main focus was on shooting, Bai Shuiyue said as he glanced at me, then reached out and pulled me close. Mei Xiaojiu, come here. He dragged me over, very dissatisfied. What are you doing? Bai Shuiyue was completely speechless. Is this kid crazy? In front of so many people, he was so disrespectful to his aunt. Auntie saw there were so many people around, so she was more polite to him and didn't lose her temper. But he was the one who acted out, quite good at pushing his luck, climbing up the heights without treating himself as an outsider. Messi looked at me shamelessly and stepped forward to get close to Bai Ningbing. He was almost furious. His face twitched slightly, but he still had to keep smiling. He insincere and said to me, Brother Xiaojiu, Director Bai is busy with affairs every day. Please don't bother him. I was speechless. How am I bothering him? What I said to Bai Ningbing. Do you still need to gossip? Do you live by the sea? Why are you so meddlesome? Messi looked carelessly and said sternly, you're disturbing me and still haven't realized it yet. I don't care how you used to live in the countryside, but once you're in the city you have to follow the rules. Then he took the opportunity to step forward, winking at Bai Ningbing and apologizing in a sweet voice. Sorry, Director Bai, my brother grew up in the countryside and didn't have much upbringing. If he offended you, I'll apologize on his behalf. Please be magnanimous and don't take him too seriously. Messi Wang truly lives up to being Xia Rongyun's son. The paleface is always at ease. If your rank is lower, it's easy to be fooled by his sugar-coated cannon fire. Unfortunately, the one in front of him now is Bai Ningbing, so Messi looks like he's defending but actually undermining me. Bai Ningbing saw through it at a glance. His gaze swept over Messi Wang with a heartless glance. Then his lips curled into a faint smile. And that smile almost made Messi Wang move away again. This woman is way too stubborn. If it were her girlfriend, I bet all the men in Longguo would envy me. While Messi Wang was still thinking about Ru Feifei, Bai Ningbing's half-smiling voice echoed, Classmate, this is the military building. Who allowed you in? With just one sentence, Messi's endless fantasies were instantly brought back to reality. He stared blankly at Bai Ningbing, only to see the woman before him wearing her usual smile. Unfortunately, the smile didn't reach the meaning and was a formidable military enemy. No permission. Who let you in? Messi glanced at him and immediately panicked. He hadn't expected his earlier performance to fail to attract attention. On the contrary, it made him notice that he had sneaked in. What should he do? What should I do? Messi Wang instinctively hid behind Bai Shuiyue, hoping Bai Shuiyue would say a few words for him. Bai Shuiyue immediately shielded Messi Wang behind him, feeling a bit nervous as well. He said to Bai Ningbing, Auntie, she's my classmate. She came to see me. I saw the instructor wasn't here this morning, and they didn't train, so I just let her stay here. Bai Ningbing smiled with a warning. Shuyu, this isn't the Bai family. I can indulge you elsewhere, but in the army. You have to follow the rules. Her voice wasn't loud, but she didn't get angry and felt threatened. Even Bai Shuiyue felt a tingling scalp and felt a lot of pressure. Messi Wang was overwhelmed by the heavy atmosphere, almost bursting into tears. She hadn't expected the consequences of sneaking into the military building without permission to be so serious, making Bai Ningbing so angry. Messi Wang was so panicked he cried out helplessly. Boo-hoo, if I'd known, I wouldn't have come in. Suddenly, a rumbling stomach rang out. The tense atmosphere was broken. Everyone mocked the person who made the noise. Looking over, I held my stomach and said to Bai Ningbing, Bai Ju, I'm hungry. When will we eat? Captain Lu half-coaxed and half-tricked me to stay on the training ground working for half a day. Now the cigarette but looked pitiful. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's time to eat. Come on. Come with me to the small cafeteria. The heavy aura dissolved, and the others feeling the pressure instantly breathed a sigh of relief. I took the opportunity to make another request for Bai Ningbing. I was exhausted this morning, but I need to make up for it by noon. The beggar's chicken I ate yesterday was really good. I want to eat it again today. Bai Ningbing saw my eyes practically sparkling with stars and laughed. Let the cafeteria arrange it. All right, with something delicious, I instantly regained my strength. I said to Bai Ningbing, hurry up. Let's go. Let's go to the small cafeteria. Before leaving, Bai Ningbing turned his head and smiled at Bai Shuiwe, who was still standing there. This time I won't pursue it. Don't let it happen again. Send your classmate out and don't let him in again. Bai Shiu lowered her head and thought hard. Got it, little aunt. In front of Bai Ningbing, even the heir of the prestigious Bai family would have to obey. He didn't expect his eyes to turn red at that moment. He felt everyone's eyes were focused on him, mocking and mocking, which embarrassed him to the extreme. But what was even harder for him to accept was that Wu Xiaojiu was actually going to eat with Bai Ningbing. Seeing the two of them about to walk away with no hope and no reason, he shouted at me and Bai Ningbing, wait, I'm rushing to eat. No way, no hope. Bai Ningbing was even less likely to pay attention to him. No hope. Neither of us showed any sign of stopping. He gritted his teeth and called out to me loudly again. Little wine brother. Because there was no hope. My cries were so desperate it sounded like a soul cry. I stopped, glanced back at him, and asked, what's going on? There's no hope, and I hate myself so much. But when I turned my head, he had to pretend to be a good little brother, his voice immediately softening. Brother Xiaojiu, we're real brothers. Can I have lunch with you at noon? No hope. Bai Ningbing seems pretty loyal to me. If I could plead for him, maybe Bai Ningbing would forgive his mistake of sneaking into the military building and even let me have dinner with him. When I heard those hopeless words, my eyes darted and then I immediately widened my eyes. Unbelievable, no hope. Didn't you hear what Director Bai just said? He told you to leave, not to come back in. Why are you still thinking about eating with me? You say I don't know the rules. I feel like you don't know the rules as well as I do. I spoke these words sincerely and professionally, with no selfish motives in mind. But I didn't expect to hear them. Instead, what I heard was blatant humiliation and mockery. His face flushed red once again as he looked at the gazes of those around him. As if unable to bear the humiliation, he covered his face and ran out crying. Seeing no hope of escape, Uncle Bai hurried after him. Seeing this, I found it quite baffling and turned to Bai Ningbing. Director Bai, am I wrong? Hopeless behavior means knowing not to break it? Why is he still feeling wronged? Bai Ningbing smiled at me and lectured. You didn't do anything wrong, Xiaojiu. Following the rules is right. Lowering the bottom line for so-called favors will only cause a big fire sooner or later. You have to always stick to your bottom line from now on, understand? I obediently nodded and asked, can we go eat now? Bai Ningbing smiled dotingly and said, let's go. Order whatever you want to eat. Uncle Bai chased after him, but there was no hope of leaving the military building. Then he grabbed his hand. After losing hope, he threw himself into Uncle Bai Yu's arms, crying his eyes out. Whoa, Uncle Bai Yu, I feel so embarrassed now. Why did Xiaojiu treat me like this? We're clearly brothers, but he deliberately made me embarrassed. He just wished I would die. Bai Shiu Vinian was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering. After a long pause, he whispered, actually, you can't blame Xiaojiu entirely for this. After all, my aunt has spoken. You want me to leave and then ask Mei Xiaojiu to plead for you to stay. Isn't this just making Mei Xiaojiu slap my aunt in the face right in front of me? No hope. I never expected Uncle Bai to defend me. He suddenly lifted his head and pushed Uncle Bai hard away. Unbelievable. Bai Shiu, what do you mean? Mei Xiaojiu made me lose such a big reputation. You didn't help me, but you spoke up for Mei Xiaojiu. Bai Shuiwe saw Mei wanting to be blinded by anger and frowned. I'm reasoning with you, even if it's to help Mei Xiaojiu. Bai Shuiwe hasn't even said anything even tougher. Mei Qishi is just unfair and tricky in handling things this time. Just a moment ago he was still confronting me, but now he's playing the emotional card again, making people help out of brotherly loyalty. Who would want to help? Now that she was just rejected, Mei Wangxi felt wronged. But if Mei Xiaojiu helped her but was scolded by Xiao Gu, she didn't think Mei Qiwang would feel guilty or upset because of it. It was simply because Mei Qiwang was someone she liked. So if it was too blunt, Bai Shuiwe didn't want to say it. Mei Wang couldn't argue and started being unreasonable. Haha, right, you all have a lot of reason. Mei Li is the only one who can handle it. Bai Shuiwe stepped forward with a stern face, wanting to pull her back. Mei Wang, can you calm down? Mei Qiwang stepped back, dodging Bai Shuiwe's hand, her eyes red as she shouted angrily. Bai Shuiwe, I've suffered such humiliation, and all you know is to keep me calm? Fine, since you think I'm being unreasonable, then don't bother me anymore. Go find your Mei Xiaojiu. You two should love each other for life. Get lost. After saying the harsh words, Mei Shiwang turned and ran away without looking back. He didn't know how long he ran before slowly stopping. After calming down, she also felt she couldn't fall out with Bai Shuiyue. Even if she couldn't catch Bai Ningbing's eye, she had to hold Bai Shuiyue tightly. She slowly looked back, hoping Bai Shuiyue would chase after her and keep comforting her. But unexpectedly, there was no one behind her. Bai Shuiyue actually didn't pursue her. Mei Shiwang almost lost her breath and was furious again. Why is Bai Shuiyue like this? Didn't she like me? Why didn't she keep chasing after her this time? Women really are no good. Back at the military building, Captain Lee hesitated again. He called out to Captain Lee. Captain Lee, is my aunt in a good mood right now? She was clearly angry just now. Bai Shuiyue was a bit worried. She went over and happened to bump into someone's gun. Captain Lee smiled and said, "It's fine. I think Director Bai seems to be in a pretty good mood." Bai Shiyu was a bit surprised. He had thought that hopeless things would make his aunt hold a grudge. It seemed he was overthinking it. Bai Shuiyue went to the small cafeteria and saw several people sitting inside. Some military officers and his aunt, and me. At that moment, the officer inside noticed Bai Shuiyue at the door and quickly called out, "Shuiyue is here." Listening to the officer's greeting, Bai Shuiyue said, "I'm here." He immediately waved over. "My little brother is here." Bai Ningbing also looked at him. There was a faint smile on his face, a hint of teasing. "You're back so soon? I thought you'd always be with your little boyfriend." Being beaten up like that by Ningbing, Bai Shuiyue felt a bit embarrassed. He explained, "Auntie, he's not my boyfriend, is that so?" Bai Ningbing's smile didn't change, "But you two looked very close. It's okay, right?" I don't know if Bai Shuiyue was just imagining it, but he kept feeling that his aunt's mood suddenly worsened again. At this moment, the dishes came up too. The food server brought the dishes while smiling as they introduced them. "But you all waited so long. This is the boat and shrimp, we just ate it for free. The king crab is half steamed, half garlic sauced, and the wagyu is made into steak roots." Bai Shuiyue saw these ingredients and stared wide-eyed. When did the army's meals get so good? These costs quite a bit. Isn't doing this in the army really a violation? Time flew by, and the week of military training was already the last day. The righteous freshmen, who were almost exhausted from tears after training, were overjoyed. "Great, finally it's the last day. I heard today's training is basically over. Tonight, the army will organize a farewell party for us." After the farewell party ended, they were leaving tomorrow. The instructors were gone, and everyone was chattering and discussing. Zhu Qin glanced around, then walked over to the downcast Messi Wan and curiously asked, hoping this was the last day, "Bai Shuiyue isn't still training inside, is he? Have you contacted him privately?" Messi Wang Wenyan showed a hint of superiority in his eyes, then shook his head and said, "No contact." Zhu Chun was surprised. "What? Is Bai Shuiyue going too far? Doesn't he like you? You've been training outside these past few days and working yourself to death. Not only did he not check on you, but he even put you in for training without even contacting him. What kind of person is this?" Hearing this, Messi Wang felt even more down. Ever since the second day of military training, after falling out with Bai Shuiyue, he never went to see Bai Shuiyue again. Bai Shuiyue was heartless and hadn't come to him these days. Messi Wang was now deeply sad and regretful, not understanding that he was just angry. He was throwing a little tantrum and wondered why Bai Shuiyue didn't come to comfort him. He used to like him so much, but now Messi Wang was even more afraid. What if Bai Shuiyue spent every day with Mei Xiaojiu these days and the two really developed feelings for each other? Damn it, that bastard Mei Xiaojiu. He'd better get as far away from Bai Shu as possible. If he found out I was targeting Bai Shuiyue, he definitely wouldn't let me off easy. Meanwhile, in the central training room of the military building, the Special Forces soldiers who had sparred with me were lined up neatly. "Bow to me, Instructor Mei, you've worked hard." I bowed very politely to everyone. "You've worked hard too. Up to today, all my training with the Special Forces soldiers has ended." After everyone saluted each other, they walked over with smiles and said, "It's almost lunchtime. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together." Meanwhile, Bai Shuiyue finished training and walked toward the cafeteria, bumping into me right by seeing Bai Shuiyue. I waved and greeted people openly. "Little brother, you're done training." Bai Shuiyue was used to seeing me walking with the Special Forces. He knew the Special Forces had been training these days, and I always went in and out with them. Then he walked toward me, and at that moment, a soldier approached and said to Bai Shuiyue, "Xiaojiu, Shuiyue, training is over. You can rejoin the unit now. Go back to your original formation." I was stunned for a moment. I hadn't even gotten a bite yet, and they already told me to go back. Isn't that a bit much? In the end, before joining the team, I still didn't give up and went to the cafeteria first, grabbed a few big chicken legs, and was finally satisfied. Meanwhile, some students resting on the playground were seen by someone. I immediately saw Bai Shuiwei coming out of the military building. Hurry up and read Shuiwei had returned. I didn't expect it. As soon as I heard Bai Shuiwei had returned, I turned around in surprise. But there was not only Bai Shuiwei coming back, but me too. The two of us walked side by side, each holding a big chicken leg in our hands, while I was still gnawing on a big drumstick. In front of a group of students with chicken guts and deer colors, their chicken legs were very eye-catching. Wow, chicken legs. Do these two have to be so embarrassing? Boo-hoo, I'm craving it, I want to eat a chicken leg too. Bai Shuiwei held the drumstick but wouldn't eat it. Could it be that someone brought it for someone? The surrounding students were all talking about it, while Zhu Chun excitedly shook his hopeless shoulder. Hope, didn't expect Bai Shuiwei to have some conscience? Knowing you haven't eaten well these days, he even brought you chicken legs for extra meals. Hopeless because he failed the physical fitness test. As punishment, even the food he ate was much worse than other students. These days, let alone meat, he rarely even saw parades. Even though he was the pampered young master of the Mei family, seeing a few braised chicken legs made him swallow hard. But with no hope, he was still somewhat reserved. Although he was already craving it uncontrollably, he still pretended to be honest, saying, Chanchin, stop talking nonsense. Bai Shuiwei might just take it for himself. Let's not be one-sided. Zhu Chun is unconvinced? Why is it just wishful thinking? Bai Shuiwei is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Every word and action is in accordance with court etiquette. When have you ever seen him eating chicken legs outside? Even if he wanted to eat them, it would only happen at the dining table. Now he's showing off his chicken legs like that. Obviously, they were taking it for someone else. Look, Mei Xiaoju had some too. They must have brought a few out when they went to the cafeteria. If these drumsticks aren't for you, then who else could they be? Zhu Chen's words hit the nail on the head. He actually felt that Bai Shuiwei was the one who brought the chicken leg for him. After so many days apart, Bai Shuiwei definitely wanted to make up with him. But as the young lady, she had her own pride and couldn't easily bow her head. So now she was trying to reconcile by giving him a chicken leg. While chatting with both emotion and reason, Bai Shuiwei and I also returned to Fengshan. Many guys immediately gathered around, their eyes glowing green as they looked at the chicken leg in Bai Shuiwei's hand. Shuiwei, thank you for bringing us the drumstick. Your kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. Who would have thought that just as they were about to take the chicken leg, Bai Shuiwei's hand dodged. Come on. Who said this is for you? The classmates were puzzled. Who was it for? You can't be planning to eat it yourself, right? Bai Shuiwei said. It wasn't me who I ate it. Someone kept asking who it was for, but someone immediately bumped into that person. Hey, are you stupid? Shuiwei specially brought back 2 chicken legs. Who do you think they were for? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood each other and let out a sharp glance. Then all eyes fell on Mei Shiwang. Everyone in the class knew Bai Shuiwei had an ambiguous relationship with Mei Shiwang, and Mei Wangwang had been eating poorly these days. It was probably Bai Shuiwei who specially brought the chicken leg for Mei Shiwang for the meal. Seeing everyone's eyes turning, Zhu Chen immediately took the initiative to grab Mei Shiwang's hand and loudly boasted, Why don't you all lose anything? Shuiwei's chicken leg was obviously meant for Shiwang. Why are you all still fighting over it? As he spoke, Zhu Chen led Mei Shiwang over to Bai Shuiwei. Grinning as he said, Shuiwei, Wang can't finish 2 chicken legs by himself. I'll accept the other chicken leg on Shiwang's behalf. He was just about to take the chicken leg from Bai Shuiwei, but unexpectedly, his other hand took it away faster than Zhu Chen. Startled, Zhu Chen quickly turned to look and saw that Bai Shuiwei's chicken leg had ended up in mine. In front of everyone, I took a bite of a chicken leg, then bluntly said to Zhu Chen, whose eyes were almost popping out, These drumsticks are mine. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar, and the smile on Mei Wangxi's face instantly froze. Zhu Chen was even more furious, his face twisted with anger. He snapped, Mei Xiaojiu, where do you get your big face? How did the chicken leg Shuiwei took become yours? He clearly gave it to Hope. The way I look at Zhu Chen is like looking at a lunatic. After taking another bite of the chicken leg, Zhu Chen said, Are you okay? This was clearly a chicken leg given to me by the cafeteria uncle. I couldn't handle it alone, so I asked Bai Shuiwei to help me. Unfortunately, you asked Bai Shuiwei. Zhu Chen quickly turned to ask. Bai Shuiwei and Mei Xiaojiu were telling the truth. Bai Shuiwei hadn't expected that the chicken leg he brought could turn into a mix-up. He shot me a sharp look, but Bai Shuiwei couldn't lie with his eyes open. He let out a sigh. He admitted, I helped Mei Xiaojiu get it. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers nearby erupted again. What's going on? The chicken leg in Shuiwei's hand was actually for Mei Xiaojiu. Turns out it wasn't for Mei Shiwang. Wait, when did Shuiwei and Mei Xiaojiu get so close? Shuiwei even helped Xiaojiu get a chicken leg. TSK. Could it really be a touch of emotion? Listening to the chatter around him, Zhu Chun was both anxious and angry. He saw Mei Wangxi beside him, his eyes turning red. Her anger was directed directly at me. And she snapped, Mei Xiaojiu, aren't you going too far? I was silently gnawing on a chicken leg and was being unjustly attacked. I found it baffling. Then I looked at Zhu Chun and asked, are you crazy? Zhu Chun started morally blackmailing him. Mei Xiaojiu, I hope it's your brother. You were eating big fish and meat inside while he was eating coarse feasts outside. Now you're even using chicken legs to provoke him. What kind of superstar are you? And you even asked Bai Shuiwei to help you get them. Don't you know they're lovers? Doing this in front of Hope, you're really scheming. Breaking them apart makes you happy. Huh? Zhu Chen's big pot suddenly hit my head, which really pushed me hard. So I quietly took another big bite of the chicken leg. After pressing down on his tendons a little, he asked quite seriously, Zhu Chun, do you have paranoia? This is an illness that needs treatment. Zhu Chen crossed his arms and sneered, haha, Mei Xiaojiu. Don't change the subject and muddy the conversation. You deliberately flirted with your brother's girlfriend. You know exactly what you're thinking. After Zhu Chen stirred things up, the other students started discussing. Mei Xiaojiu's actions were indeed a bit unfair. Even though they knew Bai Shuiwei had a relationship with Mei Shiwang, and flirting with others like that, your intentions are way too obvious. Facing more and more doubts about myself, I didn't react much, just focused on gnawing on my chicken leg. It's not that I'm not angry about being wronged, but mainly that the chicken leg doesn't taste good once it gets cold. And after training, I need to quickly replenish my energy. So I'm planning to eat the last chicken leg before battling these foolish humans. Seeing me like this, Bai Shu couldn't hold back any longer. His face darkened as he coldly spoke to the students chatting around him. Enough talking. Mei Xiaojiu just gnawed on a chicken leg. You guys can make so many connections. And as a student of Li Kuadun, is it really that easy for someone to stir things up? I was shocked when I said that. Did the little brother just speak up for me? Why did he suddenly act like a human? Because I was so surprised, I quietly took another big bite of chicken leg and duck spirit. Bai Shuiwei turned around and saw my eyes wide, looking very surprised, but still gnawing on a chicken leg, the corner of my mouth twitching slightly. Zhu Chen didn't expect Bai Shuiwei to speak up for me. He glared and said, Bai Shuiwei, are you blinded by Mei Xiaojiu? He doesn't have hands himself? Asking you to help him get a chicken leg? This is clearly for Shiwang, and you're defending him. Have you ever thought about how Hope feels when she sees it? Are you living up to Hope? Bai Shuiwei glanced at Mei Wangwang, who looked shocked and aggrieved, then silently looked at Zhu Chan and asked coldly, how could I have wronged Mei Wangwang? I kept trying to please her. Isn't it that she keeps denying anything to do with me? How come now that you're talking about us, we're lovers? Zhu Chen, you and Mei Wangxi are good friends. You can speak up for her, but that's not your reason to slander others. Right now, he immediately apologized to Mei Xiaojiu. Bai Shuiwei was ordered to apologize. Zhu Chen's face turned pale and flushed, and the other students looked at each other in confusion. But no one expected Bai Shuiwei to treat Zhu Chen for his sake. After all, Zhu Chen was Mei Qiwang's close brother. As for Zhu Chen, in other words, he didn't give Mei Qiwang any face. While the students were speculating, Mei Qiwang really did live up to expectations. She rolled her eyes and fell straight to the ground, unconscious. Someone cried out in surprise. Mei Qiwang fainted. Zhu Chen was startled and hurried over to help. Qiwang, what's wrong? Don't laugh at me. But Mei Qiwang closed her eyes tightly, looking as if she wouldn't wake up even if the world ended. Zhu Chen shouted at Bai Shuiwei again. Bai Shuiwei, what are you standing there for? Hope has fainted. Bai Shuiwei looked at Mei Wangwang lying on the ground, a bit fierce, but since it was the person he liked, he still rushed over immediately. Could it be that he was completely unconscious? Zhu Chen angrily accused that Qiwang's foot was injured at home by that bastard Mei Xiaojiu. So the military training was always acceptable. If he didn't pass, he couldn't keep up with the meals. He hasn't had a proper meal these days, malnourished, and now you're still him off like you and Mei Xiaojiu. How could he not faint? Bai Shuiwei was stunned and looked at me. You did hurt his foot. I won't deny it, I'll be honest. He provoked me first, so I taught him a little lesson. Zhu Chen cursed. Mei Xiaojiu, you bastard. I clenched my fists and stared at him. Zhu Chen, feeling itchy, huh? Zhu Chen was startled by my calm aura. President Fan even stepped back. Enough. Bai Shuiwei glanced at the unconscious Mei Shiwang in his arms and said to me, Wang Wang has already fainted, and you guys keep arguing. When will I take Wang Wang to the infirmary? After saying that, Bai Shuiwei hurriedly carried Wuqiwang on his back and left. I looked at Bai Shuiwei's distant background, feeling a bit confused. It was Zhu Chen who provoked me first and cursed me so harshly. Why did Bai Shuiwe only look at him and say that? Just now he said he looked like a person, but now he's acting up again. Zhu Chen saw Bai Shuiwe so nervous, leaving with no hope on his back, and then thought he was good enough. He proudly said to me, "Oh my, some people think that after spending a few days with Bai Shuiwe, they'll get close. But I didn't expect that." Bai Shuiwe was more concerned about hope. "No bound feet, aren't you mad?" I looked at Zhu Chen as if I were crazy and retorted, "What the hell am I mad at?" Bai Shuiwe wanted to be close to whoever he liked. I didn't care, but Zhu Chen didn't see it that way. He put his hands on his hips and smugly shook his head at me. "What are you pretending for? You're so mad you can't say anything. No bound feet. You look like a loser now." I saw Zhu Chen's face full of disdain, and it felt like he was saying, "If you have the guts, come hit me, come hit me." So I took a deep breath and said to Zhu Chen, "Zhu Chen." Zhu Chen is now so arrogant, raising his chin to provoke me. "What are you doing?" Zhu Chen was furious after hearing that. "No little feet, you bitch. Is this the reason you hit someone?" "Instructor, look. No little feet already admitted to it." But Lida immediately turned to Zhu Chen and said sternly, "Zhu Chen, how can you verbally insult classmates? You're ruining team harmony. There's a problem with his conduct." Zhu Chen's eyes widened instantly. He thought the instructor would deal with him, but why was he now targeting him? He quickly said, "I just said a few words to him, but no little feet just thrown me over my shoulder." Lida angrily pointed at him and said a few words, always talking to everyone. "How could others not be upset? You stirred up trouble and blamed others for fighting back? You have a good point, huh? You can't do this. Standing for 2 hours as punishment." Reflecting on himself, Zhu Chen immediately shut up. He looked at Lida with a wronged expression, not understanding why he ended up being the one punished. Lida stopped looking at him and turned back to gently remind me, "Xiaojiu, counterattacks are fine, but don't go too far." I nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know when to strike." At this moment, Zhu Chen's resentment was soaring. If his resentment could materialize, Lida and I would both be glared right through by him. Lida glanced back at him again. "Zhu Chen, why are you still here? Hurry up and stand as punishment, or it'll be 4 hours." In the end, Zhu Chen still went to stand in tears. That night, the army held a farewell party for the students. After being hidden all afternoon, Messi Wang finally returned to the playground like a willow with Bai Shuyue's support. Some sharp-eyed students saw it immediately. "Look, Shuyue and Messi Wang have returned. TSK, this Messi Wang is almost stuck to Bai Shuyue. Haha, who is this for?" Many students gossip about Bai Shuyue and the Mei brothers' melodramatic love triangle, so someone immediately commented to me who was gnawing on duck neck, "Mei Xiaojiu. Shuyue seems to have made up with Mei Shiwang." I glanced at Bai Shuyue out of the corner of my eye, indifferent, and said, "What does it have to do with me if they make up? Ha ha ha, whatever you are, don't you like Shuyue? I think it's ridiculous." My eyes are wide open. "Which eye of yours can tell I like him?" That classmate pointed to his own eyes and both could tell. I said leisurely, "Well, your eyes are a bit blind. Why don't we change them?" You really don't like Shuyue Li. If you don't like them, which one do you prefer?" I thought about it carefully. My ideal type is Bai Ningbin because he's really good looking. Unfortunately, Bai Ningbin didn't become my girlfriend, which is a real shame. Then I shook my head and said, "I haven't decided yet, but I like pretty girls." The classmate immediately pointed at himself and smiled brightly, saying, "Isn't that me? I'm pretty too. Maybe you should consider me?" I looked him up and down, wondering where this guy's confidence comes from. Thinking he's pretty. He's worlds apart from Bai Ningbin, you know. Just as I was about to refuse him, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Old Lu wants me to come out and experience family, friendship, love. Family can't choose, but friends and lovers really can. Since Bai Ningbin isn't going to be my girlfriend, why not just find someone to brush things off and report it out? So I immediately nodded and agreed. "Sure, I'll be your boyfriend, then we're lovers." Seriously, he didn't expect me to agree so readily. Thinking I was teasing him, I said, "I don't believe it." Pointing to my own face, "Unless you kiss me, that's easy." Without twisting my face, I leaned in and kissed his cheek. That scene, the students around were completely stunned. Damn, what's going on? Didn't Mei Xiaojiu like Shuyue? Why is she kissing that playboy Lu Ruyan again? TSK, Lu Ruyan is impressive, just started school and she's already hooked up with so many guys. Does being pretty mean you can do whatever you want? Mei Wangxi was shocked to see me kiss Lu Ruyan, and felt quite contemptuous. Seeing that he couldn't hook up with Bai Shuiwe, he actually ended up having an affair with Lu Ruyan. Is he really that short of women? After military training, he told his dad about it, but he didn't forget to fan the flames with Bai Shuiwe. Who would have thought, Shuiwe, my brother was still sticking with you a few days ago, and soon after, he got involved with Lu Ruyan. That's just how he is, he can't live without a woman. Bai Shuiwe's thin red lips pressed together, saying nothing, but her gaze was fixed on my direction, her expression shifting between mood and gloom. On the other side, Lu Ruyan saw that I really kissed her. He was also startled by my bold nature. He smiled and looked at me in surprise. Mei Xiaojiu, you're serious, seriously? I asked directly. Can I even fake this? Haha, that's enough. I like it. Lu Ruyan leaned in a little closer. His beautiful fox-like eyes curved in a smile were flirtatious with me. Let's make something big, I asked curiously. What big one? Lu Ruyan's thin lips moved and closed, and 2 words came out of his mouth. Kiss me. When everyone heard Lu Ruyan's words, they immediately started sighing gossipingly. How could the plot develop like a stray dog running wildly out of a tank? It's like a huge twist every second, right? But I didn't think much of it. I thought Lu Ruyan was inviting me to go out and run naked together. I really can't do it, so I just kissed. What's so hard about that? This time, I hooked my arm around Lu Ruyan's neck and tried to kiss her mouth. That really got everyone excited. Oh my god. I really want to kiss Mei Xiaojiu. You really surprise me every second. Quick, kiss or the instructor is coming. Mei Shiwang is blushing watching this. What is Mei Xiaojiu doing? This is shameless. Shuiwe, look, who would have thought? Before Mei Shiwang could finish speaking, Bai Shuiwe strode straight toward me. Mei Shiwang was stunned. This afternoon, she pretended to be unconscious. Bai Shuiwe immediately carried her to the infirmary and even scolded Mei Xiaojiu. She was so proud at the time. If it weren't for maintaining her comatose image, she would have woken up laughing. But what was she doing now? Bai Shuiwe didn't know why she was taking action, but when she saw me going to kiss Lu Ruyan, she suddenly got furious. Mei Xiaojiu, that idiot, actually got tricked by that fox spirit Lu Ruyan. Is her brain really that all she can do is fight and eat? There's nothing she can do. After all, she's still her boss now. She can't just stand by and watch me foolishly get tricked. Bai Shuiwe found an excuse for herself and hurried over to stop her. But just as Lu Ruyan's lips were about to touch, another broad hand suddenly stood between us. Looking for the owner of the hand, I realized it was Bai Ningbing. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Ah, it's Bai Ju." Bai Shuiwe was also stunned when she saw Bai Ningbing approaching. So her aunt hadn't left yet. Lu Ruyan hadn't expected the lofty Bai Ningbing to suddenly intervene. She's a bit fierce. Bai Ningbing was polite and polite. She smiled at Lu Ruyan. Classmate still in the army in public. Isn't this a bit much? Lu Ruyan is kind and kind. Haha, let's just mess around. Bai Ningbing wore a cold smile, her powerful aura almost making it hard for Lu Ruyan to breathe. She said, if you're just joking, it's even worse. What do you think? Because you really can't stand Bai Ningbing's overwhelming presence. Lu Ruyan couldn't last 10 seconds before Xingxing gave in. Kind and kind, haha. That Bai Ju. My stomach hurts and I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, she ran off in a panic. I saw Lu Ruyan run away and still remembered the kiss. She shouted loudly, "Are you going to kiss me when you come back?" As soon as she said this, Lu Ruyan ran even faster. The others looked at me like a warrior, ancestor, and wildly tested her in front of Bai Ju. You're amazing, just as expected. Hearing my words, Bai Ningbing's smile widened even more. She turned back and gave me a half smile. Xiaojiu, do you really want to kiss someone that badly? I scratched my head. Not really, but he said he wanted to kiss her. Bai Ningbing smiled. He said he wanted to kiss, so you kissed him. Xiaojiu, your sense of gender still needs to be improved. If you do this, your future wife won't be happy. I was about to argue. What's there to be afraid of? I won't. Bai Ningbing's smile was warm as a spring breeze. No, suddenly, I don't know what happened. My biological instincts told me my situation was very dangerous right now. So I swallowed all the words on the tip of my tongue, biting my head like crazy, saying no, I won't kiss anymore. In classical Chinese, Bai Ningbing smiled. Xiaojiu has found his way back. I'm sure your future wife will be very gratified. Bai Shuiwe stood to the side, silently watching his aunt and me. Seeing the two interacting, I felt an indescribable strangeness. He felt a tightness in his chest. He stepped forward again. Auntie, why are you here? Bai Ningbing turned around and smiled, naturally saying, You're going back to school tomorrow. I'll come check on you. Bai Shuiwe gave an awkward laugh. Really? But why does it feel like more than meeting him, my aunt's focus is still on me? Maybe it's just my imagination. After all, we've only known each other for a few days and we're not close. Because of Bai Ningbing's arrival, the classmates were both excited and nervous. At the same time, the look at me grew a bit more envious because Bai Ningbing was right next to me, and on my other side was Bai Shuiwei. Bai Ningbing hadn't stayed here for long because of his special status, and staying too long would be too noticeable. But before leaving, Bai Ningbing still called Bai Shuiwei aside and instructed, "Shuiwei, I think Xiao Jiu is pretty innocent. Anyone with a bit of smooth talk can be fooled. Your classmates. If something like this happens again, like this, help him, remind him not to be deceived." This time, Bai Shuiwei didn't immediately respond to his aunt. Instead, his gaze swept over Bai Ningbing. Then he suddenly asked, "Auntie, did you know Mei Xiaojiu before?" As soon as he said this, Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered slightly, but he paused for less than half a second before smiling and smoothly dennying, "I know him. How could you think that way?" Bai Shuiwei wasn't surprised by this answer and pursed his lips. It was quite unexpected. "I didn't expect that during this time in the army, you actually took good care of Mei Xiaojiu." Bai Ningbing smiled and responded fluently. "Because Xiaojiu is very outstanding and I admire him greatly, I paid extra attention to him." "What's wrong?" "Because she didn't take care of her, she got jealous." "How could that be?" Bai Shuiwei got goosebumps. He scratched his head and felt a bit relieved. "Auntie, don't worry. I don't need you to tell me. I'll see Mei Xiaojiu. He's so stupid. If he doesn't keep an eye on him, he might have been deceived by someone like Lu Ruyan. That idiot actually kissed Lu Ruyan. Now Bai Shuiwei is furious just thinking about it. She really wants to pry open my head and see if there's nothing but fighting and eating inside. She couldn't think about anything else." Seeing Bai Shuiwei agree so readily, Bai Ningbing felt a surge of unreadable emotion in Mao Di, then smiled calmly. "But don't get too close to him. After all, he has a bit of a pig on him. If you get too close, I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Bai Shuiwei nodded and smiled at Bai Ningbing confidently. "Auntie, don't worry. I know my limits. That kid has secrets. Wait for me. I'll dig out his secret sooner or later." Bai Ningbing didn't comment either, her lips slightly ugly. "Think within your limits. Don't push people too hard." After Bai Ningbing left, I immediately came over from afar, my eyes full of gossip, asking, "Bai Shuiwei, what are you talking to your aunt? I see you all looking my way. You're not talking about me, are you?" Bai Shuiwei noticed the curiosity in my eyes and suddenly felt like teasing me. He curled his lips and said, "Do you want to know? I'm on my hips." "Of course, if you don't want to know, why would I ask you?" Bai Shuiwei replied, then gave a mischievous smile. "But I don't want to tell you. What should I do? My blood pressure is starting to rise." If it weren't for Bai Shuiwei, who was Bai Ningbing's niece, I had already hit him. "Forget it, I won't stoop to my niece's level." I stopped pestering and turned to leave. Then it was Bai Shuiwei's turn to be stunned. Seeing how decisively I left, he quickly grabbed my arm. What was going on? He had asked several times before. This time, I didn't get any questions and left. I shook off Bai Shuiwei, pouted and said, "Why do you keep asking me if you don't tell me? Also, don't pull at me, or you'll be staring at me to death with Hope." Ever since I came to find Bai Shuiwei, no Hope kept staring at me, that looked like a thief. Bai Shuiwei was stunned, looked up at Hopeless, and when she saw Bai Shuiwei looking at him, she immediately ran over, blinking charmingly as she asked, "Shuiwei, what are you talking about with my brother?" Bai Shuiwei watched me walk away slowly and was about to chase after her, but was stopped by Hopelessness. With red eyes, he asked, "Where are you going?" Bai Shuiwei was a bit confused. "No, Hope. What are you doing?" Hopeless and heartbroken, he asked in return. "This is my turn to ask you. Bai Shuiwei, don't you like me? Why are you chasing after Mei Xiaojiu now? Do you like him?" Bai Shuiwei frowned and explained, "Who likes him? My aunt said he's too dumb and easy to be fooled, so she told me to watch him out of loyalty while training together, but I couldn't hope to stare into the distance." "Why does Director Bai want you to watch Xiaojiu?" "They're very close, not close. It's just that Xiaojiu performs excellently, and the elders are just looking out for the younger generation." No hope and silence, but secretly gritting his teeth in his heart. Damn it, Xiaojiu is really scheming. Before military training, he injured his leg, preventing him from performing well during training. That way, he could freely show off. It even made Bai Ningbing notice him. What a despicable wretch. I returned to the group and saw Lu Ruyan. My eyes lit up and I leaned over. I slapped Lu Ruyan on the back. She turned and saw me. "Xiaojiu, what's wrong?" I said eagerly, "Didn't you say we wanted to kiss too? Now, kissing or not, in my heart, as long as you kiss, you can become lovers. This experience of love is done." Lu Ruyan's eyes slid across my face. After a few seconds, he curled his lips into a smile and said to me, "Forget it. I won't kiss you anymore." I just let my face fall, my heart sinking in the cold. "Why?" Lu Ruyan shrugged with a smile. Haven't you noticed Baiju is really dissatisfied with me? I don't dare cause any more trouble. I was even more confused. How come I didn't notice that? Lu Ruyan shook her head, looking like a seasoned veteran. Tell me, how can you be so emotionally untactful? Then she leaned close to my ear and said, I feel like Baiju really likes you. If I kissed you, she'd obviously be jealous. I was stunned, jealous, then stared at her with a sincere expression. Maybe your sensory system is malfunctioning? Why don't you go to the hospital? Lu Ruyan looked speechless. It's normal to hang out with idiots like me with low emotional intelligence. After military training, everyone returned to school one after another under the school's organization. After a week without a phone, the first thing everyone did when they got their phones was to check messages. Soon after, a piece of news exploded among the male audiences. The popular young actress Mei Danyao and the youthful actor Lin Lang starred in the Xinxia drama New Blue Ju, and instantly became a hit, attracting a huge number of male fans. Her status skyrocketed, becoming the hottest top star right now. Mei Danyao and Mei Wangwang are biological siblings. So many new guys immediately surrounded Mei Wangwang tightly. Wangwang, I really love your sister's portrayal of a heart-hungry little skill. Can you help me get an autograph? Wangwang, can Sister Yao come to the school? I want to meet her in person. Mei Wangxi never expected that because of fourth sister's sudden popularity, the whole class would chase after her. She smiled gently and said to everyone, I'll talk to my sister when the time comes. See if she's free. She didn't agree right away, since only she knows that those sisters usually don't take her out to play. And in class, not everyone revolves around Mei Wang. Some boys don't like her attitude. Instead, she turned her gaze to me. Xiaojiu, are you close to your fourth sister? Could you help us get an autograph? I looked around at the boys eagerly looking at me, shrugged and said, I don't have a chance. I just returned to the Mei family and haven't even seen fourth sister's face. The boys were all deflated after hearing this. They hadn't seen each other in so long. Meanwhile, Zhu Chen's hatred for me deepened after being punished by the instructor for military training. After returning to school, he kept staring at me and saw a bunch of boys looking for me to get my fourth sister's autograph. He immediately walked over to Mei Shiwang and whispered quietly, Wang Wang, I notice some men are genuinely moved, putting all their hopes on Mei Xiaojiu. They just don't think about it. Isn't it all because of Mei Xiaojiu? The Mei family's sisters are all gone. How could he possibly favor Xiaojiu? He even asked for an autograph. If he didn't kick him out of the Mei family, that would be fine. Mei Wangxi listened to Mei's words. Actually, he didn't want to keep a low profile. He just couldn't figure out what fourth sister was thinking, since he hated his eldest sister the most. As soon as he saw me, he was friendly. What if fourth sister was like eldest sister? Thinking about this, he felt so wronged. Why was it that he and those sisters had been together for over 10 years, yet still couldn't compare to me, who had just returned half a month ago? After military training, the school gave freshmen 2 days off. Mei Shiwang and I also planned to return to the Mei family. The two of us walked one after the other onto the main avenue. When Mei reached the school gate, she saw a large crowd gathered in front of the gate, and many boys were excitedly shouting. We both laughed and looked up at the school gate, then saw a beautifully dressed, beautiful woman standing next to a horse shala, her long legs gracefully crossed. She smiled and waved to the people around her. It was Mei Danyao. Mei Wangwang was a bit surprised to see Mei Danyao appear at school, and I stared at her too. Honestly, she was even more eye-catching in person than in the video, even rivaling Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Mei Danyao noticed Mei Shiwang and me. Her bright face lit up with a bold smile. She strode with her long legs, spread her arms wide, and walked toward us. The scene looked familiar. Mei Wangxi's heart tightened with excitement. Could it be that fourth sister would be like big sister and give me a big hug? Thinking of that day, her eyes instantly reddened, and she glared at me with jealousy and anger. I also noticed Mei Danyao walking toward me, but her trick was a bit off. Sure enough, the next second, Mei Danyao turned right in front of me, tossed me aside, and strode toward Mei Shiwang, then gave Mei Shiwang, who was filled with jealousy and anger, a ponytail. She even warmly said, Woof woof. Fourth sister misses you so much. Did you miss me? Mei Wangxi was flattered. In all her life, this was the first time fourth sister had touched her so easily. After Mei Danyao let go of Mei Chiwang, she affectionately rubbed the base of her hair. What's wrong? Seeing fourth sister, you're stunned. Without fourth sister, Mei Wangxi held back his excitement and quickly scanned the area again. Now, a large crowd was gathered around, full of curiosity, envy, jealousy. That feeling of being noticed instantly made Mei Shiwang feel absolutely stunned. Mei Danyao held Mei Shiwang's hand and smiled, saying, Is it normal for your sister to pick up her brother after school? Come on, the car is parked right at the school gate. Mei Danyao pulled Mei Shiwang along the way, not even glancing at me the whole time. It was as if I was a stranger to her. Mei Shiwang also noticed that fourth sister seemed to be deliberately ignoring me, and she was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, fourth sister was actually on her side. The two quickly got into the car and left the school, when a voice came from behind. It was Bai Shuiwe. I glanced back at her, recalling last military training when Mei Xiangxi fainted and argued with Zhu Chun. Bai Shuiwe told me to shut up. I remember that clearly. Tianxin. Bai Shuiwe wasn't a good person either. I ignored her and kept walking forward. Bai Shuiwe was too scared to come up and blocked me, saying, "What's wrong with you? I told you why you ignored me." I glanced at her sideways and lifted my chin sniffily. "What's wrong? I don't want to talk to her now. Why are you calling me? Do I have to respond to you?" Bai Shuiwe was stunned for a second, then laughed in exasperation. "Mei Xiaojiu, what are you crazy about?" Hearing her say that made me even more unhappy. I shook her off and was about to leave, but Bai Shuiwe caught up, grabbed my wrist. "Don't go. Mei Xiaojiu, can't we talk this out properly? Is the Cold War fun? Auntie asked me to look after you. Can you cooperate?" Hearing Auntie's words, I stopped and turned my head again, blinking. "It's director Bai who wants you to manage me. Bai Shuiwe doesn't beat around the bush." "Yeah, on the last night of military training, weren't you curious about what your aunt said to me? Actually, she just wanted me to watch you. She thought you were too innocent. I'm afraid you'll be deceived. Why did you suddenly lose your temper with me?" I immediately brought it up again, pouting. No hope of fainting. That time I argued with Zhu Chun. "Why did you say I was enough? You were clearly targeting me. I annoyed you, so I ignored you." Bai Shuiwe was a bit incredulous. "No way, you still hold grudges?" She thought people like me couldn't hold anything except eating and playing around. The more I spoke, the angrier I got, glaring at Bai Shuiwe. "Yeah, I do hold grudges, whatever. Are I the most annoying of you guys who just stand and talk without feeling pain? Don't bother me." I ignored her and walked to the school gate, stopped to wait for the bus, and Bai Shuiwe came over to talk to me again. "I just heard your fourth sister came to school. She must be here to pick you up. Then why are you still at school?" My mouth feels like it's glued. She stubbornly stayed silent. Bai Shuiwe knew I was still angry and spoke herself. "Could it be that I just left with no hope and ended up leaving you behind?" I glanced at her. At least this silly girl has some sense. At that moment, Bai Shuiwe took the initiative to suggest, "It's hard to get a taxi now. I'll drive you." I tilted my chin high and refused very coldly. "No need, I can wait by myself." Bai Shuiwe didn't say anything more and just stood beside me. The two of them stood at the school gate with the stone decorations. After a while, I still hadn't gotten the car. Bai Shuiwe hadn't left either. I turned my head in annoyance. "Why are you still lingering here?" Bai Shuiwe lazily looked at me, tilting her head and raising her eyebrows at me, with a face that deserved a beating. "It's not your business to stay here, is it? No, Xiaojiu. Do you live by the sea? You're quite lenient." I was furious. Bai Shuiwe was actually Bai Ningbin's niece, and I didn't dare to actually lay a hand on her. I could only puff out my cheeks fiercely and walk aside in frustration, trying to put some distance between us. But I hadn't even taken a few steps when I heard her sly voice behind me say, "Hey, I forgot to tell you. There was traffic control on the street just now. Today, taxis aren't even parked at the school gate." I watched her stomping her foot in anger and cursed inwardly. "Bai Ningbin, look at your niece. Are you still going to take care of me?" Mei Dantang saw Mei Danyao and Mei Shiwang chatting and laughing as they entered, but didn't see me in the back. So she frowned and looked around. "Danyao, why did you and Wang come back? Where's Xiaojiu?" Mei Shiwang saw the displeasure on Mei Dantang's face and quickly hid behind fourth sister, pitifully whispering, "Fourth sister, I'm scared." Mei Danyao saw how well Mei Shiwang was doing and understood clearly but didn't expose it. She smiled at Mei Dantang. "Mei Xiaojiu, I didn't run into her. I thought she came back first. So she didn't have it?" Mei Dantang immediately saw through the water in Mei Danyao's words. She smiled and said, "Did you come back? Why don't you call to confirm? I'm afraid you won't find her. She even gave you her number ahead of time." Mei Danyao responded to every move, smiling without a hint of apology. "Haha, it's my fault. It's been so long since I last saw you. So happy, Mei Xiaojiu." Mei Daniao kept laughing, reached out to ruffle my hair, and said, "It's good that you're back. Actually, I asked your fourth sister to come pick you up, but it seems you missed it." Mei Daniao cheerfully came over and quickly added, "Xiao Jiu, I'm really sorry. I didn't see you looking for anyone, so I brought Wang Wang back first. You don't mind, do you?" At the end, those words clearly emphasized her tone, basically warning me not to talk too much. But I guess my emotional intelligence is just SOSO. I stared at Mei Daniao with a very puzzled look and asked, "Fourth sister, can I ask you something?" Mei Daniao smiled. "You asked," then saw me blinking and sincerely said, "You just walked from in front of me to Mei Shiwang's side, and you said you didn't see me. Your eyes aren't good. Are you going to donate them?" My lie was instantly exposed. Mei Daniao's smile immediately faded. Mei Dantang looked at her. "Why did Lao Si and Xiao Jiu say something different from yours? Who was lying?" Mei Daniao immediately dropped her pretense and flinched away. She said to Mei Dantang, "Big sister, to be honest, I'm not very willing to pick up Mei Xiaojiu. Who says the older sister must pick up her brother from school?" Mei Dantang sneered. "No, but you even sent the driver back and said you were going to pick up your brother yourself." Then she threw Xiaojiu down. Mei Daniao didn't hide it at all when she was exposed, just spread her hands. "It's normal to teach her annoying brother a lesson. Isn't it easier to die outside? Why come back and bother others?" Mei Dantang's face darkened. "Daniao, you're too much." Mei Daniao raised an eyebrow, her smile growing even more arrogant. "This is what you call going too far. I can show you that I'm even more outrageous." The two Mei sisters clashed again, neither willing to back down. Mei Wangxi looked terrified on the surface. Actually, I was already excited inside. "Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and fight." I couldn't help but tug at Mei Dantang's hand. "Big sister," Mei Dantang turned to look at me. Xiaojiu." I stepped forward and met Mei Daniao's eyes. She asked, "Fourth sister, do you really dislike me?" Mei Daniao smiled and retorted, "What? Am I not being obvious enough?" I nodded and looked at her, saying, "All right, I'll just say it straight. Actually, I really dislike you too. If we dislike each other, there's no need to pretend to be siblings anymore." Then I crossed my brows and said, "From now on, let's keep to our own business. Don't mess with me, I won't care. But if you dare mess with me, I promise you'll find out. The higher the sky, the more thick the earth." Mei Daniao was truly laughed at by my arrogant ride. She strode over and poked my forehead, her smile especially provocative. "Mei Xiaojiu, what I hate most is when people ask me for 5 yang power. I'm already provoking you. What can you do?" Mei Qiwang saw Mei Daniao approaching without any guard, and his heart raced into the well. Just as he was about to warn him, he wanted to say that after I fought the thief, I couldn't be bothered to waste words and just threw him over the shoulder. Mei Qiwang was so frightened, she was so faceless she closed her eyes, not daring to look. But the expected collision didn't happen. I was stunned. I didn't expect Mei Daniao to defend against it. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of her mouth, deliberately mocking. "Kid, you think having a bit of brute strength means you can walk sideways. Maybe it helps when you meet others." When she bumped into me, she hadn't finished speaking when I slammed her hand hard with a thud. I walked over, lifted my chin, and smiled. "As usual, it works for you just as well." Mei Shiwang hurried over to help Mei Daniao up, then immediately turned and scolded me pretendingly. "Mei Xiaojiao, how can you hit your sister? You're too much." I laughed. I warned her not to mess with me. She insisted on coming up here to stir up trouble. "I'm calling this courtesy before force." Mei Shiwang pointed at me and said, "What courtesy before force? You hit your sister? That's too much." I, by Shiwang, glanced at me and asked if I was a repeater. I kept repeating the same sentence over and over. Then, I stepped closer to Mei Shiwang and clenched my fist. "If you're really willing to stand up for your fourth sister, why don't you try taking a couple of my punches for her?" Mei Shiwang immediately recited, "Are you kidding? I can kick hundreds of Jin of lectures with my feet. Making her take 2 punches from me was just asking for death." She immediately hid behind Mei Daniao, her voice growing weaker as she stammered, "Mei Xiaojiu, don't be so arrogant. When Dad comes back, you'll be in trouble." Seeing her so timid, I rolled my eyes. "Mei Wangwang, why are you hiding behind fourth sister? Whenever I mention hitting you, you lose loyalty. Your sibling bond is just plastic." Mei Wangwang choked on me, her eyes red, almost crying. She hurriedly tried to explain to Mei Daniao, "Fourth sister, I didn't do it. I just think violence isn't good. We can try another way to solve this. Why get beaten for nothing? Mei Xiaojiu is trying to sow discord between us." Mei Daniao looked at Mei Shiwang, unable to squeeze out 2 tears for a long time. Her mouth twitched, but she still put on the good older sister act, patting Mei Shiwang's head. "When Shanghong, look at you, don't cry. Fourth sister understands you. Mei Xiaojiu is trying to sow discord between us. Fourth sister isn't that easily fooled. I looked at the two deeply affectionate siblings before me. My heart wasn't stirred at all, and I was even a bit hungry. Suddenly, I really wanted to eat a big chicken head. Just then, Mei Daniao came over, took my hand, gave me a gentle smile and said gently, "Xiaojiu, you must be hungry. I just asked the kitchen to prepare some braised dishes. You can have a little before the meal." As soon as I heard the food, my eyes lit up. Big sister really understood me. I immediately forgot about those two and happily followed Mei Daniao toward the kitchen. Mei Wang watched from the side, envious. She secretly glanced at me again. After my eldest sister left, I couldn't help but think of my fourth sister, Mei Daniao. She actually wanted Mei Daniao to treat her the way she treated me. So she secretly said, "Fourth sister, big sister really treats Xiaojiu well. I'm so envious. If only my sisters could treat me like this." But Mei Daniao didn't respond at all, acting as if she hadn't heard. Her eyes still fixed on the direction where my sister and I left. I thought, is my sister crazy? Could she really be sad for me? Are you kidding? To be honest, if it weren't for giving birth to me, Mom wouldn't be so angry. Dad wouldn't have been so heartbroken, and instead turned around and married a stepmother. What used to be a big family with Himai ended up being stirred up by me. How could my eldest sister still treat me so well? She didn't believe it. The eldest sister was probably thinking something in her mind. No matter what the eldest sister did, Mei Daniao wouldn't complain because of anyone's attitude. Anyway, she just didn't like me because of my mischievous attitude. It'd be best if I could go and get lost on my own. But Mei Daniao remained silent. She was terrified of hopelessness. She was afraid that fourth sister would be beaten up by me and become some kind of dog or sheep type, and from then on, she would be interested in me. So she raised her voice and shouted again, "Fourth sister!" Mei Daniao made her scream so hard her head hurt. Mei Hao snapped back, "Are you calling for souls?" As soon as she spoke, Mei Shiwang froze, looking at Mei Daniao with a pitiful and innocent expression. She had just been so friendly, so why was she reverting to her true self? Maybe she felt she had already reacted to her. The next second, Mei Daniao suddenly changed her expression again, smiling as gently as a spring breeze. "Woof woof, what did you say just now?" Fourth sister didn't hear it. "Say it again." Mei Shiwang was stunned, secretly complaining to herself about how quickly she changed her expression. She must be a chameleon, right? But she didn't think much of it and continued to sweetly say, "Fourth sister, I think big sister really treats Mei Xiaojiu so well. I'm so jealous." Actually, Mei Daniao knows about Mei Shiwang's little schemes, but she's still willing to cooperate now. Smiling, she said, "Sure, are you hungry? Big sister had the kitchen make so many filter flavors. I'll take you to try some." Mei Wangxi frowned. Actually, she didn't like filter flavors but preferred delicate small cakes and pastries. After holding it in for a long time, finally, she said, "Fourth sister, I want to eat cake." But as soon as she said two words, Mei Daniao interrupted with a smile. "You want to eat filtered flavors, right? I won't bet on your uncle, right? I'll bet on you." After Mei Daniao pressed her, Mei Shiwang could only nod timidly. "I want to eat yabo." I just picked up a hot braised chicken leg and took 2 bites when I saw Mei Daniao and Mei Shiwang squeeze into the kitchen. "Big sister, why don't you invite me and Wang to eat? That's too much." Mei Daniao can't remember her hatred. Just moments ago, she wanted to choke me, but now she came over with a big smile to please Mei Dantang. Mei Dantang spoke gently. "I remember you guys don't like eating these things, didn't you?" Mei Daniao immediately pushed Mei Shiwang forward, smiling brightly. "Who said that? What does it have to do with me?" I've never been the type to keep food all to myself. "All right," my eldest sister smiled dotingly, even reached out to ruffle my head. Then her tone cooled down and said to Mei Shiwang, "If you like it, take it yourself." Mei Shiwang immediately rushed over. The auntie by the boiler took the initiative to ask, "Young Master Wang, what would you like to eat? I'll help you pick some." Mei Shiwang glanced at the pot and really didn't want to touch that thin, hard-to-bite duck neck. So she said, "Give me a chicken leg." The auntie thought hard. I tilted my head and stared at Mei Shiwang. "Didn't you say you really wanted to eat braised duck neck?" Mei Shiwang's face instantly turned ashen. She pulled a gold ornament from the corner of her mouth and forced a laugh. At that moment, Mei Daniao's devilish voice came out again. "Wang, you want to eat duck neck, right?" Mei Shiwang shivered all over. Slowly turning around, he saw Mei Daniao's angelic face smiling. But behind that smile was a complete tyrant's extreme aura. Mei Shiwang's heart was full of tears. She had lost her appetite. If only she hadn't gotten involved. Wouldn't she have gotten involved? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? With no other choice, she bit the duck neck and kissed her, desperately trying to save money. I glanced at her and saw how uncomfortable she was biting the duck neck as if biting wax. She couldn't help but laugh. Mei Shiwang, is duck neck bad? Why do you still want to cry? For the first time, Mei Shiwang felt I was too considerate. She had originally planned to tease me a bit, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Mei Danyao stopped her. Mei Danyao walked over and smiled at me, saying, Mei Xiaojiu, stop talking nonsense. Our Wang Wang clearly loves duck necks. How could he be crying, right? Wang Wang. Mei Wangxi glanced leisurely at Mei Danyao. She thought to herself, fourth sister, do you dislike me or Mei Xiaojiu? Why are you attacking me indiscriminately? Mei Danyao's expression was especially sincere, clearly without any malice. She spoke, Wang Wang, why are you so dazed today? How about having a duck head to boost your brain? Mei Wangxi hurriedly waited. No need. I'll just eat a duck neck. At that moment, I jumped in and said seriously, can you look a bit happier? Eating with a bitter face. This is disrespectful to food. Mei Danyao said to Mei Shiwang, make a happier face, please. Mei Xiangwang's lips trembled and her face twitched. Her mind full of wild horses rumbled. Damn, are you two really in league? Mei Dantang saw the scene, smiled and said to me, Xiaojiu, if you want to eat, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, when dinner starts, you won't be able to eat anything else. I was reminded. Oh right, it's all their fault. They seriously slowed down my eating. After a while, Mei Chaoxiong and Xia Rongyun returned from outside. Seeing their father, Mei Danyao greeted them. When Xia Rongyun saw Mei Danyao, she immediately showed a warm smile and greeted her, saying, Danyao is back. Congratulations on your TV drama hit. Today I went to the beauty salon, and all the ladies around me were talking about you. This time, you've completely become popular. Mei Danyao smiled faintly, gave Xia Rongyun a half-smile and said slowly, thank you, Wen Yen. Xia Rongyun's expression stiffened slightly. After all, she was now the matriarch of the Mei family, but the Mei sisters still refused to call her mom, and still called her second master as before. But after more than 10 years of going through this, Xia Rongyun wouldn't be easily defeated. She still forced a smile and looked at Mei Shiwang beside her. Smiling, she walked over. Wang Wang came back too. How was this military training? Good job, right? Mei Chong immediately acted spoiled when she saw her mother. I've really worked hard this time. Military training in the army was exhausting, and the food was especially bad. Xia Rongyun felt heartbroken. Poor thing, no wonder she looked so pale and thin. Mei Danyao, however, spoke sarcastically. Is the army's food really that bad? I think Mei Xiaojiu's face looks pretty rosy. Mei Xiaojiu, you're not sneaking food, are you? I glanced at my troublesome fourth sister and snorted coldly. Mei Shiwang and I are not the same. Mei Qishi, afraid I'd show off my glorious achievements in the army, quickly interrupted me. Of course you're not the same as me. You injured my calf, which caused me to fail the physical fitness test. My food is even lower than yours. I'm speechless. You can blame me for this. I know when to strike. Normally, Mei Shiwang's leg injury should have healed long ago. But Mei Shiwang gritted his teeth and said, it's your fault. I get it. You're the type who can't pull a baby and blame Mauking. Mei Xiaojiu, why are you so crude? Mei Danyao, who was watching the show with great enthusiasm. Mei Qiwang was eager to start fighting with us quickly. At that moment, Mei Chaoxiong interrupted. Is it enough talk? Mei Xiangxiong said aggrievely. Dad, look, Mei Xiaojiu is bullying me again. I looked at Mei Chaoxiong and lifted my chin as I said, what's wrong? Just telling the truth counts as bullying. Old confused. You're not going to pick a fight again, are you? I'm not afraid of you. Mei Danyao, once you speak in classical Chinese, I'm way too fat here. How dare you call Dad old fool and you talk so arrogantly? Who gave me the courage? But Mei Chaoxiong's gaze fixed deeply on me. Mei Chaoxiong is a very rule-abiding person who makes things in his hands. So when the Mei family ate, they basically followed the rules of not talking while eating and chewing slowly without making a sound. But as soon as Mei Danyao got home, she found that the rules everyone had followed for over 20 years had been broken by me. At the dinner table, I kept chattering about Mei Dantang, asking Mei Dantang to serve me food. My eldest sister was also hardworking and took on the role of serving food for me. Whatever I wanted to eat, she would serve me whatever she wanted, and after finishing, she would even thoughtfully ask me questions. Do you want more? What else do you want to eat? If it's not enough, let the kitchen make more. Mei Wangwang, who had never been a descendant of her big sister, was so bloodshot that her eyes turned red. She couldn't take it anymore, put her chopsticks down with a snap, and gritted her teeth at me. Mei Xiaojiu, didn't you feel good yourself? Why does she have to serve food for you just to eat? She's grown up and has never served her food. Why does she get the treatment she never gets while I do? I really don't understand why Mei Hope went bankrupt after swallowing the sea cucumber. He confidently told Mei Shiwang, I'm younger, but big sister will pick it up for me. That way, I'll eat more efficiently. Okay? Mei Shiwang clearly couldn't accept my excuse. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? She frowned and said, no one is fighting with you. You can't eat slowly, I said righteously. No, Mei Wangxiong was furious and was about to argue with me for 300 rounds. Mei Chaoxiong glanced at her and said calmly, all right, what's the fuss during mealtime? Mei Shiwang saw Mei Chaoxiong actually say something about her. Her eyes wide open. She pointed at me in defiance and said, Dad. Now it's Mei Xiaojiu who broke the rules first. Not only did she wolf down the food, but she also shouted loudly. Why are you only talking about me? Mei Chaoxiong calmly retorted. Does saying she work? Look, she seems obedient. As soon as he said this, Mei Chi's blood pressure shot up. Just because I listened to Quan, Dad only lectured me. What kind of logic is that? Since that's the case, I'm not going to obey either. At that moment, Mei Danyao suddenly laughed and started fanning the flames. Your attitude isn't quite right. You never taught us before. If you don't listen, then I'll hit you on the back. Anyway, there are still so many rings left unused. Just the right time to make the most of it. I heard Mei Danyao's bad idea, glanced back at her and said, Mei Lao Si, are you looking for trouble for no reason? Mei Danyao lazily dragged her cheek and smiled at me. This is called making trouble for no reason. You've broken the Mei family's rules. I told Dad to deal with him according to the family rules. Can't I? I sneered. I don't care what rules you have, but if you want to hit me, that's impossible. If you insist on hitting me, I'll fight back. If I break you, I'm not responsible. Mei Danyao's smile deepened. Her voice was incredibly gentle, but the words she spoke were truly disheartening. Arrogant? Since you don't follow the Mei family's rules, then I'll trouble you to get lost. Don't stay here because it's an eyesore. Mei Dantang's tone was deep, her eyes full of warning. Danyao. Mei Danyao knew her eldest sister was now protecting her mistress, so she looked directly at her father Mei Chaoxiong and smiled, saying, Did you hear what Mei Xiaojiu just said? Why keep such an uncultured brat? Hurry up and tell him to get out of the way. Mei Dantang pursed her thin lips and glanced at Mei Danyao stirring up trouble and Mei Wangwang, who was secretly expectant. Then she said to Mei Chaoxiong, Xiaojiu just got back and doesn't know the rules. You can teach him slowly, but he often tells people to get lost. This kind of child-fighting tactics are not advisable. Mei Danyao narrowed her eyes. Big sister, you just want to scold me for being childish, huh? Mei Dantang turned back and smiled. What? You took it personally. The two sisters started arguing again. Mei Shiwang glared at me angrily. Mei Xiaojiu, are you satisfied now? Back then, big sister and fourth sister had a great relationship. It was only because you came back that they started arguing. I glanced at Mei Shiwang. What does that have to do with me? Why are you always trying to get all sorts of crap on my head? Do I look easy to bully? I'm gonna beat you up. Isn't it just leaving? Wait a month. I'll leave on my own, no need for you to dare. Anyway, the old guys in the bureau say we have to stay at least a month. When that's a month, I'll just leave quickly. Mei Dantang frowned when she heard this. Xiaojiu, don't talk nonsense. This is your home. Where are you going? Mei Danyao clapped her hands and said, Really? Mei Xiaojiu, you'd better keep your word. Get out of here in a month. Mei Chaoxiong saw that even after a meal, smoke was rising. Qian Shang said to everyone, Everyone, shut up and eat, including you. Mei Xiaojiu. I pursed my lips, muttering to myself, Can't you talk while eating? Say so early? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'm not someone who can't be negotiable. After dinner, Mei Chaoxiong called out to Mei Danyao, who was about to go out to digest, and reminded her, Danyao, you've been too frugal lately. When you're out, you need to be careful with your words and actions. If anything comes up, talk to your eldest sister more. Don't mess around. Mei Danyao glanced at Mei Dantang, who was peeling fruit for me not far away, her face full of hunger and mockery. Look at my current situation with my eldest sister. Can we still have a proper discussion? Mei Dantang finished cutting the apple and handed it to me. Then he looked at her. If you speak properly, I'll discuss it with you. But if you want to pick a fight, get out of the way. Mei Danyao complained to her father. See, big sister is really fierce. Mei Chaoxiong sighed, feeling helpless about this fourth daughter. In the past, this fourth child was the hardest to manage, constantly causing trouble and struggling to maintain his temper. Under her iron-fisted methods, although he behaved a lot, the rebellious spirit deep in his bones was never completely eradicated. Mei Danyao suddenly remembered something, her gaze shifting between Mei Shiwang and me. Smiling, she said, Recently, a variety show approached me. A wilderness survival live show organized by families. I want to invite my 2 younger brothers to join me. I wonder if anyone else has any opinions. As soon as she said this, Mei Shiwang was extremely excited. I want to go, I want to go. I decisively said no. Mei Danyao was a bit surprised when she saw I wasn't going and started tempting me. This is a great opportunity in the Forbidden Army entertainment industry. Don't you want to enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight? I gnawed on the apple my eldest sister peeled for me, saying without any desire, whoever wants to go, go if they want. Anyway, I'm not going. Mei Danyao saw how decisive I was and sneered, heh, everyone has their own ambitions, whatever you want. At this moment, Mei Wang came close to Mei Danyao, eagerly looking forward to it. Fourth sister, will you really take me to a variety show? Mei Danyao smiled and said, then it's settled. Come with me, Mei Shiwang readily agreed. Okay, fourth sister. Mei Danyao glanced at her younger sister. From what she knew about this guy, whether toward me or Mei Shiwang, she was always up to no good, even though she didn't like Mei Shiwang. Mei Danyao still spoke up to remind her, you'd better think carefully. Wilderness survival variety shows are different from ordinary shows. Even if it's just for show, you still have to go out in the wild. Mei Wangxi was a bit surprised to see her big sister speak to her, but judging by her tone, it seemed she didn't want her to participate in variety shows. Because I wasn't going, she wouldn't be allowed to show off either. She had seen through her sister's thoughts. Since she didn't like her, why would she keep shamelessly pretending in front of her? So Mei Shiwang decisively refused Mei Dantang, forcing a smile and saying, thank you for the reminder, big sister. But even in the wild, with fourth sister here, I'm not afraid, right? Mei Danyao smiled brightly and nodded. Wang, rest assured, fourth sister will definitely protect you. Mei Shiwang's voice grew even sweeter when she heard this. Fourth sister is so kind. Mei Dantang looked speechless. Words are really hard to persuade you to damn ghost. How does Lao Si usually treat her? Mei Shiwang has no memory at all. Since she had already given up, Mei Dantang naturally wouldn't persuade her further. 3 days later, early in the morning, Mei Shiwang packed her luggage, ready to join Mei Danyao on a wilderness survival show. Before leaving, she looked at me with great pride. Brother Xiaojiu, are you really not going? Maybe by the time this variety show ends, she'll be famous. I stared at Mei Shiwang, expressionless, and said, then I wish you success soon. Mei Shiwang's face fell, thinking I was mocking her. Angrily, he said, Mei Xiaojiu, don't be sarcastic. Do you think I don't know how jealous you are of me? I was speechless inside. I really couldn't communicate with someone with paranoia. I brushed it off casually. Yes, I'm really jealous of you. Is that enough? Mei Shiwang heard this and immediately flew into a rage. Mei Xiaojiu, you finally told the truth. You're just jealous of me, jealous to death. I'm getting a bit impatient. My finger joints were pinched by me, and he sat down, squinting his eyes. Mei Shiwang, do you want to get hit? Mei Wang saw me clenching my fist and immediately chickened out. Often, Mei Danyao would hide behind me. Fourth sister, Mei Xiaojiu, was about to hit someone. Mei Danyao started putting on airs, filled with righteous indignation. Mei Xiaojiu, why are you always so violent? Don't go too far. Wang, don't be afraid. Fourth sister will protect you. I'm completely numb. You 2 drama queens, get lost quickly. I really don't want to see them again for a second. After Mei Shiwang left with Mei Danyao, Mei Dantang took me to school. At the school gate, she smiled and said, Xiaojiu, be good at school. It's the weekend. Big sister will take you out to eat something delicious. I'll open the car door, jump out quickly, and wave obediently to Mei Dantang. Big sister, bye. After Mei Dantang drove away, I headed into the school. But before I even entered the classroom, my phone suddenly rang. I realized it was Bai Ningbin calling. Bai Ningbin's voice was gentle, always with a faint smile. Xiaojiu, how have you been lately? I was grinning. Not bad. Then asked, Bai Ningbin, why are you calling? Is something up? Bai Ningbin didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Xiaojiu, there's a task. I suddenly perked up. My eyes lit up. What mission? South. Uninhabited island. A small boat floats alone on the sea, gently rocking with the waves. The surroundings are eerily silent. Suddenly, a whoosh, my slender little hand broke through the calm sea without warning. The machine was surging with waves. I was wearing a diving suit, surfacing and holding a pitch-black high-tech oval-shaped device in my hand. I threw that thing onto the small boat. After coming ashore, I casually tossed the instrument onto the beach. Nearby, I had already piled up pitch-black precision instruments as tall as small mountains. These are the things Bai Ningbing mentioned. The enemy has deployed monitoring equipment along our national coastline. Now, all these deep, hard-to-find, and hard-to-recover instruments have been recovered. Then I started sending messages to Bai Ningbing. It's done. Soon, the other side came back too. So fast. No wonder you're Xiaojiu. I'll send someone to pick you up. I looked up at the sky, then messaged by Ningbing. Don't come today. It's gonna rain here in a torrential downpour. I'll stay on the island for a day. Wait until the storm stops. Come pick me up tomorrow. By Ningbing replied, Are you okay alone? I filled the message with pride and words, looking down on anyone. As the Bo family's secret weapon, my potential is limitless. By Ningbing replied helplessly, Alright then be careful alone. After reading this message, I put away my communicator and quickly moved the monitoring devices to a place sheltered from wind and rain. But I had just finished doing it. Immediately after, a storm swept in like a raging storm. The sky was pitch black, as if it was about to collapse. Fierce winds raged, thunder and lightning clashed, and the rain poured down. Normally, a normal person would find a place to take shelter at this time. But I'm not a normal person. Facing the raging storm and turbulent waves, I actually prefer quiet even more. I completely ignored Bai Ningbing's warnings and plunged into the sea. After all, I had already eaten all my dry food and had to find food myself. To me, the ocean is like a self-service restaurant, with so many ingredients you can't count them all. I was completely obsessed with the ocean. Splash! Just as I leapt out of the water, I was still holding a stone slab fish in my arms, ready to swim back to shore. But suddenly, a wave 10 meters high crashed toward me. Before he could even cry out in shock, the overwhelming wave slammed in, and he closed his eyes and was completely knocked out. Meanwhile, the hopeless wilderness survival was under the attentive care of a group of staff. Grab a few items bought at the market, pick up some items drifting from the sea, then have a picnic, that's it. But when he arrives, he realizes it's not that simple. Not a single so-called big star or celebrity. Aside from his fourth sister, who just went viral at the top, the other guests on the variety show were all minor celebrities. Their ordinary friends and relatives didn't even know a single face. Their equipment was so basic they couldn't even afford props. The director of the variety show is still crazy, saying that since it's survival in the wilderness, you have to be pragmatic and not fool the audience. So after arriving on the island, not only did he confiscate all their electronic devices, like lighters and beauty boxes, everything was taken away. The southern tropical sun is strong and the UV rays are strong. There's no hope of applying sunscreen or using an umbrella. I'm almost completely sunburned off and the food is very basic, nothing but fish every day. And even the fish aren't many, because most of the guests in the team are kids from big cities. Who really has strong survival skills in the wild? Only Mei Danyao had previously served in the military and learned some survival skills in the wild. So over the past 2 days, all the guests' meals have relied on Mei Danyao's efforts to find ingredients. But with more people, the more people get shared, so even those who have no hope of complaining, the damn Bai Shuizhu, haven't had any extras. It was even worse than during military training. The only consolation was that fourth sister was so powerful and outstanding in her abilities, making this originally niche variety show suddenly popular in a niche variety show. Mei Danyao played the role of a mother in the team, because she can climb trees to pick coconuts and jump into the sea to fish, and she's also great at cooking and daily life. Compared to others, she's so versatile and perfect, so she's gained a huge wave of fans. No Hope is also because she's Mei Danyao's younger brother. She set up the image of a well-behaved little brother. Although she can't do anything except eat, because of their sibling relationship, compared to the other guests it feels much more natural. If things keep developing like this, it wouldn't be so bad. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Who would have thought a sudden storm would hit yesterday? Because the storm came so suddenly, no one was prepared. The hard-earned ingredients were all swept away by the waves. Even the tools everyone painstakingly crafted for fishing and catching ingredients were mostly destroyed by the storm. Mei Shi, having witnessed the terror of storms firsthand, was deeply afraid of nature. Just thinking about having to stay on this deserted island for 5 days was enough. She felt completely unwell and immediately started leaving the room. She quietly pulled Mei Dantang aside and said with a bitter face, "Fourth sister, can we go back? This place is not fun at all. The storm is terrifying. Isn't the filming equipment malfunctioning now? Why not tell the director that we should go back?" Mei Dantang looked at Mei Wangxi, who was almost tanned and skinless, looking listless, pale and thin, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. She was very satisfied with the result. In fact, she had long known about the authenticity of this variety show. The director is straightforward and emphasizes authentic experiences. Mei Wangxi arrived, but she definitely couldn't endure such hardship and was driven mad. Mei Wangxi was driven mad, and Mei Dantang achieved the effect she wanted. She was a very bad person. The greatest joy in this life is watching others eat without suffering. She needed to maintain a humble and proper image outside, and had long been fed up. When she got home, she could fully be herself and fully unleash her true nature. And Mei Qishi was someone she rarely cared about. That's why she wanted to use this variety show to mess with her. Seeing her looking so embarrassed and begging for mercy, Mei Dantang was very pleased. The only regret now is that Mei can get me involved too. That brat is so arrogant. Not even the flowers or red carpet can attract me. Mei Dantang still had to think of how to mess with me, so she wouldn't kneel down and cry and beg for mercy, and then she'd be gone. And just then, the director, who had been working with the crew on Tang equipment, suddenly burst into joy. The equipment was ready. Mei Shiwang and Wen Yen widened their eyes and suddenly turned to look at the director. At that moment, the director was calling out to the guests. Everyone, the live streaming equipment is fixed. Now let's start the film. Everyone, get ready. Mei Wangxi was so angry she was anxiously cursing beside her. Is this guy crazy? Can we rest for a bit before filming? Isn't it exhausting to keep streaming? But the director doesn't care about them because the live stream was paused for a while because of the storm. She was extremely anxious. The equipment was already fixed, so she quickly asked the staff to turn on the live stream equipment. The camera went straight to the most popular Mei Shiwang and Mei Danyao. Danyao, Wang, pay attention, the live stream is starting. At this moment, Mei Wangxi's mind was suddenly filled with chaos, plus a herd of grass mud horses rushing forward. As soon as the live stream started, the chat was flooded with comments. It was terrifying. The stream actually restarted. Looks like everyone is fine. Terrified. Yesterday, the storm suddenly hit. Even through the screen, I was scared. Whoa, Sister Yao. I'm so glad you're okay. When the camera pointed to Mei Shiwang, although angry, she immediately put on a pitiful face and said to Mei Danyao, "Fourth sister, I'm so hungry. We haven't even eaten today. Let's go get a few fish to eat." Mei Danyao gracefully rolled up her sleeves, then smiled at the guests. The fishing gear is gone. Remaking it is quite troublesome, and the storm came. There should be quite a few fish or berets near the shore. Let's all look for them together. Mei Dan took the lead, and the other guests started moving too. Listening to Sister Yao, Mei Wang didn't want to move at all. She didn't even want to touch the seawater. Afraid of losing skin, they simply stood by the shore as a cheerleader. Everyone, keep it up. I'll be your cheerleader. Keep it up. Some guests saw Mei hoping to be alone on the shore and looked a bit unhappy. Why is it only that kid acting special? It's been 2 days, and I haven't seen him work at all. Don't talk nonsense. He has a sister spoiling him, and thanks to Mei Danyao we can only eat our fill. He left with a burden to show that he was different from Mei Shiwang. That guest even took a few extra steps toward the deep sea, hoping to try her luck and find something big. This was a female guest who was resting her head and happened to see something dark floating on the sea surface. I thought it was a sea fish killed by waves. I thought I was going to catch a big fire this time, so I hurried over to scoop it up, but after flipping the big fish over, I immediately screamed. Right next to me was the live broadcast camera, with countless viewers watching. I didn't want to reveal my strength at all. After all, I was afraid of being criticized by the bureau's higher-ups, so I planned to imitate Mei and play weak to minimize my presence, then take the opportunity to bring my fourth sister back. Besides, with so many people present, I'm not worried at all that Mei Danyao won't let me eat, because I found that whenever he's in front of outsiders, Mei Laosi is especially good at pretending friendly. He's a typical good-natured person. People like him definitely can't bear to let their own poor weak younger brother go. As expected, I had just called out when Mei Danyao came over with a soft, flawless smile. She placed several washed moon shells in front of me and said, "I found a few shells. Xiao Zhou, you handle them for now." I glanced at the moon shells. She said to Mei Danyao, "It's still fresh." Mei Danyao sighed. "Ah, there's nothing I can do. Yesterday's storm extinguished the fire I had finally gotten and soaked the dry wood I picked up was soaked by the rain. Now I can't start a new fire right away. You should just make do for now." Although Mei Danyao looks regretful on the surface, I'm always sensitive to people's aura. I quickly saw through Mei Laosi's true nature. When he saw me wanting to eat a cake, he was overjoyed, while others could only eat raw food. Everyone looked worried. "Oh my god. What should we do now? No fire, will we have to eat raw meat from now on? Little Nine brother, if you really can't eat, maybe we'll wait and figure out a way to make a fire and roast it." But I decisively refused, saying no need. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I pried open each of the moon cups one by one, slurped them down, and in the blink of an eye, ate all the shell meat inside. For a moment, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Really eating it raw. Mei Shiwang was like a ghost, standing far away, but her eyes were secretly fixed on me. When she saw me eat the shell meat raw, her expression twisted involuntarily. Mei Shiwang suddenly felt devastated. She was actually a brother to someone like me. If others misunderstood, she'd be one of those savages. If she really wanted to stab me with 2 knives, she wouldn't have it. At this moment, the live comments started flooding the thread. "Awesome. Little Nine little brother, if there's something to eat, won't you get parasites?" After I finished eating, I looked at Mei Danyao, who was just as surprised. licked her lips and said pleadingly, "Fourth sister, do you have more? This isn't enough for me to fill my teeth." Mei Daniao saw that I didn't react at all, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "It seems you can't use the same hopeless method against me. I'm just a person in a blank eye." Mei Daniao was scheming inside but outwardly looked apologetic and guilty, saying to me, "I'm sorry, Xiaojiu. It's sister who is useless. I only found a few shells." I whispered a little complaint, "You're pretty useless. I really missed the big stone slab I caught yesterday." But my voice was very soft, so others didn't hear me. But Mei Daniao's hearing was especially sharp. She heard me clearly about paying. Mei Daniao's forehead veins were bulging as if they were about to burst. "That brat, I'm already good at it, yet you still dare to complain." Of all things, in front of outsiders, Mei Daniao couldn't lose her temper. I didn't want to draw too much attention. She hid her true thoughts and acted like a normal person, acting as caring and obedient as she said, "Fourth sister, I was just joking with you earlier. I don't eat much. After eating these shells, I'm already full." But I finished speaking, but my stomach seemed to be protesting on purpose, rumbling and starting to sing again. Everyone immediately stared at my stomach in unison. Are we really full? So everyone's eyes turned to Mei Daniao. "You'll still have to keep working hard for me." The next second, Mei Daniao immediately composed herself and gave a flawless smile again. She patted my head. "Xiaojiu, if you haven't eaten enough, just say so. Don't worry so much. Fourth sister will go make you some food. After all, the character is meant to create the perfect goddess. Of course, being good to your brother is a must, of course." I saw Mei Daniao so angry she was about to cough up blood. Yet she pretended to smile. I couldn't describe how happy I felt inside, because I was helping AI. So the guests always take special care of me. When they find something to eat, they'll share some with me first. Plus, I'm attractive, sweet-talking, smile at everyone, and when I open my mouth, thank my uncle and aunt. When I say it, thank my brothers and sisters. Even Mei Wang, when I come, I just stick to Mei Daniao. Compared to other unknown and indifferent younger brothers, I was clearly more in tune with everyone's feelings. Over time, people became more willing to revolve around me, which made Mei Wang both envious and eager to see him. Before long, I saw Mei Daniao walking toward us holding a crab. Mei Shiwang's eyes lit up and she immediately went up to him, looking aggrieved again. She said, "Fourth sister, I'm so hungry. My stomach is growling." Mei Daniao usually disliked Mei Wang's way of doing things, but this time, he said nothing, just handed her the lively big crab and said with a smile, "Take it and eat." The crab was already handed to her, and he tried to pinch her with big pincers. Mei Hope was startled, her face turned pale. "This is raw, how can you eat it?" Mei Daniao shrugged. "No choice, we can't light the fire or cook it right now. If you're really hungry, just eat raw. Isn't there always a way to eat raw tobacco along the coast?" Mei Qishi absolutely couldn't accept the way she ate raw cigarettes. She wasn't even her eye, so she looked pitifully at Mei Daniao and acted spoiled, saying, "Fourth sister, I can't eat raw. Try to think of a way to eat it cooked." "I want to eat it cooked." With no other choice, Mei Daniao decisively refused, then walked over to me with a barely noticeable mischievous smile and said, "Xiaojiu, it's not popular now. No one can eat these things. Can you eat them?" I looked at the big crab that almost touched my face. I thought to myself, Mei Laosi probably wants to see me get caught by a crab to be happy. I snorted coldly, reached out to grab it, and then broke it open with both hands. With a crack, I split the crab in half and I stuffed the other half straight into my mouth. The hard crab shell crackled from my bite. The viewers in the live stream were absolutely blown away. Awesome, my little brother ate the shell and meat together. The real-life back view was amazing, absolutely incredible. This must be real eating, not a prop. Mei Daniao saw me eat the crab in no time. Her eyelids twitched, and she said with a half-smile, "Xiaojiu, you can eat raw crab? That's impressive." I brushed it off. What's the big deal? But in her heart, she thought, in the past, when I went out on missions, I ate everything in full force. Before rescue arrived, to survive, I had eaten earthworms. Compared to crabs, they were practically a delicacy. Mei Daniao squinted, wanting me to eat some pancakes. It's really not easy to meet. That night, the guests finally got fired up again, but unfortunately, there weren't many edible ones. Even filling their stomachs was tough. Everyone gathered around a pile of sea shrimp and shellfish with long whiskers, waiting to see and searching all day. I only found this little food. No choice. The fishing gear I finally made was swept away by a storm yesterday. Now I can't catch any fish, so I can only pick up some things by the seaside. I see everyone looking worried and a bit guilty. She looked at them apologetically and said softly, "Sorry, everyone. Even knowing there was so little food when you were looking for food, you gave me a lot. Mei Chi Wang couldn't help but sneer at the scene. Brother Xiaojiu, since you know you're sorry for everyone and were enjoying the meal just now you're saying it too much after the fact. I see Mei Hope needs to be tidied up again, and I really want to hit him directly. But this time, I want to live a low-key life. Hitting someone is too conspicuous and easily becomes a topic of conversation. So I kept copying her usual routine, blinking and chattering. Actually, I'm fine. At least I helped out with the work later. It's better than doing nothing. Mei Chang's face instantly darkened. Mei Xiaojiu, what do you mean by this? I look innocent. What's wrong? You're taking it on again. Mei Danyao came out and stopped the two of us. Alright, why are you two still arguing? She's still that kind and good older sister figure. She said to the two of us. Instead of fighting, it's better to find something to eat. Does anyone have any good ideas? Mei Chishi still stuck to her younger brother's life. Wink at Mei Danyao and act spoiled. I listened to fourth sister. Others don't have much opinion either. Either go to the island's woods to catch game. Aren't they all ready-made food? As soon as I said this, Mei Shiwang rolled her eyes at me again. Brother Xiaojiu, you make it sound so easy. Do you think those foods are just fools waiting for you to grab? But to me, they really are, because I'm so fast. The movements of other animals before my eyes are as if they're frozen in place. But I have to keep a low profile. Forget it, this time I won't argue with Mei Shiwang. Just as I decided to stay away from the outsiders, a bell suddenly rang. What is that sound? Everyone looked around in confusion, and the viewers in the livestream also became puzzled. Why is there a phone ringtone? Didn't the production team take away the phone from the start? Isn't this a blooper? Ha ha ha. They also said to be pragmatic and verified. That's it. Then, everyone saw me boldly take out my communicator and naturally check the message. It turned out it was from Bai Ningbin, telling me not to worry about exposure. I was having fun with the show. Seeing this news, I couldn't help but feel that Bai Ningbin was just my lucky money. I was just thinking about my status and not stooping to Mei Shiwang's level, but Bai Ningbin told me to let myself go, showing off his skills. At that moment, the director hurried over, his scalp tingling. How can you carry a phone with you? I asked in return. Who doesn't carry a phone nowadays? The director explained with a wry smile, but we're currently in the wilderness survival zone. You can't use your phone, otherwise what's survival? I'll give you your phone. I've already checked the messages, and these days are basically a holiday, so there's no need to check messages anymore. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Remind me again. Absolutely no more modern tools, you know? After the director leaves, Mei Wangxi will start acting suspicious of me again. Brother Xiaojiu, do you know you almost ruined this show? Isn't it common sense that there should be no communication devices in survival in the wilderness? The director strives for authenticity, but you keep holding us back. I have no limits and am starting to return to my true self. Can you stop whining all the time? You deserve a beating, right? Mei Wangxi's eyes widened. Mei Xiaojiu, what did you say? As soon as he said that, Mei Danyao, who was watching the show, changed her mind. The other guests also stared at me with ghost-like expressions. Oh my, why does it feel like the well-behaved and cute little brother has turned dark? I stood up energetically. Raise your hand and point at Mei Hope. Start roasting. Mei Hope, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Are you crazy? The other guests were also startled by my attitude. Someone hurriedly pulled me along, worried and asking, Xiaojiu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to rest? But I turned to the guest and said seriously, Sister Lin Shan, I'm not feeling unwell. On the contrary, I'm in great shape right now. I even want to go into the sea and catch a few for trial classes. Honestly, the things you found today aren't very good. Just wait, I'll let you have a big feast tonight. Everyone exchanged glances. Oh no, this kid is already talking nonsense. Should we send him back first and hurry to the hospital to get a good diagnosis? At this moment, Mei Shiwang said with a dark face, Mei Xiaojiu, can you please stop going crazy? Fourth sister, you better deal with Mei Xiaojiu. Mei Chishi doesn't dare to control me anymore, because I said hitting people really is a good idea. She can only pin her hopes on Mei Danyao. That way, even if they argue, she won't be the one getting hit. Mei Danyao has no reason or hope. Her gaze kept watching me with interest. Her reaction was completely different from the others, not questioning. Instead, she smiled and asked, Xiaojiu, can you really let us have a big meal tonight? And Ban Yun, fourth sister. Mei Wangwang was shocked to hear Mei Danyao agree with me. Others were also surprised by Mei Danyao's question. Someone said, Sister Yao, Xiaojiu must be joking to liven up the atmosphere. Don't take it seriously. Actually, Mei Danyao was also skeptical about what I said, but looking at me and saying, it's fine. I believe Xiao Zhou can do it. And what she was thinking was true. I said it myself so she could take the opportunity to elevate me and lose face. That way, I definitely have to roll in the sea. I know Mei Danyao little scheme, but I don't care. Raise it a little. You guys don't believe me, huh? Just wait and see. I'm gonna catch it now. You all just wait to eat grilled grouper. Saying that, I walked toward the seaside. This really scared the guests. Xiao Zhou, wait, you really have to go? The sea is dangerous at night. There are reefs, whirlpools, and lots of seaweed. If you get tripped, you're in trouble. Before they could finish, I dove into the sea in the blink of an eye. After I jumped in, the guests rushed over. I thought Xiao Zhou was looking for her on the shore. But why did she go straight into the front sea? Is it really safe like that? Don't worry, Sister Yao said it would work, and if Xiao Zhou said she could do it, then she definitely would. But wait, was Xiao Zhou underwater for too long? Was she not even breathing? At this point, the director started to get anxious and hurried over to Mei Danyao. Danyao, Xiao Zhou is really fine. It's been so long, and she still hasn't floated. Mei Danyao's thin lips pressed together, and now her face was gone. Her usual relaxed and mild smile was now fixed deeply on the sea, but she scanned the sea surface and still didn't see me surface to breathe. I had never surfaced since I started diving. Time flew by, and at this moment nearly 15 minutes had passed since I dived. Mei Danyao, who always handled everything with ease, felt a bit uneasy at this moment. Could something really have happened? That brat had sworn so confidently that she wouldn't be in danger for real. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Look, something is floating, but it's not moving. Something's off. Oh no, could that be Xiao Zhou? Just as the guests were getting anxious, there was a bang. Everyone looked in and saw that Mei Danyao had jumped into the sea. In the sea, Mei Danyao swam quickly toward the floating object. But it wasn't because she was worried about me, her brother. Mei Danyao considered herself very selfish and self-interested. She knew well that if something happened to her on the production team, her acting career would definitely suffer a major blow. And not only will my career suffer, but when I get home, I might even face questioning from my eldest sister. It's fine for me to eat cakes, but she can't push myself up too, because if I suffer a double blow to my career and family, that wouldn't be worth it. However, when she swam to the floating object and flipped it over, she realized it wasn't me at all, but a shark. The shark was battered and battered, unable even to fight this shark. Should she leave quickly? After all, career and family are important, but herself is what matters most. Just as Mei Danyao was about to back out and leave, something suddenly leapt out of the sea right in front of her. Water splashed everywhere, waves crashed everywhere, and the icy seawater splashed Mei Danyao's face. I tilted my head, clutching a few groupers I'd knocked out from my fighting, along with other deep-sea fish. I was really surprised to see Mei Danyao approaching. Fourth sister, why did you come to the sea too? Come see if you're dead. Don't mess around. If you die, I won't be able to explain myself. After hearing that, my face fell. I complained, Mei Laosi, can you hope for me to be a little better? I realized that compared to Mei Laosi, the usually plain eldest sister now looks like an angel. Mei Danyao didn't care. Her smile bright, but her words cold. I don't like you, so why should I wish you well? This time, I didn't hold back and tossed several fish weighing dozens of pounds to her. Then suddenly threw the fish at her. Mei Danyao was almost pushed into the water, but luckily her stamina far surpassed that of ordinary people, so she barely caught it. Then she laughed angrily and said, Mei Xiaozhou, you're asking for death. I saw Mei Danyao still swim while holding a fish weighing dozens of jin, a bit surprised and deeply regretful. Why didn't I throw you down? Mei Danyao sneered. Sorry, you picked me up. You were born with outstanding physical ability, not something ordinary people can match. The guests on the shore breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me float up. Then someone started to wonder again. Why are Xiao Zhou and Sister Yao floating on the sea all the time? Seems like they're chatting. Look, Xiao Zhou really caught a fish, and Sister Yao even helped Xiao Zhou hold the fish. Someone else started to sigh. Sister Yao is really a good sister. Yes, you can tell the siblings have a really good relationship. You stay here and watch. I'll go catch another round in the sea. After saying this to Mei Danyao, I planned to keep diving into the sea. Who would have thought? Before I could dive into the sea, Mei Danyao grabbed my wrist tightly. She frowned and said, You still don't think it's enough? With these fish plus shrimp, crabs, and shellfish caught on the shore, everyone has enough to eat. Not enough. I can handle a few by myself. My thought was, since we're here, why not catch more now? Isn't it a letdown to the abundance of sea's resources? Seeing that I still wouldn't give up, Mei Danyao cleared her forehead and began to exhale again. She took a deep breath and glanced in the direction where the shark was floating. Mei Xiaojiu, are you blind? Did you see that shark? There's something in this water. The shark is already like this. If you accidentally run into it, are you waiting for me to clean you up? Shark. I tilted my head and glanced at the shark around Mei Daniao. Then she calmly said, you said she was beaten up like this by me. I was fishing in the sea, and she insisted on freeloading what I had. So unfair. I'll beat her up first, and later drag the shark up too. Although shark meat is especially fishy, the shark fin is still quite good. As soon as she said this, Mei Daniao's eyelids twitched sharply. You beat a shark like this in the sea. At least a shark in the sea should at least have a good fight. It's just so disgraceful. Mei Daniao realized she really needed to take a closer look at me. This brat. My fighting power seems to be unusually strong. I won't waste words with Mei Daniao anymore. I'll shake off her hand, or else don't waste any more time. I dragged the fish and sharks ashore. I went to see what fish there were. After saying that, I dove into the sea. Mei Daniao saw that I lost interest in the blink of an eye, so she glanced at the barely breathing sharks on the surface and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alright, this brat has gone into the sea. Only the ocean overlord fears his backlash, so there's no need to worry about his safety. Mei Daniao returned to shore with my first wave of loot. The guests were so shocked when they saw the fish in her hands that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Everyone gathered around. Oh my god. Sister Yao, you caught so many fish. On my first day I really failed. Wow, coming to this deserted island. I've never been this wealthy. Where's Xiaojiu? Why didn't he come back with him? In front of outsiders, Mei Daniao returned to her noble lady demeanor, patiently answering everyone's questions. All these fish were caught by Xiaojiu, and since he was worried it wouldn't be enough for everyone, he planned to catch more. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the female guest. He laughed and asked, who among you is good at swimming? Come with me again. There's also a shark, but it's too deep, so we bring it back together. Everyone was shocked. That's ridiculous. Just half an hour ago they were still jumping around the basic food line, so how come now they're eating grouper and shark fin? Xiaojiu still has to catch another round. Will they be able to eat sea cucumber, abalone, and king crab later? At this moment, the live stream chat was exploding. Props? Who would believe this isn't props? Wow, turns out the production team spent all their money on this. What a huge budget. And there are even sharks. Maybe we'll have to catch a tuna later? The staff saw the netizens all go wild. He hurriedly asked the director, what's going on? Do you have this arrangement? But doesn't this go against the immersive experience we promoted earlier? The director was also at a loss and hurried over to Mei Daniao. Daniao, what's going on? All these fish were really caught by Xiaojiu alone. If Mei Daniao had said it was just her and her brother fishing together, it wouldn't be this ridiculous. Mei Daniao looked at the director's incredulous expression and laughed. I was floating on the surface all along, and only Xiaojiu was diving. If he wasn't the one catching it, who else could help him? At this moment, Mei Daniao, still recovering from her shock, bit her lip and said, maybe she went to the market to buy it. Then she pretended to be catching it herself to build her persona. Mei Wangxi would never believe I could catch these fish. This is simply ridiculous. Damn it, opening the door to absurdity. It's absolutely absurd. Hearing this, Mei Daniao's eyes swept over to Mei Shiwang. Her smile is gentle, her language sharp. Woof woof. Have you forgotten this is the uninhabited southern waters? The nearest friend's coast is 4 or 5 hours away by boat. Do you think she'll be happy? Mei Hope was so choked up she couldn't speak, but unwilling to give up, she added. Maybe she had the supply ship stay nearby and then quietly went over to fetch fire. Mei Daniao pointed toward the sea. Then take a look and see where the supply ships are. Mei Cici gritted his teeth. How could I see this pitch dark? Mei Xiaojiu was taking advantage of the chaos when no one was watching, which made it easier to cheat. Mei Daniao was completely speechless and could only nod awkwardly. You think so, right? After a while, the sharp-eyed guest immediately noticed a small figure suddenly surface. Look, Xiaojiu is back. In the blink of an eye, I swam back to the shore. This time, I was holding a tuna about the size of my person in one hand. With the other hand, he pulled a set of tongues made of seaweed. The rope was covered with sea fish and big crabs. The guests immediately gathered around. Gold and Joy, you caught so many fish again. What is this? It looks a bit like tuna. I calmly said it was tuna. Lucky I encountered it. This thing usually dwells in the deep sea. I don't know how it ended up near the Forbidden Island. Tuna meat is delicious, and the portions are huge, enough for everyone to eat several meals. The guests were all shocked. Wow, it really is tuna. Even they thought it was a prop this time. But looking at the director, oh my, his mouth was already wide open to swallow an ostrich egg. He was even more shocked than they were. Looks like it was my personal action, unrelated to the production team. A female guest volunteered to help me get the tuna. Ha ha ha. Little nine brother, you've worked hard. I'll help you carry it. But the moment she took the tuna from my hands, with a bang, both hands were pressed down, and her legs dropped to the ground. The female guest's companions started mocking. Luo Yifun, what's going on? You can't even lift a single fish. Luo Yifun was pinned to the ground by a tuna. Startled, I threw it to the sky. This fish is so heavy. My companion didn't believe me. Are you kidding? 100 or 200 kilograms. I went over and was about to lift the tuna. But when she tried to lift it with one hand, she couldn't lift it. Then she used both hands to slightly lift the fish's heart. But it was too heavy and quickly put it back. Fortunately, Luo Yifun reacted quickly and quickly pulled his hand away, sparing the fish from being pinned down again. She cursed, Zhang Yuning, you want to cripple my hand? She put down the fish again. Zhang Yuning innocently said, I didn't mean to. This fish is really heavy, you can't even lift it alone. The other male guests couldn't help but argue after hearing this. Luo Yifun, Zhang Yuning, and you guys are girls. You can't even lift a fish, so what use are you women? Luo Yifun and Zhang Yuning were not convinced. Do you think this fish is light? 100 or 200 kilograms. Okay? 4 or 5 of you guys can't lift it, but the male guests don't believe it. You guys just brag, but 4 or 5 guys still can't lift it. Then the male guests try to lift the fish, but they really can't even lift it. The female guests see that the male guests can't even shake the tuna at all, let alone hold it. I immediately straightened my back. The male guests looked at me in surprise. Xiaojiu, how did you drag such a heavy fish back? And with just one hand? That arm strength is a bit incredible. Facing everyone's questions, of course I wouldn't say, our batch of carefully selected test subjects back then used daily weight-bearing training, wasn't it over 1,000 gene? In lab terms, that's how it is. Fourth sister Mei Danyao secretly laughed to herself. If everyone working in the countryside could be like me, carrying hundreds of gene of fish with one hand, their dragon kingdom would be #1 in the world long ago. Only these people have no concept of weight. That's why they believe me. At the same time, fourth sister was certain that the person handing over to them said I was from the countryside, which must be lying. I definitely wasn't from the countryside. My speed and strength far surpassed ordinary people, so it must be the result of special training. Maybe I still have a military background, but there's no hope that I'm not as smart as fourth sister. She believed my nonsense. I walked over. He reached out to take the fish and crab from my hand, smiling and saying, Xiaojiu, thank you for your hard work. Can you move the tuna to the fire? Sure, I'll hook the gills with one hand. No one else can move the tuna. I actually lifted it up so easily. I walked briskly toward the campfire, and I didn't go back on my word. Everyone had a hearty meal. The guests all sat on the floor stuffed, their stomachs looking like they had beer on it. Xiaojiu, this time we really owe you enough to have enough to eat. With Xiaojiu here, we won't have to worry about food for the next few days. Xiaojiu, love you. But my gaze seemed to be fixed on the forest on the island. Someone was curious. Xiaojiu, what are you looking at? I turned around and said to everyone, are you all really full now? A little. Do you want to help digest food after meals? Sure, how do you digest? I saw the light of Yaya Jade shining in my eyes, pointing to the pitch-black forest behind me. Let's go to the back forest and catch some game. As soon as I said this, my face went wild. The guests stared at me wide-eyed. I felt like the surroundings suddenly went quiet, still not sure what was going on. His head tilted, a bit confused. Why are you all silent? Still hopeless, can't hold back first. He cursed. No, Xiaojiu, are you crazy? I couldn't be bothered to waste words and reached out to grab Hopeless' collar. He clenched his fist and asked, no hope, are you asking for trouble? Hopeless screamed in fright. Fourth sister couldn't help but sigh without a single bite. He realized that this rascal really doesn't care about the camera or what others think. He went over and pried my hand apart, acting like a good older sister, and lectured, Xiaojiu, don't leave my collar so easily. We need to be more civilized. Also, why go to the forest so late at night? So dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? But inside I was complaining wildly. When I used to be alone in the rainforest for half a month on missions, I never encountered anything. Even snakes, insects, rats, ants, jackals, tigers or cats. I just ate whatever I saw. But after doing this, the wild animals from afar caught my scent and didn't dare approach. You made me survive by eating earthworms. I didn't bite alone and shrugged. You're not afraid, but everyone is. I looked at everyone and tilted my head asking, are you scared? The guests looked at each other. Please enter the forest late at night. Who isn't scared? Someone smiled kindly and said to me, Xiao Jiu, let's not go to the forest tonight. We don't know the terrain of the forest, nor do we know how fierce there are. Even if we don't encounter a beast, we might step on a snake. That's still hard to handle. I was even more confused. How could stepping on a snake be so hard to handle? Isn't that nature's gift? Perfect time for a barbecue. Everyone was speechless again. Wow, in this kid's eyes, there's nothing that can't be eaten. At that moment, Mei Dan leaned close to my ear and cursed in a voice only the two of us could hear. No one, Xiao Jiu, please use your brain. Do you think everyone has the same constitution as you? If something happens when everyone goes in tonight, you won't be able to go to the forest for the next few days. Still, I didn't bite alone and hit my weak spot. As soon as I heard everyone was injured, we couldn't go to the forest. I immediately gave up the idea. All right, I won't go. Everyone was surprised when I suddenly changed my mind. How did this brat suddenly change his mind? Everyone looked again at the smiling Meijo without a single bite, feeling moved again. Sister Yao and Xiao Jiu's younger brother are really close. The sister is gentle and considerate. The brother is well-behaved and sensible, so sweet. No Hope stared at Maidu Dan Bite with a resentful gaze. She's really annoyed right now. Doesn't fourth sister hate Xiao Jiu so much? Why is she still so in love with me? It's like they get along so well. No, fourth sister's younger brother is just hopeless. Without Xiao Jiu, what's the point? She hurried to squeeze between the two of us. Then she linked arms with the one who didn't bite alone, coquettishly saying, Fourth sister, my stomach is so full right now. Come with me to the beach for a walk to help digest food. Actually, without a single bite, I prefer straightforward people, and dislike those who are pretentious. And Wuchi was like her mom, both typical pretentious characters. Yet now she had gotten even worse, clinging to her in a coquettish voice, making her hair stand on end. She really wanted to delete her, but now she was a celebrity. It's also the peak of her career, and every move is under scrutiny. She can't afford to make mistakes, so she suppresses the urge to punch people and keeps maintaining her good sister image. Alright, there's nothing going on, so taking a walk is nice. Xiao Jiu, do you want to come along? If you don't bite alone, you want to pull me up because I tend to have a sharp eyebrow. If the two of us get together, it won't be long before we start arguing. Then she can both watch the fun and keep to herself. Unfortunately, I'm not buying it. After I couldn't go to the forest, I started squatting on the ground playing in the sand. I don't want to go, so you guys go ahead. I didn't bite my eyelid and twitched, so angry I started complaining inside. This kid doesn't fall for it, hopeless, but can't wait for it. Wu Kuei laughed and said, Brother Xiao Jiu, then I'll go for a walk with fourth sister. I ignored her with a, I want to go. Just go or not. Get lost. No Hope and no one ignored me, continuing to pester me without a single bite, and said in a coquettish voice, Fourth sister, let's go. Got goosebumps all over but no single bite. Looks hopeless, clenched fists loudly, but there's nothing to be done. No single bite and no hope to leave. The director is a bit troubled. The live streaming equipment is only one set, and now the top star of the production team has left. Logically, they should chase after them without a single bite, but I'm a newcomer who also attracts traffic and is very popular, which makes it hard for him to choose. The director looked at the squatting sand playing in the sand, thought about it and said no hope. I probably won't make any big moves, and besides, I can't argue with anyone, so there's no point in discussion. So the director waved his hand and went to chase after the order. The director and staff ran off and the other guests saw it. It's a bit sad. Not being famous is really miserable. Once Sister Yao left, we completely lost all popularity. No choice, she was just a little crazy person with no real backing. Sister Yao coming here is already a stroke of luck. At least by following her, we've gained more exposure now. That's true. People should be content. Everyone comforted themselves for a moment, then turned their attention to me, who was squatting on the ground digging sand. In the blink of an eye, I actually dug up a small hill, and everyone was amazed. Xiao Jiu, what are you doing? I looked up, my eyes shining as I said to everyone, pile up sand. Would you like to join us and play? There's no hope for the proud little brother's life to be happy right now. With no hope, she launched a cruel and inhumane mental torment on Mei Danyao. Fourth sister, look up at the sky. The stars are so beautiful. Fourth sister, look. There's a shell in the sand. Let's pick up the shells. Fourth sister. Mei Danyao listened to those wave-like cries of fourth sister, feeling herself teetering on the edge of violence. Damn. She finally understood why I said I had no hope and deserved a beating. Wasn't this just asking for a beating? Not just Mei Danyao, even the viewers watching the livestream couldn't stand it. Mei Wangwang's coquettish voice was triggered. Then the chat was flooded with complaints. I can't take it. Mei Wangwang, can you speak normally? Isn't you really forceful? How could a normal little brother talk to his sister like that? Seriously, it's so fake. My brother dares to talk to me like that. I raised and lowered the way and punched him twice. Can you cut the camera to the other guests? It's really boring. Sister Yao is too kind. She can tolerate this. I'd rather watch little Nine play with sand. Not wanting to hear Mei Chang's post here. The staff couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing netizens protesting, they took the opportunity to say to the director, "Director Lee, should we go back and film Xiaojiu? There's nothing good to film here, and netizens aren't happy to watch." The director was the same, watching so much he almost threw up his leftover food. He made a snap decision and immediately ran off without stopping. Mei Shiwang was stunned when he saw this. Why did the work team run off? Mei Danyao was furiously complaining inside. Don't you have any sense of self? But you still maintain a good image. Let's go for a walk for a while. The night is getting colder, so let's head back. There are no cameras to follow. Mei Wangxi didn't bother to keep wandering. Alright, but when she returned to the camp with Mei Danyao, but I was completely stunned. What the hell is this? A group of guests were busy digging up sand, watering it, and adding sand, while I stood in front of a huge, towering sandbar, continuing to add bricks and tiles on it. I built a castle, and the craftsmanship was especially meticulous. The director and staff who came back were stunned. Wow, they just went out for a while. What on earth happened here? How did such a huge and exquisite sand castle suddenly come into being? Netizens were also amazed and boiling over. Damn silly, wow, I missed out on 100 million. Is this something Xiaojiu piled up? So beautiful. What are you going to use to compensate for my wasted time? Damn. Isn't this 10,000 times better than having no hope of getting rich there? A look of surprise flashed in Mei Danyao's eyes. She clearly hadn't expected me to build castles out of sand, and how to build them like art. She strode over to me. A netizen joked, "Xiaojiu, you built it up." I replied casually as I piled up the sand. Yes, Mei Danyao raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. I could hear Mei Danyao's genuine admiration. I smiled proudly. What is this? I have plenty of skills, Mei Danyao asked with a smile. Then what other skills do you have? Fourth sister is very curious. I was about to say more, but noticed Mei Laoxi's big fox kiss revealed, and I immediately leaned in. After a pause, Yu looked at her and said, "I won't tell you." Although Mei Danyao doesn't like me, she's very interested in my secrets, so she made the move on me. She shouted, "I'm your sister. Is there anything you can't tell your sister? Tell me." Xiaojiu, fourth sister, really wants to know. I heard Mei Danyao's sticky voice. Goosebumps fell all over the floor, and the castle I had just built was almost smashed by my punch. My face instantly fell. I asked the clever Mei Danyao, "You really want to know?" Fourth sister wagging her big tail and smiling. "Xiaojiu, what else can you know? Tell me." I keep a blank face. I can also score single, pick 0. Fourth sister, do you know? Baba's vegetables are all especially delicious. Mei Danyao covered her mouth. Could it be? Sorry to bother you. I'm feeling a bit nauseous right now. The viewers in the live stream room were instantly driven crazy by my outrageous move. Then the chat flooded in. Damn, I'm still eating. Now hearing it makes me want to vomit. Little Nine is so wild and uninhibited. So calm. I really like this little Nine brother. Come more from now on. The taste upstairs is a bit strong. Ha ha ha. Sister Yao is embarrassed, so funny. Mei Wangxi beside her was about to lose her temper. Damn Mei Xiaojiu, if she doesn't focus on rebranding for attention, will she be full of eyes? Staying fine isn't good. Why do you have to build a castle and write random things? How much do you want to attract attention? She trembled all over as she walked toward Mei Danyao, trying to pull her sister over. But because Messi was watching the road, he accidentally got tripped by sand, causing everyone's morale to panic and crash straight toward the castle. The castle made of sand was instantly pushed away by Messi's gaze, destroyed in an instant. Messi Wang's mind exploded, thinking, "Oh no." He hurriedly got up to explain that he didn't mean to. Then I heard my annoyed voice come from above. "Messi Wang, why do you love to cause trouble?" Messi Wang listens to me slandering him. Furious, I suddenly got up from the ground. Mei Xiaojiu, who did the sabotage? I saw Messi looking like he'd been wronged, almost like he'd seen a lunatic. I pointed to the castle on the ground and asked in return, "Isn't this your fault? Or is it his own fault?" Messi was furious. "Even though I broke it, I was careless. How can you be so cautious? I fell and you didn't worry about me. You only cared about your own pile of sand." I let out a frustrated sound. Then he muttered quietly, "Who knows if you were careless? When I was at home before, I was drawing for the old man, and you pretended to fall to try to break it. I've never heard of the story of coming the wolf. Besides, this isn't sand. It's like he's being piled up into a castle. It gives it meaning and value, and this is something I built together with everyone. If you break it, you don't even get paid for it. So rude. Messi always thought I was just a puncher, but who knew my little mouth was so talkative? After this long speech, Messi Wong didn't even know where to start his rebuttal. But Messi Wong had a core technique, making unreasonable trouble. He stomped his feet on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and cried, saying, I didn't mean to. Mei Xiaojiu, you just want to slander me so everyone thinks I'm a scheming guy. You're too bad. Boo-hoo. Seeing this, I get irritated. Messi Hope, you're really a hairdryer expert, always sobbing. You did something wrong and didn't apologize, yet you still have the nerve? I haven't even done anything to you and you're already crying. Anyone who doesn't know better might think I'm bullying you. You clearly broke my castle, and I haven't even cried yet. I really hate people who turn the tables and blame me. My verbal attacks are maxed out. Messi looked at his fragile heart shattered by my blow, crying even louder. The audience saw this scene and started commenting, Family, I am guilty. The two brothers were arguing so fiercely, but I really want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Little Nine is amazing, he couldn't say a word to Messi Wong. How can this little mouth be so talkative? At first, when I saw Little Nine little brother, I thought he was very quiet and well-behaved, but it turned out he had a machine gun hanging from his mouth. If you don't like something, just tap it out. Ha ha ha, playing machine guns. Netizens, don't be too outrageous. Today, merit is restored. Meanwhile, Mei family Xia Rongyun watched the overwhelmingly supportive comments in the livestream. Mei, 2 points to you. He had always known his son wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Now, with the rising star Mei Danyao, his fourth sister took Wang Wang to variety shows. This was originally a great opportunity. If he performed so well, his son might break out of the spotlight and get out of jail smoothly, just as Mei Danyao said. First, he became a variety show star to gain attention in front of the public, then joined film crews to act. Once he became popular, he was firmly established in the entertainment industry. Wang Wang liked being in the spotlight, so as his mother, he paved the way for him. Xia Rongyun wanted Mei Chi Wang to successfully break out through variety shows this time. He even hired paid trolls and bought trending topics. A couple of days ago, he had his son bind to his fourth sister, Mei Danyao, to boost his persona, then had the trolls flood the chat and trend, successfully gaining a wave of followers for his son. Online, people started calling him Wang Wang Brother and National Brother. The momentum was just right, but on the third day, I suddenly appeared out of nowhere, completely ruining his plan. And because of me, his precious son got so many negative comments online. Why can't Mei Xiaojiu just die out there quietly? Xia Rongyu knew he would never have a place in Mei Chaoxiong's heart in this lifetime. But fortunately, Wang Wang looked like his sister, so Mei Chaoxiong was quite loyal to the mother and son. This way, even if they inherit the family estate in the future, they won't neglect the mother and son. Although Mei Dantang and the other sisters have a distant relationship with them, as long as Wang Wang still carries the title of young master of the Mei family, they will definitely help out in the future. And these sisters are all outstanding individuals. With Wang Wang and their support, life will only get better. But unfortunately, I came back. Although my father and the sisters don't like me, I am still his sister's son. As time goes on, having spent every day together, no matter how cold the heart is, there will always be a day when it feels warm. When the time comes, our family will be reunited. Will his son still have good days? Who would dare love his son's knife? He would never let him off easy, even if I, Mei Xiaojiu, am his sister's son. Once he made up his mind, Xia Rongyun picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Guza Shuijin? And harshly scolded Mei Xiaojiu, completely ruin his reputation, then praise Wang Wang more and build his image. No problem, money isn't the problem. My Mei family is the matriarch of the household. How could I possibly need you for these few melons and 2 dates? If it goes well, I'll naturally have a joint affair with the previous one. Wilderness Survival Show livestream. Just now, most netizens were supporting me, but soon the tone shifted. This generation, is Mei Xiaojiu your biological father? Supporting him so much now clearly means Mei Xiaojiu is bullying her own brother. He can even laugh. How twisted his heart must be. Wang Wang's little brother is really pitiful. Mei Xiaojiu loves to use violence so much and has suffered countless abuses at home. Mei Xiaojiu, the scumbag. Does he really think Wang Wang's brother has no fans? If you dare show up in front of me, I'll beat him up first. Mei Danyao is no good, just watching her own brother get bullied. Pa, hypocritical woman. What kind of lousy production team is this? Everyone has shady values. Oh dear. The staff noticed the sudden change in the chat and were puzzled. Director Lee felt something was off about the comments. Director Lee was a real shrewd. After seeing the flood of comments, he narrowed his eyes and said someone had probably bought paid posters for Mei Xiaojiu. Who bought it? Why is it not just Xiaojiu, but Danyao getting scolded too? Director Lee shook his head and said, I don't know. In this entertainment industry, anyone can be a water soul. The staff asked, so what should we do? Should we remind Danielle and the others? They tried to tone it down, but Director Lee waved his hand and said, no need. Unless it's an unavoidable force, it's best to intervene less and record as truthfully as possible for netizens what happened on the deserted island during these 7 days. As for the hater wars, whether good or bad, this is all about creating buzz for the production team. In fact, the more controversial they are, the better it is for our show. After hearing this, the staff suddenly understood that Director Lee made sense. So the production team became completely clueless. She didn't give the guests any hints and let things continue. May Danielle caught sight of the staff out of the corner of her eye and saw them staring at the comments discussing something. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the argument had sparked a huge discussion online. Naturally, May Danielle wouldn't let the production team suck her or damage her feathers. She saw us 2 young guys crying one after another. The other guests had never seen this kind of battle before, just stood there at a loss, their eyes blank. She then stepped between her 2 younger brothers. May Danielle stood in one of her brothers' way. All right, you 2 can give way. Playing the role of a caring older sister, she gently advised me, Xiao Zhou, whether Wang did it on purpose or not. If you keep pursuing this, the castle won't be restored. I won't indulge her. I want her to apologize. Actually, I think I'm already super easy to talk to. As long as Mei Qiwang apologizes, if this were any other violent machine, Mei Qiwang would have died 7 or 8 times back and forth. Mei Danielle could see this was my bottom line, so she looked at Mei Qiwang again. Wang apologized to Xiao Zhou. Mei Qiwang, her nose red, slapped and beat her. What right do I have to apologize? I clearly didn't mean it, yet Mei Xiao Zhou slandered me. She should be the one who should apologize to me. But Mei Danielle told Mei Qiwang, Wang, let's not even mention whether Xiao Zhou is slandering you. It's true you broke the castle, right? Look, everyone has put a lot of effort into this castle, and you deserve an apology for it. Isn't that right? Mei Qiwang is in the wrong, but she's been crying for so long and still wants her to apologize. She's really embarrassed, so Mei Qiwang keeps quiet. Unfortunately, Mei Danielle won't indulge her. Now it might ruin her reputation. Mei Qiwang dared to mess around and was the first to deal with her. Then Mei Danielle placed a hand on Mei Qiwang's shoulder, her smile bright and friendly. I know Wang is the most well-behaved, admitting mistakes and correcting them. You'll apologize, right? Mei Wangxi looked at Mei Danielle tremblingly. Although a woman's smile was so kind, it was as if she saw a devil emerge behind Mei Danielle, gritting his teeth at her, as if she dared to say a word of no and tear her apart on the spot. Now Mei Qiwang didn't dare care about saving face anymore. She was a bit wild for a moment, then choked up at me and said, I'm sorry, Brother Xiao Zhou, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken your castle. Getting an apology makes me very satisfied. That's more like it. Mei Danielle's smile grew even brighter. That's enough. It's not a big deal, we're all brothers. How could there really be any grudge, right? Woof woof. Mei Hope looked at her 4th sister with a resentful expression. If you dare not nod, I'll put an end to your friendly expression. Nodding while sniffing, 4th sister was right. The argument was perfectly resolved by Mei Danielle, and because of her move, she even earned a good reputation for high emotional intelligence and a courtly reincarnation. I also vacated because of my straightforward personality. Although Mei Qishi had Shui Qi's protection, besides Shui Jun, there weren't many casual fans left. So, after the quarrel, only Mei Qi's world was wounded, and the world was resolved. The next day at dawn, I couldn't wait to wake everyone up and said, Everyone, get up. Let's go up the mountain today to catch wild game and eat. The guests looked troubled. Xiao Zhou, you still want to go to the forest? This is the tropics, and the forest must be full of dangers. I was too excited. Come on, I'm already here, I have to go and see. At this point, no one knows how to refuse. A guest suddenly comes up with an excuse and says, Xiao Zhou, maybe we should first find some water to drink. Purified water is a big problem. These days, everyone is trying to reduce their water intake. We're almost exhausted. When I drink, my head tilts and I feel a bit strange. I pointed to the coconut trees everywhere on the guide. There are so many coconut trees here, and you guys still want some water. Mei Danielle walked over and sighed. Xiao Zhou, look at those coconut trees. Their trunks are slender and tall. We've tried picking coconuts before, but they're too tall. I simply couldn't climb up, really couldn't reach it. After hearing that, I didn't waste any words and walked straight to a coconut tree, then punched the trunk. With a loud bang, the coconut tree began to shake violently, and a coconut couldn't withstand the shaking and fell down. Without even looking, I caught it directly, then walked over to the crowd and poked again. A finger-sized hole appeared on the hard coconut shell. I acted as if nothing had happened, scanning the group of stunned people. Which of you can take it? All the guests were dumbfounded. The one with a big mouth could fit a duck egg. Damn. Mei Danyao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. But she wanted to keep her image, so she kept thinking, whoa, damn, Mei Xiaojiu, don't be too outrageous. So that day, the production team was filled with beautiful homeland dialect, fish voices lingering endlessly. After a while, everyone finally snapped out of the shock of me breaking a coconut with my bare hands. Then they all gathered around. Xiaojiu, how did you open the coconut so easily? In their memory, the coconut shell was very hard and couldn't be opened without tools. Besides, this wasn't a green coconut, but an old coconut. The shell of an old coconut is even harder, like iron. Otherwise, they wouldn't just stand by and watch the water source hang on the tree without hitting its face. Seeing everyone so surprised, I was a bit puzzled and tilted my head, saying, is this difficult? It's really easy to drive. As the nation's secret weapon, the Empire's fearsome violent machine, my strength is just SOSO. Among our 9 violent machines, the strongest can really pierce a steel plate with bare hands. That's the real ridiculousness. The guests looked at me with a look of no wonder. Could it be that the coconut varieties on this island are different from elsewhere, but they're just so crisp? Some people were puzzled, so they took the coconuts and imitated me too. He poked a finger hard at the coconut box, and then, broken, instantly wailed like ghosts and wolves. Some guests mocked, Wangzhe, do you have to react this much? The other person hugged their poor finger and said in grief, it's really hard, right? Without a tool, you absolutely can't open this thing. Didn't Xiaojiu say it was easy to open it? How hard can it be? He took the coconut and poked it with his finger like that. So the second victim appeared. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on me again, their eyes full of disbelief. This is really easy to drive. Under everyone's skeptical looks, I blinked innocently and suddenly realized, I forgot. Bai Ningbin once told me, I'm different from these ordinary folks. You can't judge others by my standards. My mind is really sharp. I blinked, and on the right side I gave a reason. I told everyone. Forgot because I used to do manual labor in the countryside. Men are exposed to the elements, so their skin is tough and their flesh thick. People in the city with delicate skin can't compare to me. The guests didn't fully believe it this time. They were half skeptical. Xiaojiu, are rural people really the skilled? They can even open coconuts with their bare hands. Mei Danyao's mind was like 1,000 horses galloping wildly. Hey, Mei Xiaojiu, don't be too outrageous. Now Mei Danyao suspects that I have connections to the military, using their identity to cover up my identity. My abilities and strength are definitely being kept secret. I don't even know if my manager is out of his mind to allow me to participate in such a highly exposed variety show. Does the other party not know I'm seriously crazy? Mei Danyao is extremely self-interested. She can't let me act recklessly, then it would affect her career. Seeing everyone shocked, Mei Danyao was afraid that if she kept talking, something might happen. So she hurried over to stop me, smiling at everyone. Just listen to what you say. This kid is always exaggerated. He was just a bit more physically strong. When it came to opening a coconuts, finding the right angle and opening them with bare hands wasn't hard. The 2 victims raised their fingers to Mei Danyao and said, Sister Yao, you're the one joking, aren't you? This thing is really hard to drive barehanded. Look, our hands are broken. Mei Danyao smiled but cursed inwardly. Who told you 2 idiots to imitate this? But everyone started to doubt and decided to stop this quickly. Let things escalate. Who knows what the online rumors will become. She took the coconuts and was still so friendly. Haha. That's why I said you didn't find the right method. Opening a coconut's job also requires proper technique like this. Mei Danyao fumbled around and found the thinnest bottom of the coconut shell. Then, with the back of her hand slightly raised, she pressed her palm and managed to pry open a piece of the coconut shell. Everyone was stunned. Impressive. Sister Yao actually opened the coconut with her bare hands. I looked at Mei Danyao in surprise, her expression matching everyone's. I didn't expect Mei Laosi to be quite skilled. Just now, the 2 of them fought the coconut shell head-on, and their fingers were broken. Mei Laosi was able to open the coconut with her bare hands, which was already far better than ordinary people. Amid everyone's surprised expressions, Mei Danyao still wore her signature elegant smile. She glanced at everyone and handed the coconut over. Ask who you can say. Me, Sister Yao. A male guest immediately took the coconut and thanked her. Thank you, Sister Yao. You're welcome. Mei Danyao's hand poking the coconut was placed behind her back. If you looked closely, you'd see her 2 fingers opening the coconut were trembling slightly. This is a normal physiological phenomenon during pain. Although Mei Danyao appears calm and composed, she is actually in pain. Inside, she curses Mei Xiaojiu. Her mother is idiotic, thinking before doing things and expecting her mother to clean up after her. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many outsiders now, she would have already argued with me. But Mei Danyao still put on her disguise, affectionately ruffling my head and smiling. saying, "Xiao Jiu, from now on, let fourth sister handle these dirty and exhausting tasks. You're just like Wang Wang, just wait and eat. And right now, she really doesn't want to keep cleaning up after me." I looked at Mei Danyao in confusion. Why does it feel like old Mei has suddenly changed her ways? Even though she's always pretended to be so pretentious in front of outsiders. But I feel like Mei Laosi is even more pretentious and talkative than yesterday. I just can't figure it out. But am I the kind of obedient and well-behaved younger brother? I'm the grudge-holding me. I still remember Mei Laosi saying he hated me a lot. Since we look at each other, we both dislike each other. Why should I go along with Mei Laosi? If it's an enemy, of course I should go against him. So the corners of my mouth curved into a smile. My eyes suddenly lit up, and I spoke to Mei Danyao with righteousness. "Fourth sister, I won't do it myself. I'll have enough to eat. I don't want to be like Mei Shiwang, doing nothing and just waiting to eat. I want to work. Labor is glorious." Mei Shiwang, who was inexplicably stepped on, was furious inside. "Mei Xiaojiao, I've angered you again." Mei Danyao stared at me intently. On the surface, she's warm and gentle, but inside she's cursing her parents. "Oh my God. You insist on working against me? Just you wait. I'll deal with you after the variety show ends." Damn it. The two of us siblings locked eyes in passionate eye contact and were already cursing like crazy. But from an outsider's perspective, they are the deeply affectionate couple of siblings. The older sister is gentle, considerate, and caring for her brother, while the younger brother cares for the sister and lightens her burden. Isn't this a truly touching way to resolve the brotherly bond? Because I want to be a proud laborer, refusing to wait for the top spot. I plan to go to the forest today to get some work. Wait, hunting to improve the teammates' meals. Originally, the guests didn't want to go to the deserted island forest because there were too many unknown dangers. But after learning that there were 2 experts in the team who could smash coconuts with their bare hands, everyone's enthusiasm suddenly multiplied several times. Let's go. Since we're all on a deserted island, how can we just stick to the beach? The unknown nature is still waiting for us to explore. "Xiao Jiu, I'll go with you." Mei Danyao stood gracefully to the side. Her face was flawless, with a ladle-like smile. She watched this group of people get angry with me, veins bulging on her forehead. I don't know how she lost her mind back then, but ended up creating a gentle and ladle-like persona. Now it's done. If you want to lose your temper, you have to look after the young lady. Mei Danyao suppressed her anger and kept a perfect smile at everyone. "Everyone, poison gods and fierce beasts in the forest are unavoidable," Mei Danyao said. "Fourth sister, if you don't want to go, stay on the beach. I'll go with a few others." Mei Danyao's face instantly put on a good sister smile, gently and dotingly patting my head and speaking softly. "Xiao Jiu, what are you talking about? The forest is so dangerous. How can you feel at ease if sister doesn't stay with you? It's okay. I can take care of myself." I smiled slightly and said to Mei Danyao, "It's okay, fourth sister. Just rest assured." But the more confidently I swore like this, the less Mei Danyao would let me do it. If I showed some extraordinary strength again, she would worry that my actions might attract the attention of the higher-ups, so she simply blacklisted everyone who found out. To avoid getting into trouble, Mei Danyao was forced to bark at me and said, "Xiao Jiu, being good is one thing, but sister worrying about you is another. I'll go to the forest with you. That's settled." I looked at Mei Danyao with gentle gaze, but in my heart, I'm complaining wildly, "Mei Laosi, why are you so annoying?" The look in her eyes is clearly a reply to me. "Do you feel annoyed? Perfect. Then I'll feel better. Are you crazy? Oh my little brother. Compared to you, fourth sister, I'm really far from being sick." The two of us are at odds. Our gaze almost sparks flying when our eyes meet in the air. But the guests nearby all burst out laughing. Xiao Jiu and Sister Yao really have a great relationship. Ha ha ha, this must be the tacit understanding between siblings. Mei Wang stood to the side, eyes fixed tightly on Mei Danyao and me. She pressed her lips tightly, the anger in her eyes almost overflowing. Hearing the guests mention Mei Danyao's interactions with me, it did happen. She even glared fiercely at us. Mei Wangxi was so angry she was about to cough up blood. Didn't fourth sister really dislike Mei Xiaojiu? Then why did she always keep hanging around Mei Xiaojiu? Even though she was here, fourth sister should revolve around her, wouldn't she? It's all Mei Xiaojiu's fault. Why did this bastard come to the wilderness survival show? She must be afraid of getting angry, so she deliberately came to mess things up and ruin her hidden dream. Mei Shiwang was unwilling to be left out, so he quickly walked over to Mei Danyao. He linked arms with her and said, "Fourth sister, the forest adventure looks so interesting. I'm going too. I'm going too. Mei Danyau's eyelid twitched as she listened. Why are you joining in the fun again? Don't you have some kind of experience with yourself? Then she said, woof woof, the forest is dangerous. Mei Danyao originally wanted to persuade Mei Shiwang to leave, but this time Mei Wangwang had to go because of the weight of the scale. She acted spoiled and said, I'm not afraid. Fourth sister, do you want me to go? You and brother Xiao Zhou can go. Why can't I go? Mei Danyao bluntly said, you can't keep up with your stamina. Mei Shiwang gritted his teeth. Brother Xiao Zhou is fine, I can too. I'm not worse than him. We're all sons of the Mei family. Mei Shiwang didn't believe it. What Mei Xiao Zhou could do was that Mei Qishi couldn't do it. As long as she was willing, she would only do better than Mei Xiao Zhou. Mei Danyao saw this and was helpless. After all, she had to care about her image, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. After that, I packed my luggage with the others. Then we set off toward the forest. After entering the forest, I led the way for everyone. Mei Danyao walked second, and the others followed behind. The forest path was uneven, surrounded by grass and insects, and Mei Xiang was especially afraid of bugs. He froze completely, clinging tightly to Mei Danyao's hand and refusing to let go. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed guest spotted the food and quickly saw the fruit. Look, there was a fruit tree ahead. I saw it but was uninterested, saying, what's so good about fruit? Eating meat is the real pleasure. But the guest acted seriously and said, Xiao Zhou, you don't get it. Do you? How much can you eat just meat? Only a balance of meat and vegetables can bring out more deliciousness. Many fruits can be used in dishes like coconut chicken and sugu meat, which are typical examples. I was a bit taken aback, so I immediately got interested again and said, come on, let's go pick the fruit. But the guests were staring at the towering fruit trees. It's a bit tricky. This tree is so tall and the fruit is all at the top. It's hard to handle. I'll pat my chest and say it's fine. I'll go pick them. Everyone was about to say this tree is hard to climb because the trunk is too thick and one person can't hold it. He was straight, but only managed to utter a single word. In the blink of an eye, he was empty. I actually leapt straight up into the tree, so fast that even monkeys would kneel and call me Zongfeng. The guests exclaimed, oh my god, how did you climb up there? Mei Danyao was about to explain, but Mei Shiwang sourly said, didn't she grow up in the countryside? It's normal for country folks to climb trees, but Xiao Zhou climbed too fast. I found it in one go. This tree is especially hard to climb. Mei Hope rolled her eyes. The guests were retorted by Mei Hope's retort. He couldn't say anything more. Mei Danyao beside him curled her lips, suddenly feeling that bringing Mei Hope along might not be a bad thing. This guy was jealous and afraid I'd steal his spotlight, so even if I said something shocking, he wouldn't say it from his mouth. It also became a matter of not understanding much, which was just right to save him from making excuses. Although the guests couldn't say much, netizens didn't agree. Hopefully Meishi is okay. Little Jugu climbs trees very fast and not just as fast. How did it become a trivial matter in his mouth? But such remarks were quickly attacked by paid commenters. You netizens are the ones crazy. Is climbing trees so impressive? You deserve special praise. Anyone who didn't know would think they climbed Mount Everest. Mei Xiaozhou is always just trying to attract attention. Speechless, the production team must be crazy. Why do they always give the camera to Mei Xiaozhou? Doesn't Wang Wang's little brother deserve more handsome shots? Mei Jia, Xiaorongyun is very satisfied with the current livestream chat with smiles. Seeing the barrage of comments praising his son and the insulting and harsh remarks about Mei Xiaozhou, he curled his lips into a triumphant smile. That's more like it. His Wang Wang should be praised and praised. Mei Xiaozhou, a country bumpkin, should be praised and praised. Why should he overshadow his son? Wang Wang should be more dazzling than Mei Xiaozhou. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mei Dantang, from the Mei Corporation's president's office, was also watching the live comments in the Wilderness Survival livestream. He immediately saw through Xiaorongyun's manipulation behind the scenes. Then he sneered. The Lu people can't beat Xiaozhou and can't save the trolls. That woman only has this kind of trick. His assistant Li Bin asked, President Mei, what should we do now? Mei Dantang ordered coldly, contacting the PR department to prepare for anti-corruption. However, just as the people on Mei Dantang's side were about to stop fighting against anti-smearing for me, they noticed the livestream chat had actually shifted. Upstairs, Mei Chong paid trolls not to be too ridiculous. How much money did the sponsor give you? Is it worth you twisting right and wrong like this? Netizens aren't fools. Don't think controlling the stop will silence passersby. The paid trolls are still working hard to make money. Yo, Mei Xiaozhou's fans are getting anxious. Are they getting anxious? The master isn't watching you guys. They're biting people everywhere. But soon, a bombshell comment exploded in the livestream. Mei Wangshi's paid trolls should calm down a bit. Your sponsor buying fake trolls is trending. Instead of shouting here, you might as well consider whether the money from the sponsor will still arrive. Seeing this comment, the paid commenters really slowed down. What's going on? The issue of buying paid internet trolls has trended online. Could it be that they really won't pay them anymore? So the paid commenters started checking the trending list on Dobwa again. Sure enough, at the top 5 of the rankings was a hashtag, police account may hope police troll. After clicking on that trending topic, at the top was a screenshot of a private chat posted by a blogger, asking if he wanted to take an order. He criticized a male guest on a wilderness survival variety show and then subtly praised another male guest. But after watching the wilderness survival livestream, I turned my haters into fans, so I decisively became a justice activist. Exposing this malicious competition incident meant that the wilderness survival livestream was already flooded with Mei Shiwang's paid commenters. Normal netizens couldn't express their opinions inside, but after seeing this blogger's post, netizens instantly exploded. They all angrily condemned the incident, never expecting us to get involved. Some netizens had already started commenting on young Master Xiaojiu. With this matter blowing up, those paid trolls definitely wouldn't dare to arrogantly flood the livestream like before. Mei Dan paused her gaze on her phone screen, looking at the various comments under the trending topic. Dan Shang. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile and he asked back, "Do you really think this matter just naturally fermented?" Li Bin was confused. "Mr. Mei, this trending topic is rising little by little, not a sudden drop, so it probably wasn't bought by someone." Li Bin knew a bit about my situation. Just a country bumpkin who came back to the Mei family without power or influence. Except for President Mei, who cared for me deeply, the other young ladies and even the master didn't really like me, not to mention a ruthless stepmother who hired internet trolls to slander me. Li Bin really couldn't imagine who would dare to smear me in front of President Mei. So he concluded it was just a coincidence. Mei Dantang neither confirmed nor disagreed with Li Bin's words. Watching the rising trending topics, he understood clearly. The person quietly helping me this time must be a veteran manipulator of public opinion, with a high-level background. Mei Dantang immediately thought of this. I'm afraid the person quietly helping me this time is from the official sources. If that's the case, if Xia Rongyun wants to use paid trolls to bring me down, that's like hitting a rock with an egg. It's impossible. Meanwhile, Xia Rongyun learns that the paid trolls have been exposed. Frustrated, he calls the person in charge, questioning, "What did you do? Why did the paid trolls issue still come to light? Now it's spreading like crazy online. What do you think we should do?" The other party is also very anxious. Hiring paid trolls has been exposed directly, but it's a major matter. Madam Mei, calm down. I think something is fishy about this. Maybe a third party intervened and deliberately bought trending topics for the rival to expose it. You'd better think about who has the ability to do such a thing. After hearing this, Xia Rongyun felt the other party was just making excuses. He sneered repeatedly. You really have completely shifted your own responsibility. And yet, that bastard Mei Xiaojiu doesn't even have a backer. Who would pay him to buy trending topics? And do you think I don't understand the tricks of the entertainment industry? Someone really is secretly manipulating things. The trending topics have exploded long ago. How can they slowly keep the topic rolling like this? They really treat netizens like fools. You can't tell if there's any backing, right? This time it's clearly your own work mistake. Yet they still insist on blaming their rivals. Now, not only will I not pay you a cent, I will also sue you for harming my son's life. The person in charge is at a loss for words. Mrs. Mei, this matter escalated too quickly. We wanted to block the news and even try to contact the trending topics on a certain blog. This is really something's off. Stop pretending to be pitiful and making excuses here. This time you guys didn't have time to make things easy. If you want to keep hanging around in the golden circle, find a way to solve it. If my son gets his reputation ruined because of your mistakes, just wait for the court summons. After saying that, Xia Rongyun hung up. After calming his anger, he started the live stream again and glanced at his beloved son, Mei Wangxi from the wilderness survival reality show. His eyes full of worry and prayer. Woof woof, you must be very careful with your words and actions these days. Don't cause any trouble. No one knows the rights and wrongs online except the production staff, and the director of this production team is really stingy, all for the show's authenticity. He doesn't care about the guests' reputations at all, so now the situation between Mei Hope and me online is a huge mess. He's like a mute, as if he knows nothing. Keep recording. Over here, I've already picked a lot of fruit from the tree and then said to the people below, I threw it down, you guys catch it. Everyone was shocked and threw it right away. Then they all immediately backed away, afraid of hitting themselves. Mei Shiwang hurried to dodge, and once they reached the safe zone, he couldn't help but complain to me again. Mei Xiaojiu, are you doing it on purpose? If you accidentally drop it, it might kill someone. Can't you just hold the fruit and come down yourself? Anyway, you're such a good climber. I'm sitting on the trunk, holding a full bag of fruit, swinging my legs, straight back. Mei Wangxi, you're picking a fight. Huh? Can't you see I'm holding so many fruits? You want me to crawl down on 2 legs, right? Mei Wangxi snorted coldly at Qi blood. Brother Xiaojiu, aren't you pretty impressive? Climbing down on 2 legs is more than enough for you. Without Shui Jun's livestream, the barrage immediately shifted the tone back to me. I really have no chance to die. Mei Qi, who can just climb down the tree with their foot. This tree is still so tall. If Xiaojiu accidentally falls, who will be it? Are they really brothers? Haha. Didn't you see the trending topic above? Mei Wang bought Shui Jun and specifically bashed Xiaojiu. Isn't this a typical plastic brother? I've disliked Mei Wangxi for a long time. Don't you think she speaks in a really sarcastic way? And she's extremely heartbroken. Very aimed at Xiaojiu, I noticed early. I swore this before, but Mei Shiwang's Shui Jun comment drowned it out. Unfortunately, now Shui Jun no longer covers for Mei Shiwang. All her little tricks will be exposed. It was truly satisfying. At this moment, I had no hope of getting involved. I'm not a ninja, and I have chakra under my feet. How could I climb down a tree without using my hands? But now I can actually get down from a tree by jumping straight off a branch. But it's a bit high. I'm afraid if I jump in directly, these people will be startled and treat me like a monkey again. But now I don't care anymore. Anyway, I'm not worried about public opinion at all because every time I cause trouble, Bai Ningbing always covers for me. So I never cared about the online comments. As for the current group of guests, if they were monkeys, they might as well be monkeys. No one was helping me pick fruit, and I couldn't stay in the tree forever. So when I was about to jump down, Mei Danyao immediately saw through my thoughts. Before I jumped, she called me back. Xiaojiu, you can throw it away. 4th sister will catch it from below. I glanced at Mei Danyao and asked, 4th sister, aren't you afraid of getting hit? Mei Danyao just smiled slightly and asked gracefully and graciously, will Xiaojiu hit me? I smiled and started teasing her. Guess what? Then I started throwing the fruit one by one at Mei Danyao. At first, I threw each fruit at her hand, but later I threw a lot. My concern flared up too, so I started deliberately throwing them off the mark, but Mei Danyao caught each one steadily and handed them to others. After throwing the fruit, I darted down from the tree and led everyone deeper into the forest. But the deeper you go, the deeper it becomes. The fear of the unknown begins to swirl in the guests' hearts. The slightest disturbance makes one's whole body shiver, chilling to the bone. Some start to back out. Sister Yao, Xiaojiu, it's been so long and we still haven't found anything to eat. How about we head back first? Mei Danyao was actually worried everyone might be in danger, since there are so many unknowns in the forest. So she said to me, Xiaojiu, why don't we stop here for today? But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw me raise a hand. I stared straight ahead and told the people behind me, everyone, be quiet. As soon as she said this, everyone instinctively held their breath and focused. What's going on? The usually carefree Xiaojiu suddenly told me to be quiet. Could it be that there are beasts ahead? As they gradually ventured deeper into the forest, everyone was gripped by unknown fears and became very anxious. A female guest, with an uncontrollable trembling voice, asked, Xiaojiu, what's wrong? Are there beasts ahead? I stared ahead, nodded, but I didn't know what it was. That female guest's legs went weak. Could it be that she ran into a monster? My companion quickly shook her shoulder and said, wake up. There are no monsters in this world. How come there's no? Just because you haven't met them, you can be sure it's not? Look, Xiaojiu is getting nervous. It must be a big guy. Infected by the host's fearful atmosphere, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but get nervous too. Oh my, what exactly lies ahead? I'm getting nervous. Whatever it is, I should hurry and check. I'm the king of Gigi. I'm dying of worry. Even with no hope, the tense atmosphere is contagious. She feels danger is everywhere in the forest. Who knows how many wild beasts around are eyeing these fat animals. If the beasts attack, they'll definitely be scared and scatter in all directions. If they get separated and get lost in the forest, then it's really over. Thinking about it, no hope started complaining inside. Without that bastard Xiaojiu, why did he insist on hunting wild game in the forest? There are so many fish in the sea. Isn't it enough for me to catch? No hope now regrets it to death. If only I had known the forest was so dangerous. She didn't come because she was just too scared and hopeless, and started saying to me again, no Xiaojiu, why are you still standing there? Do you only feel satisfied when everyone is in danger? Let's leave quickly. If you don't leave, we'll leave first. How long have you stayed in the forest without anyone caring about you? Because I had no hope of speaking too loudly, I looked back at her with some dissatisfaction. What are you shouting about? Your loud voice scares the prey away. As I spoke, I looked at the others with great interest. About half a kilometer away, there's a big snake hanging from a tree. About 300 meters south of the snake, There's a pond with a big crocodile basking by the pool. Let's go get the snake and crocodile to eat. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Big python, big crocodile. Normally, if a person encounters these two things, they should just run away. Why was my first reaction to catch them and eat them? My suggestion caught everyone off guard. Most of the guests who came along backed out. No one wanted to provoke such a ferocious beast. So they kindly said, Xiaojiu, pythons and crocodiles are both dangerous. How about we go to the sea and catch fish instead? I pouted and retorted, what's dangerous about pythons and crocodiles? Both of them move incredibly slowly, but Lini and the others are easy. Even though they're slow, they're right. What if you get entangled? I can tell. These are all cowards. I won't force it. Fine, since none of you dare go, I'll go alone. You all go back first. Everyone nodded repeatedly. They all sighed. All right, finally able to go back. But how to get back was a problem too, because they were already deep in the forest depths. Without someone to take them back, they could easily lose their way in the forest. So, everyone's eyes turned to Mei Danyao. Yaojia, you'll come back with us, right? Mei Danyao has always been the leader among them. Although later on, I suddenly rose to prominence and was very strong. But in my group's eyes, I'm too busy. Wherever there's danger, I'm the first to rush forward. Following me is even more dangerous. But Mei Danyao is more steady and has a better sense of the bigger picture, so if she's with me, everyone feels more at ease. Unfortunately, this time Mei Danyao didn't respond immediately. She smiled silently and didn't make a statement. Actually, Mei Danyao is also someone who loves adventure and excitement. For example, when she heard me say there was a giant python and a giant crocodile ahead, her first reaction was to go check it out. She wanted to see if she could bring back a python or crocodile. But because she had set up her own persona, Mei Danyao couldn't just swim freely in her true nature. She had to take responsibility for the safety of others. Still, seeing everyone else flock to the forest for the fun, sensing danger, she immediately wanted to leave me alone. How should I put it? This group is somewhat selfish and immoral. She hates me for not speaking up, but she also really dislikes them. Rather than protecting this group who doesn't like her, might as well follow the annoying me and go on an adventure. Seeing Mei Danyao silent, the others felt uneasy. Someone immediately pulled Mei Wangwang out, saying, Sister Yao, Wangwang wants to come back with us too, but we don't know the way. Why don't you come back with us? That way everyone can look out for each other, right? In everyone's eyes, Mei Wangwang and I are both Mei Danyao's younger brothers. Mei Wangxi is weak, I'm strong. So a normal person would definitely choose to protect that weak brother. After all, being strong enough to protect herself means there's no need to worry. With Mei Qiwang following them, there's no fear that Mei Danyao won't go back with them. Mei Qiwang instantly understood what others were thinking, and then looked at Mei Danyao with a fragile, pitiful expression. Fourth sister, the viewers in the live stream saw the atmosphere among the guests getting tense, and they all voiced their opinions. No way, if they really left Xiao Zhou's younger brother alone in the forest, these guests must be poisonous. Did they forget they could eat grouper, tuna, and big crabs? Who is drinking coconut juice? Meanwhile, in the deserted forest on the deserted island, everyone was still waiting for Mei Danyao to take a stance. I don't know how much time had passed when suddenly Mei Danyao stepped over and smiled slightly at everyone, saying, Everyone, the forest is too dangerous. I'm not comfortable with only Xiaozhou. Anyway, you have a lot of people. Just follow the previous route and go back. Wang Wang is counting on you too. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. No way, Sister Yao, aren't you coming back with us? Exactly, Sister Yao, Wang Wang wants to go back with her too. Are you not going to care about Wang Wang? Someone tried to use Mei Wang Wang to morally blackmail Mei Danyao. But Mei Danyao is so easily manipulated by morality. She immediately showed everyone a trusting smile. He said, Everyone here is the elite of our guests. We've all walked this path once. We can't just go back the way we came and can't do it. As for Wang Wang is my younger brother. I know him best. Didn't he say Xiao Zhouxing can do it too? Now it's just returning to camp. For Wang Wang, it's easy now. As he spoke, he smiled at Mei Wang Wang. Right? Wang Wang, just going back the same way, how could I stump you? Mei Wang Wang spent a whole night and couldn't speak. Seeing Mei Wangxi's expression like she was eating something else, I instantly burst with joy. Then, seeing that they couldn't decide for a long time, she grew a bit impatient and said, What exactly do you want? Old Mei, fourth sister, you don't have to keep me company. I'll go alone. You go back with them. Otherwise, this group here is awkward and full of complaints. I find it annoying to watch. But Mei Danyao immediately smiled at me like a good sister and said righteously, Xiao Zhou, the forest is so dangerous. How could fourth sister leave you alone? If you run into any danger, Fourth sister will be worried to death. I already saw what she was thinking. Rather than hanging out with those cowardly people, she should be in the dark. It's better to act together with the annoying me that at least feels more comfortable. I looked into fourth sister's exquisite eyes. My mouth twitched. As long as you're happy, I have no objections. Mei Daniao flashed a flawless smile again and said to the other guests, "All right, the longer you stay in the forest, the more dangerous it gets. If you want to leave, go back first. I'll keep going with Xiaojiu." The crowd surged forward, but unwilling to give up, she said, "Sister Yao, you really won't go." Mei Daniao replied firmly and unwaveringly. "If they don't leave, everyone looks at each other. Goodness, the two main members of the team won't leave, leaving them to go back on their own. With such a risky situation, wouldn't it instantly go from 10 to 1,000? Someone immediately started turning to Mei Daniao. Then he walked over to her side. Shanshan smiled and said, "Sister Yao, I thought about it. Since we're already here, there's no reason for Lin Jun to escape. I've made up my mind. I'll keep moving forward with you." Someone took the lead, and the others quickly joined in. "Well, I also think people shouldn't give up halfway. Sister Yao, Xiaojiu, I'm with you all." "Me too, Sister Yao, take me along too. I'll try not to hold you back." Messi Wang Jian was originally planning to leave. Everyone actually wants to stay and continue going. People are almost furious. He looks at them like traitors. "Why are you like this? We just said we should go back." The other guests also used what Messi Wang said before. Wang, didn't you say Xiaojiu could do it? Can you too? The prey hasn't been found yet. How can you go back first? Wang, keep trying. Xiaojiu can do it, you definitely can too. Sis, I believe you. Messi Wang was so angry his little face turned pale. Now I can't decide whether to leave or not. I saw everyone finally agreed, and my eyes lit up as I said. I suddenly noticed a honeycomb on the tree ahead. Could honey be used for cooking? Let's get some honey to bring back too. As soon as he said this, the guests stared into the distance. Didn't Xiaojiu say he'd go after the giant python and the big crocodile? Why are we going to get honey again? I don't know how everyone is feeling inside. I nodded and said, "Yes, we want to do it. But making python crocodiles isn't actually in conflict with honey." "Yes, they don't conflict, but it's very dangerous." I just sneered. Why is it dangerous again? I really feel like bringing this group along is a careless experience. Pythons and crocodiles think it's dangerous, and so do the beehive. So they shouldn't even think about going into the sea. Mei Daniao, standing nearby, actually understood the breakdown of this group. In her eyes, I was probably just acting on a whim. People who can't keep up with my pace are really hard to deal with. After all, I have to bring along this bunch of useless people, breaking their mindset. In the end, it's still her who gets the most exhausted. So Mei Daniao played the peacemaker again. He said to me, "Xiaojiu, let's prioritize this first. If you go fix the beehive first, the bees will chase us everywhere. And if we disturb the python and crocodile and let them escape, wouldn't that be a loss?" "I'm being reasonable," Compromise said. "All right, we'll get honey when we get back." Mei Daniao laughed and said to the other guests, "Once we get pythons and crocodiles, you guys can take the prey back first. Xiaojiu and I get honey, so we'll chase after you. Is that okay?" Hearing Mei Daniao say this, everyone agreed and kept walking. But compared to before, the female guests were even closer to Mei Daniao and me. If it weren't for the unreasonable and untimely counts, I probably would have carried them with Mei Daniao. They all agreed. The guests had been walking for quite a while. The vegetation around them was almost taller than people, seriously blocking their view. Because they couldn't grasp the surroundings, it only made everyone more uneasy. One guest asked nervously, "Xiaojiu, aren't we here yet? Are there any pythons ahead?" I suddenly stopped, pointed to the tree and said, "Yes, it's still up there." Everyone followed my finger, looking toward the tree directly ahead. But just as everyone looked up, a snake head about half a person's head suddenly lunged at me with its mouth wide open. The snake's body instantly wrapped around me, its sharp teeth and blood-red mouth as if it wanted to swallow me whole. Because the scene was so shocking, the female guests screamed in terror, and the scene instantly became chaotic. The viewers watching the live stream were terrified too. Damn, I was scared to death. On my first day, there really was a python. It's true. Damn, it suddenly jumped out. I was scared out of my wits, so I peed. Get the starting point. I got goosebumps. Lan Jabin was panicking too. They wanted to save me, but this python was bigger than they imagined. That snake's body was almost as thick as a human demon. Getting entangled by this thing would crush all my bones. We're doomed. Mei Xiaojiu was doomed. I calmly glanced at King Macy, who was hiding behind everyone. He turned pale with fear, but you could see a hint of excitement in his eyes, and in his heart, he was secretly thinking, "Damn Mei Xiaojiu. Aren't you supposed to be so capable? Aren't you supposed to be amazing? And now you're still trapped by a python and can't move. I deserve it. Everyone told me to go back. But I refused and insisted on courting death. Now look, dying at the hands of the python is my own reap. Great. I won't ever see this mortal spirit again. Just as King Messi was secretly pleased and the guests were stuck in place, a dark figure suddenly rushed toward me. A guest cried out in surprise and bit down tightly. Hearing this, Messi King was startled. Looking closely, he saw Mei Daniao holding a stone and charging at me, moving swiftly and without hesitation. Without a moment's hesitation, Messi's mind exploded. His face instantly darkened, his eyes full of disbelief. Fourth sister, why? Does she hate me or like me? Why is it that every time I face danger, she was always the fastest? Now was clearly the best time to get rid of me. Even if I couldn't save her, no one could say anything to them. After all, I was the one who died sitting on the spot, then crashed and got killed by the python. Mei Daniao raised the stone in her hand high. I was about to smash it at the python's head. But before she could get close, the python suddenly opened its mouth in pain and started crying out. Then, to their surprise, the python had been tightly coiling around me, ready to drive me to death. Her body suddenly expanded and began to let go of me. No, it wasn't the python that let go on her own, but her body was forcefully stretched open by me. Seeing this, everyone present and the live stream viewers were stunned. Damn, what's going on? Mei Daniao was stunned too. At that moment, she had only one thought. She couldn't let me die. But now, seeing the python screaming in agony, she knew she had wasted her feelings again. As I kept pushing harder, they forcibly suppressed the python's power. Seeing this, the chat is going crazy. Oh my god. How did the python untie Xiao Zhou's little brother? I wasn't looking closely. Where is the python untying Xiao Zhou? Xiao Zhou actually tore the python apart. Can't you see the patterns on the snake skin are being stretched open? Wow, this force is pretty amazing, right? Please remove one point. It's not real, right? The python must have been anesthetized beforehand. Do we not think we've seen the animal world? How could a man's strength possibly break free from a python's entanglement? Whether or not this variety show is thrilling, the python realized it had provoked a tough character and immediately wanted to let go of me and leave. However, after provoking me, it tried to leave. The moment the python let go, I grabbed its head again. This time, the python was completely defeated. It twisted its body, struggling desperately like the creatures it had strangled before, trying to break free. But I held its breath tightly, not moving an inch. Then I heard a cracking sound. The giant python, which had just been struggling violently, lost the ability to move. His body went limp, completely lifeless. In this battle between humans and snakes, I won by an overwhelming majority. Everyone's faces were so surprised they could fit 2 eggs into their mouths, and I still didn't realize how amazing I had done. I was holding the python in my hand and excitedly said to the sisters who were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. This one is even bigger than I predicted. If you peel it, you could probably eat several meals. How do you make snake meat taste good? They realized I didn't know who I was, and even started thinking about how to make snake meat taste good. The guests were utterly shocked. They rushed over and surrounded me, then checked me up and down, saying, "You were so tightly wrapped around the python just now. Am I hurt?" I felt underestimated. I threw the python to the ground, put my hands on my hips, and proudly said, "Who do you think I am? I'm just a python. As long as I don't get choked by it, I won't get hurt. But it's already wrapped around you. Tightening it isn't easy. So, just don't let it tighten and it's fine." All the guests looked at each other. "Brother, I love you. You said that so easily. Everyone knows that if you don't tighten the python, you won't die. But is that possible? They're already clinging to you. Could it be that you say don't tighten and then don't?" The 2 sides of the line of thought are not on the same path. Mei Daniao was afraid everyone would keep digging deeper, so she came over and interjected, "Since we got the python, I think crocodiles are one thing. This snake is quite heavy, with a thick big tail lazily wagging around. This is basically tempting me." Mei Daniao saw me almost lunge and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do I really think the forest is a market? Here to buy goods? Huh? Even though she knows my strength, Mei Daniao definitely doesn't want to go through what just happened. So he raised his hand and tapped my forehead, saying, "The crocodile won't run away on the island. Can I come with you to catch it tomorrow?" But I was really annoyed. I pouted, "No, don't bring you all so much with your hands and feet. I'll do it alone." Mei Daniao was helpless. "Fine, little ancestor. Can we go back now?" She realized my group of guys couldn't come and fight me head-on. I could keep up the fight for a day, so I had to be lenient and have to coax me. I really did slack off. Seeing everyone else looking so frightened, I didn't want to drag them around anymore, so I nodded and agreed. Alright, I'll head back for today. Alright, with my words and jade words, the guests are deeply grateful. Finally, they can return to camp. From now on, they won't run around following this ancestor anymore. Meanwhile, on the beach, the guests who stayed behind idly tossed sand and reduced shells. A man had been squatting on the ground for too long. He straightened up and gazed toward the sea, only to see a shadow floating on the water. What was that? In the forest, only the sounds of ghostly wailing and wolf wails echoed far away. Looking closely, I saw that, as the leader, I was carrying the python alone, huffing as I ran forward. Behind me, a group of guests also ran wildly, tears streaming down their faces. Behind them was a large bee swarm chasing after them. The scene was extremely gruesome, unbearable to watch. Rewinding to an hour ago, after dealing with the python, everyone was ready to carry it back home. But the group of male guests who came along were useless, just a python weighing several hundred kilograms. A few grown men couldn't hold up after just a few steps. Some even said it was because the python's award-taking sensation was so chilling that just touching it gave him goosebumps all over and his strength seemed drained, so he couldn't walk at all. I was completely speechless. After saying so much, it was just that I thought it was too heavy to carry and kept making excuses. So later, Mei Danyao and I were talking, but on the way back, I still hadn't forgotten the honey I had been longing for. We insisted on taking out the hive before leaving, so we let the main group move forward. After about half an hour, when most people seemed far ahead, I finally stole the bee's nest. But tropical bees aren't easy to deal with. I tore up their hive, and a swarm of bees chased after me, but all my nerve endings were already dead. In other words, even if I got beaten, I wouldn't feel pain, but it wouldn't hurt. The bees were flying around and obstructed my vision, so I still planned to leave the battlefield quickly, carrying the python and running as fast as possible. Mei Danyao could barely lift the python weighing several hundred kilograms, but now she had to keep up with my pace and run away. Gradually, she couldn't handle it. Before long, Mei Danyao was left far behind me. But since the hive was in my hands, the bees chased after me. Meanwhile, Mei Danyao, who was behind, actually escaped danger. However, the main group of Manhwa and Chunyu ahead weren't so lucky. Because they couldn't stop me at all, they didn't plan to leave quickly, but instead tried to wait for Mei Danyao and me to catch up with them and continue to protect them. But unexpectedly, I ended up drawing the bees over too. From the guest's perspective, I looked like a short, skinny boy, carrying a python several times his size. He ran toward them, panting and huffing. Behind him, many bees were chasing him. Seeing this, the guests were shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. I was just shouting, "Don't come any closer." But before they could shout that, I was already in front of them. The bee swarm behind me was about to get close, causing a group of guests to rush after me, leading to the scene of ghosts and howls in the background. With the bees chasing them, everyone's progress made a qualitative leap. What used to take 2 or 3 hours to get out of the forest was now in just an hour. Once out, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. The bees kept chasing, stealing from their hometown. The other guests left on the beach were stunned when they saw me carrying a python and a swarm of bees behind me. Oh my god! What is going on with Xiaojiu? Snake, it's a python. Oh my god! How did Xiaojiu carry the python out? Look behind Xiaojiu, so many bees. Why are they all chasing him? Because of the honeycomb. Look, Xiaojiu is still holding a beehive in his mouth. Xiaojiu, hurry up and throw away the honeycomb. Hurry! The guests on the beach are shouting desperately, asking for advice, but I'm still waiting to cook with honey. How could I bear to throw away the beehive? I finally managed to return from the forest after coming back from the fire. I tossed the python onto the beach, and it ran even faster. The bees couldn't keep up with my speed, like dogs being shelved, carried around everywhere. The female guests who ran out with me barely survived and ended up complaining together. Oh my god! I'll never accompany Mei Xiaojiu to mess around again in this lifetime. This brat is totally unreasonable. I never hope he'll run like this in this lifetime. Now his whole body is twitching and aching, gasping for breath. His breathing was heavy and swollen, like a patient laughing and panting. He gritted his teeth and stared at me as I slithered on the beach, his eyes as if he wanted to tear me apart. Mei Xiaojiu, you bitch, you'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The crew followed Mei Danyao out of the forest in the end. With no other choice, they couldn't run while carrying the machine, so they could only watch helplessly as I and the other guests ran away. The chat was going crazy. Damn, does this wilderness survival have to be this intense? Why is there parkour? The show's human figures aren't good. Xiaojiu is running away without a trace. The staff haven't eaten. Hurry up and catch up. Ha ha ha. Xiaojiu is so cool. One person carrying a big python and still running so fast. Sister Yao was left behind by him and still hasn't noticed. Ha ha ha. Look, what's going on? Is little Nine stalking bees? Hilarious. The flying ones in the sky can't catch up to those running on the ground. The director was probably worried something might happen to me, so he said to Mei Daniao, Daniao, do you have any way to help Xiaojio? After all, bees are poisonous too. If you break too many, you might go into shock and die. The production team can't let anyone die. Mei Daniao stared at the cluster of bees. Her first thought was fire. There were fire turtles on the beach, and she planned to use fire to disperse them. But before she could act, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Xiaojio heard this voice and suddenly froze, stopping immediately. I looked in the direction of the voice. Could it be that, among the guests standing on the beach, there was a handsome young man? She looked about 21 or 22. Her hair wet and damp and tossed behind her. She was wearing a wetsuit, but it perfectly outlined her body, making out the newcomer's face clearly. I immediately greeted him excitedly. Number 7, the boy I call Number 7, is the same type of violent machine as me, codenamed 7. Because I suddenly stopped, the bees immediately started going mad at me. I saw Number 7 draw a finger at me. Xiaojio, come over. I immediately ran toward Number 7. I spread my arms wide, excited and ready to give him a big hug first. Number 7, I miss you so much. But Number 7 leisurely opened a bottle of wine and a steamed knife, then drank it all in one gulp. She tossed the bottle aside, pulled out a burning piece of wood nearby, and with the other, pressed my head down as I lunged at her. With a boom, no. 7 pinned me down on the sand. Number 7 faced the raging killing wind head-on. She pointed her torch in front of herself, and as the wind approached, she sprayed out a mouthful of wine, sending sparks flying everywhere. They were enveloped by the surging killing winds. In an instant, the fierce killing winds turned charred and fell from the sky, wiped out. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Oh my god, the live chat instantly went crazy because of Number 7's appearance. Damn, why is there a new guest? This guy is so cool. He's so handsome, improving well. I really like him. Production team, how many surprises do you have that I don't know? A wilderness survival show with so many tricks. Every day is incredibly exciting. Isn't this just like those big projects that invest hundreds of millions? Yet the production team is also pushing hard. How did they do it? Why did a little 9 come up? Now another handsome guy has arrived, Daniao. Is he your little brother too? Everyone's eyes were all focused on Mei Daniao. Mei Daniao's face twitched slightly. No, he doesn't have that many brothers. Can you please don't make him look like a wholesale nurse? Although we were far away and others might not have heard, Mei Daniao's hearing was keen. She still heard me call out to her Number 7, Xiaojio, Number 9. Felt like this new boy was similar to me. So, are Number 7 and Number 9 their codenames? As expected, my identity is extraordinary. At that moment, I poked my head out of the sand, twitched my nose, and caught the scent of meat. I immediately turned my head toward the aroma. Then I saw bees roasted all over the ground. Are these edible? I immediately crawled over, grabbed a bee, and stuffed it into my mouth. Chewing and savoring it, this is delicious. Number 7, see me and eat it. I immediately forgot about my old acquaintance, smiled but said affectionately, you like this? I'll go to the forest later and catch some more for you. Hearing the sound, I immediately turned to look at Number 7, my eyes full of curiosity. He asked, Number 7, why did you come here? Because the higher-ups thought their violent machines were too inhumane and inhumane. So they banished them all back to their families, hoping that once they return, they would be moved by the affection of their loved ones. This way, I understand the importance of life. Logically, Number 7 should still be at home receiving the influence of love. You can't act on your own. Number 7 leisurely patted the sand off my head while saying, my name is Ji Xiaoqi now. In front of others, just call me Xiaoqi. Okay, Xiaoqi, I'm very well behaved. Call me whatever you want. Ji Xiaoqi smiled, pinched my cheek, then leaned close to my ear and whispered, actually, I killed all the scum in my family. Now the higher-ups are furious and chasing me everywhere. I saw you playing on a deserted island online and came to play with you. That sentence completely shocked me. Did Xiaoqi kill all her family? Why? Although my family doesn't treat me much, but I never thought about killing them, because I was afraid they wouldn't get a beating. I barely had time to fight. Xiaoqi's good friend. I'll tell you more when no one is around. After Ji Xiaoqi finished speaking, he let go of me. At this moment, the production team and other guests also hurried over. In the blink of an eye, Ji Xiaoqi and I were completely dominated by everyone. Everyone's eyes were shining on Ji Xiaoqi as if looking at a new continent. The female guests' eyes glued to her were practically shining. Excitedly, I asked, Xiaojio, is this your friend? Why is she here? Yes, she's a friend. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded me, asking about my relationship with Xiaoqi. I didn't know how to answer yet, saying we're both violent machines so we're really close. Obviously, that wouldn't do. Ji Xiaoqi pulled me behind her, and in an instant, a flawless smile appeared on her face as she waved and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Ji Xiaoqi, and I'm Xiao Zhou's good friend, because I saw Xiao Zhou playing on the deserted island on a live stream and found it especially interesting. I came along. I hope it won't disturb your recording of the show. The female guests were almost completely mesmerized by Ji Xiaoqi's stunning handsomeness. They all shook their heads and said, No, no, no. How could they disturb our recording of the show? With Xiao Qi's younger brother joining, the show will definitely get more and more popular, right? Director, seeing the wildly soaring popularity in the live stream, was absolutely thrilled. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Welcome to Xiao Qi. Ji Xiaoqi smiled slightly, thank you all. Then his gaze fell on Mei Danyao and Mei Shiwang, and he walked over to them and extended his hand in a very friendly manner. Smiling, she said, Hello. I learned from the show. So the big star is our Xiao Zhou sister. It's great to see you. Mei Danyao looked at Ji Xiaoqi's friendly expression, raised her eyebrows slightly, and immediately sensed a similar aura. This man, like her, was extremely good at disguising himself, but Mei Danyao still put on her signature smile, reached out to shake Ji Xiaoqi's hand, and said, Hello, Xiao Qi. So our Xiao Zhou is friends with you. You used to take care of him. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Ji Xiaoqi squinted and kept smiling. How could that be? Xiao Zhou is obedient and sensible, never causing trouble for anyone. Then, Ji Xiaoqi's gaze fell on Mei Shiwang. Mei Wang saw Ji Xiaoqi looking at her. I immediately got on high alert. Actually, after learning that Ji Xiaoqi was with me, I had already stopped meeting her in my heart. But now that she was going to play polite and greet her, Mei Wangxi naturally couldn't afford to be polite and let people gossip, so he forced a fake smile on her face. Just as he raised his hand to greet someone, unexpectedly, Ji Xiaoqi tilted his head and smiled at Mei Shiwang, saying, Wang, little brother's smile is way too fake. Honestly, if you don't like me, I'll just say it directly. No need to pretend to be friendly. I don't like you anyway. As soon as she said this, Mei Wang's eyes widened. Does this bastard even know what he's saying? At that moment, the live comments started flooding the screen. Ha ha ha. Mei Wang seemed about to lose her temper. Isn't that a bit much? Mei Wang was just trying to show her kindness. Why do you talk like that? Is there still Mei Shiwang's Xue Jun now? When Mei Shiwang invited Xue Jun to scold her brother, why didn't anyone speak up loyally and directly? Ji Xiaoqi and Xiao Zhou are good friends. Seeing her good brother insulted, Mei Shiwang directly scolded Mei Shiwang to death, which was already very polite. After greeting them, Ji Xiaoqi grabbed my neck and said with a bright smile, Xiao Zhou, this forest is pretty big. Let's go explore it just the two of us later. I immediately agreed. All right, sir. I feel like I haven't been around for long today. Xiao Qi, there's a big crocodile deep in the forest. Let's smash it up. I want to eat crocodile meat. Ji Xiaoqi smiled brightly and affectionately ruffled my head. We'll go do it soon because of Ji Xiaoqi's appearance. The live stream reality show Wilderness Survival is gaining popularity. It shot up to an unimaginable level, with several entries flooding the thread one after another. Viewers even trended on social media, further sparking heated discussion. The headquarters of the Special Operations Bureau hurriedly went to Bai Ningbin's office. Anxiously, she said, Director Bai, something's wrong. We've found number 7. She's currently with Xiao Zhou. Because Ji Xiaoqi slaughtered her entire family, she's now someone the higher-ups must kill. And yet she still dares to appear on a live variety show. Being seen by the public, this was an extremely serious event for the Special Operations Bureau. The executives gathered again in the conference room, immediately stopped the variety show, and arrested number 7, but the show was suddenly cancelled. Will number 7 directly arrest everyone on the variety show as hostages? If not handled properly, it will cause public distrust of the government. No, suspending the variety show directly would be too hasty. Doing so would alert the enemy. Better to notify number 9 first and let her find the right opportunity to eliminate number 7. This is the safer idea. Let's contact number 9 first. Director Bai, what do you think? The higher-up's attention shifted back to Bai Ningbin, who was sitting in the chief seat. After all, he has direct authority over me. Now, if you want to order me to act both emotionally and logically, I should follow his instructions first. Compared to the high-level officials who were all gossiping, Bai Ningbin was much more silent this time. His pale red lips were slightly sensitive. His gaze fell on the tablet during the live broadcast, but to be precise, it was actually focused on me, who was with Ji Xiaoqian with a bright smile. Then, his gaze shifted away from me on the screen. Then he looked up at the others, hesitated briefly, and asked a rather absurd question. Does this matter really have to be handled by Xiao Zhou? As soon as he said this, the other executives stared wide-eyed at Bai Ningbin and said, Player 7 is a violent machine. If you want to minimize casualties and let number 9, also a violent machine, take action, Isn't that the best strategy? Indeed, that's definitely the best strategy. Letting the violent machines kill each other. Others won't suffer any losses, but there are still blows between violent machines. If they really do that, what will the other machines think? He took a deep breath and picked up the information about number 7 from the table and read it for a while. Yuxing said, I looked into number 7's family background. His family members are all outright scumbags, who actually conducted the background check. These things hadn't been reported before. The report mentioned it. Ji Xiaoqi's family consists of 5 people. 2 parents, 2 older brothers, and a foster younger brother. At first glance, this family seems quite good and has a good reputation, but if you dig deeper, you'll find out. Ji's father was a very sanctimonious person, accustomed to others' praise, but his strength was not enough to support his victories. For example, Ji Xiaoqi's return time was not very good this time, and it happened to coincide with the Ji family's poor management. They needed a large amount of funds for turnover, but the bank loan couldn't be approved, so they had to bring up Shijing separately, a marriage alliance. At first, Ji Fu planned to have his adopted son marry into the family, giving him a daughter in her 40s who had separated a generation. Of course, the adopted son was unwilling, but Ji Xiaoqi came back at this moment. Seeing this handsome, cheap son, the Ji family quickly came up with a bad idea. To use Ji Xiaoqi to sell at a higher price to revive the poorly managed company. This time, the buyer they found for Ji Xiaoqi was an elderly woman in her 60s. The old woman was Kong Tai, who, after seeing Ji Xiaoqi's photo, immediately offered an unimaginably high price for the Ji family, which made the greedy Ji family obsessed with profit. Even more determined to sell Ji Xiaoqi over, Ji Xiaoqi naturally refused. But to make her obedient, the Ji family even drugged her 2 older brothers. If an ordinary person had been scheming against this family, they might have been ruined. But Ji Xiaoqi is a powerful national weapon, a violent machine secretly developed by the national laboratory. The drugs have long been ineffective against her. Looking at the Ji family's utter limits, Ji Xiaoqi, who had always suppressed her killing nature, was completely enraged. Then 2 older brothers mysteriously disappeared, and a week later, dismembered remains were found on a mountain in the suburbs. The higher-ups immediately targeted Ji Xiaoqi and wanted to arrest her for interrogation. Ji Xiaoqi was unhappy, so they killed the remaining Ji family members as well. Bai Ningbing's words made the other senior members freeze up. Bai Ju, what do you mean by that? Bai Ningbing looked at those people and said, it's like families who support villains. We shouldn't have let number 7 go back. The violent machine has a killing nature, and they keep provoking her like this. Isn't this just like fishing law enforcement? Someone shouted angrily, saying that the background check wasn't done well, and it was our fault. But number 7 was treated unfairly. But he chose to hide it from his superiors and directly massacre the entire Gigabyte family. Such ruthlessness, completely disregarding human life. Does he have any reason? That's right. Others chimed in, saying if he had even a little favor, we should first inform the person in charge and let them handle the matter. When the time comes, we should handle it according to the law, not let him abuse personal feelings like this. Most importantly, number 7 made a grave mistake and still shows no remorse. He even killed his own leader along with him. This is completely beyond control. Weapons beyond our control will eventually become deadly weapons aimed at us. This is no longer the time to debate who is right or wrong. Number 7 is truly unforgivable, must be erased. A group of people argued with certainty, raising the banner of justice to fiercely attack Ji Xiaoqi. Although Bai Ningbing found it ridiculous, he couldn't argue with anything, since he was the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau. He carries responsibility to the people. Now that the people's safety is threatened, Bai Ningbing has no reason to defend a violent machine driven by killing. Besides, number 7 is indeed anti-human. He cares for me, which is one thing, but it's also true that he shows no mercy toward others. There's nothing he can do. Although these people are annoying, as long as Bai Ningbing remains deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau, he must fight them on the same front. Deserted Island. Ever since Ji Xiaoqi appeared, the female guests seem to be drugged, all circling around Ji Xiaoqi. Watching the women crowd around Ji Xiaoqi like lapdogs, the guests all felt a bit jealous. Could this group of women show up a little? It's not like they've seen men before. Is it really necessary? Haha, that's just a woman's nature. When she sees a handsome guy, she can't move away. But I really didn't expect that Ji Xiaoqi and Xiaojiu are actually good friends. I thought with their personalities, they should be someone you can't get close to. Maybe Mei Xiaojiu, like Ji Xiaoqi, is also a scheming guy. The last sentence was Mei Wang adding. So the female guests' eyes turned to Mei Shiwang again. They started defending me, Wang. That's a bit much, isn't it? Everyone can see how Xiaojiu gets along with her. You're still brothers. Why make such harsh words? Mei hopes to see these women suddenly turn their aggression and unanimously attack her verbally. Her eyes were about to pop out, feeling both wronged and annoyed. Was this group of gossipers crazy? She just said one sentence. Is it really necessary for everyone to come and attack her? Ji Xiaoqi skillfully chatted with the group of female guests, smiling politely, effortless, seemingly cheerful and kind. Exactly the favorite among women. But I ignored everything outside the window, focusing solely on my roasted bee. The chicken flavor was crispy and delicious, so I considered it the last roasted bee. Ji Xiaoqi turned to look at me and smiled at me. Little brother Xiaoqi, little brother Xiaojiu, let's go with you. Ji Xiaoqi is a literary man. His smile is politely refusing to say yes. Thank you all for your kindness, but the forest is too dangerous. I saw everyone looking pretty disheveled when they came out just now. Now the sun is about to set, and the forest is only more dangerous. The lustful female guests are all brave now. Speaking of how dangerous the forest is, we should go with you so we can protect you well. You guys still want to protect me and Xiaoqi? Being dragged down by this bunch of useless people made me immediately start complaining. I whispered to Ji Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi, let me tell you, they're really useless. When things happen, they just become super useless. Seeing the female guests get roasted by me, the male guests immediately burst out laughing without holding back. He said, Xiaojiu, don't be so blunt. At least give them some face. I said, don't hold Xiaojiu back. It'll get dark soon. Encountering wild beasts again in the forest. Do you really want Xiaojiu to buy you time to escape? Ha ha ha, a bunch of useless women. The female guests lost face and immediately blushed and retorted, Xiaojiu is formidable. No need to worry. But Xiaoqi, a weak little brother. Is there a problem if we go protect her? Yes, Xiaojiu is impulsive and reckless. What's wrong with having multiple people to look after her? Xiaojiu, don't worry. What we care about is Xiaoqi, right when the women are fighting for distance. I suddenly said, Xiaoqi, you've been underestimated by them. Ji Xiaoqi's lips curled slightly, adding a touch of blue accent as he said, I misunderstood everyone. I didn't think it through. To avoid worrying about me dragging Xiaojiu down, then I'll show off a little. As she spoke, she walked up to a coconut tree. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. Could it be that Ji Xiaoqi was planning to show off her skills at opening a coconut with her bare hands? But unexpectedly, Ji Xiaoqi suddenly turned around. She delivered a beautiful spinning kick in front of everyone. Her calf slammed into the trunk of a coconut tree. With a sharp crackling sound, the huge coconut tree was actually broken in half by Ji Xiaoqi. At that moment, everyone's expressions instantly changed to an O shape. Damn it, does it have to be this ridiculous? With a loud rumble, the coconut tree collapsed to the ground, stirring up a small blizzard. Ji Xiaoqi smiled at the stunned crowd and said, Do you all think I have the ability to protect myself now? The female guests instantly fell silent. Sorry to bother you. They're useless. The male guests also looked at Ji Xiaoqi with new respect. No wonder they could play with me until the end. Turns out she's also a stunning beauty. Suddenly fell in love, hopeless, her face twitching. Her face turned pale and flushed. Oh my god. If that kick had landed on her, would she have broken it in two? Luckily, when Ji Xiaoqi spoke rudely to her, she didn't fight back, or her life would have been at risk. Mei Danyao, who had been silent all along, twitched her eyelids. Is it really that high profile? This season Xiaoqi suddenly appeared on a deserted island. What exactly is she here for? Their higher-ups are sure to ignore it. The viewers in the livestream are going crazy. Oh my god. The coconut tree was kicked in half. Is the new Xiaoqi really that amazing? Guests, I have a guess now. Do you think it's possible that Xiaojiu and this Xiaoqi who just joined are actually not ordinary people? Don't joke around. Upstairs. I also feel Xiaojiu and Xiaoqi are ridiculously strong. How could normal people do this? It's way too exaggerated. Isn't this just the gimmick of this variety show? Creating contrast to attract crowds. It's all scripted. Coconut Tree was definitely cut off by the production team in advance, not me. The production team on site was completely stunned by Ji Xiaoqi and Mi's abilities. Wow, these two really seem a bit different. Like a treasure. Rather than guessing Ji Xiaoqi and my identities, they care more about how to use us to boost the buzz. This is like a windfall from the sky. With so many eye-catching events airing, it's hard not to become popular. But some staff noticed something was off. Director Lee, something's off. When Xiaoqi first arrived, the popularity skyrocketed. There are already many trending topics, but for some reason, the livestream's popularity keeps dropping, almost falling out of the top 10 in the top 10 of the everlasting popularity charts. The director immediately leaned in to check and found the popularity was really dropping. But the live chat keeps flooding with comments, and the influx of new viewers keeps increasing. Strange, are we suppressed by the hype? No way, there aren't any popular variety shows at the same time, so they shouldn't be blocking anyone's path. The entertainment industry is deep and complicated. You might think it's fine without popular variety shows, but now our production team has several popular guests with big traffic. Once they become popular, they have to take some of the market's share. What do? Suppressing the hype is only temporary. As long as we have Xiao Jiu, Xiao Qi, and Dan Yao, there's no worry about breaking out. When the audience responds, the hype will only increase, ha ha ha. Still far from what the director expected. With the director here, the staff can feel at ease. After Ji Xiaoqi showed her strength, she completely silenced those who doubted me. She grabbed my hand and smiled brightly, saying, Xiaoqi, then let's go to the forest. I nodded obediently, full of excitement, seeing we were going to the forest. The production team wanted to follow too, but Ji Xiaoqi didn't disturb her and me alone with them. Instead, she turned and smiled at the crew. Everyone, it's been a while since I last saw Xiao Jiu. Is it okay if you want some time alone? The director said with a smile. Xiaoqi, you don't need to worry about the camera. You just chat about your own stuff, we record our own scenes. But this time, Ji Xiaoqi isn't so easy to talk to. She keeps smiling, but being followed by someone is really annoying. Even if you don't talk, I still think she loves acting. The director was left speechless by Ji Xiaoqi's words and felt a bit uneasy. Isn't Xiaoqi supposed to be gentle and kind? What was going on with her earlier words that seemed to break her persona? Mei Danyao narrowed her eyes slightly. She actually sensed a murderous intent from Ji Xiaoqi. Could it be that just because the production team wants to follow them? This man is indeed very dangerous. Afraid of causing trouble, Mei Danyao walked over to smooth things over, smiling at the director and saying, Director Li, since Xiaoqi and Xiao Jiu want to talk privately, so there's no need to keep showing them on camera. After all, neither of them is officially signed guests, so they don't have to constantly cooperate with the production team. Don't you agree? Director Li and Li Kuei, though very unwilling, couldn't argue with Mei Danyao. We can only compromise. Alright, Xiao Jiu, Xiaoqi, be careful in the forest. Ji Xiaoqi smiled at Director Li. Thank you, Director. But his gaze remained calm as he punched Mei Danyao. This woman really knows how to read the room. Pretty gullible. But people who treat Xiao Jiu badly are still quite annoying. After Ji Xiaoqi and I entered the forest, I immediately asked, What exactly is going on? Why are the higher-ups chasing you? We used to kill hundreds or even thousands. Is the consequences of killing family members really that serious? Ji Xiaoqi walked beside me and said slowly, Because during my escape I killed my person in charge too. That's why the higher-ups couldn't tolerate me at all. I was shocked. Killed the person in charge. When the violent machine is banished home, everyone has a dedicated person in charge. For example, my person in charge is Bai Ningbing, and Xiaoqi's is the person in charge. I don't like it. In internet slang, it's like a rather greasy fat woman. But even so, we can't kill the person in charge. Killing the person in charge is basically declaring war on the Special Operations Bureau. I realized the seriousness of the situation and am very confused. Xiaoqi, why did you kill the person in charge? Ji Xiaoqi shrugged and said in a very casual tone. Because that pig wanted me to sleep with him, I was disgusted, so I dismembered him. When I heard that, my mouth dropped wide in shock. You killed the person in charge just because of this. Because I basically knew nothing about romantic relationships. Before I became an adult, Bai Ningbing wouldn't let me watch anything lewd. Even kissing between lovers was just a chance encounter, and I watched romance movies with everyone. Only then did I see the male and female leads do that. Seeing my surprised and confused face, Ji Xiaoqi looked helpless. The old fox Bai Ningbing was almost ruining my excitement. She reached out and pinched my cheek, saying somewhat helplessly, Xiao Jiu, this sleeping isn't what you mean. It's something even more vulgar. Even more vulgar. After a few seconds of reaction, my eyes lit up and I asked curiously, Xiaoqi, what kind of dirty thing is that? I was already interested, thinking that after learning it, I'd try it with Bai Ningbing. Ji Xiaoqi saw my eyes were about to light up. She closed her eyes to see through what I was thinking. She suddenly felt exhausted. What was supposed to be serious and cruel was suddenly changed as soon as she told me, if you want to be so bitter and deep, you can't even predict the atmosphere. But being with me, Ji Xiaoqi, who had been suppressing his violent emotions, actually eased up. He felt much more relaxed and happy, and I was always their happiness. That's why Ji Xiaoqi came to see me in the last part of her life. Before she died, the person she wanted to see most was me. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ji Xiaoqi burst out laughing. She grabbed my hand and said to me with a smile, Xiao Jiu, don't you want to eat bees? Let's catch all the bees in this forest in one go. Hearing eat led my mind off track, and I said excitedly, All right, the two violent machines are about to arrive on this deserted island. To the creatures on the island, They were like mechanical craftsmen with no power to fight back. As a result, the guests camping on the beach could occasionally hear the screams of wild beasts coming from the forest. It sounds as tragic as it sounds, making you want to recite a verse for their rebirth. In half a day, there were 7 or 8 beehives around us. I happily prepared to pack up the hives and take them all away. Ji Xiaoqi stood beside me, watching me. Dragging my chin, I suddenly asked, Xiao Zhou, do you like the home you're in now? I stopped packing and looked back at Ji Xiaoqi, confused, but still obediently replied, at first, I really hated being homeless. It feels like none of them are likable, but the eldest sister is actually quite nice. Every time I come home, she always takes me out to eat lots of delicious food. Although the investigation report shows that when I was a child, she pushed me out and then abducted me by human traffickers. But whether that matter has anything to do with her, I don't care anymore. She's pretty good to me now, but if she doesn't treat me well in the future, I don't mind, right? I heard there's someone at home who's a bit friendlier, at least friendlier than her scumbags. Ji Xiaoqi felt a bit more at ease, then smiled again and said, I watched your live variety show. Your little brother is no good, and your 4th sister seems kind and loving, but she's not a good tea. I put down what I was holding and harshly complained to Ji Xiaoqi. Yeah. These two are so annoying. Hopeless is such a little trash. Super annoying. Clearly weak and useless, yet always looking me up. Whenever there's a problem, they poke at me. If Bai Ningbing hadn't said not to kill his family, I would have killed him long ago. And then there's Mei Laosi. He's really good at disguising himself. On the surface, he seems friendly to people, but actually he really dislikes me and always tries every possible way to kick me out of the Mei family. You said it like I really wanted to stay at the Mei family. As soon as the Special Operations Bureau called me back, I'd say goodbye to them immediately. Ha ha ha. Ji Xiaoqi saw me angry and complaining about having no hope of being with Mei Danyao, and she didn't follow Naoming either. Instead, he wore a faint smile and asked in a tone as calm as if crushing an ant, Xiao Zhou, since you dislike Mei Wangxi and Mei Danyao so much, do you want to find a way to get rid of both of them? I shook my head repeatedly as soon as I heard that. Bai Shou refused, saying, No. Bai Ningbing repeatedly warned me, you can hit people, but I can't kill them, although Bai Ningbing often indulged me when he told me that I absolutely couldn't kill the Mei family. His expression was especially serious. Although I wasn't very emotionally intelligent, I could tell Bai Ningbing's attitude was very serious. Ji Xiaoqi saw I misunderstood his meaning and smiled brightly, saying, I never said you should do it. Now, as the higher-ups say, you've already committed a grave crime. Either way, it won't end well. So I'll help you one last time. If you don't like the Mei family, I'll help you kill them. That way, the blame will be mine, and the higher-ups won't blame you. Honestly, Xiaoqi's words were quite tempting. I let my hair down, thought for a moment, and finally shook my head. Xiaoqi, forget it. Although the Mei family members are quite annoying, Bai Ningbing said we can't kill them. Then let's not kill them. If they really did something intolerable, Bai Ningbing said I should tell him. He will help me punish them legally. I'd better not get involved myself. This is very sensitive, so I want to listen to Bai Ningbing. You can't be careless. After Xiaoqi listened to my explanation, he laughed again and said with relief, Xiao Zhou, actually I really dislike Bai Ningbing. That person is too shrewd and too deep. He's a terrifying person, and you're especially pure. If he wanted to fool you, he'd definitely try to fool a master. I feel the same way. I also feel Bai Ningbing is like a 1,000-year-old fox, always setting traps for me to slip inside. He's really a terrible person. Ji Xiaoqi continued, but undeniably that person protected you very well. He was smart, good at giving you maximum freedom under the rules, and taught you what you can and cannot do. Although you are a violent machine, you are not exactly like us. You can adapt well to ordinary life. This is thanks to Bai Ningbing. From now on, with Bai Ningbing protecting you, I can rest easy. With him around, you won't get hurt. I don't know why, but hearing Xiaoqi's words always feels off. I placed my palm on Ji Xiaoqi's forehead and touched it, asking, Xiaoqi, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Ji Xiaoqi was puzzled. I'm fine. I blinked. Why are you suddenly saying these things? Feels like you're explaining every single word. It made my heart race and I couldn't get used to it. Ji Xiaoqi was very good at hiding her feelings. She noticed I was starting to get suspicious, blinked, then immediately smiled again, pretending to shrug casually. Didn't I make a big mistake? If you get caught, you'll definitely be severely punished. Who knows when we'll meet again? So I felt a bit sentimental and shared my thoughts. Mentioning this made me worry again. Xiaoqi had eliminated all his family members. This is a grave crime, especially since she later killed her own person in charge. Those old men at the top definitely won't let Xiaoqi off easily. But I also feel the fault this time definitely isn't Xiaoqi's fault. It's their fault. If Xiao Qi hadn't been pushed to the edge, he definitely wouldn't make such a mistake. After all, Xiao Qi always completed missions perfectly before. I knew exactly what was going on. After thinking it over, I started giving Xiao Qi some advice. Xiao Qi, how about this? You go back to the Special Operations Bureau and turn yourself in. First, admit your mistake. Then I'll have Bai Ningbing figure out a way to make her handle your case leniently. After all, we've been killing people everywhere before. This time, the target is just a little different, so it shouldn't be too harsh. Let me think. Xiao Qi didn't immediately reject me because she knows my personality well. If I refuse directly, I'll keep worrying about her. Then think carefully. Since you're here, let's have fun these next few days. After the variety show ends, I'll take Bai Ningbing with you back to the Special Operations Bureau to turn yourself in. Don't worry, Bai Ningbing is very capable. She'll definitely handle this. I swear with certainty. Xiao Qi saw this. I laughed. Haha. I didn't expect Xiao Ju to be so reliable sometimes. I stuffed my bag into the bag. I've always been reliable. Don't underestimate me. Xiao Qi nodded. She glanced at the sky and then said to me, "It's getting late. Since the bees are all done, let's head back." I stood up and said. Xiao Qi quickly found the vine. Just as she was about to tear the vine off and take it back, a surge of blood suddenly surged up. Unable to hold back, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and spilled it onto the vine nearby. Looking closely, she could see the color of the blood. It's black. Hi, Xiao Qi's body began to stagger. She leaned against a nearby tree trunk, gasping for breath. Her handsome face was now pale, and beads of sweat the size of acne quickly appeared on her forehead, making her look extremely weak. It's poison. In fact, Xiao Qi had already been poisoned for a long time, and now his illness was critical. When the Special Operations Bureau sent us back to our families, they implanted controllers in the back of our necks so they could control our movements at any time. Not wanting the violent machine to lose control, there was no other choice. After killing Xiao Qi's family and the person in charge, in order to escape the Special Operations Bureau's tracking control, he forcibly removed the controller implanted in his spine. This was a precision device that connected nerves. It's impossible to violently dismantle the body without injury. Xiao Qi was seriously injured after removing the controller, nearly losing half her life. But she realized she was still too small for the Special Operations Bureau. The developers were probably worried about our violent machine. It will brutally dismantle the controller itself, so when implanted, the controller is mixed with an extremely complex neurotoxin. The controller controls our actions but also suppresses that neurotoxin. Once the controller is removed, the toxin will quickly replenish the body through nerve electricity. If the antidote is obtained in time, there might still be hope. But Xiao Qi, who has been on the run these past few days, has already missed the best window for rescue. Now she can still move, completely relying on sheer willpower, because she wants to see me again before she dies. While waiting for Xiao Qi to bring back the vines, I killed another ant boar trying to steal the hive, along with a few unknown pheasants. Bored, I played with feathers pulled from a wild chicken's tail. At that moment, Xiao Qi came back with vines. Seeing her, I immediately jumped down from the rock in joy and waved my arms at her. "Xiao Qi, you're so slow. Why are you back so late?" Xiao Qi held vines in one hand and a few wild rabbits in the other, smiling at me and catching a few rabbits while he was at it. "Let's roast and eat them tonight." My eyes lit up. "Good, Grandpa. While waiting for you, I caught a few wild chickens too. We'll roast them together." Xiao Qi smiled at me. "Let's pack up and head back." We left the forest and returned to the beach. By the time we got back to the beach, it was already dark. The guests saw me carrying a prey several times bigger than ourselves. My eyes are about to pop out, hurry and crowd around. "Oh my god. Xiaojiu, how did you bring back so much prey? Wow, wild boars too. Wow, did you clear all the beehives in the forest? How come there are pheasants and rabbits too? Oh my, how much did you actually grab?" I said, "Not much, just this little." I looked at him, speechless. "Didn't you see me carrying it back?" and asked. That person seemed to realize he had asked a silly question. Sean smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, that's a silly question. The main thing is, no matter how many times I see it, it's always shocking. You're so small, to be able to carry such heavy loads." I was full of bragging and put my hands on my hips, saying, "Because I used to do a lot of farm work in the countryside, I must have some strength." The live comments started flooding the thread. "Damn. Can a country bumpkin come out and share their experiences? Are all you countryside talents like this? I'm from the countryside. I'm sitting here. I'm not like this. That's too exaggerated. So it's Brother Xiao Jiu's extraordinary talent. Script. How do people still think this is real? This is clearly just a show, okay? Why is the scripted monster showing up again? He's carrying hundreds of pounds of stuff, and this is even a show? If you've got the guts, go ahead. Is there really a scripted show in the live stream or not? The hype is raging, and the comments are flooding so much it's almost impossible to read clearly. But even so, the live stream's popularity keeps dropping, almost topping. The staff are getting anxious about to get pregnant. Director Lee, why is the popularity still dropping? Is the opponent suppressing them a bit too much? But the director remains calm and confident, letting it go for good. Don't worry, the lower the hype is suppressed now, the bigger the rebound will be. Those who didn't expect to buy paid trolls forgot that righteous netizens exposed the truth about buying paid trolls. As a result, the topic exploded on trending searches. This time, the opponent suppressed the livestream's popularity so low, so netizens must be frustrated too. If someone reveals who's suppressing the heat, it will be another hype celebration. Haha, so you have to stay calm. Don't rush just because your popularity is suppressed. Got it, Director Lee. So the staff watched the popularity plummet, like riding an elevator, but they weren't anxious anymore. Instead, he remained calm and relaxed, not taking it seriously at all. Because of this, the guests on the show still had no idea that the signs of what he thought would become a sensation were quietly collapsing. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing, who was about to set off for the deserted island, was about to leave. He also learned from the controller's developer a major situation he hadn't known before. The woman stood inside the lab, her face ashen, looking ahead at an elderly man with white hair and a white coat, conducting experiments. Chunxing asked Professor Liu, "Was what you just said true?" Professor Liu looked at the lab cockpit, where the lab rat died instantly after being injected with neurotoxin. He took a deep breath, then looked up at the handsome woman beside him, who seemed almost devoured alive. "Is it true? This lab rat should be convincing now, right?" Bai Ningbing looked at the rat, dead beyond any longer, his hand hanging by his side clenched tightly. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at the chief professor of the research class, Lu Qi. "Such an important matter, and you dare hide it from me." Professor Lu saw that the usually calm and reserved woman was now filled with murderous intent. He knew he was truly intent on killing. He couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "Bai Ju, getting angry at me won't help. That's what I meant above. You're too indulgent and spoiled by number 9. If you had known in advance that the controller contained neurotoxin, once removed, the poison would spread throughout your body and you would die. Would you still implant the controller into number 9's spine? Besides, everything we do is to protect unarmed people. The power of the violent machine is too strong. Without control, the safety of people's lives cannot be guaranteed." Bai Ningbing sneered after hearing this. "Back when you turned those kids into machines of violence, did you ever think about the safety of the people? Now running around behind the scenes. Doesn't that seem too hypocritical?" Professor Lu called out to Bai Ningbing, his voice much heavier, his sallow eyes narrowing slightly. Looking at Bai Ningbing, he said gravely, "Bai Ju, saying such things in your current status is against the rules. Because of number 9, can you no longer view this matter objectively? Throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties has always followed this pattern. When this power is needed, it is used for personal use. When not, birds enter the palace and store. The times are developing, the country needs violent machines, and they have a reason to exist. Today, their existence must exceed their strength, so they must be erased. It's that simple. If number 9 didn't exist in this violent machine, would you still have such sweet words? Do you have personal feelings mixed in here? I hope you seriously examine yourself." Faced with Professor Lu's questioning, Bai Ningbing had no rebuttal. Indeed, although the Action Bureau's approach was cold and ruthless, unfair to those kids made into violent machines, if Xiao Zhou weren't among them, Bai Ningbing might regret it, but he wouldn't think it was any different. He spoke up to reassure you, saying, "The higher-ups are hiding this from you. Although they're standing, morally speaking, it's not exactly open-minded. But Director Bai, rest assured, the neurotoxin placed in the controller can be completely suppressed by the controller. As long as number 9 consistently works for the Action Bureau, his life will not be in any danger. In fact, once it is confirmed that he can get along harmoniously with ordinary people, he will gain even more freedom. Doesn't that align with your thinking?" Bai Ningbing gave a cold smile after hearing this. "Is this a blow and then a head slap?" Professor Lu said, "Please understand, everything we do is for the people of Longwa. You come from a military background, so you should understand this well." Bai Ningbing was completely convinced. Compared to the interests of the people of Longwa, the individual gains and losses of those children were truly insignificant. He closed his eyes for a moment, then turned and walked out of the lab. When he reached the lab door, Professor Lu's voice sounded behind him again. Actually, it's already very lucky that number 9 has your protection. This time, the pursuit targeting number 7 can be stopped. However, since number 7 is with number 9, if you worry about him poisoning him, he will be heartbroken. He could go find them and help number 7 find an excuse to hide it from number 9. Don't let him know that number 7 died from poisoning. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back and stared intently at Professor Lu, a look of extreme mockery flashing in his eyes. You can see right through it at a glance. Why make it sound so grand? Are you really afraid that Xiao Zhou will be hurt? You're just worried he knows the controller's secret. Then go notify other violent machines. Then the violent machines will riot. You'll all have a headache, right? With the truth exposed, Professor Lu showed no mood or embarrassment. His wrinkled face wore a shrewd smile as he worriedly said, Director Bai is a smart man. Everyone knows this well. Why bother exposing it? Responding to Professor Lu's amnesia, he was so cold he lost his voice. Then the lab door was shut by everyone. Panicking, hi cough, Ji Xiaoqi leaned against the rock alone, covering his mouth and coughing desperately. And every time he coughed up a large amount of blood. Staring at the pitch-black blood on his palm, as black as petroleum, Ji Xiaoqi calmly squatted down and washed the blood off his hand with seawater. Ji Xiaoqi snapped back to reality. He quickly turned around and looked in my direction through the rocks. I saw several skewers in my hands, a radiant smile on my face, running toward him. Why are you always standing next to the rock team? Come on. Lei Laosi made a lot of grilled snake skewers. So tasty. Everyone was rushing to grab them, but I was quick and grabbed a lot. I brought them for you, so eat them while they're hot. Seeing the bright smile on my face, Ji Xiaoqi's anxious mood eased a little. He smiled again as he came over to me, looked at the skewers in my hand, and said in surprise, I didn't expect your fourth sister to actually know how to make barbecue. I thought her kind of young lady was someone who relied on being handed over. After all, those few scumbags from the Ji family don't have as prestigious backgrounds as the Mei family. But they're all useless people who never touch lamb or spring water. I was surprised and blurted out, I never expected Mei Laosi to actually cook. Since he can cook, I won't go against him these past few days. Bai Ningbing taught me that. Ji Xiaoqi was about to say something when he was about to say something, but suddenly a group of female guests surrounded him. Little brother Xiaoqi, we brought you barbecue. Eat it while it's hot. Little brother Xiaoqi, eat me. Eat me, Xiaoqi, little brother. I saved this myself and didn't give it to you. You have to give your sister some face. Because of his good looks, all the female guests turned into sweet dogs, trying to please Ji Xiaoqi in every way. But Ji Xiaoqi was too addicted. Her internal energy and blood surged and churned non-stop, while the surroundings were still restless. Normally, she could have cooperated with a few words, but now Ji Xiaoqi was almost revealing her true nature. I saw her lift her head and smile at everyone. You scumbags, you're all so loud. Can you get far away? As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned, including myself. What was going on? The air instantly fell into dead silence, and the female guests all widened their eyes, staring at Ji Xiaoqi, thinking she must have heard things. After a second of pause, Ji Xiaoqi's face returned to a gentle smile like a spring breeze brushing past Ban. He said to the female guests, Thank you all for your kindness, but Xiao Zhou has already given me the gift. No matter how much I do, I can't eat it all. So I appreciate your kindness. As soon as he said this, the female guests seemed to have lost their memories on the spot. They immediately smiled again and said to Ji Xiaoqi, So that's how it is. It's fine. If Xiaoqi's little brother can't eat it, forget it. But don't go hungry. Seeing this group like this, my eyes widened. Did Xiaoqi erase the memories of just now? Xiaoqi clearly didn't say those things earlier. Okay? Ji Xiaoqi then said to the female guests. She smiled slightly and said, Thank you all for your concern. I've made a note of it. I still want to talk to Xiao Zhou about boys. I wonder if anyone can do it. Before Ji Xiaoqi could finish speaking, the female guests immediately chimed in, saying, Okay, Xiaoqi, little brother, you and Xiao Zhou chat slowly, we won't bother you anymore. Ji Xiaoqi smiled and waved everyone off. After everyone left, I looked at Ji Xiaoqi in surprise and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaoqi, you're amazing. With just a few words, he told these people to get lost. And just now, you clearly called them scumbags, yet they acted as if they'd lost their memory. Ji Xiaoqi sneered, because women are often affected by their emotions too. When they're after you, it's not just about them. Even if you call something black-white, they'll still echo you. Humph. But once you are no longer needed, these people turn against you faster than anyone. So Xiao Zhou, don't trust women easily. No matter how well they treat you now, you have to hold back. Do you understand? I listened half understanding, tilted my head, then asked, Xiaoqi, For you, are number 1, number 3, and number 8 the same? Actually, in the violent machine, not all are male like number 1. Number 3, number 8 is a woman. In classical Chinese, Ji Xiaoqi's eyes trembled violently. She seemed to have thought of someone. A flash of pain passed through her eyes, but her gaze quickly became resolute. She said to me, "Xiao Jiu, can you do me a favor?" I patted my chest and swore to Ji Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, if you need anything, just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help you." Ji Xiaoqi turned around seriously and said, "Xiao Jiu, when I came to see you, I heard about number 3. She doesn't seem to get along well with her family and could lose control at any moment. If possible, I hope you can go find number 3 and tell her to control her temper and not act recklessly outside. It's not absolutely necessary. You absolutely can't lay hands on your family. Is that okay? Leave this matter to me. I'll ask Bai Ningbing for help. We should be able to see number 3. Don't worry, Xiaoqi. I'll keep an eye on number 3 and won't let her act recklessly." Seeing that I agreed, Ji Xiaoqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought for a moment, then took Ji Xiaoqi's hand and suggested, "Xiaoqi, why don't you come with me to find number 3? Number 3 is so fierce and always bullies me. But she listens to you very well. Go tell number 3. She'll definitely listen." In classical Chinese, Ji Xiaoqi's gaze grew a bit crazy. "Want to come with me to find number 3? If possible, of course Ji Xiaoqi wants to go. After all, before she dies, the only person she wants to see is number 3 besides me." However, Ji Xiaoqi felt she probably wouldn't make it until then. And as her health deteriorated, going to number 3 would definitely reveal clues. If she followed any clues and discovered something, it would only harm her. This time, after killing those jealous scoundrels from the Ji family, Ji Xiaoqi didn't regret it at all. In fact, she was somewhat grateful to them. After all, if it weren't for the shock caused by killing them, she wouldn't have discovered the controller's secret. But Ji Xiaoqi also didn't want the violent machines to know this secret, because once they found out the higher-ups treated them this way, they might even die fighting them. Ji Xiaoqi wanted them to survive because not all violent machines' families were that bad. A few of them were actually very good. After they returned, they were warmly welcomed by their families. If they could truly start a new chapter in life, Ji Xiaoqi thought it would be a good thing. However, the controller and the neurotoxins inside were always hidden dangers, so Ji Xiaoqi needed to come up with a reasonable explanation. It doesn't arouse suspicion, but also keeps everyone from violently breaking the controller. "Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi." Seeing Ji Xiaoqi not answering me and just sitting there lost in thought, I reached out and waved my hand in front of her. "Xiaoqi, why are you always spacing out this time? Are you worried about being punished by the higher-ups for killing the Ji family? Don't worry. Bai Ningbing will help you lessen your punishment. Don't worry, I really trust Bai Ningbing." In my opinion, Bai Ningbing was an all-powerful presence in the Special Operations Bureau. Ji Xiaoqi snapped back to reality. Hearing my confident words, she smiled bitterly to herself. This kid really underestimated the group at the top level. In their eyes, once these violent machines were useless. It's like a thorn in the flesh. Now that they've finally found an opportunity to deal with them, how could they let it go so easily? Bai Ningbing, you're really committing a crime, raising Xiao Jiu so foolishly. But at the same time, Ji Xiaoqi is very grateful to Bai Ningbing. Because of that woman's presence, the darkness I witnessed was much less than their other violent machines. So I was able to preserve my pure nature and become the joy between them. So Ji Xiaoqi smiled at me and said, "Thank you, Xiao Jiu. I really dislike those scumbags from the Ji family, but I'm also grateful they let me be born into this world, and then met you." I know that Ji Xiaoqi also started all kinds of inhumane experiments from the very first life, and in the end, he barely survived. In her 20s, most of her life was spent in darkness, day after day, year after year. Only when dealing with violent machines could Ji Xiaoqi find a moment of respite and peace, and I did. Is one of the few moments in her life where she cherishes true light. Now, as her life is about to fade, Ji Xiaoqi has no regrets about seeing me again. On the other hand, although the variety show's popularity has already plummeted, many viewers couldn't even find the entry point to watch, but the production team was mysteriously confident, believing it would definitely bounce back later. The guests also cooked well thanks to me, Ji Xiaoqi, and the young master Mei Danyao's skill. At one point, she was elevated from the mountaintop to the lady of the house, with daily mountain and sea delicacies and feasting fish and meat. At this moment, the guests gathered around Mei Danyao, laughing and laughing. Oh my, who would have thought Sister Yao could even cook? Her cooking skills are no less than Michelin-starred chefs. Sister Yao, if anyone can marry you in the future, you'll be lucky. Sister Yao, don't be so rigid about gender. Think about me. Come on, you pervert, still fighting us for Sister Yao? Go die. Mei Danyao just smiled faintly. She looked polite and proper like a refined lady. She handled the ingredients neatly and efficiently while quietly glancing in my direction. Ever since Ji Xiaoqi arrived, I felt like Ji Xiaoqi's little tail, almost wherever Ji Xiaoqi went. I would follow wherever I was. Secondly, Mei Danyao always sensed an indescribable ominous aura from Ji Xiaoqi. She had a feeling that if I kept dating Ji Xiaoqi like this, one day I'd suffer big trouble. And Mei Danyao wasn't just a warning to her, because her intuition was never wrong. Soon, after chatting with Ji Xiaoqi, I returned to the main group. My eyes lit up as I leaned in and said, "Everyone, let me have the new barbecue? Is the new barbecue ready? These skewers are all mine." As soon as he said this, Mei Shiwang beside him couldn't help but roll her eyes and said leisurely, "Brother Xiaojiu, there are still a lot of people here who haven't eaten yet. You just took quite a lot and now you're still taking more? Can't you hold back? Let everyone eat it and take more. You really don't understand any manners. No wonder you're from the countryside, so ill-mannered. Who would have thought?" Before I could fight back, Ji Xiaoqi walked over and said to Mei Shiwang with a half-smile. Xiaojiu took some skewers and left. All the prey here was brought in by Xiaojiu. It was a problem for her to eat a bit more. Mei Shiwang was actually a bit afraid of Ji Xiaoqi, since he could easily kick a coconut tree with one foot. But considering there were so many people here, Ji Xiaoqi probably wouldn't dare to face her in front of everyone. So Mei Shiwang mustered up her courage to fight for protection. "Mr. Ji, I know this is the prey that Brother Xiaojiu brought back. But now it's my fourth sister who made the barbecue. Besides, sharing is a virtue. If Brother Xiaojiu only thinks of himself, it must be bad too. My Mei family isn't like that either. Now that she's back at the Mei family and follows the family's fine character, I think it's only natural." But just as Mei Shiwang finished speaking, there was a loud smack of various meat skewers beside her. Ji Xiaoqi kicked them all to the ground. Seeing this, I was a bit surprised. Among the machines of violence, Xiaoqi is actually quite gentle. Because she's good at hiding her emotions, she is among all the machines of violence. The conflict caused by Xiaoqi was even minimal. The others looked at Ji Xiaoqi's actions in shock, surprised how Ji Xiaoqi could be so violent. He looked like a quiet and gentle boy, and Mei Wangwang's eyes widened like they were the same age, because she knew Ji Xiaoqi was doing more than she could see. Then she pointed at Ji Xiaoqi and said, "Are you crazy?" Ji Xiaoqi sneered at Mei Shiwang and said, "I'm crazy, just teaching a scoundrel. Someone like you who works harder disappears without a trace. All you do is stand on the moral high ground and spew feces everywhere. Even if I lose these skewers, I won't let you eat them." Mei Wangxi was furious after hearing this. Seeing everyone staring at her, she felt both embarrassed and angry, feeling extremely wronged. Then suddenly stood up and confronted Ji Xiaoqi. "Ji Xiaoqi, why are you so rough? I just said a few honest words, and you kicked all the skewers everyone worked so hard to put together on the ground. You're really going too far, haha. Do you want to try?" Mei Wangwang had never suffered this kind of pain before. She was about to cry with anger. "Let me go, fourth sister." Mei Danyao really hadn't expected that this man, who seemed better at disguising himself than herself, was actually even more irritable than me. But she was concerned about her image. He stepped forward, pressed Ji Xiaoqi's hand, and said, "Mr. Ji, Wangwang made a mistake. I apologize to you, but you let Wangwang go first. Can't we talk this out properly? Do we really have to fight?" Ji Xiaoqi turned to look at Mei Danyao, sending a soul-searching question. "Mei Danyao, are you still considered Xiaojiu's sister? Every time this man makes sarcastic remarks about Xiaojiu, are you stupid? I know your mother died in childbirth when giving birth to Xiaojiu, but what does that have to do with Xiaojiu? Is that what Xiaojiu wants to see? He didn't even have a single consciousness before being forced into life, then accepted your whole family's malice. He was even pushed out inside the fortress and abducted by human traffickers. Have you asked about the hardships Xiaojiu has endured all these years? Why don't you feel even a shred of guilt or hatred toward him? Xiaojiu may be big-hearted, but not heartless. Don't let it be that you really hurt him so much that you regret it and try to hold him back. By then, it'll all be too late. Do you understand?" Ji Xiaoqi's words. This shocked everyone. Oh my god. Does the Mei family really have such a secret? Sister Yao has always doted on her brother, but it's just a persona. Amidst everyone's dead silence, Mei Danyao's expression gradually darkened as she stared intently at Ji Xiaoqi. "Mr. Ji, I don't know where you got such absurd words. My mother's death was accidental. How could we blame a child who was unconscious? Could it be that I misunderstood them? And then you misheard again? If you have a good deal, you can tell me I can answer for you. But there's no need for such sweet words to cause trouble for everyone." Mei Danyao really has good mental resilience. After being questioned by Ji Xiaoqi like this, she was surprisingly able to respond calmly. She even maintained a humble and appropriate attitude. In contrast, Ji Xiaoqi's emotions were clearly unstable, kicking things and threatening people. How could she take her words seriously? So the guests' hearts gradually shifted toward Mei Danyao. And now, the viewers still in the livestream are basically all Mei Danyao's microfans. Because the fans are organized and disciplined, their loyalty naturally surpasses that of casual viewers. When they saw Ji Xiaoqi questioning Mei Danyao like this, fans immediately became unhappy. Why is Ji Xiaoqi acting like a madman? They just said, "Can you stop losing your mind? Sister Yao's family is an outsider. How much does she know? Why should she speak to her in that tone? She really takes herself seriously. She's been annoyed by this guy for a long time. Only shallow women love this kind of thing. But did you notice? When those women swirled around Ji Xiaoqi, only Sister Yao didn't praise her. Just stared at the barrage of cursing comments. The staff started getting anxious again. Director, I feel something's off. The viewers in the livestream really seem to be getting fewer and fewer. Now only Danyao's fans are holding on to the hype, and they're just making those fans angry. Our variety show has completely collapsed. Now the director realizes things aren't quite what he had imagined. The popularity hasn't rebounded as he expected. On the contrary, the casual viewers who stayed in the livestream are almost on the verge of a breakthrough. Check out the trending topics on a platform. Is anyone discussing the fact that our variety show is suppressed in popularity? The staff shook their heads and were almost in tears. They said, "No, there were plenty of people online discussing our shows. Some even had organic streamers editing them, running all kinds of columns, but ever since Xiao Qi arrived, the online popularity dropped instantly. Even the netizens discussing our variety show are almost all the best. Director, do you think the audience doesn't really like the new Xiao Qi?" The director immediately dismissed the claim. Impossible. You saw how hot Xiao Qi was when she first appeared. The viewers in the livestream were like crazy. Our real-time popularity chart even shot to #1, and the staff were worried. But indeed, ever since Xiao Qi appeared, her popularity has been declining all the way. That's because someone was trying to prevent it. Even if someone tried to do it, now it seems they really succeeded. The director was speechless, watching the livestream room plummet with no echo in popularity. He was starting to get anxious. Just as the director was considering whether to have Ji Xiaoqi leave the variety show livestream, suddenly, there was a sizzling sound. The director snapped back to reality. The staff nearby immediately became anxious. Something's wrong. The filming equipment and network connection are malfunctioning. Now the footage is lost and the network can't be connected. As soon as he said this, the director's face changed dramatically. He rushed over to check, and sure enough, all the machines were malfunctioning. What's going on? Because the director's voice was too loud, the guests' attention was drawn to them at the same time. Seeing things seemed to be going wrong, someone boldly asked, "Director, what's wrong?" Actually, in principle, guests aren't allowed to talk to staff, but the situation was clearly wrong, so no one could worry about it. The staff told the guests, "The equipment is malfunctioning, and now the internet is down." After hearing this, the guests were shocked. Why is such a good equipment broken? Director, you're way too stingy. You know you're filming a survival show in the wilderness, but you didn't make the equipment better. Now that you're so angry, aren't all our efforts for nothing? Exactly. Director, what should we do now? The guests were chiming in, and the director became increasingly conflicted. He said, "Stop arguing, the technicians are rushing to fix it. Everyone stay calm. If you suddenly get online, if netizens see you like this and your reputation has suffered, don't blame me." This sentence is a bit intimidating. Everyone kept quiet again. I looked left and right and saw everyone was troubled. Coincidentally, I fixed these things. So he stepped forward, raised his hand, and blinked. "Xiaoqi, why didn't you let me fix their equipment?" This time, Ji Xiaoqi didn't answer. Her gaze shifted to William, because she suspected that the higher-ups were behind this. Maybe the higher-ups have already set out to attack their island. So bringing a live stream is obviously inappropriate. Trying to cut off the internet and then quietly disposing of it. That's the style of the Special Operations Bureau. But Ji Xiaoqi remained calm, as if he had anticipated this long ago. This time, the one who came should be by Ningbing. That woman is incredibly smart. If I had worked with her, I wouldn't have realized she was about to die. But Ji Xiaoqi realized that when it really came to this moment, he actually felt a bit regretful. Although it was nice to see me before she died, Ji Xiaoqi thought for a moment and realized she really wanted to see #3 before she died. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in a little-known third-tier city, in a very ordinary residential building, a very flamboyant young girl was sitting cross-legged on a chair. In front of her was an old-fashioned desktop computer, with some code on the screen that ordinary people couldn't understand. Beside her was a live-stream window, but the stream had been suspended due to a malfunction. The viewers still in the live stream room were flooded with greetings. What the heck? The live stream was interrupted, and this trash variety show can't go on at all. Come on, I still want to see my Yao Jie's stunning beauty, watching those completely intense comments. And the LD girl who posted the comments. A cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Now that the live stream is over, it's time to make these shit-spouting scumbags pay a price. After a while, those LDs who insulted Xiaoqi will be in their social circles. Suddenly, a flood of dark histories about their past arose, and the group was shot dead by their relatives and friends. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the door to the room was violently smashed open, revealing a man with a black rim and eye sockets. A delicate girl suddenly burst in from outside. When she saw the girl lazily sitting on the desk and chair that belonged to her, her face instantly darkened. She quickly walked toward the girl, cursing angrily. Fu Xiaosan, you useless fool. Who gave you the nerve to sit in my chair and use my computer? Don't you know you're invading someone else's privacy? If you lose my study materials on my computer, how will you compensate me? What's going on? At that moment, another sharp female voice rang out. Seeing the woman approach, the girl immediately complained. Look at this useless person. She didn't study and couldn't get into university, so she came to mess with me. I have a lot of study materials on my computer. If she messes around like this, and I lose my information and can't get into university, who will take responsibility? What? As soon as the woman heard that her precious daughter might not get into college because of this, she immediately looked at Fu Xiaosan, her eyes full of anger, while Fu Xiaosan still sat lazily in his chair. Looking at the mother and daughter at the door, gritting their teeth at him, he chuckled and said, "Why do you always pin all sorts of crap on me? Without any study materials, you can't get into college. It shows you're a useless loser to begin with. Besides, I didn't see any decent study materials on your computer. But I did see quite a few videos." As soon as the last two words came out, the girl was so excited she almost jumped up. She angrily shouted at number 3, Fu Xiaosan. How dare you use my computer to watch a movie? Don't you know this can easily attract viruses? You still want to pin me on you? Are you even human? Women don't believe their precious daughter would watch those things on the computer. Unlike this daughter who just got back and already dyed her hair blonde. No matter how you look at it, she seems like a little delinquent girl in society, never a good person. It's perfectly normal to secretly use her sister's computer to watch shady stuff. So the woman had almost no suspicion and just believed what the girl said. Then he angrily scolded number 3, Fu Xiaosan. Hiding in your sister's room looking at all sorts of messes, and now you want to frame your sister? You unruly thing, get out here right now. When your dad comes back today, let's see how he deals with you. A sinister glint flashed in the eyes of the girl with glasses beside her and said to her mother, "This damn thing just doesn't learn its lesson. Poor kid, you need to be dealt with. Isn't there a rolling pin for making noodles at home? Let dad use this to hit him and see if he dares to come back again." The woman hesitated and hit her with a rolling pin. The rolling pin was solid, so taking a hit was no joke. We didn't need to be so ruthless, right? The girl with glasses smiled softly in the direction of number 3. He said, "Isn't there an old saying, under the rod you'll be laughed at? Look at this guy. If he lets him hang in there, will he still be living with dad in the future? Only when you beat him down and he's scared will he realize you're the masters of this house." The woman thought her daughter made sense, so she nodded, then looked at number 3 and said with a stern face, "You bastard, don't blame us for being ruthless. You used to be like a little delinquent girl in society. Your sister and I were doing this for your own good, to teach you how to be a good person. After this lesson, when you change, you'll thank me and your sister." Number 3 sneered indifferently, tilting his head, looking at the blood-related blur with him, and spat out 2 words, "Whatever, when father comes back." After learning from his wife about number 3's mistake, he flew into a rage, grabbed his staff and struck number 3 hard. But number 3 felt nothing. Just like me, all his nerve endings were already dead. Now, through the skin, he can no longer feel external pain. Although it doesn't hurt, the scars left are not few, because number 3 never says a word or admits mistakes. Father is always a physically strong man. No one in the father family showed any mercy or pleaded. In the end, it was only when the father was so exhausted that he couldn't even lift his hand did he finally let number 3 go. Then number 3 stood up and faced off against the father who was sitting on the ground. "Are you done fighting?" Seeing number 3 covered in blood, my father's family was terrified. "How can you still stand? Father is a physical laborer and still has no strength after being hit. Number 3 doesn't look very strong, having been hit so many times. His whole body was almost torn apart, yet he could still stand up as if nothing had happened." The 3 members of the father family looked terrified. Freaks, this was a freak. But number 3 didn't care that the father family looked at him like monsters, and just turned and pushed the door open. But not long after number 3 left, A rush of emotion surged in his chest. Number 3 spat out a mouthful of blood. The old guy was quite harsh. Number 3 casually wiped the corner of his mouth. Although their violent machines didn't feel pain, but when the body is injured, normal physiological reactions occur. Fortunately, it's a violent machine with a strong body. Otherwise, if he dared to repeat the previous tactics, he would have been killed long ago. He then looked up at the sky. Number 7 was now with number 9. I really want to find them. On the other side, on the military speedboat heading out to sea, waves roll and water splashes everywhere. Bai Ningbing leans against the bow of the speedboat, letting the splashes fall on him, yet remains unmoved. At that moment, Assistant Gao Cheng stepped forward. He looked at the woman with a blank expression, deep in thought, surrounded by a gloomy aura, and couldn't help but shiver. Although Bai Ningbing always wore a smile and seemed gentle and pleasant in front of me, but in reality, most of the time, a woman's temperament is cold, especially when no one is around, making her cold and hard to approach. Gao Cheng actually knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking at this moment. The higher-ups had him handle the matter of number 7. But I'm as close as I am with other violent machines. If Director Bai steps in, if I find out about this, Gao Cheng can't imagine how I'll face Director Bai afterward. Both are flesh and blood. It's really hard for me, having never experienced complex social relationships. After thinking for a moment, Gao Cheng whispered to Bai Ningbing, Director Bai, you don't necessarily have to get involved in this matter. Number 7 is doomed now. Whoever recovers him would be the same, but Professor Liu wants you to go. That way, you're the one handling the case directly. If Xiao Jiu finds out you lied to him and that number 7 is already dead, your relationship will probably change. Hearing Gao Cheng's words, Bai Ningbing snapped back to reality and glanced sideways at Gao Cheng. His gaze shifted ahead, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, Gao Cheng, why do you think old Liu wanted me to do this? Gao Cheng was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, then analyzed, it's not that I'm worried about number 7 putting it in the controller, and that the neurotoxin matter got out so you came here to keep it quiet? Bai Ningbing thought to himself. Yes, that's one of the purposes, one of Gao Cheng's surprises. Could it be that the higher-ups have other plans? Seeing Gao Cheng's confused expression, Bai Ningbing smiled coldly and gave him an answer. The people above were not only guarding against those violent machines, but also about me. Gao Cheng was surprised. Why guard against Bai Jun? You're clearly focused on working for the Action Bureau. Bai Ningbing's face and eyes were smiling silently. All he could say was, those old men holding high positions really had some skills. They might not be practical enough, but when it came to consolidating their rule, Bai Ningbing felt there was a lot to learn. His current position isn't high because he's still on the edge of the core ruling circle, but it's not low either. He also holds real power. For the higher-ups, his attitude is very important. In the eyes of the elite, the violent machine is a powerful machine. They have always been an extremely unstable factor. They truly have formidable combat power. 1 against 100, unmatched in individual combat, and they are multifunctional versatile talents. 1 is worth more than 10 divisions. In fact, as they grow, their value goes far beyond that. But the biggest problem with the brute force machine is that it initially pursued functionality too much without cultivating their sense of belonging. By the time they realized this, the brute force machine had already developed its own style. Not treating ordinary people as ordinary people and failing to feel the weight of life is a common trait of violent machines. And just this point, if they lose control, the damage will be extremely severe. At this point, the above camp is divided into 2 camps. 1 is the radicals who believe violent means should be used to make violent machines subdue and control their actions, which led to the existence of controllers and neurotoxins. The other is the affinity camp. They think the violent machine is just insufficiently perceptive. After they experience the feelings from ordinary people, they may gradually develop the idea of treating ordinary people gently. The 2 sides argue endlessly and eventually each compromises a step to reach a solution. It's about having the violent machines bring controllers and bring them back to their families. If they can successfully integrate into the family and get used to interacting with ordinary people, nothing will happen. But if integration fails and they even act radically, they can also use controllers to completely control or even eliminate violent machines. This plan isn't bad, whether for violent machines or ordinary people, it's the best choice. But at this point, Bai Ningbing's attitude is very important because he is directly responsible for actions related to the violent machine and has close ties with me. If he can't firmly stand with the higher-ups, that's for them, whether for them or the people. It would all be a disaster, and almost everyone knew that Bai Ningbing's attitude toward me was different from others, very indulgent and doting. So if I acted aggressively, Bai Ningbing would very likely betray me for my sake. Or maybe I didn't take such radical actions and other violent machines did, but I begged Bai Ningbing to spare them. Bai Ningbing might also do something against principles because I was soft-hearted, so the higher-ups wanted to completely prevent such things from happening. This time, the operation to recover number 7 had to be personally carried out by Ningbin. That way, Ningbin was basically deceiving me. To prevent their relationship from completely breaking down, Ningbin had no choice but to follow orders from the higher-ups. Ningbin is really curious now. Which genius came up with this classic? It's truly heartbreaking. After the technical team worked hard to repair the deserted island, the equipment was finally completely destroyed. Clearly, continuing the live stream was hopeless. The show's popularity was already declining, and now it's unclear how much its popularity has dropped. The director quickly contacted the producer, hoping they could come up with a solution, but unexpectedly, the producer directly said they should come back and the show would no longer be aired. This almost made the director lose heart. The momentum was great at first, especially after I joined. The popularity kept rising with all kinds of trending searches. But ever since this stinginess started, aside from the initial display of astonishing popularity, later the popularity plummeted, and now even the producers have abandoned their production team. This time, there really is no chance of recovery. The director has no choice but to contact staff from shore and send a boat to pick them up. However, because the schedule didn't match the pre-agreed week-long schedule and the current pickup boat was still on another day, after some negotiation, the earliest they could wait until early the next day would be to pick up the production team staff. Once the guests found out, he immediately started shouting, "What? We have to wait until early tomorrow morning. Since we can't live stream, I can't stay in this lousy place for even a moment. Director, can you think of another way? Can't you just switch to another boat to pick us up?" The director was helpless. He said to everyone, "Everyone, hang in there one more day. Do you think I don't want to go back? Isn't there just no suitable ship? After all, we've made it through all these days. On the last day, hang in there, because the director said there's no other way, so we have to compromise. But no need to face the camera anymore. The always reserved guests can finally be themselves again." Someone said, "Director, since we don't have to record the show, why don't we just disband on the spot?" The director nodded. "Everyone can move freely on the beach. You can also retrieve everything you take. But one thing, don't go to dangerous places alone. Don't let something happen on the last day." After cheering, the guests each took their belongings and left the camp. With the restraint gone, I want to go underwater to stock up again. My eyes lit up as I looked at Ji Xiaoqi. "Let's go diving and see if there's any tasty fish." Ji Xiaoqi smiled and didn't even ask, "Xiaojiu, do you have any new messages on your communicator?" Ji Xiaoqi knew that the communicator I was carrying was specifically for contacting Bai Ningbing. In classical Chinese, I quickly glanced at the communicator and sure enough, found an unread message from Bai Ningbing not long ago. He said he was about to go to the island. Seeing this news, I was surprised. Bai Ningbing was going to the island so soon? Ji Xiaoqi knew he was coming because of his surprise. In other words, the day of parting was finally approaching. Looking at me, who still knew nothing, a flash of deep reluctance and sadness suddenly crossed Ji Xiaoqi's eyes. He clenched his fist tightly with the hand hanging by his side, trying to calm himself down. After adjusting his emotions, Ji Xiaoqi's face returned to a bright smile. He shrugged at me and said, "Looks like he saw me live streaming and came to take me back." Hearing this, I immediately patted my chest and promised Ji Xiaoqi, "Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. If Bai Ningbing comes to give you trouble, I'll hold it up for you. With me here, he wouldn't dare make things difficult for you." Ji Xiaoqi smiled. My words once again confirmed his suspicion. Bai Ningbing really indulged me a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't speak so recklessly. Thinking this, Ji Xiaoqi felt relieved again, then smiled and said, all right, I know you're impressive. With you here, Director Bai wouldn't dare to make things difficult for me." I lifted my chin proudly and nodded proudly when Bai Ningbing messaged me. They also shared their boarding location. It's the backside of the deserted island beach for filming. From here, we circled around and sped forward at full speed. There are still nearly 2 hours to go, so Ji Xiaoqi and I are about to set off now. But just before we set off, a group of female guests gathered around again, their looks toward Ji Xiaoqi becoming even more explicit. "Little Chi, little brother, no need to film anymore. Where should we go for a walk?" Ji Xiaoqi's answer was simple and blunt. He gave the girl he was trying to strike up with a slight smile. No, as soon as he said that, the other party immediately became embarrassed and annoyed. "Ji Xiaoqi, aren't you taking yourself too seriously?" Ji Xiaoqi sneered, about to make a move to show these scumbags who really took them too seriously. Who would have thought, still not understanding. I just beat all the women who surrounded them to the ground. The women immediately collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly. Many people's eyes were drawn to them. "Oh my god, Xiaoju hit someone. Isn't that a bit too violent? Just stop streaming and it's already like this. Don't meddle in other people's business." I didn't care at all. I clapped my little hands, put my hands on my hips and said to the women, "You're the ones who take yourselves too seriously. I have something to do with Xiaoqi. I can't be bothered to argue with you." If you want to provoke Xiaoqi again, I'll beat you all until you're covered in teeth. Then smile and look at Ji Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, it's done. Ji Xiaoqi quietly glanced at me and smiled at me with a pure smile. Xiao Jiu, are you saving them? If you don't do it, I've already killed them all. Hearing Ji Xiaoqi's undisguised tone, I suddenly panicked. Is Xiaoqi being too arrogant? There are still so many people here, so why are you speaking your mind? Even when I really wanted to kill Mei Xiaoqi, I was just silently complaining in my heart, afraid Ji Xiaoqi would say something shocking again. I quickly grabbed Ji Xiaoqi's hand and said, Xiaoqi, let's hurry and go. The two of us quickly left the scene, but many who heard Ji Xiaoqi's words were secretly surprised. Mei Xiaoqi was even more shocked, her eyes even farther away. Then she said to Mei Danyao beside her, Fourth sister, did you hear what Ji Xiaoqi said? If Mei Xiaozhou hadn't acted first, she would have already killed the person. This doesn't sound like a lie. Mei Danyao ignored her and had no hope. She stared in the direction I had left, lost in thought. After a moment, she strode forward and chased after us. Soon, Ji Xiaoqi and I arrived at the back of the deserted island. This was the deadland, also the meeting point for Bai Ningbing and me. With two muffled thuds, we landed steadily on her speedboat. When I saw the woman, I immediately waved to greet her. Just like usual, I stuck to her as soon as I saw her, then stood with my hands on my hips and spoke to her in a very domineering tone. You're here to take Xiaoqi back, right? Let me tell you, she killed someone out of self-defense. Her family didn't treat her like a person. Even if they have to be punished, they should be handled leniently. You know? I spoke firmly, as if I were the boss. Yet, Xiaoqi silently watched me, looking so innocent and carefree as she bargained for her. Her eyes slowly reddened, but then she suddenly smiled, a smile as heavy as a burden. I tilted my head and asked her, Xiaoqi, what are you laughing at? Xiaoqi blinked and teased me instead. Xiao Jiu, she's your direct superior, so be polite. Got it? My neck stiffened, full of confidence. I'm polite to others, but not to Bai Ningbin. As I spoke, I turned to Bai Ningbin. Let's just be polite, right? But Bai Ningbin, who was always feared by everyone, showed a gentle smile when facing my disrespect. She looked at me steadily and spoke slowly. In front of me, you never have to be restrained. You can be your true self. As soon as I said this, Xiaoqi nodded in complete satisfaction. But I hadn't forgotten the main matter. Seeing her speak, I immediately steered the conversation back. Bai Ningbin, you haven't answered me yet. Can you really make Xiaoqi not take it? In one yen, Bai Ningbin's eyes flickered slightly. She glanced at Ji Xiaoqi behind me, her gaze heavy with a hint of seriousness. Ji Xiaoqi also looked at Bai Ningbin. She knew exactly what was happening to her own health. Now the neurotoxin had already replenished her entire body. Even if Bai Ningbin really wanted to plead for her, it was too late at this point. Ji Xiaoqi knew her fate very well and didn't want to resist anymore. On the contrary, she hoped to use her remaining life to do something for other violent machines, cooperating with Bai Ningbin to gain the trust of the higher-ups. So Ji Xiaoqi was very cooperative with Bai Ningbin. He proactively said to me, Xiao Jiu, how could the higher-ups punish me harshly? I only killed a few people. It's just that right now they can't lose their temper and need Director Bai to mediate. He'll definitely handle it leniently, right? Director Bai, throw the problem to Bai Ningbin. Her mouth twitched, and she could only go along with her. There won't be severe punishment, but during the investigation, you can't contact anyone. When I heard that, I wasn't very pleased. Prisoners in prison can visit the prison, but Xiaoqi is just being investigated. It's already quite difficult. Don't make things difficult for Director Bai. After all, my situation is serious this time, so it's already good enough to avoid physical pain. Besides, Director Bai knows what to do, so don't worry. Hearing Ji Xiaoqi say that, I nodded. He agreed. All right, then before you come out, I'll hold back from contacting you. Ji Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at me, and reminded me, you must behave. Also, don't forget what I asked you for. I know Xiaoqi is talking about number 3. He nodded and said, Got it. Xiaoqi, don't worry. I've remembered everything. Bai Ningbin saw that we had almost finished talking, then said, Is that done? Then Xiao Jiu, you go back to the production team. Tomorrow we'll go back with the production team. I'll take number 7 back to the Action Bureau first. I immediately retorted, We're not streaming anymore. I'll go back with you guys. As soon as he said this, Bai Ningbin and Xiaoqi's faces turned pale. No, both spoke in unison, firm and resolute. I was so angry I grabbed my cheek. What's wrong? I'll just walk you to the gate. This won't work either. Bai Ningbin completely cut off my hopes. Xiao Jiu, this time really can't do it. There's nothing I can do. I can only hold Xiaoqi's hand, looking frustrated. Xiaoqi. Bai Ningbin is so annoying. This time I really have to say goodbye. But just as I finished speaking, I suddenly realized something was wrong. Xiaoqi felt cold all over, still sweating, and his lips instantly lost all color. Xiaoqi, what's wrong? Uncomfortable? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, desperately suppressing the blood in his throat. Bai Ningbing's face changed dramatically, and he immediately shouted, "Number 7, go in first." Xiaoqi quickly slipped into the cabin. I wanted to chase after him, but Bai Ningbing stopped me. Bai Ningbing, Xiaoqi felt unwell and told me to go in and check, but he coldly blocked my way. You won't get better even if you see this. Go back quickly. I was completely furious and glared at him, shouting, even if he doesn't get better, I want to see how you are. Why are you like this? Not letting me go, now you won't even let me look. Bai Ningbing blocked me tightly, saying nothing. He glanced at the cabin, his eyes flickering, then suddenly changed the subject. Xiao Jiu, no one followed you when you came, right? I was stunned. At a time like this, asking about this. Then I said, how is that possible? Xiao Qi and I rushed over at full speed, but he pointed at the footprints on the beach with a serious tone. What if this operation is a secret? You go make sure no one is around, and I'll let you chat with number 7 a bit longer. Is that okay? I have no choice but to turn around with a grunt. Got it. I leapt onto a reef several meters high. I planned to just brush it off. After all, no one really came over. But as soon as I stood at the highest point and looked in the direction I came from, my pupils contracted. On the beach, there really was someone, Mei Danyao. She followed the footprints all the way to Jiaoshan at the end of the deserted island. I descended from the sky and blocked Mei Danyao's way. Mei Laosi, you're actually a stalker. What are you doing here? Mei Danyao was stunned at first, then asked, where did you come from? I looked at her impatiently and said, don't change the subject. If there's nothing else, just leave quickly. But Mei Danyao just scanned the surroundings, raised an eyebrow, and asked, where's Ji Xiaoqi? I instantly became alert. My whole heart was on Ji Xiaoqi's safety. No time to waste words with her, so I retorted bluntly, she's the one who's her, mind your own business. Get lost. Seeing me defend Ji Xiaoqi like this, Mei Danyao became even more annoyed. She sneered. Who do you think she is? Protecting her like this. I puffed out my chest. Every word was resonant. She was one of the most important people in my life. Mei Danyao's eyes flashed, and as if possessed, she asked a self-humiliating question. What about me? What am I in your life? I sized her up and down, full of disdain. You're nothing. If I had to say, you're the person I hate the most. Mei Danyao felt this in her heart for the first time, but she forced herself to fight back. Coincidentally, you're also the person I hate the most. I instantly lost my temper. If you had come along just to follow me, just to say you hate me, then you can get lost. But Mei Danyao suddenly dropped a bombshell. Mei Xiaojiu, Ji Xiaoqi has issues. Be careful. I was about to argue, but my words got stuck in my throat. I also felt Ji Xiaoqi was troubled. Could it be that this sister I dislike the most has actually noticed something? I stopped and stared at her suspiciously. Do you think there's something wrong with her? Mei Danyao took me to heart, her brows twitching as she slowly voiced her doubts. She kept saying that you were the most important, but she's hiding a huge secret from you. Didn't you notice? My heart skipped a beat. I stared at Mei Danyao. Can you guess what she wants to keep from me? Mei Danyao sneered. How could I guess? But hiding it from you is the biggest problem in itself. I pursed my lips and retorted. Isn't that obvious? Isn't it useful? Mei Danyao added. Ji Xiaoqi is very weak now. People like you rarely get sick. She might have something happen but kept it from you. My eyes competed. My heart suddenly locked away. Xiaoqi is sick. Impossible. We're machines of violence. Our immune system is so strong it's immune to all poisons, unless you're seriously injured or poisoned. But there's no smell of blood on her. My mind is in chaos. My only thought is to go see Ji Xiaoqi immediately. Mei Laosi is useless, so I just pushed her away. Alright, you can get lost. Mei Danyao was so angry at my speed that her eyelids twitched. What about you? Aren't you coming back with me? I shot her a cold look. Why should I go with you? You're so annoying. Mei Danyao is determined to follow me and whistle. I'll just sit here and enjoy the scenery. Is that not okay? I stomped my foot in anger. Mei Laosi. Just as we were arguing so fiercely on the other side, a life-and-death struggle was unfolding. Bai Ningbing injected a vial of blue serum into Ji Xiaoqi's body. Her face instantly flushed, but Bai Ningbing's voice was icy cold. This could only delay the moment. She had missed the best period for treatment. Ji Xiaoqi calmly interrupted her. Bai Ju, I know I'm going to die, but I'm not afraid to die. I can even cooperate with you and put on a show for Xiaojiu. Bai Ningbing's eyes were full of guilt. Sorry, Ji Xiaoqi rubbed her arms. She looked like she was being cheesy. Why apologize? The higher-ups' attitude toward us now is that there's no way to be erased. Her tone shifted, extremely serious. You're the only one on our side, so you have to climb up and protect Xiaojiu and the others. I will fully cooperate with you to gain the trust of the higher-ups. At this moment, I was still in the dark, giving Mei Danyao an ultimatum. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being ruthless. I clenched my fists, my joints creaked, and I sat down, my killing intent radiating. Mei Danyao raised her hand in surrender when she left. Fine, I'll go. Before leaving, she reminded me, come back early, but I waved disdainfully. Get lost. Just looking at you makes me dislike. Mei Danyao laughed in anger, but then she thought of how obedient I was in front of Ji Xiaoqi. My heart was tight. As soon as Mei Danyao left, I immediately felt relieved. I quickly climbed up the suburban hill and rushed back to the speedboat as fast as I could. Xiaoqi, I dove headfirst into the cabin. Ji Xiaoqi's face was rosy, and he looked perfectly fine. When she saw me come back, she asked why I was gone for so long. I stormed over to her, touching her forehead and checking her body. Seriously, Mei Laosi followed me. Luckily, I noticed in time and drove her away. Ji Xiaoqi frowned, but then I let go. She calmly asked, what is she doing here? I shook my head. I don't know. Who knows what she wants? I was worried about you, so I sent her away. Ji Xiaoqi chuckled softly. Worried about me? But I looked serious. You looked so pale just now. Then I suddenly remembered something. Oh right, old Mei Si also reminded me, saying you're very weak. Xiaoqi, are you feeling unwell somewhere? As soon as I said this, Ji Xiaoqi and Bai Ningbing, who was beside me, instantly tensed up. But the next second, Ji Xiaoqi suddenly laughed and reached out a hand to me. Yang Mei said, Xiaojiu, let's move the wrist. Sure. I immediately reached out and grabbed it. The result, without any suspense, I lost instantly. I exclaimed, Xiaoqi, you're still so strong. Ji Xiaoqi leaned against the wall, let out a soft breath, and smiled at me. Do you still think I'm sick? I instantly shook my head like a rattle drum and complained fiercely. Mei Laosi was lying about military intelligence. I told you you couldn't be sick. I really believed his blood. Ji Xiaoqi chimed in from the side. She's scheming and wants to drive us apart. I was furious. I will never believe her again. But just then, I suddenly noticed something strange. After chatting for so long, Bai Ningbing hadn't said a word. She just quietly watched. Bai Ningbing noticed my gaze and suddenly smiled at me. Why are you staring at me? I asked directly. Bai Ningbing, how did you suddenly become so kind? I thought you'd let me chat with Xiaoqi for a bit and then leave. That's so unusual. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but laugh and cry. You kid, letting you chat a bit longer isn't right. If you're bored for too long, go back now. I immediately waved my hand. No, not long, not long. I can chat a bit longer. Just then, my assistant Gao Chang suddenly came in and reported directly to Director Bai. We have detected a storm in 2 hours and need to set out quickly. As soon as he said this, Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered. He glanced at Xiaoqi without showing any emotion. But Xiaoqi seemed to have anticipated it and smiled at me, saying, Xiaojiu, looks like we should leave now. Although I was reluctant, I knew Bai Ningbing was giving me quite face this time. So I grabbed Xiaoqi's hand, smiling brightly. Xiaoqi will wait for you to come back. Then we can all chat together. As soon as I said this, Xiaoqi's heart felt as if a big hand was gripping it tightly. It hurt a lot. It hurts. Want to chat together? For him, this was such a luxury. He only felt a tingling in his nose, sadness spreading instantly. Yet he forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. He nodded to me, saying, let's chat again then. I stood on the shore watching them. Goodbye, Xiaoqi. Goodbye, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you have to take good care of Xiaoqi. You have to help lighten his punishment. If Xiaoqi gets wronged inside, I won't let you off. Bai Ningbing watched me on the shore, desperately waving my little paws, looking at the bright smile on my little face, trusting him wholeheartedly. His heart ached fiercely. The truth was too cruel. He had to cover everything up with lies, pretending nothing had happened. But could this really cover up the past? Is it really fair to me? Bai Ningbing has no time to worry about these things now. Now, just to maintain our relationship, he has to give it his all. Bai Ju, who stands high and mighty in front of outsiders, is actually in the eyes of those truly core power circles. Nothing. The power isn't big enough, the position isn't high enough. Just like number 7 said, from now on, to protect me, there are other violent machines. He must keep climbing higher, even if it means he'll stop at nothing. After Bai Ningbing left with Xiaoqi, I also returned to the production team. When the guests saw that Xiaoqi hadn't come back with them, many people came to ask me about his whereabouts. I just went back perfunctorily. Others went home because they had witnessed my fighting power. Even if they doubted it, they didn't say much. The next day, everyone took a boat back to the mainland. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi was taken back by Ningbing to the Special Operations Bureau to await his soldier's trial. Bai Ningbing found the best lawyer to defend him, but Xiao Qi felt it was unnecessary. After all, no matter the outcome, he had only one way out. In the detention cell, Xiao Qi was wearing a pure white lab coat, sitting at the desk writing something. He was forbidden from using any communication devices. The paper and pen he could get were all brought in by Ningbing. With a sizzle, the door to the detention cell opened. Bai Ningbing, dressed in uniform, walked in from outside. He told Xiao Qi, "The verdict for this trial is out. The Operations Bureau has done a poor job. I didn't investigate your family background and committed murder out of control, but that's understandable. Next is the person in charge. Because of the suspected molestation, it's understandable that you acted too extremely. Therefore, all your titles as the person in charge and the Fei family are revoked. All family welfare benefits are cancelled. As for investigating your family background, it will also be investigated across duties, right?" After hearing this, Xiao Qi looked calmly at a certain place. Not much emotion. Can these people be punished? To her, it no longer meant much. Hi cough. Suddenly, Xiao Qi started coughing again, and a large amount of pitch-black poisonous blood was drawn out. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing immediately told Gao Cheng behind her, "Antidote." Gao Cheng was about to take it, but Xiao Qi stopped him. It was useless. The toxin had spread throughout his body. Since yesterday, his eyes had always been bright and defiant. At this moment, everything was shrouded in gray, with no trace of light to be seen. Bai Ningbing's lips curled into a bitter smile. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then approached Xiao Qi, because the boy's hearing was fading away from me. Getting closer helps him hear more clearly. Number 7. Do you have any other wishes? If you can do them, I'll do my best to fulfill them for you. Wishes? Xiao Qi thought for a moment. He already gave me instructions back on the island, and now he doesn't have any wishes. Still, Xiao Qi felt a bit reassured about number 3. After half a round of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me about number 3's recent situation? I previously got some info that he doesn't get along well with his family." Number 3. Huh? Bai Ningbing nodded. "I'll have Gao Cheng check for you." Xiao Qi was a bit happy to see Bai Ningbing agree. He sincerely said, "Bai Ju, although I've always disliked you, you're actually quite a good person." Bai Ningbing smiled and said, "It's not easy to get that from your mouth." Then she stood up and asked, "Is there anything else you want to eat? I can have someone prepare it for you." Xiao Qi sighed. "My sense of taste is gone. Whatever I eat is different. Just tell me about number 3's current situation." A moment later, Gao Cheng, who had investigated number 3's intelligence, hurriedly called back. He looked anxious and said, "Bai Ju, number 3 has left the deputy family without reporting to the person in charge." What? As soon as he said this, Xiao Qi was so shocked he stood up from his chair. But now, because he was extremely weak, he suddenly stood up, his mind spinning, and he nearly fell again. Bai Ningbing reacted quickly, helped Xiao Qi and left the subbase. Why? What about the controller? Did player 3 destroy the controller? After that, Xiao Qi almost shouted and asked. Now his whole body is shaking, terrified. Player 3 also wants his old path. No, absolutely not. In this world, the person Xiao Qi cares about most is me. But aside from that, the person whose eyes linger the most is number 3. He doesn't want number 3 to die. Just thinking about number 3 might end up with him is the only way to do it. Xiao Qi felt a sharp pain in his heart, so much so that he could barely take it. Number 3, number 3. Xiao Qi kept calling out number 3's name. His hand gripped his heart tightly, as if in unbearable pain, his eyes blurred with gray. At this moment, tears of blood flowed even more shockingly. Xiao Qi's reaction was simply too shocking. Gao Cheng saw this and hurriedly said, "Number 7. Don't be nervous. Number 3 didn't destroy the controller. He just left the deputy house. The current actions are still under our control." Bai Ningbing shouted angrily, "Can you not breathe so hard when you speak? If it weren't for the fact that there are so few people around him and Gao Cheng is truly loyal, he would have fired them long ago." Gao Cheng's scalp tingled. Continuing the report, aside from leaving the deputy family, number 3 hasn't taken any other unconventional actions. Based on his actions, we speculate that he probably saw Xiao Zhou's variety show on a live stream. So now he should be heading to the Mei family. Number 3 is going to find Xiao Zhou. Bai Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news. Number 3 is going to find me. That way, number 3 can temporarily fall under his jurisdiction. The other managers would consider his sake and wouldn't make things difficult for number 3. Bai Ningbing looked at Xiao Qi again. Number 7. Now you can relax, right? Number 3 is fine. Xiao Qi seemed relieved too. Number 3 was fine. Great. The string in his heart suddenly lost its grip and relaxed. Immediately, Xiaoqi spat out a mouthful of blood, black blood spilling onto the ground like a blooming black rose. Then, Xiaoqi felt as if she had swung into a lamp hole, unable to hold on any longer and collapsed straight down. Outside the Mei family's villa, number 3 stood at the entrance, looking left and right. When he saw the doorbell, he pressed it. The servant inside answered and asked, "Hello, may I ask who I'm looking for?" Number 3 said lazily, "I'm looking for number 9. "No, it's Mei Xiaojiu. "Young Master Xiaojiu? May I ask who you are?" "Just say his third mommy came to see him." At this moment, the Mei family, the whole family was eating in the dining hall, and when I returned from the wilderness survival show, it happened to be school holidays, so I didn't have to rush straight to school and come back to keep me company. So, today the Mei family was unusually reunited. Except for the second and third sons who hadn't returned yet, everyone else was at home. I was still eating quickly after being seated. Although the island wasn't short of food, it was still compared to the food piled high with all kinds of spices. But the gap is still huge. So now I want to make up for all the things I didn't eat well in the past few days. Mei Dantang still sat with me, her movements gentle and leisurely wrapping up my skin, her voice gentle and tender, especially doting. "Xiao Zhou, you've had a tough time on the deserted island these days. Eat more. Look at your little face." But who would have thought that? As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Danyao beside her started laughing and said in a pitiful way, "Big sister, don't you feel guilty saying that? This kid never stopped talking on the island. Grouper, coconut crab, and tuna, the food was no worse than what you get at home. Look at her face, it's been so round." Mei Dantang glanced helplessly at her sister and asked, "Danyao, can't you just eat your own meal? You have to say a few annoying words to get happy." Before she could speak, I swept up the peony shrimp Mei Dantang had just wrapped for me and said, "Big sister, don't pay attention to her. Mei Laosi is just sharp-tongued and can't stand to see me do well." When Mei Danyao heard the name Mei Laosi, she looked at me with a half-smile and said, "Mei Xiaojiu, are you too much Mei Big? Mei Laosi, are you the one who called Mei Laosi? Also, you already call me Big Sister. Calling her fourth sister means you're dead." "Huh?" I glanced at Mei Danyao, her beautiful eyes blinking, then shouted rebelliously, "Mei Laosi, Mei Laosi." Just then, the mediocre man suddenly rushed over. After being urged, Yongren's scalp tingled. She cautiously glanced at everyone, then softly probed and replied, "She is young Master Xiao Zhou's third madam." I was stunned, then thought for a moment, I think I know who it is. But the rest of the Mei family was so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. "Third mommy? What the heck is this?" Mei Danyao's eyelids twitched even more uncontrollably, thinking she must be hearing things. She spoke again to confirm. "What did the other party say? She belongs to Mei Xiaojiu." "Say it again." Yongren could only grit his teeth and answer again. "Third mommy." Meanwhile, Xia Rongyun and Mei Wangxi mother and son were overjoyed. Didn't I ever be kept by someone before? Third mommy, just hearing that she was a godmother, and not just one, a third. Maybe a fourth or fifth will come after me. The outcome of the wild survival variety show was a huge blow, but now it seems I didn't get much out of it. Once I was exposed, even people who had messy relationships with me started to sniff it out. Xia Rongyun was already thinking about how to make a fuss about this matter. They had to seize this opportunity and completely ruin me. Mei Chaoxiong frowned at this moment. Clearly, the nickname Third Mommy had shocked him quite a bit. "Mei Xiaojiu, what's going on?" Seeing this, Xia Rongyun immediately chimed in. "Xiaojiu, you didn't do something foolish before, did you? What's going on with this third mommy? Did you claim to be your godmother? What exactly is your relationship? Now that they've come knocking, you can't keep it from us." Mei Hope was really hurt on the variety show, and now she seizes the chance to belittle me to death. She snorted, "What kind of relationship? Do you even need to ask?" In today's society, what a godmother wants to do by adopting a godson is obvious without thinking. "Mei Xiaojiu, you're really something. Don't you think what you said is contradictory?" To belittle her brother, she lost her brain. "Huh?" Mei Wangxi was left speechless by Mei Dantang. Her eyes immediately reddened with grievance. She pursed her lips and said plaintively, "Big sister, now it's her third mom who came knocking. Why are you only talking about me? You're way too biased." Mei Dantang smiled slightly. She was quite heavenly. "Do you have any objections?" Mei Shiwang was so angry she nearly had a heart attack. Mei had seen favoritism before, yet she was so openly confident and confident. "But even if Big Sister wanted to protect me, but this time I'm done for." Then she shouted at the mediocre man, "Why are you still standing there? Your young Master Xiao Zhou's third mom is here. Hurry up and invite her in. What are you doing here?" Mei Chaoxiong glanced at Mei Shiwang, his expression darkening slightly. Seeing Mei Chaoxiong's bad expression, Mei Chaoxiong immediately backed down. She shrank her neck and whispered, "Dad, I'm here looking for my loved one. We can't keep people waiting outside forever." Mei Chaoxiong was clearly displeased and gave instructions to the mediocrity. After driving her away, she said there was no one he was looking for. The ordinary man insisted on going back to the residence. But just as she turned around, a straightforward voice came from outside. "Who was the shady person? The person I'm looking for is right here." A cool girl walked in slowly. The Mei family members all smiled at the sight of her. Who was this person? Third mommy. Just as everyone was still unclear about what was going on, I excitedly stood up from my chair and greeted the newcomer, number 3, with his hands in his pockets, looking cool and cocky, and said, "What's your name?" "Call me Third Mommy." I was speechless inside. Why does this person love being a mom so much? It used to be like this. Every time I wanted to beat someone up, I'd say I'd beat them until they called me mom. Same for me. I don't know why, but I'm especially passionate about being my mom. Every time, I love to say, "Good morning, call me mom, or I'll beat you up." But because Xiao Qi scolds number 3, I still call her mom very often. But now that Xiao Qi isn't here, I'm very earnestly teaching Junjia. Third mommy, number 3, open your arms, came over and hugged me. "Hey otaku, be good. Mommy, hug." Then she habitually ruffled my hair into a bird's nest. Only then did she show a satisfied smile. I was secretly overwhelmed. Number 3, just wait. When Xiao Qi comes out, he can deal with you. Number 3's gaze swept behind me. Except for the Mei family, right? A trace of regret flashed in number 3's eyes. He risked punishment to come here, but unexpectedly, he still didn't get to see number 7. The rest of the Mei family were almost stunned by the fact that I was detouring with number 3 for a long time, and Mei Hope couldn't hold back. He was the first to question me. "Who are you? Why did you barge in on your own?" Number 3's appearance completely shattered Mei Shiwang's plan. He had planned to use this opportunity to ruin his reputation, but now it seems the situation is completely different from what he imagined. It was more like a teasing between good friends. Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao, the two sisters, immediately thought of Ji Xiaoqi when I called her number 3. What a coincidence, both had a number. No need to think about it, this number 3 and that Ji Xiaoqi. They're all from the same place as me, and number 3 doesn't care at all about the looks of the other members of the Mei family. In his eyes, these people are no different from ants. This time, he's mainly here to find Ji Xiaoqi, since Ji Xiaoqi isn't here. But I couldn't make a trip for nothing, so she naturally placed her hand on my shoulder and said, "Xiao Jiu, your place is nice. Quite big. Take me around." I immediately agreed. "Okay." Just as we were about to leave, Mei Chiwang, who had been ignored, couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted angrily, "Can't you hear me? Who are you? You came and didn't even greet the host. So rude. Even if you're Mei Xiaojiu's friend, who would have thought that?" Before Mei Shiwang could finish, number 3 asked me, "That guy in the back is so annoying. During the live stream, I see he always asks you to check. Do you want mommy to help you take him down?" Number 3's sentence made Mei Wangwang's eyes widen in surprise. What did this woman say? Kill him? How dare you? Mei Wangwang was so angry she stammered, glaring at me and gritting her teeth. "Mei Xiaojiu used to make friends in the countryside. What kind of shady friends did you? This person is like this, and Ji Xiaoqi is like that too." Hearing Mei Hope mention Ji Xiaoqi, number 3's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He turned to signal Mei Shiwang, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes, making Mei Xiangwang instantly feel as if someone was grabbing his throat. I was almost breathing out. What's going on? This guy is so scary. Seeing number 3 with murderous intent, I quickly tugged at his clothes to calm him down. Number 3 turned and glanced at me. His face didn't improve much. I blinked innocently. It's not like I provoked him, so why throw me any cold face? But I understand number 7 is his red scale. Violent machines may seem cold-blooded, but each has their own personality. Number 3 cares most about number 7. Mei hopes to talk about him in that tone. No wonder number 3 wouldn't be tricking. So I pulled out my trump card, hooked my foot around his neck, and whispered in his ear, "Third mommy, don't cause trouble. Before Xiao Qi left, I specifically warned you to behave and not to make a move." As soon as he said this, number 3's expression instantly softened, but his eyes were filled with suspicion. Why didn't he come to me himself? He actually went to find you first. I blinked, so innocent. That's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. At this moment, the Mei family members' eyes were almost pierced through us. Number 3 knew this was not the place to talk, so he decisively hooked his arm around my neck and went out to chat. So the two of us swaggered out like that. As soon as we left, the Mei family looked at each other with respect. The Mei Dantang sisters had long noticed that I was no ordinary person. Now that third mommy had appeared, they instantly understood that this group of people with numbers was very powerful and did as they pleased, probably in some kind of closed space. Trained as human weapons, so it's not surprising that they just leave without hitting us when greeting us. Even their father, Mei Chaoxiong, has long seen through everything through live streams. I'm definitely not some poor country kid. My background, unfathomable. However, at this moment, Mei Shiwang was furious at Mei Chaoxiong's upbringing. He said to Mei Chaoxiong, "Look at Mei Xiaojiu. He keeps associating with shady people all day long, even calling them third mommy. Now he's leaving." He didn't even say hello. Mei Chaoxiong looked at him coldly, then at his two daughters, sighing inwardly. They were all her children, so how could there be such a big difference? Both daughters had already sensed something unusual about my identity, but it was this son. So dumb she didn't notice anything. Mei Chong, being stared at, made her shiver. She shrank her neck and quietly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Mei Chaoxiong snapped back to reality and faintly said, "Woof woof. Eat more walnuts when you're free. Eat walnuts." Mei Wangxiong greeted him with a big face. Why? Wasn't he saying Mei Xiaojiu was uncultured? What does this have to do with He Tao? Mei Chaoxiong added helplessly, "Brain nourishment, pounce." Mei Danyao, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Even her eldest sister, Mei Dantang, looked at her with a hint of pity. Her biological father started insulting her for being stupid. Mei Chi-Wang was completely overwhelmed. Feeling so wrong she was about to cry. Feeling blocked by the whole family. She turned to Xia Rongyun. "Mom, what's going on? Dad and my sisters are acting strange." Xia Rongyun's expression was uncertain. She also sensed something strange about me, but what exactly was wrong? She couldn't figure it out. As for me, I didn't care what the Mei family thought at all. After leaving the Mei family with number 3, the two of us headed straight to the city center to eat seafood and feast. Number 3 pinched my rounded face and sighed. "Damn, number 9. Your life is amazing. Eating and drinking well every day. Your face is covered in meat." I grabbed the menu and ordered everything with meat. The waiter took the menu, pupils closed. "Sir, it seems like you two ordered a bit too much. I have a single eyebrow. Why are you looking down on us? Or are you afraid we can't pay? I'll just show the black card Bai Ningbin gave me and exchange it for me." The waiter locked it instantly, laughing and crying at the same time. I ran off to place an order. I immediately patted number 3 on my chest. "Third mommy, come play with me. I'll cover all expenses. I have money." Number 3 looked at my smug expression. A single eyebrow. "Didn't expect that family to treat you pretty well. I gave you the black card. I gave you a dark smile. It wasn't they who gave it was Bai Ningbin who gave it to me." At the mention of Bai Ningbin, number 3's expression instantly turned cold. They were violent machines and had no good feelings toward Bai Ningbin. However, they had to admit one thing. Bai Ningbin was indeed very good to me. With him watching, I lived more freely outside than I was in the Action Bureau, while number 3 only cared about 2 people in this world. Number 7 and me. Seeing me living comfortably, he felt relieved. Number 3 crossed his legs and lazily stuffed a lollipop into his mouth. "Alright, with Bai Ningbin watching over you, it shouldn't be a big problem. Now that no one is around, let's talk about number 7. I heard he wiped out all those scumbags at his family and has been hunted by the Operations Bureau ever since. Now he's been caught. I'll correct him immediately. It's not really being caught. It's Xiao Qi turning himself in, and with Bai Ningbin with him, the Operations Bureau definitely won't make things difficult for him." "Is that so?" Number 3's eyes furrowed with some doubt. This time, number 7 took him down, but he didn't even spare his leader. This is a huge threat signal to the higher-ups. Will the Operations Bureau really be lenient? He stared at me and suddenly said, "Number 9, tell Bai Ningbin and ask him for help. Let number 7 speak to us." I was stunned. Is this still the rebellious number 3? But I could tell he was really worried about number 7. Without hesitation, I confidently promised, "No problem. Number 3, this is all for me." As I spoke, I immediately dialed Bai Ningbin's number. On the other end, Bai Ningbin seemed to have anticipated this. Number 3 was with me now. Bai Ningbin's voice was calm. I understand. Leaving Shu without permission is no small matter, but I've already put it under control. Keep an eye on him and don't act recklessly, or there won't be any punishment." "Really, Bai Ningbin, thank you." "I knew you were the most reliable," Bai Ningbin chuckled. "If you have to deal with all your troubles, being unreliable won't do. Where are we in trouble? You're not the number 1 troublemaker. Every time I clean up after you, it's never easy. Why are you so petty, still holding grudges?" Our back and forth kept going off track, and I even forgot about the main point of the call. Number 3 beside me looked at me, anxious and furious, grinding his teeth. Number three's patience ran out and he grabbed my cheek. No small feat. Are you out of your mind? Hurry up and get to the point. I saw he was really angry and begged for mercy. Number three, don't worry. I'll ask right now. Then I immediately steered the topic back. By Ningbin. Number three heard number seven was taken back. He was very worried about him and wanted to talk to him. By Ningbin's eyes flickered as he recalled number seven's current state. Poison spreading throughout his body, his wakefulness dwindling, and he was extremely weak, as if swimming into a lamp cave. Letting him talk in this state, even if he can fool me, he definitely can't fool number three. But if we don't allow him to talk, we'll get suspicious too. By Ningbin didn't agree right away. He needs a foolproof plan. I'll think about it. I'll contact you in a bit and hang up. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, By Ningbin stood up and headed straight for the cell where number 7 was. But to his surprise, number 7 didn't rest. Instead, he sat up. His complexion improved considerably, as if he had returned to that energetic, violent machine. But By Ningbin's heart sank sharply. He knew this wasn't a return to health, but a revival. By Ningbin's voice was extremely heavy. Number 7. Number 7 couldn't see him, but he figured out his identity from the voice. He turned his head, his face showing no pain, but rather unusually calm. Smiling, he said, "Bai Ju, you're here. I guess number 3 will find Xiaojiu. I'll definitely let you arrange a call. To avoid arousing suspicion, I think you should call once. I know it's not in compliance, but for you it should be easy to handle, right?" Bai Ningbin watched number 7 speak confidently, feeling complicated. He should have been a boy with a bright future. But now, he composed himself and smiled, saying, "That's right. They all want to talk to you. With your current state, you should be able to fool him." Number 7 nodded and said with a bright smile, "I've already thought of a plan. Even if I die later, they'll accept it calmly and won't cause trouble for the Action Bureau." In the private room, number 3 was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He dodged back and forth, then rushed to me. "Why is there still no news? Bai Ningbin is always a mess when handling things." I said helplessly, "You need to give him some time. Number 7 is still interrogating and can't make a call. Bai Ningbin has to deal with those troublesome old men and definitely has to negotiate." Then number 3 threw out a sentence. 5 minutes later, he didn't contact, so you called again. Just as 5 minutes were about to end, suddenly Bai Ningbin's call came in. I saw the caller ID, so I quickly spoke up. Number 3 suddenly recalled and snatched the phone. The call connected instantly. On the other end of the line, a clear and straightforward voice sounded. Was it number 3? It was number 7. His voice was full of confidence, no different from usual, with no sign of anything unusual. Number 3 was stunned and asked in surprise, "Number 7, why did you answer the call?" Number 7 smiled and explained, "Number 9 wasn't calling Director Bai, saying he wanted to chat with me? Director Bai tried to smooth things over and told me to call from his phone. We still need to record it." Number 3 pressed. "You're still in the detention cell." Yes, number 7's tone was calm and indifferent. "After all, I wiped out the entire G family group and even kicked out my supervisor. If the higher-ups don't make an example of others, you'd all be just following the joke." His tone was light and cheerful, and the punishment didn't seem severe. Still, he was still uneasy, frowning and asking in a voice how the higher-ups plan to deal with you. "When you'll be free, and if Bai Ningbin can figure something out, let's meet again." But as soon as he said that, number 7 burst out laughing. "Number 3, you're being too difficult. Director Bai already made me a call, and you still want to meet? Don't you consider the pressure on me?" Number 3 snorted coldly. "When did you care so much about the white fox? As long as number 9 says something, he'll rush over and take care of it." "I'll rush over," just swearing confidently to the phone. "Number 7, since we can talk, meeting again shouldn't be hard, right?" I told him to think of another way. Number 7 said helplessly, "You two just don't push your luck. It's already rare for us to talk on the phone. Still want to meet? What are you thinking? Besides, I'm about to carry out a mission. Come over now. I guess I'm not here either." "Carrying out the mission?" Number 3 immediately asked. "What mission? Weren't you still in solitary confinement?" Number 7 lied and didn't answer the draft, answering fluently. "Originally, he was supposed to be in solitary confinement, but isn't this a chance to make amends? As long as I can complete it smoothly, my mistake can be absolved. Then we'll naturally meet again." "What kind of task?" "It's confidential." No comment. I leaned over to number 3, staring at my phone and asking number 7, "A task that can make up for mistakes. Isn't that hard?" "Of course." "Is it dangerous?" "Very dangerous." Hearing this, number 3's heart rose again. He blurted out, "Can I apply for assistance? I'll go with you." But number 7 flatly refused. "How is that possible? You still need to get along with your family. Leaving without permission is a crime. The higher-ups won't let you go with me. I immediately said, I'm going. Number 7. I'm very well behaved and have a great relationship with my family. I applied to go with you, but number 7 couldn't help but laugh. How close are we? I heard number 4 gets along well with the family. It's just right to have him go with you, and it can also help him stay alert. Don't forget what you do. When I heard that, my curiosity was piqued. Number 3, is number 4 close with your family? Number 3 nodded. Yes, his family is full of rats and clams. As soon as number 4 returned, the whole family stuck to him, each walking energetically. I heard number 4 was so clingy to him that he couldn't help. Hearing that, I couldn't help but yearn for it. I really want to meet number 4's family. It feels so interesting, number 3 said. Next time, let the white fox take you there. With him around, it's easy to see anyone. I nodded vigorously, smiling brightly. Next time, I'll go see the others. I wonder how everyone is doing now. I miss them so much. Number 3 is watching me. His gaze softened for a moment, but soon his attention returned to number 7. Hearing number 7 still not responding, he pressed again. How about it? Number 7. Let number 4 apply to come with you. But on the other end of the line, number 7 moved his phone a bit farther away. He silently covered his nose. Pitch black liquid was seeping from between his fair fingers. Black nosebleed. Bai Ningbing's expression turned seriously, but he didn't dare make a move because he knew number 3 and I had extremely sharp hearing. Any movement would give it away. But he never expected number 7 to be this bad. Just chatting a few times wouldn't make him go on. Number 7's nose was blocked, making it impossible to breathe. He could only open his mouth, breathing softly, forcing himself to steady his breath. Hearing number 3's question, he let out a helpless laugh. Number 3, do you think you're some kind of higher-up? Everything was arranged by you, and the task is left to me alone. This is my chance to make amends. Then his tone suddenly turned arrogant. Besides, I am the country's top combat force and don't need anyone's help, because to me this is an insult. Do you understand? Number 3. Number 3 Chen Shang retorted, but it's dangerous. Isn't it? Every mission we carried out before was ever dangerous. Number 7's voice carried a sense of fate. The very purpose of our existence is to accomplish tasks that ordinary people cannot. If I unfortunately grant my fate this time, that would be understandable. Number 7 paused, his tone suddenly turning extremely serious. But number 3, if I really unfortunately died in the mission, it's also my life. No one else can be blamed. Don't blame the higher-ups. We were born to kill. Now we're not allowed to kill them, or else it's unforgivable. Why are they saying everything? Why should we suffer like this? Number 3's emotions gradually spiraled out of control. I felt helpless. A powerful and sorrowful aura emanated from him. I don't understand why number 3 is so sad. But he's so sad, and I feel so sad too. I hope everyone is happy and can find happiness. Just then, number 7's gentle voice sounded again. Why? Yeah, why should we suffer like this? He paused, his voice full of self-mockery. I thought for a moment maybe it's just our bad luck. There are so many people in the world, yet they chose us. No one else to blame, just bad luck. Bad luck. Hearing this answer, number 3 fell completely silent. He didn't know how to respond. Yes, bad luck. Back then, to resist hostile forces, the decision-makers secretly established a research team. To train superhumans, to speed up progress, they secretly recruited Robble for cruel biological experiments, and we were the product carefully selected from among those kids. But this project is too dark. It was inhumane and was quickly abolished by the newly appointed decision-makers. And we, the children selected through inhumane experiments, have become completely disconnected from the outside world. In our minds, we are independent and not a species of ordinary people. The higher-ups feared we would have serious consequences for society, and even more afraid that the reason for our creation would be known. So they set up the Special Operations Bureau as our temporary base. They engaged in heated debates about how to handle our situation. One side advocated integrating into society, while the other side felt our concepts were rigid and could not be tolerated. At that time, the international situation was tense, and countries were developing humanoid weapons. Eventually, they decided to incorporate us and subjected us to various trainings. Facing a volatile military environment, we, the violent machines who have endured endless killing, have completely lost the chance to reintegrate into society. Now that the international environment is stable, unless the higher-ups properly arrange for us, it is impossible for us to return to ordinary people. Are we pitiful? Of course we have no choice, and we've been turned into killing machines. So what if we're pitiful? Our existence is a fact. We've become dangerous. The higher-ups haven't cut us out all at once. That's already pretty good. We've lost the soil for survival. So besides obeying, we have no choice. We're miserable, and the higher-ups feel sorry for us. But what can we do? After all, we're just unlucky. Born as a violent machine feared by all, we will ultimately die in a dangerous mission. This is our fate. Number 3 knows all of this, which is why he falls into deep helplessness. How ridiculous. Even if we're strong, what can we do? We can easily take others' lives, but can't change our own situation at all. Without the protection of the higher-ups, we can't move forward. We're omnipotent and incredibly powerful, yet even living like ordinary people is a luxury. It's truly ironic. Number 7 let out a long sigh of relief. He was so tired. Just talking had drained his entire life. If he kept talking, it would be impossible to keep it secret. But just as he was about to hang up, Number 3 suddenly exploded. No, not hang up. His voice was harsh but tinged with a hint of hard-to-read panic. Number 7, let's talk again. That domineering voice sounded like a plea. Hearing this humble plea, Number 7's heart ached sharply. Did he sense something? He didn't dare to ask, nor could he bring himself to ask. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Tears rolled down. With reluctance and resolve, he cried out one after another. Number 3, on the other end of the phone, Number 3 instantly choked up. Number 7, come back alive, I beg you, come back alive. He started rambling and promised. I'll go home obediently from now on. Whatever the higher-ups tell me to do, I'll do it. Don't you hate me for smoking? I won't smoke anymore. I'll dye my hair black again. Never like a thug again. So Number 7, you promised me you'd come back alive. Number 7, say something. But at this moment, Number 7 was already collapsed on the bed. He covered his mouth tightly, but couldn't stop blood from gushing out. The pure white sheet instantly blackened, his whole body convulsed, but his eyes were fixed on the phone. Number 3 cried out anxiously, his heart aching as if it might shatter. The poison exploded rapidly under intense emotion, and Number 7's mind began to panic. Grabbing the blanket, he cried out in pain. At that moment, Bai Ningbing rushed forward and injected him with an antidote. Then he picked up his phone, his voice icy cold. 3 times up. Bai Ningbing was about to die. On the phone, Number 3's overwhelming fury rang out, the hatred seeming ready to devour someone. But Bai Ningbing only calmly recalled, what happened? A few seconds later, Number 3 struggled to steady his breathing, his voice hoarse. It was actually a prayer, pleading, please take good care of Number 7. Please, Bai Ningbing's hand trembling as he held the phone. That rebellious and defiant Number 3 was now so humble as dust. These kids are just too smart enough to make him afraid. Bai Ningbing had no doubt. Number 3 had already guessed everything, but he could only cooperate with Number 7. This flawed fire was enunciated by word and word. I'll take good care of Number 7. After saying that, Bai Ningbing was about to hang up. Number 3 called out again. Wait, I want to say goodbye to Number 7 one more time. Is that okay? Bai Ningbing looked at Number 7 on the bed, barely alive, closed his eyes and said hoarsely, it's not convenient for him to speak. Go ahead, he's listening. He put the phone to Number 7's ear. Number 3 choked up and uttered his final confession. Number 7, what are you thinking? I know. I'll listen to you. I won't worry you anymore. Also, although I never said that to you. But Number 7, I like you. I've always liked you. But I won't make you angry anymore. I want to make you happy. Just let you be with me. It's always a happy thing. Number 7, say something, but Number 7 doesn't respond at all. His breathing grew weaker and his hearing completely deteriorated. He didn't hear a single word from Number 3's plea. Bai Ningbing took away his phone, his tone heavy. Time was up. Number 3, I'm hanging up. This time, Number 3 didn't stop him. On the other end of the line, there was a deathly silence. Bai Ningbing forced himself to hold back his grief and whispered to me, Xiao Jiu, are you by Number 3's side? My voice was panicked and helpless. Number 3's overwhelming despair infected me. Will Number 7 come back safely? Will we see Number 7 again? Every word pierced Bai Ningbing's heart. His voice was hoarse. Sorry, Xiao Jiu. I'm not sure. I can't answer. Watch Number 3, wait until I'm done. Came to find you. After hanging up, Bai Ningbing turned to look at Number 7. He was about to lose vital signs and wanted to do something more for him. Just then, the door to the cell suddenly swung open, and an old but powerful voice rang out. Bai Jiu, for the sake of these violent machines, you've really been both father and mother. No wonder they only get close to you, and no wonder the higher-ups are so wary of you. Bai Ningbing narrowed his eyes and looked at Professor Liu at the door. Professor Liu, what are you doing here? Professor Liu glanced at Number 7 and actually laughed. Number 7 is a precious test subject. His body still has immense value untapped. Now he's about to die, so we plan to. Before the words had even finished, Bai Ningbing rushed forward like lightning, grabbing Professor Lu by the collar with a murderous gaze. I won't allow anyone to use number 7's body for experiments. The guard immediately shouted, Baiju, stop. If you report your current behavior, report it. Bai Ningbing swept his gaze sharply over the other person. Then let's report and see. The guard was intimidated by his aura and couldn't help but tremble. But Professor Lu sneered, Baiju, why take it out on an old man like me? That's what the higher-ups mean. Then I'll go talk to the people above. Bai Ningbing's gaze is icy, but don't go too far. Violent machines may not be public, but they are heroes, brave warriors who have defended the country countless times. I won't allow any of you. After they died, he even desecrated their bodies. He roared, Get out. Bai Ningbing will take full responsibility. But if you dare touch number 7, I'll make you pay a heavy price. Professor Lu was completely stunned. He knew just how terrifying this near-life, lightning-fast woman before him was. Making an enemy of him is absolutely not a rational move. He forced a smile without a smile. I will report the matter of number 7 truthfully. When the time comes, Baiju, I hope you can withstand the pressure and not be crushed. Bai Ningbing recalled coldly, No need for you to worry. Professor Lu and his group left with confidence. Then Bai Ningbing sent someone in to wipe number 7's body, change into clean clothes, and arranged for people to stand guard outside the door. Bai Ningbing prepared to find the higher-ups, but just as he was about to leave, he stopped instantly, glanced sideways at the higher-ups, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Research Class 2 was a special department independent from the General Research Institute. The researchers inside were all super geniuses chosen from 10,000, proud and unfriendly with others, but the higher-ups have given them maximum autonomy. 70% of Longgua's cutting-edge technology comes from this department. Even Bai Ningbing's level finds it hard to interact with them. How could these research maniacs suddenly come knocking? Bai Ningbing was puzzled, but still calmed down and let them in. Regardless of their purpose, this was ultimately a turning point. Soon, a tall woman in a white lab coat walked in. Her skin was pale and she looked to be just over 30. Cool and elegant temperament, a lifelike character. Bai Ningbing recognizes her. Head of Research Class 2, Gong Xian. A woman hailed as the smartest woman in the history of science in Longua. She contributes 70% of the science and technology to Research Class 2. 90% of the results were led by her. She was a figure even the head of state treated with utmost respect. Bai Ningbing thought she was just a representative, but unexpectedly, the chief official personally visited. She got straight to the point, agreeing to the truth. I wonder what brings you here today. Gong Xian's cold eyes swept over her, getting straight to the point. Director Bai, I came today for one thing. Please hand over violent machine number 7 to me. Meanwhile, inside the private room, I stayed by number 3's side, at a loss. Ever since she hung up, number 3 had been immersed in deep depression. Her world seemed to collapse. I leaned in and waved to her. Number 3, but she kept her head down. No reaction at all. The book says, don't erupt in silence, just go crazy in silence. I'm really worried number 3 might suddenly go berserk. Number 7 even told me to watch over her. I can't let her act recklessly. If you promise something, you have to keep it. There's nothing I can do. I steeled myself and reached out to mess my hair all over. Number 3, look, Gun Pum. Didn't you say I looked especially good like this? Look. Number 3. Look at me? Don't stay silent. Number 3 was finally disturbed by me, a little kid. She slowly looked up. I had a messy haircut, a silly smile on my face, trying hard to cheer her up. All the thoughts on number 3's face turned into a laugh. She reached out and ruffled my messy hair even more. I'll give you a whole afro. That's the real pain. Number 3 is really ruthless. My poor hair is in a terrible state under her clutches. But I see she's not so depressed anymore. I hold back and don't resist, quietly probing. Number 3, are you feeling better? Number 3 straightened his hand, pretending to be relaxed, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean? How is it okay? When have I ever had a hard time? I pouted. Just a moment ago, you looked like you were about to destroy the world with you, but now you've lost your memory. Number 3 spoke calmly. That was just me pretending. My eyes widened. Number 3, don't lie. You were clearly very sad just now. Number 7 is about to carry out a dangerous mission. You're more worried about her than anyone, but number 3 is sitting with her legs crossed. She picked up a cold king crab leg and ate it slowly, laughing. You said this, haha. I've been watching a drama lately, and that's how life and death are portrayed. I found it interesting, so I tried it out. How could I trick you into coming over? Haha, my acting is pretty good, right? I was totally stunned. Number 3 was actually acting just now. That's impossible. I shouted at number 3. You're lying. Number 7 is in mortal danger this time. She might not come back. How can you still act? But number 3 drags the other around, acting as if life and death are indifferent. The purpose of our violent machines is to carry out tasks that ordinary people can't do. Dying on the way is only natural. What do you mean by normal? I was so angry my face turned red. That was number 7. I don't care if anyone else died or not. I don't want number 7 dead. Number 3 saw how angry I was, and her eyes instantly softened. She knew in her heart that number 7 just wanted me to be happy. She spared no effort to hide her true situation. Yes, the truth. Number 3 isn't foolish at all. Her sharpness is terrifying. Even if number 7 performs like a movie king, it can't hide her acting skills. She knows it. Number 7's situation was terrible. That phone call just now wasn't a chat, but a way to explain the aftermath. Number 7 already sensed she was going to die. She even specifically warned number 3 not to resent the Action Bureau or do anything foolish. This shows that number 7's death is directly related to the higher-ups. This is not a simple dangerous mission, but a deadly move set by the higher-ups. From the start, they never gave number 7 a chance to survive. They wanted her dead. How could number 3 not resent him? Number 3 wished he could take down those high and mighty guys, and that was exactly what number 7 least wanted to see. She chose to die to protect us. How could she put us in danger for herself? Number 7 would curse her to death. So number 3 had to bear all this alone. Pain, despair, collapse, and then tightly hiding the truth. She hid all her emotions and continued to act calm and indifferent. All right, what did you say? Number 7 is doomed, yes. Can't you hope for her well? When I heard that, I pursed my lips in grievance. How could I not wish her well? She herself said the mission was dangerous and might not come back. Number 3 interrupted me. What's there to worry about? Which mission isn't a near-death scenario? Number 7 is the top performer. She will definitely complete the mission perfectly. Hearing her say that, my heart settled down a little again. Right? Number 7 is so capable. She's the most cautious in her work. This time, she'll definitely get it done smoothly. Seeing this, number 3 immediately put on a look of disdain. You're the one we worry about the most. Now he's actually worrying about us instead. Number 7 is so frustrated he knows it. I instantly got annoyed. Saibangzi is puffing up. What's wrong? Do I have no right to worry about you guys? Don't underestimate me. I have the greatest potential. As long as I put in a little effort, if I dare copy you, it's a matter of minutes. Number 3, especially you, stop bullying me, or I'll be better than you in the future. You're the one crying. Number 3 burst out laughing and ruffled my hair. If I don't bully you while you're weak, I'll bully you enough. Isn't that a huge loss? I'm crying out in pain. Wah, stop. You're about to pull my hair out. Number 3 provoking me, don't stop. What? I glared at him angrily. Just wait, when I'm stronger than you, I'll have to pull your hair out. Alright, I'll wait. He's still smiling. Ouch, 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 ouch. Number 3, are you done for? Number 7 knows how you treated me. You're finished. I'll have number 7 beat you up. I'll bring out number 7. A flash of pain instantly crossed player 3's eyes. His ability to hide his emotions was indeed top-notch. But knowing that number 7 was in grave danger and might even reach the end of his life, he still tried to laugh and pretend he knew nothing. Number 7, how can you be so cruel? Number 3 stopped, quickly composed himself, and gave me a mischievous smile. Forget it, bullying you is boring. Once you're full, where else can we go for a walk? Alright, my attention was instantly drawn away. I said excitedly to number 3, Number 3, let's go shopping at the mall this afternoon. There are so many things here. Let's buy some for number 7 too. You know number 7's preferences. Pick them out. I have by Ningbing's tower. I'll pay. As soon as he said this, number 3's heart felt as if a hole had been cut open, but his face remained calm and composed, curling his lips lazily with a smile. Alright, I didn't expect you to be a little rich now. When we retire, we'll rely on you to support us. No problem, I promise confidently. Bai Ningbing once said, what's yours is mine. Let me tell you, Bai Ningbing's family is really rich. He's the richest man in Longwa, with an incredible amount of money. Number 3 smiled. From now on, all 9 of us will be Bai Ningbings. On the other side, Special Operations Bureau. Gao Chung watched number 7 being sent away, a trace of worry in his eyes. He turned to look at the elusively beautiful woman, Director Bai. Just like that, the people from research class 2 took number 7 away. Bai Ningbing remained silent. His mind replayed the conversation with Gong Xian, the head of research team 2. Gong Xian spoke calmly. Originally, the life and death of violent machine number 7 had nothing to do with me. But if he died, someone would be sad. So I hope you can entrust number 7 to me. Bai Ningbing's eyes were sharp. The technology in Research Class 2 is world-class. But do you have any way to save number 7? I need at least a roughly feasible method. Otherwise I can't leave it to you. Gong Xian smiled slightly. Director Bai, have you heard of Digital Life? This is our latest R&D project, Digital Life. Bai Ningbing's eyes were thoughtful. He had heard of this concept. Using computers to simulate human life processes is like a scene from a sci-fi movie. Could it be? Research Team 2 has already been able to implement this, but Digital Life involves human ethics and morality. This technology is clearly prohibited from being developed. Could it be that Research Class 2 has too much autonomy and that the higher-ups don't even know what they're researching? Gong Xian dared to tell him about such a confidential research project, which showed sincerity and trust. So Bai Ningbing asked another key question. Who asked you to be number 7? Gong Xian's answer was meaningful. With Bai's intelligence, he should be able to guess the other party's identity. Bai Ningbing's eyes narrowed. One of the violent machines. Yes, number 1. Gong Xian paused. Number 8. But he doesn't know what's happening to number 7 right now. I don't want him to know. Please, the Bureau, keep this secret. Bai Ningbing was helpless and could only try a desperate hope. As long as number 7 still had a glimmer of hope, he would never give up. Meanwhile, number 3 and I disguised ourselves as bandits and looted the top mall. When we returned to the Lei family with bags of all sizes, Lei Wangwang's eyes widened. Lei Xiaojiu, where did you get so much money? He glanced at the logos on those packaging tapes. They were all big fighting brands. A rough calculation showed at least 20 million in this pile of stuff. Lei Wangwang's eyes instantly turned red, extremely sour. Number 3 was already in a bad mood. Seeing Lei Qi, he came to pick a fight again. He got furious on the spot. Before I could speak, he snapped back. Where did Xiaojiu's money come from? What does it have to do with you? You need to act like a talkative ghost. Pointing fingers here, one sentence directly hit Lei Wangwang head-on. His eyes reddened, feeling extremely wronged. I was just curious to ask why you spoke like that. Number 3 curled his lips and sneered. This is going too far. Want to try something even more outrageous? One sentence scared Lei Shiwang so much that he kicked and collapsed onto the sofa. Xia Rongyun couldn't stand it. An outsider dared to insult his son in the Lei family. He immediately stepped forward and blocked Lei Shiwang's way. He sternly scolded, "Hey, classmate, don't be so arrogant. This is the Lei family. It's not your place to be reckless." After saying that, he turned to me again, his tone full of grief and anger. "Xiaojiu, just let your brother be insulted by outsiders." I glanced at number 3 first. He looked at Xia Rongyun again and blinked sincerely. I think Xiao San was right. Every time I come back, Lei Wangxi and Wangxi always come after me. He really acts like a talkative ghost. Xia Rongyun's face turned pale with anger. You stuck it in your throat. After a long time at a loss for words, just then, Mei Chaoxiong came downstairs. Xia Rongyun's expression instantly changed, putting on a weak look and rushing over crying, "Chaoxiong, please take care of him." Xiaojiu's friends called Wang Wang a talkative ghost. Xiaojiu joined in cursing. Outsiders ran into the house to curse the master. Mei Chaoxiong's gaze swept over me and number 3. Chunxing asked, "What's going on?" I stood with my hands on my hips, confident and self-righteous. I'm not wrong. It was Mei Chi-Wang who picked a fight first. Mei Changxiong immediately ran to Mei Chaoxiong's side, tears streaming down her face. "Dad, I just care about my brother. Look at what he brought back today, at least 20 million. I asked him a question, and his friend called me a talkative ghost. My brother scolded me even more." Hearing the 20 million figure, Mei Chaoxiong's eyes instantly became thoughtful. Xia Rongyun didn't miss the chance and exaggerated. Chaoxiong, his friend, looked like a street thug always talking about fighting and killing. Xiaoju followed him. I was really worried he'd pick up the wrong path. I was instantly shocked, glaring at Xia Rongyun and cursing. "You old witch, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Rongyun's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you think I am?" Mei Chaoxiong frowned deeply, his face displeased. "Mei Xiaojiu, you've gone too far. But to me, all violent machines are my wrath. I can insult them, but absolutely not. I will confront Mei Chaoxiong directly. You're the one who's going too far. You don't have hope to say anything, you just believe it. They insult my friends, and you still side with them." I pointed at him and shouted, "You're just an old fool. The mistress is better than all of you. If you dare talk bad about him, you're the real villains." I grabbed number 3's hand. "If you don't let me associate with mistress, then I don't want you anymore." After saying that, I grabbed number 3 and rushed out without looking back. "Xiao San, let's go. Stop pretending in this lousy house." Seeing me defending him so much, number 3 couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Mei Chaoxiong shouted angrily, "Mei Xiaojiu, Stop right there. But just as I was about to pull number 3 away, he stood in place. I turned around and looked at him, wondering why he wasn't leaving. Number 3 just stared at me, smiling silently. I gave up my family for him. He was very happy and even wanted to applaud. But number 7's prior experience made him realize he shouldn't be reckless. The higher-up's attitude was unclear. He couldn't let me be targeted by the higher-ups. Although the May family wasn't good, but compared to number 7 and his own scumbag family, he was still a real person. So, unless absolutely necessary, he would never let me break with the May family, nor let me fall into danger again. Just then, Mei Chaoxiong's cold voice rang out. I've never seen anyone with a worse temper than you. Did I say anything? You just keep speculating about my thoughts. Who taught you to be like this? I was stunned and looked at Mei Chaoxiong suspiciously. Wasn't he helping Mei Shixiong? Mei Chaoxiong said calmly, I'm not helping anyone, I'm just discussing matters. He looked at Mei Shiwang and Xia Rongyu. They were talking about your friend's rights and wrongs right in front of you. They were wrong, then turned to me. But you shouldn't have called your stepmother a rude old witch for being so rude. As soon as he said that, Mei Shiwang refused to accept it. He hurriedly said, what Dad and Mom said is true. He scolded me and even Mom himself. Why don't you say anything? They were clearly at fault. Mei Chaoxiong glanced at Mei Shiwang and asked, then why did Mei Xiaojiu come back? Just go find him to investigate. Mei Wangya pouted in grievance. I didn't look into it. I'm just curious where he got so much money. Mei Chaoxiong snorted coldly. Where did his money come from? It's not your place to interfere. Just mind your own business. Mei Wangxi instantly felt wronged, tears welling up and opening her mouth several times. But he couldn't say a word. He knew clearly that he and I were not family at all. He even thought, what am I worth? My whole family hates me, thinking I'm dead outside. But then I suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Why should I be on equal footing with him? She even wanted to compete with him for his dad's and sister's favor. Mei Chaoxiong saw through Mei Shiwang's intentions at a glance. He looked indifferent and directly warned him. From now on, stay out of Mei Xiaojiu's affairs. If you don't provoke him, he won't actively recruit anyone. Mei Shiwang's tears welled up instantly. Gasping for breath, she looked at Mei Chaoxiong, then at me. He realized that this time Dad was actually siding with me. Then Mei Shiwang couldn't take it anymore, wiped away her tears, and rushed out. Xia Rongyun saw her son run away and immediately panicked. Woof woof. He wanted to question Mei Chaoxiong about why he treated his son like that. But when he met Mei Chaoxiong's cold, all-seeing gaze, he instantly dared not say more. He stomped his foot and ran off with Mei Shiwang. I was a bit surprised, didn't expect it to turn out like this. This old fool actually showed no favoritism or hope for them. He changed his mind. Mei Chaoxiong's voice came again. Are you satisfied now? I turned around and gave him a thumbs up. Old fool, you've finally been fair for once. I don't need him to favor me. Fairness is enough. Mei Chaoxiong looked into my clear eyes, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. He had a headache. Fooey. Chun Sheng Qidao, no rules, how can you call me foolish? I blinked and asked back. Then what do you call me? Mei Chaoxiong said firmly, Dad. After saying that, he went straight upstairs, afraid that if he stayed any longer, I would make him furious. I watched him climb back upstairs. He tilted his head, rubbed his chin in curiosity. So what was this old fool doing here? Number 3, who witnessed everything, suddenly let out a faint laugh. I immediately turned around and asked him in confusion. Number 3, what are you laughing at? Number 3 rubbed my head. Smiling brightly, she said, Number 9. I'm very happy now. I don't understand why. Number 3 said no more. He understood in his heart that number 9's family might not be as bad as he imagined. Get along well, maybe he really can get some kind of affection from them. Now he can rest easy. Even if something unexpected happens in the future, at least number 9 won't be lonely. That's great. I don't know what kind of happiness number 3 is really about. When I ask him, he's acting profound. I can't be bothered to ask anymore. As long as number 3 is happy, that's what matters. I smoothed my hair and my pretty eyes darted around the hall. Number 3, do we still want to leave now? He put his hands in his pockets, his voice lazy. There are so many rooms here. Why stay outside? Just pick any room for me to stay. When I heard that, then you want to live here? He retorted. Why not? I quickly insisted. Of course I did, but I still reminded him. Number 3, let me tell you, there aren't many normal people in my house. If they say something bad to you, just treat it as nonsense. Number 3 laughed. Ha ha ha. Do you even need to say that? He mentioned buying something from the mall and then continued. The eldest, Mei Dantang, and the fourth, Mei Danyao, came back from tennis. As soon as they entered, they saw me and number 3 sitting on the sofa. The two of us were playing together on their game consoles, playing passionately. Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao looked at each other in confusion. Their eyes instantly began to communicate. Mei Danyao cursed inwardly. What the heck? Why is this blonde girl back? Could she be staying here? Mei Dantang, however, remained calm. Judging by her attitude, she must be staying here. Mei Danyao said nothing. No way, how long does she want to stay? Mei Dantang doesn't care. She can stay as long as she wants. Our family isn't short of rooms. Mei Danyao was furious. What? I don't like this blonde girl. Mei Dantang raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I didn't mess with you, so why are you so low on her? Mei Danyao fell silent. Her gaze fell on us again. Number 3, just like Ji Xiaoqi before, made her slack off her body. And what they had in common were all really close friends, and Mei Dantang is much more open-minded. She wears a smile as if bathed in a spring breeze as she walks toward us. Xiaojiu, what game are you playing with friends? I have a foreign game console, confident, but I didn't have hands. But my eyes flickered and I grinned at her. But big sister, if you want to feed me, it's not like I can't eat a little. Mei Dantang smiled and told the ordinary person to prepare some snacks, then sat down next to me. She looked at my game screen. Curious, I asked, what game is it? Is it fun? I replied casually, just SOSO, just passing the time. Mei Dantang glanced up the stage, then looked at number 3 beside me, smiling as she asked, what should I call Xiaojiu's friend? You can't really call her third mommy, can you? Number 3 saw her talking to him and raised his eyelids to glance at her. She had a decent impression of this Mei family boss, though he clearly looked like the same type as the white fox and was definitely very cunning. But at least speaking was pleasant and wouldn't make people want to smack her twice. Behind Mei Dantang stood a completely opposite typical representative. Mei Danyao, the fourth son of the Mei family. Even without looking up, number 3 could feel the malice radiating from Mei Danyao. Plus, Mei Danyao's sour face practically shows her displeasure written all over her face. Compared to Mei Dantang, it's like heaven and earth. Mei Dantang looks kind, so number 3 is still fairly friendly to Mei Dantang. She tugged at the corner of her mouth. He spoke directly. My surname is Fu. I'm Fu Xiaosan. You can just call me Xiaosan. As soon as number 3 finished speaking, Mei Danyao let out a soft devour sound. Although her voice was very low, I keenly caught it. I immediately put down the game console. She suddenly glared at Mei Danyao, her face stern as she questioned, Mei Lao Si, what are you doing? Are you picking a fight? Mei Danyao kept a stern face and shot me a cold glance. She retorted coldly, and Mei Danyao retorted, Mei Xiaojiu, are you crazy? You said I was just eating for you guys. If you've got the guts, show me evidence. Don't make trouble for no reason. Mei Danyao made me furious. This Mei Lao Si is seriously sick, and seriously ill. She clearly doesn't like number 3. I could tell it myself, but now you still refuse to admit it. How can there be people like this? Daring to do it but not taking responsibility. I rolled up my sleeves. Looking like I was ready to beat someone up, I shouted, Mei Lao Si, you really deserve a beating. Today, I'm not going to teach you a lesson. You think we're easy to bully? Mei Danyao immediately lost her temper. Mei Xiaojiu, don't be so arrogant. Who allowed you to be so disrespectful to your sister? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Mei Dantang was insightful and turned back to scold Mei Danyao. Fourth brother, what are you making a fuss about? Why are you arguing so much? Hurry up and apologize. Mei Danyao glanced at her eldest sister, sneered, and replied, Apologize? What did I do wrong? Why should I apologize? Mei Dantang was speechless. Her resentment was so intense it reached the crown of her head. Who couldn't see she didn't like Fu Xiaosan? She just didn't expect the fourth brother to have such a bad temper this time. Isn't he usually good at pretending? Why is he winking now? That's really abnormal. I looked at Mei Danyao, who firmly refused to apologize. My fists clenched loudly. I stood up and started my legs, ready to teach Mei Lao Si a lesson. But before I could move, someone grabbed my wrist. I turned around, a bit surprised. Why was number 3 holding me? Number 3 just tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled leisurely, saying, Why are you winking now? Don't let me have a bad relationship with your family. As soon as I heard that, my eyes widened and I quickly corrected him, saying, Mei Lao Si isn't really my family. If it's unpleasant, it's unpleasant. Xiaosan, what are you saying now? Is this still the number 3 I know, who kills and dismembers at the slightest provocation? Why are you suddenly so admiring? The atmosphere is so tense now. How can number 3 talk to me? Although Mei Lao Si doesn't speak a single word of human language, but she wasn't very happy with me personally. On the contrary, things like this now felt more like jealousy. Number 3 doesn't like Mei Danyao. People like her have strong personalities, act recklessly, and do whatever they want. That's just right. He's also that type. The so-called same-sex repulsion is just like that. Because they're so similar, they really dislike him. But precisely because number 3 knows Mei Danyao is the same type as him, he also knows that once someone like this gets attention, he becomes extremely muddle-headed, like an old hen trying to mess with his chicks. Anyone who dares to touch the chick will inevitably get pecked at him. So in number 3's mind, although Mei Laosi is the type he doesn't like, he's not completely hopeless. Compared to his group of vicious and selfish scumbags, Mei Danyao was at least decent. In the future, she might even become the one desperately defending my willpower. Then number 3 said to me, "Be good, stop arguing." I thought about it and realized that living here is actually quite inconvenient. They're all strangers. I'd rather stay at a hotel, but to me it feels extremely uncomfortable. I pouted, feeling very wronged. Feeling wronged for number 3. I feel like number 3 is being bullied. Number 3, why are you stubborn? It was Mei Laosi who started the fight. If you want to stay at a hotel, then stay there. I'll stay with you. As soon as he said this, Mei Dantang couldn't sit still. Wang Zhu just said, "Xiao Zhou, you have a home but don't stay. Why are you staying at a hotel? Calm down." After saying that, he said to number 3, "Mistress, sorry. This time it's my sister's fault. He's out of his mind. Don't take it to heart." Number 3 placed his palm on my head. Smiling kindly and kindly, that's what maturity means, understand? Be honest with me too, don't explode at a single point. Be like me, be mature, understand? Number 3 is clearly smiling, but his eyes seem to say, "Try saying one more thing." I shivered involuntarily. It seemed to be the number 3 I knew, truly ruthless. After being kindly taught by number 3, I really behaved a bit. Mei Dantang understood Pei well and immediately scolded my sister. "Fourth brother, hurry up and apologize. What nonsense are you doing?" Mei Danyao saw that in front of number 3, I was so obedient like a little lamb, and I even planned to stay at a hotel with the girl. Honestly, I felt stifled inside, but now I was being praised by her. If you don't follow the poll, no one will be happy. So Mei Danyao softened and said to number 3, "Sorry, I was targeting you earlier, but it's also your name. Who gave you that? Why not call it Xiao-san? This word isn't a good one." Number 3 shrugged, didn't care about saying it, just a form of address, just picked it up casually. "You think calling me Xiao-san isn't good? Then just call me Xiao-fu." Mei Dan stopped laughing and tried to smooth things over with a fitting old-fashioned person. "Xiao-fu, it's just a little friction. Let's talk it out. Xiao Zhou, don't be mad." I tilted my head, looked at number 3 with concern, and asked, "Number 3, what do you plan to do? Should we stay here or stay at the hotel?" "Wherever you stay, I'll stay there." As soon as I said that, Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao's eyes fell sharply on number 3. Number 3 saw that everyone's eyes were focused on her. The two Mei sisters each showed different tense expressions, as if afraid she would say she wanted to move out. Then I ran with her. Then number 3 picked out and said to me, "Forget it. The room is already tidied up. If I don't pay attention, it feels like I'm sorry for the cleaner. I'll listen to you." Mei Danyao's cold lips pressed slightly. She looked disdainful, but her gaze remained calm as she continued to focus on me and number 3. Seeing how well-behaved I was in front of number 3, she remembered how obedient I was in front of Ji Xiaoxi too. At that moment, Mei Danyao inexplicably felt conflicted and unhappy again. Of course, she still felt she didn't like me much. After all, after hating me for so many years, how could she suddenly develop feelings for someone she'd hated for so long just because they had been together for a few days? When he sees me, he acts defiantly or just beats people up. He's basically a little tyrant, ruthless to the extreme. But in front of Ji Xiaoqi and now Fu Xiaosan, he acts like a good kid. There was still some disappointment. If he had been better to me from the start, would I have been as obedient as I was in front of Ji Xiaoqi and Fu Xiaosan? But imagination is still imagination, Mei Danyao thought. Even if time really turned back, she would definitely keep her attitude and wouldn't change at all. Number 3 ultimately stayed. Soon dinner was ready. Mei Dantang noticed Xia Rongyun and her son, who were always wandering around in front of her. Today they had been missing for a long time. I was a bit puzzled and said, "Strange, Mei Shiwang and second aunt and her son haven't come down yet." Mei Danyao didn't care at all. Why bother with them? It was better if they didn't go downstairs. When I heard that, I thought, they're the ones here. After I scolded him and ran off, he never came back. I guess he won't come back for dinner. After you scolded him and ran off, the Mei sisters exchanged glances again. Wow, my fighting power has really improved. Number 3 thoughtfully added for me at this moment. Mei Shiwang couldn't take it anymore and ran off, and his mother followed after him. Mei Danyao found it strange because Mei Shiwang was extremely lucky and looked about 70% like their mother, so she took advantage of the situation and was spoiled by her father. Usually, there were some minor conflicts between them. No matter who was in the wrong, Dad usually spoke up for Mei Wangxi. Later, when I came back, it was the same. But I was really fierce. If he dared to talk to him, he dared to talk back and even ran away from home. So after that, Dad stopped talking about what I was wrong with. But now that Mei Shiwang has been scolded, her father doesn't support her anymore. This still surprised Mei Danyao, and coincidentally, Mei Danyao also gave a half-smile. Dad Mei hoped they would get scolded and run away. They still haven't come back. Do you want to wait for them to come back and eat together? He looked calm as he walked toward the dining hall. But Danxing said, "What's the point of waiting? When it's time to come back, I'll come back naturally. Take a seat." Xia Rongyun and Mei Wangxi and their mother didn't return to the Mei family that night, because Mei Wangxiong was still full of anger and thought Mei Chaoxiong was biased and no longer loved him. He wanted to leave this cold-blooded and heartless home so they could never find him again. The parents and sisters regretted it deeply. No matter how much Xia Rongyun tried to persuade him, he couldn't do it. He could only accompany him shopping in the mall. Seeing his son angry meant Xia Rongyun was very wealthy. The chairman of the Mei Consortium is Mei Chaoxiong, who controls 51% of the company's core shares, and the remaining 49% originally belonged to his sister Xia Renjing. After Xia Renjing passed away, this 49% was retained. All of these were given to his 4 daughters. Therefore, Xia Rongyun's succession and his later son, Mei Wang, had no equity in the Mei family. Nowadays, all their sources of income come from Mei Chaoxiong. Every month, spending pocket money on the Xia Rongyun card is 20 million a month, unfailingly fast-paced. Monthly living expenses are 20 million, which is for ordinary people. And then there's big-name fashion, jewelry, various membership expenses, and so on. These are also considerable expenses. Once all these are sorted out, the money left for a month is actually limited. Plus, Xia Rongyun is paving the way for Mei Shiwang to enter the entertainment industry, spending money on paid internet trolls and trending topics and spending quite a bit. My savings are rapidly dropping. Now my son is extremely jealous because he saw me spend 10 or 20 million yuan on a single shopping trip. So this time he went shopping. He didn't care about spending extravagantly, buying whatever he saw. Xia Rongyun estimated a bit. The total cost here was nearly 25 million. Wow, this spendthrift son really doesn't know how expensive daily necessities are. If all his savings are used up and he can't come up with money for anything in the future, he'll be the one to worry. At this moment, Mei Wangxi came up to Xia Rongyun with a pigeon blood ruby necklace and showed it up. "Mom, does this necklace look good?" Xia Rongyun snapped back to reality, looking at the necklace and feeling a bit tempted. He said, "This necklace is nice. It's rare to see a pigeon blood ruby this big." Mei Hope coaxed and said, Right. I really like it. Mom, buy it for me." At that moment, the manager of the jewelry store nearby also came over with a big smile and said to Xia Rongyun, "Madam Mei, young Master Wang has a good eye. This necklace was just shipped back from headquarters and arrived in the store less than an hour ago. The necklace is expensive to use, exquisitely crafted, and the design is crafted by the renowned Master Joching. As you know, as a rising star in jewelry design, Master Joching is highly praised in the industry, with a limitless future ahead. With such a necklace and his reputation, his promotion potential was also undeniable." Xia Rongyun said with nothing but a free hand and said, "Sure. Say all this nonsense. Just tell me how much it costs." Not to mention his son, even Xia Rongyun genuinely liked this necklace. Moreover, Master Joching's name has long been known throughout the socialite circle. He is a master who has only been in the industry for a few years, reaching the peak right from the start. Any jewelry he sells is priceless and extremely sought after. The store manager beamed with a smile and revealed a lucky number, 88 million. As soon as he said this, Mei Shiwang's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He shouted in shock, 88 million? Why don't you go snatch it?" Xia Rongyun's smile froze instantly. 88 million, this is simply outrageous. The store manager couldn't help but laugh and cry, continuing to sell, "Madam Mei, this necklace is worth it. Just the ruby in the middle is already expensive. And that's not all. Personally designed by Master Joching and crafted by skilled laborers, he's worth the price." Mei Xiang looked down, still not convinced. "Even if you say that, a necklace worth over 80 million, isn't that ridiculous?" The store manager chuckled. "Mr. Wang, don't joke. I've heard that recently your father, Mei Chaoxiong, spent 300 million at an auction to buy the Jizhou's landscape painting." His tone was spot on. are Master Joching's reputation in the jewelry world, not inferior to Master Sacrificial Wine, especially since this chain itself is costly. Including design and manufacturing fees, the total is just over 80 million. That's already a great deal. Mei Wangxi still hummed, I don't care how you brag. This necklace is just too expensive, not worth the price at all. Store manager Wen Yan immediately looked pale. He forced a smile but said it was insincere. Since Mr. Wang thinks it's expensive, I'll pick another one that fits your price range. As he spoke, he was about to pick the necklace around Mei Qiang's neck. Mei Wang immediately dodged away and questioned, What are you doing? The store manager gave a half-smile. Since Mr. Wang won't buy it, he should return the necklace to us. What if it breaks? Mei Wang was furious. How can you be so petty? It's just a quick wear. How could it ever be damaged? Mei Wang complained verbally, but in his heart, he loved the necklace terribly. He wanted to negotiate, but the store manager was unmoved. It really was the lowest price. He looked at Xia Rongyun with longing eyes. Switching gears, Xia Rongyun was also tempted by this necklace. Although it was expensive, as the store manager said, it retained its value and was crafted by Mingshi liquor spirits. Like the works of the Master Sacrificial Wine, it was priceless and unavailable, so it would be sold in the future. He thought for a moment and said to his son, I can buy it for you, but Wang, once you buy this necklace, you have to go home obediently and not throw a tantrum. Hearing this, Mei Wangxi was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. I listened to my mom, but Xia Rongyun made the decision. Fine, wrap up the necklace. Mei Shiwang excitedly refused, saying, No, I'm going to take the necklace home. Her eyes sparkled. What's wrong with buying something worth 20 million? This time, I'll bring a necklace worth 88 million. Extremely deadly her. On the other side, the Mei family's living room girl, 42's, Mei Danyao's eyelids twitched. Years of low blood pressure had been cured. She stared at me and asked, Mei Xiaojiu, are your cards good? Want to play a spring? I blinked, looking so innocent. Oh no, my cards can't even connect? Mei Danyao almost couldn't catch her breath. If she ever died, it would be because of me. Just then, Mei Shiwang came back, carrying a blood-cutting ruby necklace. Also, why is that troublemaker friend still here? If she really wants to stay and not leave, Mei Chang couldn't give up. She walked to the sofa and called out again, Big sister, fourth sister, I'm back. Only then did Mei Dantang look up and flash her signature business smile. I'm back. I've been out for quite a while today. Mei Chiwang immediately got excited. She deliberately touched the jewel on her neck, her face beaming with joy. I went shopping today. Big sister, this is a necklace I just bought, crafted by Master Joching. Is it pretty? Juching, classical Chinese. I also looked up. Chow Mei hopes to look. Mei hopes to see that I finally noticed her. Immediately smug. Brother Xiaojiu, look at this necklace of mine. It's the latest Lizhua from Master Joching. So precious, it costs 88 million. I watched her show off her treasure and was speechless for a moment. At that moment, number 3 also looked up at the necklace, then looked at me with interest, raising his eyebrows. Joching, isn't this one of my little identities outside? I'm not just a humanoid weapon specialized in combat. After Bai Ningbing took over me, she intentionally let me participate in outside social activities. I learned everything quickly and made a splash in non-combat fields. Bai Ningbing invited masters from all walks of life to teach me. When the time was right, I packaged my work and publicly marketed it under different names. Now, this Joching is the identity I use on Jewelry Street. The images I designed, packaged by Bai Ningbing, immediately caused a sensation in the industry. Just the identity of Joching alone brings in economic value worth billions. With myself plus Bai Ningbing's precise marketing, we can bring tens of billions in hidden revenue to the Special Operations Bureau in a year. Therefore, there are countless people wanting to join the Special Operations Bureau, with all factions eyeing this piece of lucrative meat, adding to my irreplaceability. My economic value is too great. Even if I cause trouble, the higher-ups won't treat me like other violent machines, because too many stakeholders are involved. I have to admit, in the Weiyu strategy game, Bai Ningbing is much stronger than them. At this moment, Wu Qi, seeing the complicated expressions from everyone, was extremely proud. This necklace was the right choice. Everyone's eyes were on him, especially me. My eyes were almost glued to the top, surely filled with envy. No hope, the more he thought about it, the more he said it. He fiddled with the chain again and showed off to me. Brother Xiaojiu, why are you all stunned? This was bought by my mom. 88 million, where's it? What's the point of spending 20 million? He casually bought an 80 million necklace. What can I compare with him? I listened as he emphasized it twice, but I wasn't sure if I should tell him. This necklace was designed by me, so I know it's cost best. The most expensive part is the broken red stone in the middle, which cost 5 million. The thin gold chain costs only about 10 or 20,000. Bai Ningbing took my design drawings and asked someone to process it. Let's just calculate the labor cost at 1 million. But when he resold it, it sold for a sky-high price of 88 million, not even a fraction of the selling price. Bai Ningbing is really cunning, and Mei Wangxi is truly a big sucker. Now, even after being scammed, he's still so happy. I finally understand what it means to be sold out and even count the money. I couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Mei Wangwang was stunned on the spot. He actually saw pity in my eyes. His face fell, and he asked irritably, Mei Xiaojiu, what are you laughing at? I look so sincere. Mei Wangwang, thank you. Mei Wangxi's head was filled with even more question marks. I won't tell him. Bai Ningbing said that works released under my name have 60% of the net profit going to me. He spent over 80 million, of which at least tens of millions will eventually end up in my account. Mei Wangming hates me that much, and you're still rushing to give me money. You're really something. Number 3 instantly turned into my face and couldn't help but laugh. He patted my head and said slowly, Xiaojiu, how can you laugh? That's so disrespectful. I answered seriously. I'm professionally trained, so I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Mei Wang's face instantly turned pale. Even if he made the CPU fat, he still couldn't guess what I was laughing at. But Mei Dantang beside me seemed thoughtful. Wine lovers and libationers both have wine in their names, and mine also has wine. He had already guessed that the master wine at the auction was me. Now, seeing my unusual reaction after seeing the necklace, he connects it to this name. Mei Dantang immediately guessed that the famous wine master who had been famous in the jewelry world a few years ago was actually me. Mei Dantang couldn't help but laugh. Just how many surprises did Mei Xiaojiu have that she didn't know? Mei Wangwang saw Mei Dantang laughing too, and was completely shocked. Why was the eldest sister laughing too? Then Mei Danyao's deep eyes flickered slightly. She instantly guessed what was happening. Why was I reacting this way? Why was my eldest sister laughing too? When I contacted her, she only smiled after seeing the necklace. Could the necklace be related to me? Could the drinking be me? Mei Danyao didn't burn a steam. If that's true, that would be too interesting. Mei Wangwang saw Mei Danyao laughing too. She was about to go crazy. Not just the eldest sister. Now even the fourth sister was laughing along. Are they crazy? What's so funny? If you have the guts, tell her. Alright, I'm done playing. I tossed my cards and stood up. I want to go upstairs and rest. Mei Danyao had long had enough and immediately agreed. Okay, let's not fight. Mei Dantang also stood up and politely said to Mei Shiwang, It's getting late. Wang, you and second master should rest early too. After saying that, everyone gradually went upstairs, leaving only the fiercely pressed Mei Hope, standing where smoke seemed to speak. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Xia Rongyun and anxiously asked, What on earth is going on? What exactly are they laughing at? That smile is nothing like a blessing. It was pity, it was sympathy. She was wearing a necklace worth 80 million. Others couldn't even keep up with envy. Yet they came to pity her. But Xia Rongyun couldn't figure out the situation and could only comfort Wang, telling them not to worry about them. They were just envious and anxious. Mei Wangxi gritted her teeth, furious. No way. I'm not a fool. Can't I tell envy from mockery? That Miss Mei, she's just mocking me. Big sister and the others have all been led astray by that wretch. Everyone was laughing at her. Mei Hope lost control of her emotions, screaming in the hallway, tears streaming down her face. I'm just a joke. A joke. Woo-woo, Mom. I can't take it anymore. Why are they treating me like this? Xia Rongyun was heartbroken, a flash of hatred flashing in his eyes. Wang, my baby, don't cry. The culprit behind everything is Miss Mei. The sisters were all blessing her. But when she smiled, everything changed. Damn Miss Mei. Why does she have to make things difficult for her son? Does she have to drive the mother and son out of their homes before she's satisfied? What a vicious little bitch. Xia Rongyun glared fiercely upstairs, gritting his teeth in secret. He couldn't afford to be so unhappy with a little wine any longer. Otherwise, his precious Wang would sooner or later be driven to the brink by him. Meanwhile, just after number 3 finished washing up, the door was suddenly knocked. Number 3 and I exchanged a glance. Third brother, Mei Danxue, the third son of the Mei family. What's wrong with him again? We hurried downstairs. Big sister Mei Dantang came over and curiously asked, Fourth brother, third brother called you. What's up? Mei Danyao put down her phone. He stared blankly at his eldest sister, his voice dry. The third brother just called me and said, He's in a relationship and wants to bring that little boyfriend back today. As soon as he said this, the entire Mei family was instantly shocked. Mei Wangxi had been gloomy last night because of me. Upon hearing this news, she immediately looked up. Third sister was in love. That rumored super niece who was allergic to men actually had a boyfriend. The end of the world is coming, is it? Even the usually steady May Dantang. She was also shocked by the news. She froze for several seconds before she came to her senses, her mouth twitching as she said, "Fourth brother? Are you sure you heard that right? Third brother is dating. Why so sudden?" She looked utterly stunned and excitedly said to her eldest sister, "I heard that right, just afraid I might mishear." I asked again and the third son said he was dating. But it seemed like their relationship hadn't been finalized yet. The third son was interested in her, but the other party wasn't very willing. He felt more like inviting him to our home this time. The other party actually agreed, so he told everyone at home to behave better and not embarrass him. If he did this job, he'd blow off the entire roof of the May family. After hearing this, May Dantang couldn't help but gasp. Good grief, this time the third brother was actually serious. She was curious about what kind of fairy role could make that fool fall for her. Meanwhile, Xia Rongyun, sitting next to Mei Chaoxiong, noticed that although her husband appeared calm on the surface, Big Ears, however, kept an eye on the conversation between Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao. Clearly, she was especially concerned about her third daughter's romance. But as the matriarch of the Mei family, Xia Rongyun was already scheming. This wasn't just her duty to entertain her future son-in-law. It was also a perfect opportunity for her to show off in front of her husband. If she could help her third daughter find a partner, her husband would surely see her in a new light. At the same time, he could also win over the third daughter, giving her and Wang Wang more support. Xia Rongyun made up his mind. She immediately spoke softly to Mei Chaoxiong. "Chaoxiong, I never expected that Danshua, this iron tree, would have a moment to bloom." She smiled broadly. "Don't worry. I'll make sure the person Danshua likes comes to the Mei family as if they're at home." Mei Chaoxiong looked over at the voice, but said, "I'm troubled by this." Xia Rongyun giggled. "Spring scheme and cold love. Saying it's troublesome or not, we're husband and wife. Danshua is also my daughter. As her mother, isn't it only natural to consider her daughter's lifelong future?" Mei Chaoxiong responded to this. Mei Zai turned to look at the daughters. "Danyao, are you staying home today?" Mei Dantang smiled warmly. "Of course, I'm the one postponing the business trip by a day. Don't worry, I won't interfere with important matters." Mei Danyao is also in high spirits. "My channel can also be delayed. Lao San brought his boyfriend back. Such a fun thing, how could I be left out?" Mei Chaoxiong looked at the blazing gossip dance in the children's eyes and couldn't help but sigh. He reminded Danshua, "This is Danshua's first time dating, and she takes this very seriously. As older sisters, don't cause trouble for others. It's the boy's first time. We need a collar, okay? Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Don't worry, I promise I won't cause trouble for old three." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell sharply on me and number 3, who were about to go downstairs. I watched them. He looked like he was afraid I'd cause trouble, pouted, and immediately got annoyed. I stood on my hips, looking at me. "What kind of look are you guys looking at? I wouldn't cause trouble, okay?" But I changed the subject. "Of course, the premise is that Mei Laosan and his boyfriend don't mess with me and Xiaosan. Otherwise, I don't care whether he's blossoming or not. Just follow his instructions." The Mei family members exchanged glances. Sure enough, my ancestor is like a ticking time bomb. When third brother comes back, Yan Jin and the others will talk. Number 3 will see the Mei family so ready for battle. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He tilted his head and leaned in close to whisper in my ear. "Isn't your family a bit over the top? It's just bringing your boyfriend home, right?" As for making such a big scene, I quietly complained to number 3. "I find it hard to keep quiet either. I've never met Mei Laosan, but when the boss called him before, that guy was really irritable. He couldn't even get impatient when the boss called. It was obvious he'd be hard to get along with. Definitely not good at finding a boyfriend." I shrugged. Now, after finally having a man who was blind and willing to go home with him, thinking this way, he sensed how excited the Mei family was and understood. Number 3 heard this and immediately became interested. He was naturally a playful and troublesome person. The spectator who never dislikes drama listened to my description of the third son of the Mei family. He was also very curious about what kind of guy would fall for the third son. In the morning, Xia Rongyun kept busy with mediocrities, trying to win over that legendary boyfriend. Satisfied, he wanted to use this to make a brilliant comeback. Mei Wang understood what mother meant and busied herself with her, while I kept playing games on the sofa with number 3, completely uninvolved. Mei wanted to see me lose all motivation and play with me. He really couldn't stand anywhere, so he stood by himself and came over to pick a fight. "Mei Xiaojiu, if you want to play, can you go upstairs? Soon, third sister's boyfriend will come to the house and let people see you playing games here." What was he thinking? His tone grew heavier. If I messed up third sister's matter, what would you do? Hearing this, I looked up at Mei Wang and said impatiently, Mei Wang, you're looking for trouble. We're playing our game here. What is the matter with Mei Lao-san's boyfriend? Is he here? Can't we even play games? Mei hoped her blood pressure would rise, and with a sense of morality and righteousness, said, This is basic courtesy, do you understand? When guests come to your house, you don't treat them well. Still hiding on the side playing games? That's wrong. I pursed my lips and retorted, Isn't hospitality your business? What does it have to do with me? Mei Qishi was about to teach me a lesson when number 3's fourth, half-smiling voice. I heard that when Xiao Zhou came home, the third young lady of the Mei family used tennis as an excuse to stay home. Training has been so long by now, right? Has she ever thought about going home to see her younger brother? Isn't respect supposed to be mutual? Mei Lao-san never respected or valued Xiao Zhou. Why should Xiao Zhou give her face again? Mei Qishi was speechless by number 3's words, angry but still trying hard to argue, saying that third sister didn't want to come back, and it was all because Mei Xiaozhou caused the master's death. Number 3 sneered, Xiaozhou killed her mother. What a joke. Back then, she was just a child without self-awareness. Could she have chosen her own birth? Why don't you blame your dad for not being involved in the mess? He really didn't want Xiaozhou to be born. He should have cut ties with this from the very beginning. Since you have a child, as an adult you shouldn't be responsible for your own actions. Blaming an innocent baby when you're at fault is ridiculous. And you don't take advantage here and act innocent. If it weren't for Xiao Zhou's mother dying early, what does it have to do with your mom? You keep talking about carelessness every day. So you know your mom is Xiao Zhou's mother's sister. As soon as your sister died, she immediately took over. Haha, what a touching story about marital and sisterly relationships. Mei Wangxi was so angry that number 3's face flushed red, tears streaming down her face. She glared fiercely at no. 3. If looks could kill, number 3 would have been killed 1,000 times by now. This damn wild girl. Who did she think she was? Why is she making such a big deal out of their house? But before Mei could even say anything to fight back, number 3 was already getting impatient. Why are you still standing there? Stop acting shameless in front of Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou has a good temper, but mine is not. You pushed me to the extreme. Before I leave, I have to teach you a lesson first. No doll. Mei Hope instantly broke down and burst into tears. So infuriating. This Fu Xiaosan is absolutely despicable. How can there be such a vicious woman in this world? Woof woof. Xia Rongyun saw this and hurried over, protecting her son with concern. She looked at me and number 3 sitting on the sofa, feeling both hatred and anger. Damn little rascal, knowing full well that old third and her boyfriend were coming to her. Yet she deliberately caused trouble. She just wants to mess things up and embarrass the mother and son, right? She won't let him get his way. Woof woof. Let's go. Don't stoop to their level. Xia Rongyun coaxed her son to leave. Mei Wangxi was sobbing uncontrollably, pointing at me and number 3. They're too much. That wild girl cursed at Dad and Mom, you and me. Woo, quickly have Dad kick her out. Kick her out. Number 3 heard this and said to me, Did I curse? I just said it based on the facts. How come some people feel like they're getting scolded? I shrugged and firmly said, Xiao-san, you didn't insult anyone. Someone took it personally. I won't say who it was. Mei Shiwang Wenyan almost lost his temper. Xia Rongyun was furious at the sight and shouted at me, Mei Xiaozhou, don't go too far. But before he could finish, with a bang, the coffee table was kicked over and sent flying. Xia Rongyun was shocked, while number 3's gaze turned icy. He looked at Xia Rongyun with murderous intent and said emotionlessly, We don't cause trouble, but you insist on being shameless. I don't mind really messing up Huang Mei Lao-san's trouble today. Want to give it a try? Xia Rongyun was intimidated by number 3's gaze. He saw murderous intent in number 3's eyes and felt that if he said one more word, this girl would really kill him. It was terrifying. This was definitely not an ordinary female thug. At that moment, Mei Wangxi suddenly cried out, Daddy! Xia Rongyun snapped back to reality and followed his son's gaze. He saw Mei Chaoxiong and the Mei sisters standing upstairs, watching everything below. No one knew how long they had been standing there. Mei Hope cried out, begging Mei Chaoxiong to stand up for them. Dad, they're cursing people, they're so harsh. Boo-hoo. Number 3 stood up at this moment, looked up at the Mei family women, and confronted them. I'm telling the truth. If anyone has any complaints, there's nothing I can do. This time, it's all because of me. If you have grudges or grievances, just come at me. Don't take it out on Xiaozhou, or I, as your friend, will do whatever it takes to get justice for him. Xiao-san. I covered my mouth, listening to number 3's bold speech, moved to tears. Number 3 always bullies me, but I knew in my heart that if something really happened, number 3 would always protect me. I stood up and said to number 3, Xiao-san, If anything happens, we'll bear it together. This time it's not your fault. It's May who wants her to be the first to make a fool of herself. The old fools will blame you. I'll go with you. Let them go their own way. The May family woman was silent. They hadn't said anything yet. Why do I always attack indiscriminately? I think of them so badly. They know how to pick timing. She actually chose the worst possible moment to come back. Xia Rongyun couldn't care about confronting me now. This was her chance to show her ability as the mistress of the house. She absolutely couldn't let it get ruined. Quick, 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 move the coffee table back and the kitchen. We quickly got ready, tea and snacks all ready. Seeing everyone busy with work, number 3 and I exchanged a glance. How about we leave? Let's go. We didn't want to keep joining the fun and planned to go out to hide. But just as we stepped out, we happened to run into Mei Danxue, who had come back with her future boyfriend. The 4 of them were facing each other, staring at each other. Then, when number 3 and I saw the rumored boyfriend, we both widened our eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Number 8. I saw the person standing next to Mei Danxue, wearing a crisp white shirt, neat short tousled hair, fair skin, delicate and handsome features, exuding a clean yet cool youthful vibe. A pair of clear Russian eyes seemed to be bathed in a pool of spring water, making hearts race. Just as number 3 and I were deeply shocked, number 8 calmly raised his hand, wearing a handsome, expressionless expression. She greeted us briefly, and with a single hi, it stirred up a huge wave. Number 3 and I encouraged her again. This really is number 8. But what is number 8 doing? She's a pure and innocent girl. Mei Danxue, standing nearby, saw our interaction. A bit surprised, she glanced sideways at the boy she loved beside her. The woman who was always straightforward and hot-tempered now deliberately lowered her voice, as if afraid of scaring the boy beside her. Xiaoba, you know me. Although Mei Danxue has never met me, by my resemblance to my father's appearance, she immediately recognized me as her younger brother, Mei Xiaojiu, whom she had never met. But why did she call Xiaoba Ba? And judging by Xiaoba's reaction, he seems to know me too. Number 8 nodded, using that delicate and flawless face to lie with his eyes wide open. I knew him. We had met once before, and as he spoke, he calmly and methodically said to number 3 and me, Xiaojiu, Xiao-san, I didn't expect to see you all here. How are you? Number 3 and I exchanged a glance. Violent machines should avoid contact when outside, because they can't make any associations or doubt our identities. But, because number 7 came to see me with the mindset of one last meeting, she didn't care about these rules. Number 3 didn't care about these rules at all. If she got punished, she was fined. But number 8 was different. The obedient girl in the eyes of the higher-ups. Usually, she follows the rules and obeys orders from above, so among the few of us, she was the only one who put on a show not wanting people to think about our relationship. Mei Danxue heard number 8's words, her face full of gloomy energy and a hint of trouble. My gaze swept over the 3 of us. Is it just a fleeting moment? Why does it feel like we've known each other for a long time? But Xiaoba is so pure and beautiful. She definitely wouldn't lie. So Mei Danxue didn't suspect anything. Number 8's gaze circled over me and number 3 again. Xiaojiu, Xiao-san, are you guys going out? Number 3 and I started staring at each other again. We had just sparred with the Mei family and was about to go out for some fresh air. But unexpectedly, the boyfriend who showed up was number 8. Wow, when did this girl develop this kind of fetish? How did she end up connected to the 3rd son of the Mei family? And why was she trying on male clothes? I'm so curious. It just ignited the gossip spirits of me and number 3. The biggest fun is right here. What else can we do? Of course we're not. So the 2 of us tacitly stood on either side of number 8, putting our arms around her shoulder and chatting. I didn't expect little 8 to come back. What door do we need to go out? Come on, come in, let's catch up. Mei Danxue saw us getting handsy. Inside, I was deeply shocked. Are these 2 okay? They only met Xiaoba once, so how did they start putting their arms around someone? I was fine. But what's up with this girl beside me? How could she just casually hook her arm around a boy's shoulder? She didn't understand any boundaries at all. Most importantly, after spending so much time with Xiaoba, not to mention hooking on the shoulder, even getting a little closer would make her afraid of offending Xiaoba. Alright, Mei Danshua's face instantly darkened as she walked over to number 3. Grabbing her hand on number 8's shoulder, his gaze sharp as an ice knife, he said seriously, Xiaoba is a boy. Even if you 2 know each other, casually hooking a boy's shoulder like this is too frivolous. Number 3 heard Mei Danxue seriously say number 8 was a boy. He raised his eyebrows, wanting to tease her. This idiot was completely fooled by number 8. The child thought he wasn't a herbivore. Before number 3 could speak, number 8 glanced sideways at Mei Danxue and said calmly, It's okay, that's just how he is, you don't need to worry about him. Mei Danxue saw number 8 speaking up for number 3, as if she'd been hit hard, her expression looking as if her heart was about to break. Why does Xiaoba want to defend this blonde girl? Does Xiaoba have feelings for her? Thinking this, Mei Danshua's gaze toward number 3 grew even more vicious. Damn that blonde girl. How on earth did she bewitch Xiaoba? Number 3 was glared at fiercely by Mei Danshua, both amused and exasperated. She was really curious to wait until this person knew. The boy he was longing for was actually a genuine girl. What kind of expression would he have? That expression must be quite interesting. Number 3 lowered his head and chuckled softly, but coincidentally, his head was right at number 8's chest. So to outsiders, it looks like she's constantly rubbing against number 8's chest. Mei Danshua was utterly shocked. What is this thug doing? Is he taking advantage of Xiaoba? I feel like my third sister is about to fly on the spot. I think number 3 isn't doing this well, but when I looked up and caught sight of number 8 in men's clothes, I burst out laughing. Mei Danshua saw us laughing so hard she was completely confused. Are these two people poisonous? What are you laughing at? Number 8 is also very helpless. Number 3 and number 9, can you guys pay attention to your image? He's a thief who drags 2 needles at once. The Mei family hurriedly brought this out. When they saw me and number 3 linking arms around Lao San's boyfriend, when I couldn't help but laugh, I couldn't help but look at each other to marry him. What's going on? Lao San's future boyfriend is also acquainted with me and Fu Xiaosan. Isn't this world a bit too small? At this moment, I tugged at Xia Rongyun's sleeve. A worried expression appeared on his face. He felt that the situation was going against them. Xia Rongyun's expression was uncertain. He knew well his son's worries. The current situation was indeed very unfavorable for them. However, the boyfriend the third brother brought home clearly wasn't a decent person. Although he looked well-behaved and handsome, and his looks were outstanding, he was too frivolous and ignorant of the details. How could he be so close to Fu Xiaosan in front of the third brother? Even putting his arm around his shoulder, this is basically a slap in the face to the third brother. Since pulling Rong doesn't work, don't blame him for ruining this marriage. Rather than adding 2 more enemies to yourself, it's better not to show off this time. Then number 8 follows me. On the third, when they entered the Mei family, Mei Danshua followed behind, her face so sour that she owed him a few moments. Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao couldn't help but feel sorry for their sisters. If it were any other time, things wouldn't go her way. He'd been spewing fire everywhere like a T-Rex for a long time, and this time he probably wanted to show off in front of his little boyfriend. He had been quietly behaving without doing anything reckless. He must have had a hard time holding back. Seeing Mei Danshua's face turn ugly, Mei Chaoxiong stepped in to break the deadlock. Danshua, friends came. Why not introduce me? Mei Danshua snapped back to reality and then introduced her to her family. Lane 8. This is Chiba, the younger brother of my basketball team manager. We met during this basketball game. Then he introduced his family to number 8, Xiaoba. This is my father. This is my eldest sister, fourth sister, and my stepmother and stepbrother. Xia Rongyun's smile stiffened when he heard Mei Danshua introduce himself to outsiders. At first, he even tried to match up the third son with his boyfriend, but since he was so disrespectful, fine, he wouldn't be so polite. This time, he was determined to break up this couple. After hearing this, number 8 stood up and politely greeted everyone in the Mei family. Hello, Uncle Mei, hello Sister Mei, hello Maisai Mei. Then his gaze circled between Xia Rongyun and Mei Wangxi and his mother, and then, as if seeing Mei, looked away without greeting anyone. He had also watched the previous Desert Island Survival livestream on the 8th. This Mei Hope treats me badly, always picking fights. So number 8 doesn't like Mei Wangwang and can't be bothered to greet him. As for Xia Rongyun, like mother, like son, he's definitely not a good person, so he ignores him, not greeting anyone. Xia Rongyun and Mei Shiwang were both ready to greet people, but to their surprise, number 8 completely ignored them. The mother and son's faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Number 8 didn't greet Xia Rongyun and his mother. Mei Danshua didn't mind, since she didn't like this mother and son either. But seeing me and number 3 and the left and right guardians occupying either side of number 8, she couldn't stand it, especially that blonde girl. Why was she so close to Xiaoba? Can she pay attention to the difference between men and women? She must have mentioned this when she called her family. Xiaoba is someone she likes and brought to their home to meet the parents. There's no way this girl doesn't know about this. So how could she still have the nerve to sit next to Xiaoba? She really didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Mei Danshua stared coldly at number 3, hoping he would be more self-disciplined and sit beside him. But number 3 was clearly not self-disciplined enough. She carefully observed number 8. I thought, this man's outfit is pretty good. I never knew number 8 had such a skill before. When number 7 comes back, the two of them will definitely have something to talk about. I widened my eyes at number 8 and found it amazing. Number 8 is actually a girl. How can he look more handsome than a boy? And I never noticed before that number 8's features looked so heroic. When did her hair get so short? Did she wear a wig? Number 8 is a calm and even a bit silly, but now number 3 and I keep staring at her. She started to feel uncomfortable all over. Mei Danxue immediately noticed this and frowned at me, saying, Mei Xiaojiu, can you stop staring at Xiaoba like this with your friend? Didn't you see he was uncomfortable? I saw Mei Laosan come back. You never even greeted me, so I didn't bother to be polite and just went straight back. Xiaoba didn't say anything, so what are you fussing about? Mei Danxue said with a stern face. I'm being polite to you? But you really aren't polite, huh? That's right. Xiaoba and I know each other. We've never been polite before. You want me to meddle here? Mei Danxue sneered. Acquaintances? Familiar acquaintances? Mei Xiaojiu, how can you be so thick-skinned? With you trying to get close to me, Mei Danxue and I almost sparked a heated argument. Number 8's calm face showed some ripples, his gaze darkening slightly. He spoke up and said to Mei Danxue, Isn't Xiaojiu your brother? Why are you so harsh to your own brother? Hearing this, Mei Danxue was stunned and saw Xiaoba's expression darken. His expression was clearly displeased, and he panicked. He quickly said, Xiaoba, I didn't mean to. That's just my temper. When I get angry, I speak very harshly. Mei specifically targeted Mei Xiaojiu. Number 8 added, Little brother should love me. Not like you, I get it. In front of number 8, Mei Danxue looked like a big blonde who had made a mistake, her expression even a bit aggrieved. She looked at me and apologized, saying, Sorry Mei Xiaojiu, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Number 8 asked again, Why does sister call her brother by his first name? Mei Danxue immediately replied, Xiaojiu, sorry. I won't be harsh with you anymore. Seeing Mei Danxue's 180-degree change in attitude, my mouth dropped open in shock. Oh my god. Mei Laosan is way too obedient. For a moment, even number 8 seemed to think his image had become much taller. Number 8, you really are my eternal god. The Mei family members were utterly shocked by Mei Danxue's attitude. I could feel the Mei family's gaze. They all lunged toward number 8. But number 8 didn't care about what others thought of her. She could think whatever she wanted, but bullying the violent machine was not allowed. Mei Danxue obeyed number 8 without caring what others at home thought of her. After apologizing, she immediately looked at number 8 carefully. Xiaoba, I know I was wrong. Can you please not be mad at me? Number 8 saw Mei Danxue's sincere apology and stopped being aggressive. She nodded. Just treat Xiaojiu well from now on. I won't be mad at you. Mei Danxue replied decisively. No problem. She glanced at me and said, Xiaojiu, when you went home before, I couldn't come back to welcome you up. First, because I have a competition and can't leave. Second, because of Mom's death, I have some resentment toward you. But honestly, you can't really blame that matter. After all, you're just a baby. What could you possibly understand? I don't know if you've been doing well these years, but from now on, at home, third sister will look out for you. If you need anything, just tell third sister. As long as you can get it done, she'll help you. After hearing that, my mouth dropped open again. Oh my, is this still the hot-tempered big sister I remembered before? Number 8 is way too useful. But, if Mei Laosan knew number 8 was a girl, TSK, the scene was too beautiful. I already had no idea how furious Mei Laosan would be. Forget it, it's better to keep it secret for a day. Number 8 is very satisfied with Mei Danxue's attitude. Although her doll-like delicate face was still blank and expressionless, her tone was much brighter. Danxue, Xiaojiu is a very good child. If you treat her well, she will treat you sincerely. Mei Danxue nodded. With a worthless, silly smile on his heroic face, he said, Actually, it's my first time meeting Xiaojiu. I don't know her character, but Xiaoba, since you say that, I believe Xiaojiu must be a good boy like you. I'm sitting with number 3 nearby, seeing Mei Laosan completely in the dark, already holding back his laughter so much his face was almost spilled out. I couldn't bear to watch. How did number 8 manage to hold back laughter? Once the food was ready, everyone started taking their seats. I naturally sat next to number 8. Number 3 was also about to sit on the other side of number 8. But before she could even settle down, Mei Danxue naturally squeezed over and sat on the other side of number 8 first. Number 3 glanced at Mei Danxue, and Mei Danxue refused to back down. She looked like she was ready to fight. Number 3 definitely didn't want to get jealous over a woman. Besides, Mei Danxue was quite sensible and was ready to get along well with me, so she didn't bother arguing with Mei Danxue. She shrugged and smiled, then sat down on my other side. Once everyone was seated, Mei Danyao couldn't help but start gossiping. Her gaze wandered back and forth between third sister Mei Danxue and number 8, curiously asking, Third sister, how do you know little 8 next to you? She wasn't particularly satisfied with that answer. Then she smiled and called, I remember you didn't like those delicate boys before. Why are you suddenly interested in little 8? Mei Danshue impatiently glanced at Mei Danyao. Why are you talking so much? Then she nervously glanced at number 8. I was afraid she might feel upset, but fortunately, Xiaoba didn't seem to care about their conversation. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on me, and I was the one who, ever since we sat down, kept eating and stuffing my mouth. Xiaoba would occasionally return tissues to me. Someone who had always seemed completely indifferent to outsiders now showed a hint of tender care for the cub. Seeing this scene, Mei Danshue suddenly felt very gratified. At this moment, she even thought of what to name the child she would give Xiaoba in the future. Number 8 noticed Mei Danshue's gaze, looked up at her, and asked, "What's wrong?" Mei Danshue, a heroic super niece, was now blushing with pink bubbles all over her body, smiling like a silly fool. "Mei, it's nothing. Xiaoba, what do you want to eat? I'll serve it for you." Seeing this, number 3 and I both complained in our hearts. "Mei Lao-san, you're really hopeless." After dinner, number 3 and I became friends with number 8 and dragged him upstairs. Mei Danshue originally wanted to go along, but felt that the 3 friends' reminiscence and sticking to her too was a bit too cruel. In the end, she endured it and stayed downstairs alone. So Mei Danshue sat on the sofa downstairs, but from time to time her eyes kept glancing upstairs. When I was dragging my feet to look for her husband, the Mei sisters couldn't bear to watch anymore. Damn, the third brother was actually like this after falling in love. It really surprised them. This girl used to dislike men, thinking they were too delicate and weak, and that she would feel wronged at the slightest touch. Just seeing her like that excites people. How did she suddenly fall in love after just a short period of separation, and love so deeply and so deeply? The key is, Xiaoba looks like a pretty boy, exactly the type Lao-san hated the most. The more Mei Danyao thought about it, the more baffling it became. Unable to hold back, she rushed over and grabbed Mei Danshue by the collar. He asked, "Third brother, be honest with me. How did you fall for this Xiaoba? Hurry up and confess the truth." Mei Danshue looked upstairs, still confused and innocent. But when she turned to look at her sister Mei Danyao, her expression immediately changed to an impatient expression. She pushed Mei Danyao's hand away. "Mei Lao-si, aren't you annoying? Why are you so nosy?" Mei Danyao snorted coldly. "I'm in the entertainment industry. How could I not gossip? Hurry up and say it. After I finish, I won't bother you anymore." Mei Danshue knew very well that if she didn't speak up now, she'd be annoyed for a long time later. And her relationship with Xiaoba wasn't something to be ashamed of. After thinking it over, she began to say, "Actually, it's not such a big deal. I like playing basketball, don't I? And Xiaoba also likes playing basketball, and she even beat me, so I fell for her." As soon as she said this, Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao exchanged glances. After a long moment, they looked at Mei Danshue again, somewhat incredulous. Because of this, Mei Danshue was a bit dissatisfied with their reaction. She frowned and said, "What do you mean by just because of this? Do you think beating me in basketball is easy? I can count on one hand the number of people who want to snatch the ball from me and successfully dunk. But Xiaoba could easily break through my defense and score with a shot. You call this just because of this?" Hearing Mei Danshue say this, Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao immediately thought, could Xiaoba be someone with military ties like me? After all, I'm the kind of guy who can tear apart a giant python with his bare hands. At this moment, Mei Danshue wore an appreciative smile and said, "And Xiaoba is different from ordinary men. He's not gentle or impatient at all. Don't be fooled by how delicate and graceful he is. But actually, he's the ruthless type who doesn't talk much. When he provokes someone, he doesn't bother with a word and just knocks them down. Really a tough guy." Mei Dantang saw her sister's excited face and smiled kindly. "So, in the end, you're just a wooden wall. Huh? If you like strong people, if someone beats you in basketball, will you immediately switch to someone else?" As soon as she said this, Mei Danshue couldn't help but snort coldly, a bit disdainful. "Big sister, what do you take basketball for? Do you know what people call me in the basketball world?" Mei Danyao thought for a moment, then held back a smile. "I remember calling me tyrant, because it's powerful and unstoppable. As long as the third player participates in a game, I've never lost. The third brother is like a king in the basketball world." Mei Danshue said, "As long as you know, that's good. If someone could casually snatch the ball from me, then it would be better to retire from basketball now," Mei Danyao said. She couldn't help but call and say, "Third brother, don't say so full of words." Mei Danshue proudly replied, "What do you mean satisfying? That's my confidence." Mei Danyao couldn't stand anyone showing off in front of her. She chuckled lightly and provoked Mei Danshue. "Old 3, shall we take a bet?" "What bet?" "I'll bet there's always someone better out there. Not just Xiaoba, but even Mei Xiaojiu upstairs and her friend Fu Xiaosan. You can't win." Mei Danshue seemed to have heard some joke. Ridiculous. How could that brat Xiaojiu possibly beat me? Don't believe me? Then let's take a bet. Gamble then. What if you lose? If I lose, I'll give you the vacation house in the South Sea. How about it? Alright, it's a deal, Mei Danshue said confidently. Fourth, you're definitely going to lose this time. I'll thank you for your vacation home first. But Mei Danyao stopped and laughed. Don't thank me so quickly. What if I win? Mei Danshue replied decisively. You can't win. Mei Danyao raised an eyebrow. What if? Mei Danshue snorted coldly. After thinking for a moment, she said, if you really leave with a crap-shitting desire, I'll give you the oil field in the southwest. Alright, Mei Danyao's eyes lit up. Then thank you in advance, sister. The southwestern oil fields are worth billions. But Mei Danshue didn't care and said to Mei Danyao leisurely, fourth brother, sister, thank you. The southern vacation house is just laughing. And the two sisters laugh at each other's own secrets. Beside him, Mei Dantang smiled helplessly. The third child is doomed. Not only does he have to question his life, but he also loses the oil field. It's truly a loss for both the wife and the soldiers. Meanwhile, upstairs, number 3 and I also gathered around number 8. His eyes blazed with a blazing spirit of gossip as he asked, Number 8, be honest. Why are you dressed as a man for no reason? Number 8 swaggered across the single sofa, showing none of the sunny, handsome look of a big boy. He leisurely bit into a straw for his cola, his face calm and unruffled. Facing the gossiping number 3 in front of me, he calmly said there was no special reason. It was just that my brothers thought I looked cool in men's clothes and insisted on dragging me into men's clothes. I didn't mind, so I switched. That day, I went with my second brother to watch basketball training and got into a fight with those female players. I played a game with them, and after we won, Mei Danshue started pestering me, and the way she looked at me was really blind. At this moment, number 3 asked in confusion, Number 8, since Mei Danshue misunderstood you as a man, why didn't you tell her the truth? Judging by Mei Danshue's attitude just now, she seemed quite sentimental. Although it was interesting, what if she found out the truth later? Furious and embarrassed, it wouldn't be good to get angry at Xiaojiu. Number 8 Wan Yen said helplessly, I originally wanted to tell her that I'm a woman and she didn't believe me. But my second brother said she confessed to Mei Danshue before and was rejected. Now that she wants to get back at me, I don't care. I went along with my second brother's wishes. Later, I saw online that number 9 appeared on a live show and found out Mei Danshue was 9's third sister. She also invited me to the Mei family, so I went along with the flow. This is normal social interaction, so it's not a violation. Number 3 nodded. So that's how it is. She came to me after watching the live stream. She had a feeling that after I appeared on the stream, other violent machines would probably take action and come visit relatives. Suddenly, number 8 spoke up again. By the way, I actually have one more thing to remind you of this time. I asked curiously, Number 8, what is it? A trace of deep emotion flashed in number 8's calm, unruffled eyes. She looked at us and asked in a low voice, after you returned to your own families, did you all have controllers implanted in your cervical spine? Number 3 and I nodded at the same time. Yes, it was implanted. Then her expression grew serious. His gaze also took on a hint of seriousness. Besides tracking our movements, this controller. Could there be any other use? Number 3 fell silent. Her face and eyes suddenly reminded of number 7. After killing the G family, number 7 had also killed the person in charge sent from above to hand over to her, in order to evade the Operations Bureau's pursuit. She probably removed the controller from behind her cervical spine, and when she live-streamed with me, number 3 always felt that number 7 was in a terrible state. Could it be that the controller really has some hidden agenda? If that's true, wouldn't the violent machine be completely controlled by the higher-ups for life? Thinking of this possibility, number 3's mood instantly grew heavy. Number 7, what exactly have you encountered? And what secret have you learned? Number 8 also shrugged helplessly and said, I'm not sure what else the controller does for now, but Gong Xian warned me like this. What he said should be true. I blinked at that. Gong Xian, that name sounds familiar. He's the head of Research Class 2, hailed as the greatest scientist in the world today, and 90% of the top inventions in Dragon Nation. He was everywhere. I slowly looked at number 8 and asked in confusion, Number 8, how did you get involved with the second research class? I heard that everyone in that research class is a bunch of freaks and doesn't interact much with outsiders. Number 8 sighed. That was a long time ago when I was on a mission. The mission was to rescue the successful test subject of the American Superbrain experiment, and Gong Xian was the only successful case in that project. After returning to the Dragon Kingdom, he kept contacting me. Over time, we kept in touch often. Number 3 looked at number 8 again. Number 8, It seems that Gong Xian from research class 2 knows some hidden information. You'd better ask him for clarification. I asked, but he wouldn't say anything. What that person doesn't want to say is, I couldn't figure it out. Number 3 looked at me again. Number 9, Bai Ningbin must know the truth too. You should ask him when you have time. I immediately thought hard, then reached for my phone, ready to call Bai Ningbin, but number 8 said, I doubt it's possible. Director Bai is just like Gong Xian. If he could talk, he would have told number 9 long ago. If he couldn't, even if number 9 pried open his mouth, he wouldn't get any answers. As soon as I heard that, my eyes instantly filled with anger. Yeah, Bai Ningbin didn't want to say something I couldn't ask. After chatting, we guys went downstairs. Mei Danshua saw us coming down and immediately walked over to number 8, flashing him a bright smile. Xiao Ba. You and Xiao Jiu can finish your conversation. Number 8 nodded calmly. Hee. Mei Danshua was still a bit reserved in front of number 8. Not knowing what to say, just kept giggling. Just then, Mei Danyao walked over, smiling brightly at me and asked, Mei Xiaojiu, you know how to play basketball, right? Hearing this, I blinked my round eyes at Mei Danyao, feeling that this person had ulterior motives. Then, I curled my lips into a smile and asked in return, what does it matter to you whether I play basketball or not? Why tell you? Mei Danyao's eyelids twitched. This brat feels uncomfortable if he doesn't argue with her a couple of times. But for her oil field, she endured it. Mei Danyao pointed at Mei Danshua. Your third sister wants to play basketball with you and your friends. Why don't you play with your third sister? I looked gloomily at Mei Danshua and asked, why do you suddenly want to play basketball with me and the mistress? Mei Danshua shrugged, helpless and shrugged. I didn't plan for that at first, but your fourth sister has lost her mind. She insisted that playing basketball with your friend was great, and that she could even beat me, so I wanted to compete with you. I understood and said, I see. When she said this, she seemed to be losing her mind for no reason. As soon as she said this, Mei Danshua's eyebrows twitched sharply. Her attention instantly locked on me. She was 1.78 meters tall, while I looked at most 1.65 meters. In the world of basketball, height is absolute dominance. Facing her scrutinizing gaze, I remained straightforward. A guaranteed win. I knew in my heart. A bunch of ordinary people, what could they possibly use to beat machines like us as violent machines? Even with my eyes closed, I could crush the whole arena. Mei Danyao was still fanning the flames wildly on the side, her eyes full of excitement watching the drama. Third brother, this kid is unbelievably wild. Do you dare to take it seriously? Mei Danshua pursed her lips and said nothing. She had loved playing basketball since she was a child, and as she grew up, she treated it as her own career and loved it. In Mei Danshua's heart, basketball is above all else, and at the same time, basketball has brought her countless aura, fame, and wealth. For Mei Danshua, her relationship with basketball is a mutual pursuit, yet now I shamelessly boast and brag at her. Honestly, if it was something Mei Danshua was taboo about, if she hadn't already promised her little dad to treat her brother well, she probably would have lost her temper long ago. Then Mei Danshua sneered. All right, since you're so confident, let's have some fun. So I nodded in agreement. All right, let's have some fun. At that moment, when Mei Wangxi and Xia Rongyun came downstairs, they found no one in the lobby. Even when they went upstairs earlier, a few people were still chatting downstairs. How come everyone from the residence left so soon? Could it be that they went out to have fun? Just thinking about being left behind instantly made Mei Wangxi look terrible. She quickly called out to the people downstairs and asked, where are my sisters and the others? Did they go out? Did Mei Xiaojiu and the others go out together? The mediocre man was startled by Mei Wangxi's fierce and murderous expression and quickly said, looking at young master, the young ladies didn't go out. It was third miss who wanted to play basketball with young master Xiaojiu, so now they were all at the basketball gym. Mei Xiangxi was even more puzzled after hearing this. Why would third sister ask Mei Xiaojiu to play basketball? It's just that little shorty. Third sister playing with her is as easy as playing Tyson against an elementary school student. Seems like fourth miss said third miss can't beat young master Xiaojiu in basketball, so it stirred up third miss's competitive spirit. Mei Wangxi felt even more baffled when she heard this. She frowned and said, is fourth sister crazy? How could she say something so outrageous? Third sister is a tyrant in the basketball world. What right does she have to compete with third sister? Xia Rongyun, standing nearby, looked at him with a scowl. After some thought, she first dismissed all the useless people, then turned to her son and said, silly child, your fourth sister is always a spectator who doesn't dislike drama. If she stirs up trouble now and wants your third sister to play basketball with her, of course she can't win. So your fourth sister definitely wants to see her embarrassed. But if she takes this opportunity to pretend to be weak and aggrieved, your third sister is childish and won't have to comfort her properly. Then their back and forth relationship will be a waste. What? Mei Chi-wang listened to her mother, her face nearly twisted in anger. How could this happen? Fourth sister, this useless teammate. Is she tricking me or helping me? Xia Rongyun said calmly. Your fourth sister's attitude is really hard to say now. She clearly says she hates her, but after coming back from the live variety show, he paid special attention to her. Now your third sister's boyfriend is good friends with her. If things keep going like this, everyone will stand by her side. Mei Wangxi almost went crazy after hearing this. No, I'm the little prince of the Mei family. Who does she think she is? She's the culprit behind Auntie's death. Everyone should hate her to death. How could they forget Auntie's death and act like nothing happened? What a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Could it be that they were really fooled by that Fu Xiaosan's words? It was truly a case of a group of strong men pouring in. Hearing her son's angry accusations, she was the culprit who killed Xia Rongyun. Xia Rongyun's eyes shifted slightly, but she quickly recovered. Maybe Mei Wangxi. Alright, what's the point of getting angry here? Let's hurry to the basketball gym and check things out. When Xia Rongyun and Mei Wangxi and her daughter arrived at the basketball gym, there was a loud bang. The basketball was smashed hard into the hoop. But the person slamming the basketball world wasn't Mei Danxue, but the one who looked at my short stature. Xia Rongyun and her daughter were shocked. What was going on? I was still gripping the rim tightly. After a second or two, I stopped. Only then did he let go of the basket and jump down, then turned back and gave third sister Mei Danxue a smug smile. So, third sister, I made all 5 shots. I won, right? Mei Danxue was panting, her forehead already covered in sweat. She stared at me intently, her eyes filled with disbelief. This brat is even human. In her hands, she couldn't even grab a single ball. This had never happened before. At that moment, number 3 came over to my side. He lightly patted my head and whispered, Number 9. Why are you playing so seriously? Mei Laosan is clearly a very outstanding and confident presence in basketball, and now he's being hit down like this. Number 3 is really worried that Mei Laosan will be overhit. Then he held a grudge against me, but I just pouted and said, I wasn't playing that seriously, just casually. If I really took it seriously, the match could have been moved up by half a year. Number 3 said, Since I wasn't playing seriously, why not let you intercept a few balls in 3 shots? I won't. Lee said confidently. Why let it go? I told you it's a guaranteed win. If you give a few balls, can you still call it a sure win? By then, old Mei-san will think I'm showing off. Number 3 sighed. I really don't want to talk to an idiot like me with no emotional intelligence. When the match ended, Mei Danyao immediately leaned over to Mei Danxue, smiling and saying, Ha 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 ha. 3 sections. Thank you for your oil field. Mei Danxue saw the attitude her sister had expected. She immediately realized what was going on. Then Mei Hao exclaimed, Wow, so you already knew this kid was incredibly athletic, deliberately tricking me into the oil field. Huh. Mei Danyao raised an eyebrow, her smile sly. I didn't cheat you. Wasn't it you who bet the oil field? I can't know what you're betting on in advance. Mei Danxue snorted coldly after hearing this. I overheard their conversation and realized what was going on. She immediately reproached Mei Danyao. Fine. Mei Laosi, you actually bet on a basketball game. Mei Danyao turned back and asked me, No, I won't lose out. She immediately said, Only if I win the competition can you get the oil field, so you have to split the oil field with me? No, you didn't contribute anything. You should have split 70% of me, I'm pretty fierce. What's going on? Why has Mei Laosi suddenly become so easygoing? I stared intently at Mei Danyao, looking over and over, then asked with a serious face, Mei Laosi, are you out of your mind? Why did you just agree and make me so mad? I feel like this guy must be up to something again. Mei Danyao saw my chubby face and recklessly giving you a crazy crisis. Her face twitched hard. This brat is grinding his teeth, laughing and crying without laughing. If he treats you a little better, you're still not happy. Huh? Alright, I'll cheat on you. Are you satisfied? No, I still have to deceive. Then it's settled. The eldest, Mei Dantang, glanced at the fourth sister, Mei Danyao, with interest. Actually, it's not surprising that I was surprised. After all, Old Fourth's behavior seems quite unusual. Maybe Old Fourth hasn't noticed yet, but his attitude toward me is actually gradually changing. At that moment, Mei Danxue suddenly walked toward me without saying a word. Number 3 noticed Mei Danxue's actions, and his eyes immediately became more wary. Mei Lao-san was clearly a high-tempered and hot-tempered person. Now that I'd hit him so hard in his confident domain, he was probably about to lose his temper. I saw third sister walking toward me, still with her carefree attitude. She put her hands on her hips and giggled, saying, Third sister, how about it? I said I can comfort you. You're not boasting, are you? Mei Danxue replied, Not boasting. I gave a dark smile, but don't get discouraged. Actually, you're pretty impressive. I noticed during the match that you have great athletic ability and speed, but compared to me, you're still a bit behind. Don't compare to me, just be fine. At that moment, Meidanshua suddenly walked up to me. Reach out your hand to me. Number 3's eyes lit up at the sight. They're really about to make a move. Looks like things have calmed down with old Mei-san. If you join the basketball game, I can definitely make my opponent get angry. Interested in joining my sister's basketball team? Number 3 looked stunned. Why didn't they fight? I was completely unaware of number 3's concerns and decisively refused Meidanshua. Not interested. Meidanshua didn't steal the ball either. Then she pointed at my head and smiled brightly, saying, "Then if you have time, come play with third sister's team. You're always welcome. I'll think about it. Alright, it's settled. We'll discuss it thoroughly." Meidanshua felt a very intimidating gaze from behind. She instinctively turned to look and saw it was number 3. Because they were rivals, Meidanshua still didn't have a good attitude toward number 3 and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Number 3 crossed his arms. She stared at Meidanshua with a half-smile. "I thought you would lose to Xiao Jiu and get angry at him." Meidanshua heard number 3 think of her like that. Her face fell, thinking that rivals really can't stand each other. She snorted coldly. "It's only natural. Can you not think of me as a narrow-minded, useless person? Losing a match only means I'm not as skilled. I'll just train harder to improve my skills. Why get angry at Xiao Jiu?" Number 3 suddenly burst out laughing. During her days outside, what she saw most was the revelation of human nature and the scheming and intrigue of others. This was the first time she had met someone like Mei Lao-san. Although he had a bad temper and was a bit foolish, his character was actually quite good. Because Mei Lao-san treated me well, maybe because of his love for Wujiwu, number 3 didn't dislike Mei Lao-san as much anymore. She curled her lips at Meidanshua. "I apologize for what I just said. You really are a good sister." Meidanshua, however, still didn't like number 3, her rival. She raised her eyebrows and gave number 3 a bold smile. "Don't think saying that makes me unable to let go." Number 3 narrowed his eyes. "Then what else do you want?" Meidanshua pointed at the basketball and said, "We agreed, you both have to play against me. Xiao Jiu fought me. Now it's your turn." Number 3 has his hands in his pockets. "Doesn't matter, I'm fine. But you've been hit hard all day. Are you sure it's okay?" Meidanshua laughed. "Let's wait until you fight me before saying that." Then, 3 minutes later, with a bang, the basketball passed through the rim and fell down. Number 3 landed, breathing steadily, calmly moving to the side, panting in disbelief. Meidanshua made all 5 shots. "Now I admit it." At that moment, I jogged over to number 3 and whispered, "You just asked me to give the ball, right? Why are you playing even harder than me?" Number 3 spun the ball at his fingertips, smiling leisurely. "Your third sister has good character, right? Even if she crushes us, she won't take it out on us. So what is there to worry about?" Then number 3 said to Meidanshua, "Mei Lao-san, I beat you. You're not angry, are you?" Meidanshua snapped out of her shattered worldview. Not mad, just shocked, staring at numbers 3 and 8, and I was baffled. How could you all be so unbelievable? Are you even human? Meidanshua had never lost so badly before. She couldn't even touch the edge of the ball. Xiaoba won by a wide margin. If I beat her, she could explain it by blood relation, the family being powerful. But how would Fu Xiaosan explain that? He gave it his all, yet still didn't survive at Fu Xiaosan's hands. Who exactly are these 3? And Meidanshua wasn't sure if she was just being too careful. She suddenly noticed something. Fu Xiaosan, 7 or 8. It seemed like all the numbers followed by it. The 3 of us happened to know each other, so it felt like this was definitely no coincidence. Meidanshua suddenly became interested and asked right away, "You guys aren't from some impressive organization, are you?" Hearing Mei Lao-san ask this question so casually without any hesitation, Mei Dantang and Mei Danyao exchanged glances and looked at each other. Wow, they both guessed that Fu Xiaosan and I were the one. And 7 or 8 people with extraordinary backgrounds, but none of them asked out loud because the matter was clear. If we asked, we definitely wouldn't say anything. It might even make us wary, so we stopped showing our strength. But Mei Lao-san just asked whatever came to mind. As expected, a basketball sports fool with a mind full of basketball, not knowing how to write the word tact at all. Hearing Meidanshua start to doubt our identities, military number 8 and I were at a loss, not knowing how to respond. In the end, it was still up to number 3, this heartless person, to calmly respond. "Where did this organization come from? Didn't I say we only met Xiaoba once? We met on the basketball court. We played well just because we didn't have other entertainment before, so we played basketball a lot and happened to have some talent in that area. It's not as complicated as you think." Hearing player 3 say this, both number 8 and I were a bit skeptical. Can such a simple reason really be brushed off? But right after, Mei Danshue showed a look of sudden realization and laughed heartily. So that's how it is. Looks like I was overthinking it. Number 8, and I widened our eyes and brushed it off. Meanwhile, Xia Rongyun and her son, who were secretly observing at the entrance of the basketball gym, also felt relieved after hearing number 3's explanation. So that's how it is. A bunch of country thugs have no other entertainment activities. Having a basketball game means playing every day. But Mei Danshue's fondness for player 3 had skyrocketed. After all, in the minds of a basketball fool, anyone who loves playing basketball can't be that bad. So Mei Danshue started laughing at player 3 again. He invited him, saying, "Fu Xiaosan, you're really strong. With such great talent, it would be a shame not to play basketball. Come join my basketball team. I promise I'll make you the ace." Number 3 looked at Mei Danshue's sincere gaze and raised his eyebrows. This man had been glaring at her before, looking like he wanted to fight her. But in the end, they ended up playing a basketball game, and she ruthlessly crushed him. Unexpectedly, not only did she not get angry, she actually treated her kindly. But number 3 doesn't dislike people like Mei Laosan. She curled her lips and said, "Let me think it over. If you think it over, give me an answer." Looking at Mei Danshue, who had always treated number 3 coldly before, now she accepted him. Standing at the doorway, Xia Rongyun and her son gritted their teeth in secret. Damn it, things were completely different from what they had originally imagined. They thought I couldn't beat Mei Danshue and would definitely start pretending to be pitiful to trick my niece's third brother's wish. Who would have thought that these few of us would actually beat the third brother? Yet the third brother wasn't angry. On the contrary, it seemed their relationship had grown even closer. Mei Wangxi was now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. She had always wanted to get along well with the third sister, but the other side didn't interact with boys. Every time she got closer, third sister would show a very impatient expression. So over time, Mei Wangxi gave up on the idea and wanted to ask her mother what to do now. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure appear beside him. Caught off guard, Mei Shiwang cried out in fright. Mei Chaoxiong listened to Mei Shiwang's ghostly roars and screams, his eardrums aching from the vibration. His brows flushed slightly. "Why are you so restless? It's too hard." Mei Wangxi got scolded, feeling a bit wronged, twisted his lips and said, "Dad, why didn't you say a word when you came over? Was I scared?" Mei Chaoxiong asked calmly. "Isn't it because you were too absorbed?" Seeing her husband's cold attitude, Xia Rongyun's heart tightened. In the past, no matter how much Wang sat on his waist, she never treated him harshly. She indulged him as much as she wanted. But when did that indulgence disappear? Thinking about it, isn't it after I came back? Xia Rongyun is very anxious now. Wang was able to receive her husband's indulgence and affection entirely because she happened to look like her sister Xia Renjing. But when I returned, I looked alike to my sister too. Without my advantage in looks, and with my sister's blood still flowing in my veins, even if there is a grudge between father and son because of my sister's difficult labor, in the end, I haven't really committed any crime. Once my husband comes to terms with it and accepts me, that's a done deal. So, in the future, would there still be a place for her and Wang in the Mei family? She absolutely would not allow the father and son to reconcile. When Mei Chaoxiong arrived, the Mei sisters greeted her one after another, saying, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Mei Chaoxiong ignored Xia Rongyun and his son. Walking into the basketball gym, Dan Sheng said, "I heard you guys play basketball here, so I came over to check how you went." Mei Danyao laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Mei Xiaojiu is playing with her friend. The third brother lost badly this time, and he's even giving me an oil field." Mei Danshue immediately cursed at Mei Danyao. "Damn it, fourth brother, you're deliberately tricking my oil field. Just you see, sooner or later I'll get my agent back." Mei Danyao's eyes curved into a smile that looked like she wanted to be smacked. "It's not easy to get anything from me. Third brother, keep it up." At that moment, I patted Mei Danshue on the shoulder and said loyally, "Third sister, don't be upset. Didn't fourth Mei want to give me 70% of the dividends? I'll give you that 70% back." As soon as she said this, Mei Danyao was unhappy and said to me, "Hey Mei Xiaojiu, are you borrowing the things I gave you to the Hua County government? Are you trying to drive me crazy? What? I'm giving you dividends and you're not happy? Of course, I'm even more willing to give them." Mei Danyao's heart was shattered. Oh my God. Why did heaven send such a fetal spirit to squeeze her? Seeing Mei Danyao was the opposite, Mei Danshue laughed happily. Then she hooked her arm around my neck. "Xiaojiu, well done. Third sister, I feel comfortable now. But once the oil field dividends are yours, they're yours. No need to return them. Later, third sister will give you a stumbling villa. Just treat it as a welcome gift from my sister." Mei Chaoxiong watched us siblings playfully playing around, even though it was noisy, yet also joyful. For some reason, Somewhere in my heart felt as if a soft spot had been sharply pierced into blood, and at the same time, I began to feel a faint sense of regret. Since my wife passed away, the vitality of the May family seemed to be drained away as well. Without a mother to reconcile the family, the father-daughter relationship always carries a stiff edge. Moreover, his marriage to his wife's sister, Xia Rongyun, makes their relationship even more fragile. He has no feelings for Xia Rongyun simply because she is pregnant with his child. The Xia family demanded an explanation, but the Xia family was his wife's natal family. After his wife passed away, he had lost money to the family. Plus, Xia Rongyun was heavily pregnant, crying and making a scene, threatening suicide. Mei Chaoxiong couldn't really send someone to his death. After weighing the options, we could only agree to marry him. But after marrying him back, the family completely fell apart. The past was gone, and my wife still smiled joyfully. But now, when I returned, I saw the children genuinely smiling. Laughing and playing, Mei Chaoxiong suddenly regretted his past decisions. If he had been more firm and refused to marry Xia Rongyun, if he had held on a little longer and continued searching for the kidnapped me, would everything have been different? Could this family have always been like this instead of always being cold, just a group of superficial relatives? Mei Chaoxiong watched me blend in with the sisters, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Should he also move on from the shadows of the past? Treat me well, my child. Actually, deep down, Mei Chaoxiong knows better than anyone that I am innocent. He was the one at fault. He failed to protect his wife and let her die on the operating table. It's just that he couldn't be so open-minded back then. At that moment, he looked at his wife lying in a pool of blood, at me covered in her blood. In that moment, in his eyes, I felt like a death god. He didn't want to see me because whenever he did, he thought of his wife covered in blood. So after I was born, I was always cared for by my mother. During that time, he drifted aimlessly, drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day. Xia Rongyun, as his wife's sister, came to visit him. But by then, Mei Chaoxiong was already dead drunk. He had no idea what had happened. When he regained consciousness, it was the Xia family who came to catch him in the act. On the day of the incident, Xia Rongyun was taken away by the Xia family. The old lady of the Xia family said this kind of scandal had to be kept secret. Unable to expose the truth, Mei Chaoxiong felt guilty toward the old lady and listened to her wishes. But 2 months later, the Xia family came again, saying Xia Rongyun was pregnant and carrying her child, and Xia Rongyun was unwilling to terminate the pregnancy. Otherwise, they would die. They had no choice but to make him take responsibility. This incident was also a blow to Mei Chaoxiong. Having already lost his beloved wife and now getting involved with his wife's sister, a tangled mess of things was unfolding. Mei Chaoxiong had no energy left to care about me, who was still under forced bail. After that, I was abducted by traffickers. That day, the person who took me out was my eldest sister, Mei Dantang. Mei Chaoxiong watched as he returned home, lost and dejected. My eldest daughter, as if she'd lost her soul, suddenly lost all thought of punishing the child. Later, I don't know how the rumors spread, but it became a sign that they tacitly abandoned me. Uneasy. The truth is, after that, Mei Chaoxiong kept sending people to look for me, but that time I disappeared was suspicious. All surveillance footage mysteriously disappeared. They couldn't find the reality at all. It wasn't until 2 years later that Mei Chaoxiong completely gave up on searching for me. He didn't know what I'd been through all these years. If you asked me, I definitely wouldn't want to say, but since he's already back, he feels he should treat his son well. Meanwhile, after returning from the basketball gym, Xia Rongyun locked himself in his room, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Once the call connected, I was gasping for breath, so anxious I thought, "Mom, please come over quickly. Wang and I are really being forced to the brink of death." On the other end of the line, a voice sounded dignified yet stern, crying and whining. What could we do? No wonder after all these years, he still couldn't control the Mei family's finances. What a useless person. Xia Rongyun never expected that when he called his mother, instead of showing concern or comfort, he would get a round of accusations. That's true. All these years, his mother never looked down on him. He wasn't as outstanding as his sister Xia Rongyun, nor as lucky. He immediately found true love and had several gifted daughters, He-Jessen. Xia Rongyun also had several boyfriends, but it was all just scumbags toying with him. Because his judgment in men was poor, his mother mocked him many times, and each time, she used his sister as a reference to belittle and criticize him. Knowing the old lady didn't like him, Xia Rongyun rarely interacted with the old lady. Even if something happened, he would handle it himself. Although it was still a mess, as long as it was within his means, Xia Rongyun firmly refused to go looking for her. But this time it was no longer possible. Xia Rongyun could clearly sense Mei Chaoxiong's change in attitude toward him. If this continued, he and Wang would have no place to belong in the Mei family, and this was something the old lady absolutely did not want to see. Because Xia Rongyun fell silent, Old Madame Xia snorted coldly again and said, "Are you mute? Didn't you say you and Wang Wang couldn't live happily at the Mei family anymore? Didn't you say what's going on? You want me to guess yamming, right?" Xia Rongyun composed himself in classical Chinese. Wiping away tears from the corner of his eyes, he choked up to the old lady and said, "It's that Mei Xiaojiu who just returned. Now he gets along well with the Mei sisters. I feel Chaoxiong's attitude toward her has loosened a bit. I'm afraid if this continues, Chaoxiong will fully accept that kid." As a result, Wang Wang's position in the Mei family was completely lost. The old lady was surprised and puzzled. How could that brat have killed Rong Ying back then? Chaoxiong couldn't accept her so easily, especially the Mei sisters. Didn't you not even come back to attend her welcome party back then? How did their relationship suddenly get better? Xia Rongyun tearfully complained. After all, they're my siblings by the same mother. Even if I say I dislike them, we really get along. Didn't they slowly accept it? Look at our Wang Wang. All these years we've had bad relationships with the sisters, and now all the spotlight has been stolen. It feels like mother and son are about to die out. The old lady cursed unhappily on the other end of the phone. Really, crying again? Can crying solve the problem? How did I have so many useless people like you? Xia Rongyun felt a chill in his heart. It seemed the old lady really didn't treat her as a woman. She always talked about being useless. But whose heart isn't made of flesh? Wouldn't she really feel bad? Maybe he'd just given up. Xia Rongyun sniffed and said to his mother, "Hurry and help me think of a solution. After all these years, my brother's career has been steadily improving thanks to my bloodline as the homeless matriarch. If I were completely in trouble, your brother's life with you wouldn't be so good either." The old lady seemed to be stabbed in pain, immediately scolding, "Shut up! What nonsense are you talking about?" Then she held back and said, "Isn't it just a brat? You still can't handle it well. What a waste of all these years. Fine, since she's gone missing and she's back as her grandmother, I should come check on her too. I'll get ready and come early tomorrow morning." Meanwhile, ever since Mei Danxue discovered that I was good at playing basketball with number 3, she kept pestering us to play basketball with us. After losing 50 straight basketball matches, Mei Danxue not only didn't get discouraged but grew stronger with each fight. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, revealing the tight lines of her waist and abdomen. Sweat slid down the perfect texture, extremely sexy, carrying the same wild energy. If any guy saw this scene, his heart would surely race. Unfortunately, in front of her were 3 passionate machines of violence, and 2 of them were women, the only boy and me. After witnessing Bai Ningbing's perfect figure, I became immune to other women, so seeing this scene, the 3 of us violent machines remained indifferent. She even wanted to finish the match quickly. Mei Danxue, who was a bit of a child, didn't care about her physical charm at all. After wiping the sweat from her forehead, she immediately cheerfully told us, "Keep going. Let's play one more round." I was wearing a downward face. He was starving, already wanting to go to the lobby to relax on the sofa and eat some snacks and fruit, but didn't feel like exercising. So he said to number 3, "Xiao-san, you play with my third sister." Number 3 couldn't get motivated by such a crushing match. Then she shifted the blame onto number 8. "Xiaoba should play with Lao-san. You two can strengthen your relationship." As soon as she said this, Mei Danxue immediately looked at number 8 with excitement and shyness. Xiaoba, number 8's attitude was even more direct. She just sat down with a straight face, ruthlessly refused. "No, don't hit." Crack. Mei Danxue was rejected by the one she loved, instantly clinging to me. But after less than 2 seconds, she revived fully and walked over, grabbing me and number 3 in one go. She grinned and said, "Xiaoba is a boy, gets tired easily. Why don't you guys play with me?" I immediately complained, "No, third brother. I'm a boy too." But Mei Danxue confidently said, "You're a boy. Is he even my brother? What's wrong with playing basketball with my sister for a while?" I stared wide-eyed, pointed to the pitch-black door outside, and said angrily, "Is this just a little play? I've been playing with you all day. Why haven't you had enough?" Mei Danxue glanced at the sky outside. It was indeed a bit late, so I said, "Then let's play one more round. After that, today will be over." "Okay." Then 5 minutes later, Mei Danxue ended today's match with 51 consecutive losses. I was so happy I was almost jumping up. "All right, it's done." Mei Danxue looked at the basketball on the ground in frustration, then said to me, "Xiaojiu, keep going tomorrow. I don't believe I can't beat you. Let's play 100 rounds tomorrow." My face instantly fell. Her little fists clenched hard, angrily complaining, "Mei Lao-san, you devil." After the basketball game, Mei Danxue hooked one hand around me and the other around number 3. She casually returned to the hall. Mei Dantang saw Mei Lao-san hooking on me and number 3, a bit surprised. How did these people suddenly get along so well? Mei Danyao stepped forward, giving them a half-smile. "Third brother, How did you two get along so well in just one afternoon? You're playing basketball and even showing some affection. Everyone was armed. Mei Danshua grinned. Mei Fei was lecherous and spoke confidently. Fourth brother, you don't get it, do you? This is the charm of basketball. Hurry up and join me. As soon as I said that, I immediately tilted my head and pointed out Mei Danshua. Third sister, isn't it because you played basketball all day and were completely exhausted from the battle team? We kindly helped you back, right? Mei Danshua replied confidently, Xiaojiu, it's because of basketball. If I don't play basketball, how could I be exhausted? No matter how hard you work, how could you carry me back? Make some sense, haha, right? That night, the Mei family gathered for dinner. This time, Mei Dantang decided to strike first and sit next to me first. Who would have thought? Mei Dantang had just taken a step when a figure sat down beside me even faster than her. Seeing Mei Chaoxiong sit beside me, the whole family was shocked. Meanwhile, I had already struck the long deer, and the deer started stuffing chicken legs into her mouth like crazy. I saw Mei Chaoxiong sitting next to me. The round black Mousie blinked, a bit curious. Why was old Hutu sitting next to me today? But since he had a chicken leg stuffed in his mouth, it wasn't convenient to ask. I didn't want to waste time eating, so I just blinked and stared at my father. He hoped he would time it and explain the reason himself, but as the head of the family, Mei Chaoxiong was used to being aloof. He didn't need to explain his actions. Everyone stared at him as if he'd seen a ghost, but he remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He asked everyone in return, "Why are you all standing there? Please have a seat." As he spoke, he even naturally and smoothly picked up his chopsticks and added a big meatball to me. After eating together so many times, Mei Chaoxiong knows a bit about my preferences. Adding extra meat to me was definitely the right choice. Sure enough, when I saw the meat in my bowl, my eyes lit up from confusion, and I gave my father a look of approval. Mei Danyao, who enjoys the drama, saw this gesture toward me. He couldn't help but chuckle, showing a playful expression. He seemed to have come to terms with it and was about to shake hands and make peace. Number 3 and Number 8 also glanced at Mei Chaoxiong. The higher-ups hope the violent machine gets along well with the family. If this Mei family father is willing to admire him, treat me well, and they were happy to see it. In the entire dining room, only Xia Rongyun and Mei Wangxiong and their mother and son turned pale, staring at Mei Chaoxiong in disbelief. Mei Wangxiong's eyes reddened as she bit her lip hard. He looked like he was about to burst into tears, looking both pitiful and sad. Xia Rongyun felt heartbroken for his son and gave Mei Chaoxiong a resentful look. After more than 10 years of father-daughter relationship, did he really not care about Wang Wang's feelings at all? Well, he was a man of little influence and couldn't move this group of great Buddhas. When the old lady came tomorrow, she would surely deal with me. Sure enough, early the next morning, the old lady of the Xia family rushed over. He arrived without warning, but the Mei father and daughter sensed that the other party was not with good intentions. Because she was the mother of Wang's wife, Mei Chaoxiong was polite to the old lady. After she sat down, she personally served him tea and didn't greet him before coming. Old Lady Xia glanced at Xia Rongyun and his son standing nearby. Then he gave Mei Chaoxiong a cold smile. "Chaoxiong, I heard my other grandson came back. But after all this time, that kid hasn't even visited his mother-in-law. So I have to go in person to see the jinx who killed his own mother." Hearing the old lady call me a jinx, Mei Chaoxiong's eyelid twitched sharply. He looked up at the old lady but said in a voice, "Renjiying is dead." But actually, before Mei Chaoxiong could speak, old Mrs. Xia asserted, "It was precisely to give birth to the jinx. Rong Ying died in childbirth. I've told her so many times, she wasn't suitable for another child. If she wasn't suitable, she wouldn't listen. When carrying the jinx, her body was very weak, and during delivery, the jinx couldn't be born. Renjiying was wiped out alive by him." "Chaoxiong, have you forgotten what Renjiying looked like when he fell in a pool of blood? Do you want me to recall it for you?" Mentioning Wang Qi, a trace of pain flashed across Mei Chaoxiong's usually calm face. The faces of the Mei sisters were also uncertain. At that moment, old Madame Xia looked around but didn't see anyone. She frowned and said, "Where's that jinx? Grandma is here, but she still hasn't come out to meet anyone, right?" Mei Chaoxiong was born. He was still sleeping. Ridiculous. Old Madame Xia scolded angrily. "When did the Mei family become so unruly? The other kids are already up, but he's the only one acting so unruly. How can you be so unmannered? You, as a father, don't even do anything." Mei Danyao couldn't help but laugh. "Grandma, my dad wants to intervene, but he has to manage it. I think Grandma can handle it. Why don't you go and manage it?" As soon as he said this, everyone in the Mei family glanced at Mei Laosi. This was really ruthless, completely ignoring the old lady's life. "Huh?" Old Madame Xia snorted coldly. "You can't control it, so I'll have to manage it for you. Which room is that kid in?" After saying that, she stood up and prepared to go upstairs. Coincidentally, number 3 and number 8 also got up and went downstairs, and the group happened to run into each other. Before I could react, old Madame Xia saw she was targeting me and immediately lost her temper, scolding me. "You bastard! You still dare to go downstairs." I had just woken up and was still half asleep when suddenly an old lady scolded me harshly. I felt really annoyed, so I furrowed my brows, lifted my chin, and immediately started the team. "Old bastard! You deserve a beating, or are you looking for death?" As soon as she said this, the entire hall instantly fell into a dead silence. Mei Danyao couldn't hold back. In the end, she still laughed. Haha, as expected of Mei Xiaojiu. Even this old lady who has always been domineering in our house couldn't bear it. Mei Dan heard her sister actually laugh out loud and quickly tugged at her sleeve without showing any emotion. I told her to restrain herself a bit and just smile inwardly. I laughed out loud, not afraid of making the old lady so angry she might get high blood pressure. That way she'd get even more involved with our family. Mei Chaoxiong looked at me, sighing bitterly and clearly troubled. Xia Rongyun and her son stared at me in disbelief, their eyes wide open. I must have been too bold. How could I dare face the old lady? Old Mrs. Xia stared at me in shock, unable to recover for a long time, until now. She thought she must have misheard. What did I just call her? Old bastard, bastard, bastard. The old lady was furious and sternly scolded. "You unmannered wild brat, broom heart. What did you just say to me? Say that again." Seeing the old lady is even more arrogant than before, it makes me even more annoyed. Is this person crazy? I don't even know him, and he came running over early in the morning to curse me. If this isn't asking for a lesson, then what is? I stood on my hips and retorted. "Who are you, old bastard? If you want me to say it again, I'll say it again. Do I want to save face? Get out of my way, don't block my way, or I'll kick you down right now." Old Lady Xia is about to go crazy from my rage. This motherless bastard. How dare you speak to me like that? That's so outrageous. When Chao Xiong saw Old Lady Xia, she was so angry I almost fainted from my eyes. She spoke up. "No bound feet, no rudeness. This is your grandmother, your mother Xia Renjiying's mother." What? When I heard that, I looked puzzled and gave old Madame Xia a punch. She kept patting her chest to calm herself, but inside she started to sneer. Now I know who she is. Let's see how she deals with this short-lived man. Before she could say anything, my little face fell, and I instantly showed a look of disdain. I pouted and said, "Are you kidding me? Since she's my mom's mom, why does she scold me as soon as she sees me?" I heard it's all kisses next door. Not only did she not kiss me, she even scolded me. Besides, after all this time since I came back, she still hasn't come to see me. What kind of grandmother is she? My words were like slapping the old lady's face. She was planning to use the excuse of being unfilial and not visiting elders to criticize me. Who would have thought I would steal her words and steal her words? Now, it's actually her fault. The other Mei family members listened to me and looked at each other for marriage. Mei Danyao leaned over to her third sister, Mei Danxue, whispering quietly, but the voice was loud so everyone in the family could hear it. Wow, what Mei Xiaojiu said actually makes a lot of sense. I'm almost convinced. Mei Danxue is a true hero, and she agreed, saying it's always been true. What wrong did Xiaojiu do to be scolded like that? The eldest sister, Mei Dantang, looked speechless. You two are putting on a double act here. Be careful, the old lady might faint from anger on the spot. She might be extorting you for the rest of her life. She really could do that. The old lady was even angrier when she heard the sisters' conversation. She immediately turned and shouted angrily at Mei Chaoxiong. "Chaoxiong, how do you educate your children? Kids haven't been this rude before. It's all because of this newly returned kid who led them astray. Yet you still don't do anything?" Mei Chaoxiong didn't mention a word of the old lady's criticism. He kept a straight face but said, "Calm down first. Don't get sick from anger." Old Madame Xia shouted angrily. How am I supposed to stay calm in this situation? Today, I have to teach her a lesson. But before she could finish, I suddenly appeared before the old lady. Then he grabbed the old lady by the collar and lifted her up. Old Mrs. Xia had never experienced anything like this before. Her feet lifted off the ground, screaming in fright. "You bastard, what are you doing?" Xia Rongyun hurriedly scolded the dog over this. "Mei Xiaojiu, you're crazy. Put down your grandma." "I got it right, Xia Rongyun." "Shut up. You're the one who's crazy." Then she shouted at the doll. Old Lady Xia loudly warned. "Old bastard, listen up. Don't come up here just because I'm easy to bully. If you me off, even a beating would be the least of it. Don't act all high and mighty." After saying that, I put the old lady down, pushed her to the side of the escalator, and said to everyone with authority, "Why are you all standing there? Time to eat, time to eat. Number 3 and 8, come downstairs with me." As they passed by the old lady, Both of them simultaneously turned their heads cold and looked at her with murderous intent. The old man clearly wasn't a good person. If he might harm me, I had to find a way to get rid of him. You two, old lady Xia had just left the ground quite a bit, and now her legs were still cold as she held onto the stairs. She wanted to scold me, but was startled again by the looks from two companions behind me. Who are these people? What kind of look are they? Do they want to kill? Crazy. What kind of antisocial little lunatics are these? The old lady has lived most of her life, and this is the first time she's encountered something so outrageous. At this moment, there's no hope of starting to carelessly accuse me. No bound feet, how can you speak to grandma like that? This is also a careless biological mother. It's your own grandmother. You're too much, but I retorted. Why don't you say the old bastard is too much? I didn't do anything wrong. She started by scolding me. I didn't hit her on the spot, but my temper was already very good. Okay? To prove I was right, I immediately turned back and asked number 3, number 8, Xiao-san, little 8, right? I'm really super gentle, right? Number 3 nodded. I totally agree with what I said. I've always thought your temper is ridiculously good. Number 8 nodded and agreed, saying, Xiao Jiu, you're quite kind. You two don't expect to see number 3 or number 8 go along with me. Furious, she gritted her teeth and cursed. You guys are in cahoots. Don't be too outrageous. However, with that shout, third sister Mei Danshua couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She walked over with a stern face, her tall figure standing in front of me. Then he said to Hopeless, Hopeless, you respect the guest. Grandma values you the most. I understand. What kind of words are you shouting in front of Grandma? Third sister Hopelessness stared at Mei Danshua in shock, seeing her face full of gloom and glaring at her. Her lips curled up, bubbling with grievance. Why is third sister like this? Isn't I the most rude one? Speaking rudely to Grandma again, even resorting to physical violence. Third sister pretends not to see it right now? Now she's just telling the truth to defend Grandma. But third sister blamed her instead, gritting her teeth in anger. This love scheming was clearly because she yelled at that 7 and 8 as well, so she couldn't help but come forward to criticize her. Without the 7 and 8, she wouldn't have been so proactive. Mei Danshua frowned and said, What are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to the guest. Because Mei Laosan was tall and sharp, even on a biological level, it was enough to make Mei Xiangxi fear. Plus, with her scowl face, Mei Qiwang felt like third sister could easily slap her to death. Under pressure, Mei Qixi's tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at us with a mix of grief and anger, sniffing and apologizing pitifully. I'm sorry. At that moment, old Madame Xia finally recovered from the shock I had brought her. Then she turned her head and saw another grandson, Mei Wangxi, being shouted at by her granddaughter Mei Danshua, tears streaming down her face. She furrowed her brows and scolded Mei Danshua. Danshua, you're outrageous. How can you yell in front of so many people? How could an outsider compare to her own younger brother? Hearing this, Mei Danshua glanced sideways at the pretentious old lady. In fact, she had long disliked the old lady. Although this person was also her biological mother's mother, from the moment she brought her second aunt to pressure her father to take responsibility, Mei Danshua no longer regarded this old lady as her own grandmother. Such disrespect for her mother, forcing her to marry after her mother passed away. She wasn't worthy of being her birth mother's mother. And now the old lady was even scolding her. Naturally, Mei Danshua didn't bother to be polite and responded directly. Grandma, what you're saying isn't right. The only brother I truly share the same mother is Mei Xiaojiu. I don't hope this half-brother is a real brother. She's still yelling at me right in front of me. Even the guests shouted at her. As her sister, isn't it wrong for her to teach her manners? Besides, the guests are here. Isn't it because you say things like that and keep talking about manners and manners? But in the end, she kept saying she was silent and dismissive. Do you think this suits? What did you say? Old Madame Xia was furious, staring at Mei Danshua in shock, unable to believe it. She used to be the third granddaughter who had always been polite to her. Did she go crazy today? How dare she speak to her like that? And Mei Danshua confronted the old lady, which surprised everyone as well. Old Lady Xia had run into trouble this time. She had come intending to severely punish me, who had just returned, so I could keep my head tucked in the Mei family from now on. Don't disturb her second aunt and brother. Who would have thought I had no manners at all? Not only did I speak inappropriately, I even dared to lay hands on her, the old lady. What surprised her even more was the attitude of the Mei family father and daughter. She remembered that Mei Chaoxiong, her son-in-law, valued manners and manners above all else. How could they allow me to act so tyrannically and lawlessly at home? And the Mei sisters are also ungrateful wretches. They know full well that it was because of my broom-like heart that their birth mother died in childbirth. Now each of them looks like they've been cursed. What did I say? And yet everyone agreed. How utterly absurd. The old lady knew arguing with Mei Danshua, the younger generation, was pointless. She had to start from the source. So her gaze shifted to Mei Chaoxiong, the head of the family. Chaoxiong, are you just watching like that? However, Mei Chaoxiong also thought I was fine. On the contrary, the old lady came suddenly this time specifically for me. Clearly, she wanted to get my tea. As a father, he didn't protect the child and even joined outsiders in bullying him. So this time, Mei Chaoxiong not only ignored the old lady's words and scolded his son and daughter, but instead said to her, "Mom, Mei Xiaojiu is used to being out there. His temper is just like this. If you can't stand him, just don't mess with him. He won't actively recruit people. Also, single blood is fine. The child's friends are still here." Saying things like that really doesn't make sense. Old Lady Xia stared into the distance, shocked. "What did you say? If you don't listen, then beat her. I refuse to believe we can't make a living from this bad trend." Hearing the old lady say this, Mei Danyao, who was beaten the most at home, had a problem. She gave a cold smile and said to the old lady, "Grandma, do you think anyone can obey just because they hit them? Let me be honest with you. This kid is really good at fighting. Hit him off." "Who would hit whom?" The old lady shot me a fierce look, her eyes almost sparkling with small flames. She said firmly, "She's so unruly. If she dares to lay hands on her family, then let her leave. The Mei family can't tolerate a doctor like her." When I heard that, my eyes lit up and I blurted out, "That's great. You were the ones who drove me away, not me. If that's the case, the higher-ups of the Operations Bureau can't do anything to me, right?" The Mei family woman saw my eyes shining brightly, still eager to try. Her expression was dark and unreadable, changing again and again. This kid was so excited as soon as he heard he was leaving. Mei Danshua quickly stopped me. "What are you leaving? You're the son of the Mei family. This is your family. If you're leaving, it should be someone else. Don't make a fuss." I pointed at the old lady and said, "Isn't she the eldest in the family? She told me to leave, so of course I have to." Mei Danshua laughed angrily. "Who said she's the boss? If it weren't for the fact that she was my mother's biological mother, who would have paid attention to this stinky old lady?" Mei Chaoxiong also glanced at me and said to Chen Shang, "I'm not dead yet." In other words, no one could bypass him to make decisions. The reason they had let the old lady go easy was because she was his wife's mother. After his wife passed away, Mei Chaoxiong felt guilty toward his next family and had always been polite to the old lady. But now he came to her house to stir up trouble and even told me to get lost in front of her. If Mei Chaoxiong no longer acted, his role as head of the household would be wasted. At this moment, Mei Chaoxiong's face was as dark as iron as he said to the old lady, "You don't need to worry about our Mei family's affairs. You are a guest. Let's gather amicably and everyone will be happy. If you insist on asking the younger generation, then you can only go back first. Wait until your anger calms down before coming back." Old Madame Xia exclaimed in surprise. "Chaoxiong, are you trying to send me away now?" Mei Chaoxiong said with a stern face. "If you want to understand it that way, it's your freedom." But old Madame Xia has never seen her son-in-law so disregarding his dignity. For more than 20 years, the person who had always treated her politely suddenly changed. Now, she finally understood why her second daughter said she couldn't survive in the Mei family. The whole family had been drugged by me. It was no wonder they could stay here. The old lady held onto the escalator, looking as if she might faint from anger, then looked at Mei Chaoxiong with a heavy and disappointed expression and said, "How did you become like this? If Renjing knew you were so angry with her mother, how disappointed she would be in heaven." Mei Chaoxiong remained unmoved. He retorted, "Then Mom, Mei Xiaojiu is the child born after Rongying listened to her life. If she were to see her treat her child like this and even send her child out of her home, would she be even more disappointed in her mother?" Old Mrs. Xia was left speechless by Mei Chaoxiong's words. After Mei Chaoxiong finished speaking, a faint pain ached somewhere in his heart. These words were directed at the old lady, but also a slap in her face. What she had done to me before. What did Rongying think after seeing this? Old Madame Xia saw Mei Chaoxiong's firm attitude. Iron Bird Heart wants to protect me. If we keep arguing, if we tear things apart, it won't benefit anyone. Her expression changed, but in the end, her attitude softened. Rubbing her brow, she said, "Enough. After all, this kid still has your blood in his veins. Even if Renjing dies because of her, what can I, as her mother, say? You're in charge of your home. It's rare for me to come, so I'll stay here a few more days and arrange a room for me." At this moment, no matter how dissatisfied Mei Chaoxiong was, he couldn't really drive Wang Wife's mother out. He could only helplessly instruct the ordinary people to prepare a room for the old lady, because old Lady Xia has high blood pressure. After being upset by me, she felt a bit dizzy. After tidying up the room, they had to go back to rest. Xia Renjing and her son hurried over, ready to discuss how to deal with me. In the bedroom, Mei Chiwang cried to the old lady, saying, "Grandma, hurry and figure out how to get Mei Xiaojiu out. You just saw it. Now her father and her older brothers and sisters are all protecting her. Mom and I really can't stay at the Mei family any longer." Oh, the old lady listened to Mei Shiwang's crying and felt even worse. She rubbed Mei Shiwang's heart and scolded him, crying, crying, crying. "How come you cry whenever something happens? It's really good. You haven't learned. Your mother's all the bad habits you've picked up completely. You're just a complete loser." Mei Wangxi didn't expect to be criticized by her brothers and sisters. It's fine, but now Grandma is actually scolding her too. Her tears welled up in her eyes, looking utterly aggrieved. But the old lady didn't feel sorry at all. She turned her face away, looking annoyed. Xia Rongyun looked at her son with concern. It was one thing for his mother to look down on her. Why should she even dislike her own son? For the sake of her son, Xia Rongyun was a bit more assertive in front of his mother. She stiffened her voice and replied, "You're so capable. Why don't you give me and Wang Wang some advice? This isn't just between me and Wang Wang. We lost our job and it doesn't do you any good. Right now we're like ants on the same rope. No one can leave anyone out." Old Lady Xia's face darkened as she glared angrily at Xia Rongyun. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me in front of your son?" Xia Rongyun wasn't weak anymore. He confronted the old lady head-on. "This wasn't a threat. Wasn't I analyzing the situation for Mom? You don't have the right to criticize us now." Old Mrs. Xia was furious and wanted to scold Xia Rongyun a few more times. Thinking about it, now wasn't the time to fall out. So he suppressed his temper and snorted, "Fine. You two useless things will have to rely on me in the end." Xia Rongyun squinted and asked, "You have an idea?" The old lady said coldly, "It's a good idea. At this point, all we can do is keep making an issue of your sister giving birth to a boy, constantly provoking Mei Chaoxiong and those kids to stir up their hatred. That way, they'll reject and distance themselves from the master again." Xia Rongyun thought his mother had some good idea. Is this really okay? But the old lady's eyes were filled with hatred. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Why not? If it weren't for that bad luck, your sister wouldn't have died. It's all his fault. Your sister died in childbirth. The Mei family is a bunch of ingrates, and they have forgotten who killed their own wife and mother. If I don't let them remember, will I be fair to your sister?" Xia Rongyun fell silent in classical language, neither agreeing nor denying the old lady's words. But now Mei Chaoxiong has clearly come to terms with it. He even said that if he doesn't take good care of me, how can he face his sister's spirit in heaven? Wanting her to hate me again is easier said than done. Someone who is truly caught in a whirlpool of hatred now. Only the old lady believed it was because of me that Xia Renjing died. Otherwise, Xia Renjing would have held the Mei family's financial power, and the Xia family would have been even more prosperous. I was the one who ruined everything, but Xia Rongyun knew very well. The real culprit wasn't me at all. Only he knew that my sister had been well taken care of by the Mei family back then, because she had already given birth to several children. Mei Chaoxiong was worried that something might happen to Xia Renjing, so he took this one very seriously, having doctors conduct thorough checkups every few days. Although Xia Renjing was physically weak, her values were still within normal ranges. Barring any surprises, she could have delivered the baby naturally. But in the end, her sister couldn't hold on. Maybe it wasn't an accident, but a terrifying conspiracy. And she never mentioned that incident to anyone. Even now, whenever she recalls that day, she feels terrified and unable to sleep. 18 years ago, the hospital had to deliver the baby naturally, because only babies born naturally are the healthiest and most perfect state. That baby boy will be the one who combines the most perfect genes of both parents. He must be born perfectly no matter the cost. In the delivery room, something bad happened. The pregnant woman's lower body was bleeding heavily. The wound was torn so badly that the bleeding couldn't be stopped. Outside the corridor, the crowd stirred. The usually calm Mei Chaoxiong let out a roar of overwhelming grief. Why did it turn out like this? Didn't you say there was nothing wrong? Since a natural delivery couldn't produce the baby, why not have a C-section earlier? Why? Xia Renjing recalled that painful and desperate day, feeling deeply shaken. Everything was too chaotic. At that time, he knew his sister would give birth that day. I went over to keep him company. At the same time, he had one thing that troubled him and didn't dare to tell anyone. He was pregnant. He lost his virginity while drunk at a nightclub, and when he woke up, he was already lying in a hotel room. The bed was stained with blood, but the culprit who bullied him had fled. Even checking the surveillance footage couldn't find a single moment because all the surveillance footage on his way to the hotel had mysteriously been destroyed. When Xia Rongyun learned about the pregnancy, he panicked. His mother had always looked down on him, and if she found out, she would definitely beat him to death. So Xia Rongyun didn't dare tell his mother. At home, the closest person to Xia Rongyun was his sister, Xia Renjing. Although they were born into a family that favored sons over daughters, The sister lived confidently, beautifully, and open-mindedly. Xia Rongyun was jealous of her sister Xia Renjing, but at the same time, only when she was by her sister's side could she find moments of ease and peace. So when such a major event happened to her, Xia Rongyun didn't dare tell anyone, but the first thing she thought of was her sister. At the hospital, because she waited too long for the elevator, Xia Rongyun even went so far as to climb the stairs. But it was while climbing the stairs that he unexpectedly caught such a puzzling and chilling conversation. However, Xia Rongyun was too slow-witted. When he overheard those two, he actually didn't know they were talking about the Mei family. After all, the other party never mentioned the Mei family in their conversation, so Xia Rongyun didn't pay much attention to the conversation. Later, he encountered his sister's difficult labor and died from massive bleeding, giving birth to a baby boy. Moreover, the sister originally had a chance to survive, but the doctors, unsure if it was a surgical error or simply too confident in their own skills, failed to perform a cesarean section immediately when they noticed something was wrong. His sister was left with a massive hemorrhage and eventually died from excessive blood loss. The mournful cries of the Mei father and son shocked him. At that moment, he finally recalled the conversation he had overheard in the hallway. Those two people were targeting the Mei family. Xia Rongyun didn't dare reveal the truth, because if he did, he'd be seen as knowing but not telling it. The Mei family would hate him, and his mother would beat him to death. The first thought that came to his mind at the time wasn't to avenge his sister. Finding the real culprit is not about finding the real culprit, but he must seize this opportunity to find someone to take over. Thus, the heartbroken Mei Chaoxiong becomes his best target, because after his sister's death, Mei Chaoxiong drifts into a daze all day long. He had always been proud and pure. Ordinary women couldn't get close to him, but he was different. He was the younger sister loved by his older sister. He used to often visit the Mei family, and they were quite close, so Mei Chaoxiong lowered his guard around him. Plus, since he looks similar to his sister, there's a high chance that Mei Chaoxiong will mistake him for his sister after getting drunk. Once they start having a relationship, he can naturally leave the child to Mei Chaoxiong and become the next head of the Mei family. Xia Rongyun's plan was well executed, and in the end, things did as he wished. He finally found an opportunity to get close to Mei Chaoxiong and created a moment of solitude for the two of them. But at the most critical step, he made a mistake. It should be said that he underestimated Mei Chaoxiong's love for his sister. Even though he was completely drunk and unconscious, he still pushed him away at the last moment. Unfortunately, half a month of heavy drinking, reverse day and night cycles, and severe mental exhaustion led to this situation. In the end, Mei Chaoxiong was defeated by alcohol. The moment he bumped into the door, he suddenly collapsed to the ground with a loud bang and passed out completely drunk. Xia Rongyun was somewhat frustrated. Even after reaching this point, this man still didn't want him. He clearly looked so much like his sister, so why did everyone only love his sister and not him? But it didn't matter. Although the man didn't touch him, his ultimate goal was still achieved. He successfully ended up lying on the same bed as Mei Chaoxiong. Because he left clues in advance, his mother could rush over to catch him in the act. That way, even if his mother beat and scolded him, she would still play tricks on him in the end, finding a way to hand him over to Mei Chaoxiong, and his goal was achieved. The forced marriage period was the darkest time for the Mei family women. Not only did they lose their beloved wife and mother, but they also faced pressure from the bride's family. Mei Chaoxiong was in great pain and had no time to care about anything else. And I, stained with my wife's blood, became silent and withdrawn. After learning that my second aunt had an affair with my father, their once bright and clear eyes became empty and soulless, like walking corpses. Seeing the children's state, Xia Rongyun actually felt bad inside. But there was nothing he could do. He could barely protect himself and couldn't care about the feelings of the children. Soon after, the eldest daughter of the Mei family, Mei Dantang, happened. She pushed me out and then was abducted. And this eldest daughter was a clever figure who admired a demon. Though young, she was as smart as adults, and she was also closest to her mother. On the day Xia Rongyun died, the child's crying made everyone present tremble, so it wasn't impossible for them to do such a thing. Xia Rongyun was puzzled when he heard the news, but the lightning was like a rocket. His not-so-bright mind vaguely recalled the hospital conversation from that day. The other party wanted the perfect baby boy and hesitated to act. Could this be the real action? But that was just Xia Rongyun's guess, he couldn't know. Besides, this was also about his eldest daughter and had nothing to do with him. He just needed to focus on figuring out how to marry into the Mei family, and everything else. He didn't care. Rongyun, Xia Rongyun. The old lady's voice suddenly grew louder, instantly pulling Xia Rongyun back to reality. Xia Rongyun immediately looked up at the old lady, who was frowning and looking dissatisfied. He asked, "What's wrong?" Old Madame Xia was now extremely dissatisfied with Xia Rongyun's attitude. Her whole face fell, and she scolded him unhappily. What are you daydreaming about? Weren't you the one crying and shouting that you couldn't survive in the May family and asked me to come help you? Now that I'm coming up with the idea, you're the one standing there doing nothing. Do you really have to worry about your mother and son before I'm buried in the coffin? Can you save me a little trouble? Xia Rongyun was scolded by old Madame Xia. He didn't say a word, didn't even dare lift his head, and with no hope, he was afraid of being hurt by the old lady too. So he kept quiet and silent, deciding to silently support his mother in his heart. When the time was right, he would make sure the old lady had a good time. Old Madame Xia saw Xia Rongyun and his mother silently talking for a long time, but they couldn't utter a single word. She didn't expect these two foolish pigs to stir up any more trouble. After taking a deep breath, she said, "Since you can't come up with any good ideas, then let's do it according to my plan." But just as he finished speaking, Xia Rongyun's voice rang out slowly, sensing that this wouldn't do. Old Madame Xia frowned and looked at Xia Rongyun in confusion. "What did you say?" A dark look flashed in Xia Rongyun's eyes. He said, "Chao Xiong and the Mei sisters have gradually accepted Mei Xiaojiu. Now, no matter how much you stir things up, they can no longer hate Mei Xiaojiu. On the contrary, our little scheme is nothing in front of them." The old lady was a bit displeased by Xia Rongyun's words. So this man was just beating around the wheel and calling himself stupid. Unable to get annoyed, the old lady sarcastically said, "You're so smart. Don't beg me to cry. Anyway, this is the only way we can think of you. If you think it's not enough, then come up with something better." Xia Rongyun stopped crying and sobbing. His gaze was unpredictable. "I think we could start with Mei Xiaojiu's friend, Mei Xiaojiu's friend." Old Madame Xia remembers seeing Mei Xiaojiu today. Behind her followed two unfamiliar faces. Xia Rongyun said, "Fu Xiaosan. Old Lady Xia eats wild fish when it's cold." Fu Xiaosan? How could someone have such a strange name? Could it be that he's a mistress? Ridiculous, just from the name. She didn't seem like someone from a wealthy family. Xia Rongyun had no interest in getting back together with the old lady and continued. "Fu Xiaosan is that girl with dyed yellow hair. Clearly an uneducated little delinquent. Yet she has a particularly good relationship with Mei Xiaojiu." Old Madame Xia nodded and said, "That's true. The moment I saw that yellow-haired girl, I didn't seem like a decent person. Her gaze was fierce, as if she had killed someone. So it turned out she was a thug. Maybe she really did kill someone. How could the Mei family let someone like this into their home? It's completely out of place with the Mei family." Speaking of this, Mei Shiwang has something to say, indignant. Grandma, of course, on the day Fu Xiaosan arrived, she even claimed to be Mei Xiaojiu's third madam. At the time, Dad was still around and that troublemaker was way too big. Later, I thought I could only say a couple of sentences, and she actually threatened to kill me. Old Lady Xia was shocked after hearing this. What was that? That's so outrageous. How could a normal person dare to come to the host's house and say such things? That girl is definitely not a decent person. I judge people accurately. That girl definitely did kill someone. Why is your father afraid she'll stay? Isn't he afraid that girl is sneaking around at the Mei family? If caught red-handed, she might even resort to murder. Mei hoped to strike while the iron was hot. Yeah, that was scary. But was she Mei Xiaojiu's friend? Mei Xiaojiu even said that if she dared to pay the mistress to leave, she would go with him. Then her father was also fooled by her, so he kept him behind. Old Madame Xia was furious. Damn it! That brat is such a jinx. Can't even tell outsiders from insiders. Huh? She's trying to destroy the entire Mei family. Mei Chaoxiong must have gone mad. Why keep that brat in the Mei family? What are you thinking? Mei Shiwang nodded repeatedly, as if she had finally found an ally. But, exactly, Dad is just too outrageous. At this moment, Xia Rongyun spoke up. It seems any normal person can see that Fu Xiaosan is a troublemaker who does all kinds of mischief. It meant that Xia Rongyun showed a slick, difficult smile and looked at Mei Wangxiang. Woof woof, the necklace you just bought. Now it can be useful. Mei Wangwang was still a bit naive. What use would it be? Xia Rongyun sighed softly in classical language. This silly son had no choice but to say bluntly, "Find an opportunity to slip your necklace into Fu Xiaosan's room." Mei Wangxi refused and anxiously said, "How can that be? That necklace was designed by Juqin Dashi. I haven't had a chance to show off to my classmates yet. Why should you pay the mistress so cheaply?" Old Lady Xia immediately cursed. "You idiot. It's not like I'm not going to return it. Once we stuff the necklace into the little delinquent's room, we'll call the police immediately and let them come and arrest her. By then, the necklace will be back in your hands." Xia Rongyun also said, "That's right. Now that Fu Xiaosan has been arrested, Mei Xiaojiu will definitely be furious. If the Mei family sends Fu Xiaosan to prison again this time, he will definitely sever ties with the Mei family. By then, wouldn't he just drive him away?" After listening, the old lady spoke slowly. The plan sounded okay. But Mei Xiaojiu really went this far for Fu Xiaosan. What exactly is their relationship? Xia Rongyun shook his head, not quite sure, but Mei Shiwang insisted firmly. It must be a pair of scoundrels, an improper relationship. Old Madame Xia sneered, breaking ties with the Mei family over a woman. With Chao Xiongna's serious life, he definitely wouldn't go along with Mei Xiaojiu. Fine, this plan is definitely going through. Downstairs, the three of us violent machines sat on the sofa, playing games and chatting. When number 8 learned number 3 wanted to stay with me, a look of envy appeared in his eyes as he said, "How nice! I want to live with you too." In the same direction, the irritable older sister made Danshua can't stay for 5 minutes. At this moment, sitting beside number 8 like a well-behaved lady, thoughtfully peeling fruit and packing nuts, upon hearing number 8's remarks, she immediately grinned and said, "Xiao Ba, as long as you want, you can stay at the Mei family as long as you want." Number 8's eyes lit up. "Really?" Mei Danshua nodded repeatedly, and while she was at it, she gave number 8 a tulip grape wrapped with a toothpick. She smiled and asked, "Little 8, are the grapes sweet?" Number 8 nodded. "Not bad." Number 3, standing nearby, saw this and his eyelids twitched. Wow, number 8 is a lively young lady. When a woman saw her with affectionate eyes and fed her fruit, she really didn't get goosebumps all over the floor. How can you still eat so comfortably? Feeling number 3's gaze, number 8 turned around, staring at her with a calm, unruffled face and asking, "Xiao-san, why are you looking at me like that?" Number 3 looked at number 8, who was being served by Mei Danshua with a clear conscience. He raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "Xiao Ba, are you just not good at hand? You want to make people fear you just eating fruit." Number 8 pointed at something beside him, completely absorbed in something, but still tilted his head to eat the snacks with the flavor of big sister Mei Dantang. He said seriously, "I could have eaten by myself, but seeing Xiaojiu like that, I found it quite interesting, right? I eat so much I get my feet hurt." Hearing numbers 3 and 8 discussing me, I paused for a second, then immediately said confidently, "What's wrong? I don't have hands right now. Can't you let big sister feed me a bit?" Big sister would be happy too, right? Big sister Mei Dantang smiled cheerfully and said, "Xiaojiu, you guys take your time playing. Feeding things is done by big sister for me." Seeing this, number 8 followed suit and turned to ask Mei Danshua, "Danshua, you're happy too, right?" Mei Danshua smiled foolishly and nodded, saying, "As long as Xiao Ba is happy, it's fine. I'm just at home with nothing to worry about. You guys play, I'm sitting next to it so I can still find something to do." Then number 8 shrugged at number 3, and then thought of something. "Xiao-san, are you jealous? Because no one feeds you, isn't there a free person there?" I heard that. Wang Fuha said, right, that's a good idea. Mei Laosi, you feed the mistress too." Who would have thought? Before I could finish, number 3 and Mei Laosi replied in unison, "No, I saw how decisively they refused." Without iron pouting, he treats fourth sister Mei Danyao with a ring and seriously teaches him. "Mei Laosi, you really don't understand the meaning of being a landlord. Third sister even feeds Xiao Ba fruit, and you don't feed Xiao-san? If the old man knew, of course I'll say you're ill-mannered." Mei Danyao listened to me and glanced at Mei Lao-san, who was bubbling pink all over, with a cold sneer. Is Lao-san being polite? He's clearly just greedy for Chiba's body. Let someone else try it. Who dared let him stand by like a maid? He could tear that person apart alive. Then Mei Danyao crossed her arms and said strictly, "I'm not good at feeding women, but it's not that I can't feed people. If you have the guts, big sister, step aside. I can reluctantly feed you a bit." Hearing this, I looked Mei Danyao up and down and punched her, then curled her lips in disdain. "Forget it, I don't want you to feed me." Mei Danyao stared in shock, gritting her teeth. "Why is it that big sister feeds you so well that I poison you with what I feed?" I nodded and said bluntly, "I'm really afraid you'll poison me." Mei Dantang saw her sister was about to smoke from anger and couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaojiu, although your fourth sister has a sharp tongue, it's not like she would poison you." I turned to look at Mei Dantang and blinked. Actually, I knew Mei Laosi wouldn't poison me. I was just teasing her on purpose. Seeing how angry she was grinding her teeth, I was super happy. Mei Danyao was so angry her teeth were grinding so hard they creaked, squeezing out each word from between her teeth. It seemed like she was really about to lose her mind from anger. "Xiaojiu, look at Mei Laosi so furious he's about to collapse on the spot." I clutched my stomach and collapsed onto the sofa, laughing non-stop. Number 3 and number 8 saw me laughing heartily and glanced at me without thinking, then exchanged a glance. It was clear I was genuinely happy at the Mei family. So with this, at least I won't be stared down by the higher-ups anymore. Afterwards, number 8 once again showed strong envy at number 3 for staying with me. Seeing this, Mei Danshua also extended another invitation and said to number 8, "Little 8, if you want to stay, then stay. The May family has plenty of empty rooms. You can stay here as long as you want. As soon as she said this, May Danyao, who had been humiliated here, started teasing wildly. Third brother, your intentions really can't be too obvious. After all, he's a boy. Is it really appropriate for him to stay here all the time? After hearing this wild fish, May Danshua's face instantly fell. She shook May Dan and said, Fourth brother, you've really done enough. Can you put away all those conspiracy theories in your head? I told Xiao Ba to stay. I really just wanted to watch Xiao Ba. I wanted to drink with Xiao Zhou and the others, so I invited him to stay. Don't let me guess or overthink things. May Danshue looked seriously at number 8 again. Xiao Ba, really, I have no selfish motives this time. I just hope you can say one more word to your friends. If you want to stay, then stay. I'll go talk to your family for you, and I promise to reassure them. I have to say, although May Danshue is a basketball fool when she gets serious, but she seemed especially responsible. Number 8 was a bit tempted by May Danshue's words. She really wanted to be with number 3 and me. Then I would. Number 8 had just started speaking and unexpectedly, number 3 interrupted him. Forget it, I got my family's permission. You don't mess around. Number 8 in classical language immediately understood what number 3's implication was. Number 3 was allowed to stay only after receiving permission from above. May Danshue, however, didn't understand their secret language. She glanced at number 3 with some annoyance. Didn't I already say I'll handle the Xiaoba family side? Why are you still sending people out? Her family will worry about you. I'll help you handle it, but number 8 said, it's fine, just don't stay overnight. I can come find you all later. But deep down I knew number 3 was right. Coming to play with them is fundamentally different from staying here forever. The higher-ups don't want to see violent machines either. They gathered together again. Seeing number 8's firm attitude, May Danshue didn't try to persuade him further. She looked at number 8. Alright Xiaoba, if you want to come along. The May family's doors are always open for you. Then I have to go back. May Danshue stood up. Then I'll see you off. Number 8 shook his head and stared at number 3. Xiao-san, I have something to tell you. Come with me outside. Then number 3 got up and followed number 8 out of the villa. May Danshue, left behind, watched the two of them leave. She suddenly became much more drained. Why is this happening? Why does Xiao Ba want to talk to the mistress alone? Could it be that she really, May Danshue, whose heart was filled with sorrow, immediately pulled me over, her face full of sorrow, and asked, Xiao Zhou, let me ask you, does Xiao Ba like the mistress? Suddenly asked this question. I was momentarily stunned, then firmly nodded and answered firmly. Of course I really like it. After all, the violent machines are united in purpose, and everyone values each other as especially important. A violent machine is a violent machine, and humans are human. However, as soon as I said this, it was like a bolt of lightning striking straight at May Danshue, shattering her heart. I love it so much. Why is this happening? I unconsciously saw May Danshue looking like she was about to leave her body. Quite slowly, third sister, what's wrong? The eldest sister, May Dantang, who had witnessed the whole process, was helpless and helpless. My brainless words are really easy to misunderstand. Fu Xiaosan and Qi Ba clearly aren't the relationship Lao San understands. Lao San's emotional intelligence fluctuates up and down. Meanwhile, May Danyao, who got outsmarted by me, feels a bit sneaky. Another person is about to be driven crazy by me. That's comfortable. Meanwhile, on the other side, number 3 walked beside number 8. Number 8, what are you looking for me for? Number 8, who always looked blank, showed a rare seriousness as she looked at number 3. Number 3, number 7 wondered if something had happened. Number 3's pupils suddenly contracted. Her hand unconsciously slipped into her pants, fingers trembling slightly. The calm emotions she had been suppressing began to stir again, yet she remained calm and composed. Why so steady? Number 8, Ning Mei. If something goes wrong, all the violent machines will riot. That's not a good thing. Gong Xian told me, the situation is very sensitive right now. We absolutely can't cause trouble. After hearing number 8's words, number 3's eyes flickered uncertainly. Countless complex emotions surged in her eyes, surging and surging. But in the end, number 3 suppressed them all. She raised her hand and poked number 8's forehead, then smiled and said, I never expected there would be a day when you and number 9, those two idiots, were worried about me. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Number 7 doesn't want me to mess around either. I'll listen to number 7. Number 8 blinks. Although number 3 seems relaxed, it doesn't seem easy either. She doesn't quite understand, so she can only continue. Number 3, no matter what happens, will stand by our side. Number 7 will be fine. Gong Xian told me this. I believe in that person, so please believe me too. Number 3 raised his eyebrows at this. I really didn't expect number 8. Do you trust that Gong Xian that much? Number 8 firmly said, I believe, because he never lied to me. Number 3 smiled and nodded. Eagle said, I don't trust anyone except the violent machine, but I believe in you. After number 8 left, number 3 returned to the Mei family. They lived as if the wind was calm and peaceful. Then, the next day, Mei Wangshi's loud wailing echoed throughout the Mei family. Wow, wow, my necklace is gone. A thief has come to the house. By now, most of the Mei family members were already sitting around the dining table in the dining room. I was about to finish breakfast and then just dry basin, but Mei Shiwang's howl shattered the silence. Mei Shiwang's voice made my eyes hurt, so I turned and started the line. Mei Shiwang, why are you babbling like a whistle so early in the morning without stopping? Can you be a little quieter? Mei Wangwang's eyes immediately widened and she shouted angrily, Mei Xiaojiu, what did you say to me? This time I was still patient, loudly repeating it loudly, like a whistle. Mei Wangxi was furious and was about to argue with me for 800 rounds, but old Madame Xia couldn't stand it. This fool let her get caught up in such a small matter, like a pig. Maija herself stepped in and intervened to stop the argument, raised her voice, pretending to be the one doing things. Wang, what did you just say? The necklace was lost. What's going on? Did a thief come to the house? Mei Wangxi, after being reminded by the old lady, finally remembered the main thing again, and then his mouth was full of face. With red eyes, he looked at Mei Chaoxiong and complained, Dad, my necklace is missing. Mei Chaoxiong heard Mei Wangxiong's crying and seemed quite helpless. You can't find your necklace? What's the point of looking for me? Go back and look for it yourself. If not, let the nannies help you look for it. Mei Wangxi sniffed and said, I used to keep it in the jewelry box, but today, when I opened it, I found the box empty, nothing inside, and I wouldn't just throw it away. That necklace is worth over 80 million, crafted by Master Jiuqin. I treasure it, so someone must be jealous and steal my necklace while I wasn't paying attention. This time, before Mei Chaoxiong could respond, the old lady spoke up first. Oh my God! This house is a forbidden thief. What a huge crime. The thief actually ended up on the Mei family. Chaoxiong, over 80 million is no small amount. We can't just let it go like this. We have to catch the thief. Xia Rongyun also spoke up to support the gun. Wang, did the necklace you just bought get stolen? You kid. I told you not to show off in front of others. If you don't listen, look at it now. The necklace is gone, right? Let's see what you'll do. After saying that, he pitifully started selling vegetables in front of Mei Chaoxiong. Chaoxiong, that necklace was bought for Wang with my own savings. I didn't have much money to begin with, but this kid insisted. I had no choice but to buy it. Now look, the money is gone, and the necklace is gone too. What do you think we should do? Old Lady Xia immediately spoke up. What else can we do? Call the police quickly. We can't let the thief get away. Mei Chaoxiong's face showed no emotion. Watching the Xia family members coordinate with each other, it seemed they sensed something. He glanced at Mei Shiwang, his deep eyes seeming to see through half of her. Wang, are you really lost to your necklace? Mei Wangxiong was staring at Mei Chaoxiong like this and felt a bit anxious, but to get me out he risked everything. So he insisted, it can't possibly be missing. Dad, my necklace was really stolen. There was a thief in this house. Mei Chaoxiong remained silent and gave no reply. At this moment, old Madame Xia had already taken it upon herself and ordered the common people to immediately close the Mei family gate. Today, they had to catch the thief who stole the goods. At this moment, the Mei family was sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for the idiots to search for the stolen necklace. I was still holding a big, busted chicken leg, eating while muttering unhappily, It's just a broken necklace. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? They won't even let people have a proper breakfast. Mei Wang, standing nearby, glared at me angrily when he heard this. What broken necklace? Mei Xiaojiu, if you don't understand the value of a necklace, shut up. That's a famous jewelry designer, a masterpiece by Master Jiuqin with very high artistic value. Okay? After hearing that, I don't even know how to respond. Is it really that artistically valuable? The design for this necklace was casually drawn by me when I was Lababa. I don't know how to respond to Mei Wangxi, so I calmly chopped off a chicken leg again. Mei Wangxi saw me like I was too lazy to talk to him, ruining my appetite, and was so angry he was grinding his teeth. He clenched his fists tightly and cursed inwardly. Damn Mei Xiaojiu, you won't be arrogant for much longer. Today we're telling you to get lost. Soon. A mediocre man hurried downstairs to report, found the necklace. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look, and old Madame Xia put on a delighted expression. Found it, good that you found it. Where did you find it? The mediocre man glanced hesitantly toward number 3, then said, "It's in the room of young Master Xiao Zhou's friend." I heard what the mediocre said, turning to look at that person. "Are you okay? How could the necklace possibly be in the mistress's room?" But in reality, it really was Xia Rongyun who instructed him to secretly hide the necklace in room 3 last night. Now I suddenly pointed it out. It's natural for ordinary people to feel guilty, and I immediately corrected his words again. "You couldn't possibly do it." "How would I know? I don't know you, but I know the mistress would never do anything undressed. If the mistress really likes something, she'll just snatch it openly." "Young Master Xiaozhou, you fool, I've targeted you repeatedly." My whole heart was in chaos. Seeing things were going badly, old Madame Xia immediately started scolding me again. "Bastard! Now I found Wang Wang's necklace in your friend's room. You don't feel guilty or admit your mistake, and you even turned around and bit me back. Mei Xiaozhou, how can you be like this? I'll be right now. Go back immediately. Old bastard, don't pick a fight with me. The mistress didn't steal anything. Someone must be framing her. If you dare to complain again, be careful or I'll bury you right now." Old Lady Xia is angered by me again, nearly having a scheming attack. The old lady looked at Mei Chaoxiong again and shouted angrily, "Chaoxiong, are you just going to watch like this? That female thug stole Wang Wang's necklace. Now the thief is alive and white. You're not trying to cover for me, are you?" Mei Chaoxiong glanced at the old lady indifferently. Xiao Zhou's words actually make sense. There is still a possibility of framing, and the evidence is insufficient. How can they casually slander others? The old lady questioned, "Chaoxiong, what do you mean? Are you still trying to say something? Is it Wang Wang framing that wild kid's friend?" Mei Wang Wang immediately burst into tears again. "It's not me. Woo-woo, Dad, you're too biased. I was stolen now, and you still think I'm framing someone else. Am I even your son? Why are you so biased?" I said disdainfully. "How can you be biased? Isn't this obvious? The mistress wouldn't steal things. Now your necklace is in his room, so you must have had someone put it on purpose. Besides, it's not like you can't do something like that. Mei Shiwang, why are you still shouting 'catch the thief'? Daring to do it but not admit it, looking down on you. Mei Shiwang Wenyan is going completely crazy. I'm not playing by the rules, and things are completely beyond his expectations." After the old lady caught her breath, she stepped in again and mocked, saying, "You sharp-tongued brat, don't think your loud voice makes you right. Just find someone to ask and let them see if your friend is a good person. I dare say that 9 out of 10 people have to say he's a demon who does all kinds of evil. It's totally normal for someone like that to steal things. Don't rush to defend him just because the person is your friend. Don't forget Wang Wang is your real brother." I'm so annoyed I just snorted. Mei Wangxi is nothing like my own brother. I didn't even see him as a brother and let the mistress compete with him. Then I suddenly realized something was wrong and angrily cursed. "You and the old bastard look down on the mistress. Mei Wangxi was less than a mistress's toe. There's simply no comparison." Old Lady Xia kept calling him an old immortal, so infuriating she could barely breathe. But the Mei sisters saw my incredible fighting power and seemed to single-handedly take down 3 opponents. So no one spoke up to persuade him, just watched the amusement on the sidelines. Number 3 was tired of this farce. He stood up and rubbed my head. "After all this nonsense," I pouted and protested. "Xiao-san, I'm helping you deal with them. How can you say I'm just snorting?" Number 3 said coolly, "Shut up. Obediently watch my move." Seeing number 3 stand up, the Xia family members all became alert, since number 3 looks fierce, and it feels like he's even killed someone. If this person gets cornered and tries to fight, they might not be able to handle it. "Old Madame Xia, you didn't ask, so what else is there to say?" Number 3 didn't burn a top-tier item, ignored the old lady, and instead looked directly at the nobody who had found the necklace. "It's the necklace you found, right?" "It's me," I thought quietly and didn't dare look at number 3. Number 3 said, "Since you believe I stole it, then naturally my fingerprints will be on the necklace. Why don't we take it for an appraisal? Check if there are any fingerprints on the necklace." As soon as she said this, the old lady hurriedly spoke up. "Since you know touching it leaves fingerprints, you definitely wouldn't steal it with your bare hands. Maybe you stole it with gloves, right?" Number 3 laughed, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He said coldly to the old lady, "That would be easier. Since you're wearing gloves, there must be gloves with my fingerprints. The gloves are a big target. Why don't you go look for them? Can you find the gloves with my fingerprints on them?" Number 3's rhetorical question was tightly logical and pressing, making the old lady feel relieved. Biting her lip, she said somewhat dissatisfied, "It's like a glove used to commit a crime. You must have already lost it. Where are we supposed to find it?" Number 3 looked hopeless and asked, "I haven't left home these past few days. Where could I throw it in? At most, I'll just throw it in the trash. Then let's rummage through the bin and find the gloves, Xia Longyun retorted. If you stole something last night and then threw your gloves into the trash, and it was so early in the morning, all the trash would have already been taken away. Where would you find it for you? Number 3 said. Then go to the garbage dump. This morning's trash definitely hasn't been dealt with yet. No hope. Thinking about the scene, I feel sick. Aren't you disgusted? Let's go to the junkyard to find a pair of gloves. Who would have thought? Number 3 said there was no hope and was late, and they didn't let you find it. Why are you in such a hurry? With so many people, can't you go and look? No hope. Whispering quietly, why should others do such dirty work? Number 3 said, aren't you the one who cares a lot about that necklace? An ordinary person can never earn a name for a lifetime. Now that the necklace is stolen and the thief is still unclear, why are you backing out? Such a valuable item related to a related item. Isn't it worth the effort to find it? No hope, no idea. I don't even know how to fight back. I looked at number 3 with admiration, and only then did I realize that number 3 is not only good at fighting, but also so fierce when he argues. Because he used to just hit directly, I never realized he was actually quite talkative. The farce should be over. Mei Chaoxiong glanced at the neighboring family but said, do you still want to make a fuss? If you suspect the other side stole it, then find evidence that the child stole things. There's no hope of protesting. Still trying to play the victim and say, Dad's thing. But Mei Chaoxiong's cold gaze swept over him. Mei Wangxi was so frightened that his words instantly choked off. Just as everyone thought the farce was over, unexpectedly, an ordinary man hurried in from outside and reported, Master, the police have arrived. Mei Chaoxiong frowned and looked at the grandparents and grandchildren next door. Who was holding tight? Xia Rongyun didn't dare make a sound. The old lady was holding it up. She met Mei Chaoxiong's gaze. I'm holding tight. A thief came to the house. What's wrong with holding tight? At that moment, Mei Danyao, just watching the drama, laughed heartily. Good, the police are here. Perfect. Catch the real thief and lock them all up. By the way, big sister, how many years will you be sentenced to for framing someone? As soon as he spoke, the 3 people from the next family all shivered in unison. Soon, the police came in. When the leader walked through the Mei family's front door, both number 3 and I were stunned. Because the people weren't from the police. It's the Divine Submarine Unit. In my memory, this unit didn't leave us any good responses. We violent machines are managed by the Special Operations Bureau, but if we commit any violations during the operation, and if a major accident occurs, dedicated personnel will punish us. The organization that punishes us is called the Shenqian Unit because during the creation process, we have already endured all kinds of tests that ordinary people cannot tolerate. Punishing us is not effective by conventional means. The Divine Submarine Unit specifically targets violent machines, punishing us. I was punished myself. That experience really left a deep impression on me. They didn't punish my body because it's useless. Nerve endings like mine are completely necrotic. I don't fear pain, so they don't hit people. Instead, they lock people in a dark room. Other people's dark rooms are just opaque little rooms, but ours is different. It's an extremely narrow and enclosed space. Inside, your senses are completely shut off. You can't hear sounds or receive any feedback from the outside world. Human nerves are extremely sensitive and respond physiologically to various external stimuli. And after completely erasing all this feedback, what awaits us is mental insanity or even breakdown, turning us into disqualified waste. Finally, only after admitting my mistake am I finally released from the dark room. After I came out, I acted recklessly in my heart. And in my eyes, the Shenqian Unit has become synonymous with the devil. At this moment, my mind was full of questions. Instinctively, I glanced at number 3 and saw that he looked very serious, just like me. Clearly, the Divine Submarine Unit didn't leave a good impression on him either. We all really hated this organization. The woman leading them was the former captain of the Divine Submarine Unit, codename. At this moment, she was dressed in a Mingjing uniform. With a half-smile, he watched the 2 of us, who were extremely wary of him, provoked by violence, then slowly made a move. We received a report saying someone had stolen your valuables. Is that how it is? Old Lady Xia saw the police come to the door. She gained some confidence again. Before carrying out this plan, she had already secretly made arrangements, so the police would side with them. As long as the police took Fu Shaosen away, she would definitely lose her temper. Only then would the real show begin. Old Mrs. Xia showed a slight expression and immediately took on the role of a victim, telling Xiao Ku, Officer, our necklace worth over 80 million was stolen. During the search just now, we found the necklace in this young girl's room. Then old Madame Xia pointed at number 3. I immediately got agitated and shouted angrily, You old hag, what nonsense. The mistress didn't steal anything. You were the ones framing her. After saying that, I looked at Xiao Ku nervously and warily. Hurry up and explain. The mistress wouldn't steal anything. These bad people were deliberately framing her. Old Madame Xia sneered. You say it's framing, then it's framing. Do you have any evidence? We found a necklace in her room. We're not the ones who smuggled you. One word of framing can completely shift the blame. Huh? Bastard. If you haven't learned anything good and haven't learned law, go find a lawyer and ask it. I was just about to go back and hear Xiao Manyo's rich and old lady say, Indeed, whoever claims must provide evidence. The other party said you stole and found stolen goods in your house. You say it's a false accusation, so naturally you need to provide corresponding evidence. After all, words don't prove anything. Number 3's face darkened as he said to Xiao, so we're about to go find the evidence. Xiao rejected number 3's proposal. Since we've reported it to the police and filed a case, we'll take over the evidence task. As for this lady, are you going to come with us? I'm standing in front of number 3, confronting Xiao. Why should I? Xiao-san wouldn't go with you. Seeing me so arrogant, Xiao's eyes instantly turned cold as he warned, Sir, can you please not interfere with our business? Otherwise, we'll have to use the excuse of obstructing official duties and take you away too. My anger was instantly ignited. You think I'm afraid of you? Old Lady Xia immediately seized the chance to give me a good beating. Mei Xiaojiu, you bastard. The police told you not to interfere with official duties. You want to go to the police station with me, then let everyone know that someone from our Mei family is in prison? You disgrace yourself. But before he could finish, I roared in fury. Shut up. The old lady looks like she's ready to kill me. A wave of alarm struck me, although I used to speak awkwardly and retorted her. This time the old lady clearly felt a change in my aura. Fierce, violent, and hostile energy began to linger around me. At that moment, Mei Chaoxiong stepped forward and directly said to Xiao, Officer, this is actually a misunderstanding. We won't report it anymore. Your case can be cancelled. Hearing Mei Chaoxiong's words, Mei Chixiong was dissatisfied because he saw the police coming. The anger I'd been holding in finally eased a bit, especially seeing me so angry and nervous, which made me extremely happy. But then Dad started acting up again, insisting he would kick me out no matter what, so I immediately protested. Dad, the police have already filed a case. If you're a suspect, it's not just about canceling it. If you're suspicious, you should be taken away and locked up. And when he said that, Mei Dantang immediately replied coldly. Really? That's right. Now we can file a police report. They say you're framing someone. After all, the necklace doesn't even have a deputy position. It's entirely possible you used the search as an opportunity to put the necklace in someone's room. As suspects, shouldn't you be locked up too? Mei Chishi heard Mei Dantang say this. Her eyes instantly reddened as she said aggrievedly, Big sister, what are you doing? I'm still your brother, the eldest young master of the Mei family. Do you want me to go to jail? At this moment, the fourth brother, Mei Danyao, spoke up and told Mei Shiwang, You gossip and stir up trouble. You should have staked orange. Officer, I'm going to file a report now. Mei Wang is framing Fu Xiaosan. Please take him away too. Mei Wang was so anxious she nearly stomped her feet, panicking and said, Fourth sister, I'm not. I didn't do it. Don't grab me, Grandma, Mom. Then he called out to old Madame Xia and Xia Rongyun for help. Old Madame Xia also kept a stern face and said to Mei Danyao, Danyao, you've gone too far. How can you treat your brother like this? Does this even look like family? This is outrageous. The third son, Mei Danxue, said coldly to the old lady, Yes, we're all family. Yet they did such disgusting things to target me and my friend. Some people are really ridiculous. The Mei family is in a mess. Xiao found this farce boring. He cleared his throat and said to the Mei family members, Everyone, the report we received this time was about someone stealing something. Your report will be handled by someone else. After speaking, he looked at number 3. Fu Xiaosan, come with us. I stubbornly blocked number 3, confronting Xiaosan. Xiaosan did nothing wrong. He wouldn't go with you. Zhao's gaze darkened, carrying a sense of intimidation. Mr. Mei, if you keep obstructing us, we can only take you with us. I shouted angrily. If that's the case, then take me with you. Xiao was even more eager than usual. He ordered the person behind him, Take me away. The always silent number 3 stared at me, looking serious. Then he suddenly laughed and gently pushed me back. Don't mess around. I'm going alone this time. I instantly panicked and held number 3's hand tightly. Xiao-san, no, let's go together. Number 3 looked at me emotionally. William's gaze shifted to him. He suddenly recalled what Bai Ningbing had told him before. Don't be swayed by outsiders. Don't believe anyone else's words. Although Bai Ningbing didn't say anything outright, Number 3 vaguely understood that this was above the upper echelons of the Special Operations Department. There was a group of people hoping all violent machines would die. The appearance of the Divine Submarine Unit confirmed his suspicion. What theft was just a cover. They just needed to find an excuse to take him away. Number 3 could certainly resist, but if he resists, I'll definitely join him in the rebellion. At that point, we'll have no way out. Number 3 would never do anything to put me in danger. It must be that the old lady has some connection with the other party. Mei Chaoxiong said in a deep voice, "Mom, please drop the case." Old Mrs. Xia glanced at Mei Chaoxiong and tried to play dumb. "Chaoxiong, right now, the police have ordered them to take people back for investigation. I'm just an ordinary civilian." Mei Chaoxiong shouted angrily again. Case dropped. The old lady felt an especially strong intimidation from the man. She was shaken, feeling that if she didn't listen to him, she would definitely face no good consequences in the future. Although she wanted to kick me out of the Mei family, but she couldn't completely offend Mei Chaoxiong because of this. The old lady could only tell Xiao, "That police officer, this incident is probably a misunderstanding. Maybe we should withdraw." But the old lady didn't finish her sentence. Xiao interrupted him. "Old lady, are the police people you can just call around? If you want us to come, we'll come. If you want us to leave, we'll go. You have so much power." Yes, the old lady's back is a bit fierce. "I'm not calling the police now. What reason do you have to arrest someone?" Xiao replied, "A theft case worth tens of millions. We'll take it very seriously. We must take the suspect away this time, or where will the credibility stand?" The old lady was stunned. She had already arranged everything. Why aren't these people listening to her now? For some reason, the old lady felt things were starting to get out of her control. Captain Xiao made up his mind and said, "Number 3, let's go." Number 3 cooperated and moved forward. I was feeling shattered inside. I grabbed Number 3 tightly and dragged her back, emotionally saying, "Don't go, don't go, don't go. Xiao-san, you're not allowed to go." But the next second, Number 3 hooked his arm around my neck. His lips pressed close to my ear and whispered a few times, "Silly, if you go with me, who will come to rescue me? Go find Bai Ningbing and let him handle it." "Got it." After saying that, Number 3 shoved me hard toward the Mei family and gave me a determined look. Then I decisively turned and left with someone who was suspicious. Xiao-san watched Number 3's departing figure. Couldn't hold back anymore. Tears broke down my face, streaming down my face. It was the first time the Mei family had seen me cry uncontrollably. In their eyes, I was used to being carefree, but who knew I would cry so hard this time? The Mei family women were at a loss, not knowing how to comfort me. The old lady's plan failed this time, and she was also upset. Seeing me crying, he snorted coldly, "What's there to cry about? If you're inexperienced, then let your dad hit you and you'll pull him out." But before I could finish speaking, my figure suddenly flashed and I appeared right in front of the old lady. The old lady was shocked. Before she could react, I grabbed her by the neck. I lifted her up, and my voice was full of anger. "Old man, you were the one who brought them here." Others saw me and directly grabbed the old lady's neck. Mei Dantang was startled and shouted loudly, "Xiao Jiu, put her down." Xia Rongyun was also terrified and angrily said, "Mei Xiao Jiu, are you crazy? How can you grab your grandmother's neck? Quickly let go." Mei Chaoxiong was also shocked by my actions. He said calmly, "We'll find a way to rescue your friend. Don't act rashly now, let him go." I was so emotional I was almost losing control. My gaze swept over the Mei family, and the usually innocent and straightforward expression had long since disappeared. Instead, it was violence and bloodthirsty. At this moment, old lady Xia, who I had choked her throat, also looked furious. "Are you crazy? For an outsider, are you going to lay hands on your own family?" I smiled, my eyes full of hostility. Without any emotion, he told everyone in the Mei family, "If anything happens to Number 3, all of you will die." Hearing my rebellious words, Xia Rongyun was deeply shocked, even though he knew from the start that I couldn't be judged by ordinary people's eyes. But when I said that if that Fu Xiaosan got into trouble, his whole family would be killed. Is that something you can say so casually? For a woman, an outsider, I'm actually going to kill my own family. That's insane, practically a madman, a lunatic. Xia Rongyun didn't believe me. If I said such a rebellious thing, the Mei family women could still defend him. He quickly glanced at Mei Chaoxiong and Mei Dantang, and sure enough, after hearing me say that if Number 3 was in trouble, the whole family would die. Mei Chaoxiong. The expressions of the women were unpredictable, and their gazes toward me grew increasingly complicated. At that moment, old Madame Xia was already rolling her eyes from my pinching. Just moments ago, she could still shout and curse at me a few times, but all he could do was make sounds, his face turning a pig liver-colored color. Seeing that the old lady was really about to be strangled to death, Mei Chaoxiong finally snapped back to his senses. He hurried forward to stop me. Mei Xiaojiu, are you crazy? Let go of your grandmother. But I was even faster, slamming the old lady hard to the ground. She was already a cat bone, and when I slammed her hard, her whole body was about to fall apart. She cried out in pain. However, before the old lady could catch her breath, I stomped one of her hands resting on the ground. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The next second, old lady Xia's agonized scream echoed throughout the entire hall. This scene left everyone present stunned. In everyone's minds, I've always been a carefree and somewhat scatterbrained kid. Although I dare to complain and always say beat you up, most of the time it's all talk and no action. It wasn't really ruthless, but this time everyone saw that they had touched my sore spot. I seemed like a broken person, showing a cold and ruthless attitude that shocked everyone. Xia Rongyun shouted and hurried over to help the old lady up. The old lady was already writhing on the ground in pain, crying out as if she might die at any moment. Mei Wangxi stood to the side, her face turning pale with fright. She hadn't expected that for an outsider she could beat her own grandmother like this. But, at that moment, Mei Shiwang realized this was the perfect chance for me to get out of the Mei family. So, without knowing where the courage came from, Mei Shiwang suddenly shouted at me, "Mei little feet, are you crazy for a wild woman? How dare you hurt grandma? Who is your real family? You even dare to kill me for a wild woman. Just wait. That rich mistress you've been longing for is about to spend her life in prison. You two will never meet again." The Mei family woman, Wan Yin, turned around in shock to look at Mei Shiwang, wondering if Mei Shiwang had gone mad. At a time like this, he still dared to jump around in this kid's minefield. Was he looking for trouble? Sure enough, after hearing the words "never see each other again," my attention shifted back to Mei Shiwang, her pupils constantly shifting between contracting and magnifying, her overwhelming killing intent almost overflowing. The look in Mei Shiwang's eyes was like looking at a lifeless object, clearly knowing what I was trying to do. Mei Chaoxiong's face changed drastically. He hurried over to stop Mei Xiaojiao's assistant. However, my actions were too fast. Mei Chaoxiong wanted to stop me but missed the target. By the time he reacted, Mei Shiwang had already let out a scream. Everyone looked over at the sound and saw Mei Shiwang grabbed one shoulder by me, slamming him hard to the ground. His shoulder bone was crushed by 5 fingers, his body violently impacted, and Mei Shiwang spat out a mouthful of blood. Mei Shiwang, who had just been shouting, suddenly lost half her life, but it still didn't satisfy me. I clenched my fist and raised it high. The direction I aimed for was Mei Shiwang's head, which had been silent. Mei Dantang, who was about to let me teach the mother and daughter from the next family a lesson, realized I really wanted to kill Mei Shiwang. She couldn't sit still anymore. She hurriedly called out, "Xiaojiu, stop! Are you really going to kill someone?" Hearing this, the fist I was about to drop hung in midair, and I couldn't help but recall Bai Ningbing's words. You can hit someone, even if it means lifelong cripple, but absolutely must not kill. You must not kill. In my mind, Bu Sha and his 2 consciousnesses were desperately entangled and fighting. My fist suspended in midair shook violently, sometimes raising, sometimes falling. The killing intent and reason in my heart kept tugging at each other. But finally, the killing intent suddenly surged in an instant. Her fist still slammed down hard, producing a loud bang from the Eastern Emperor. Mei Dantang was shocked. Xiaojiu didn't care about Mei Shiwang's safety, but she vaguely realized that killing was a taboo for me. Otherwise, I have the power to easily take lives. I couldn't always hold back before. There must have been rules restraining me. I can't kill. Just as Mei Dantang's heart was about to stop, she realized. My fist didn't land on Mei Shiwang's head, but landed right next to her head. The hard marble floor was struck by me, and I had struck a blood artery through it. My voice was cold, without any emotional fluctuation, as I read each word aloud. "May hopes, no matter how you mess with me, I can let you off. But if you dare say a bad word about number 3 or the others, even if I die, I'll make sure you die first. Remember my words." After speaking, I slowly stood up. Looking down at Mei Shiwang from above, she was still coughing up blood. Her whole body was draining from her body, tears mixed with blood. But the way she looked at me was filled with anger and hatred, as if she wished she could skin me alive and tear me apart. But I didn't care at all, silently watching her. I had killed too many people. Before dying, those people cursed in anger. I had experienced all the curses of freezing death. I had long since lost my feelings. In my eyes, these people were all ants. After I stepped back, Xia Rongyun ran toward my son, crying out in agony. He cried his heart out, unbearably unbearable. Woof woof. When he saw my son's bloodied face, he glared at me in fury, about to curse. I was the first to coldly ask, "Do you want to be like them?" Xia Rongyun shuddered all over. He looked at his two closest relatives, and when he saw their dying state, he swallowed the angry curses that were about to reach his lips. The tears streamed down even harder. Xia Rongyun was in tears, looking at me like a victim, painfully questioning, "Mei Xiaojiao, how can you be so cruel? They are your closest family, grandma, brother. How can you be so ruthless?" I tilted my head. Some mischievous movements were paired with extremely cruel and cold words. Very slow. I have even crueler tricks than this. Do you want to try them? Actually, I've disliked you for a long time. Saying that, I stepped toward Xia Rongyun. When Xia Rongyun saw me charging toward him, he was instantly terrified and pale, unable even to keep up with his son. Fear made him panic and retreat, crying out for help. "Help! Chao Xiong, save me, save me." Seeing this, Mei Chao Xiong took a deep breath and decided to speak to the shouting Xia Rongyun first. "Shut up. Do you want to provoke this kid any further?" Xia Rongyun in classical Chinese. His eyes widened in shock. Mei Chao Xiong's hostility. "Because you weren't involved in this, I won't touch you. But if you dare say one more word, I'll be sure you're on their side." Mei Chao Xiong's eyes trembled, but the harsh words he gave me didn't move at all. On the contrary, an indescribable feeling was growing in his heart. I felt very guilty because I hadn't restrained the Xia mother and son well, which had pushed me to this point. Seeing that Mei Chao Xiong had indeed stopped speaking, I withdrew the killing intent I had released against him and swept my gaze over the Mei family. How these people think of me, I don't care, not at all. Right now, I just want to rescue number 3 as soon as possible, so I stopped wasting words with the Mei family and turned to run outside. Mei Danyao saw me run away. He couldn't keep his composure and wanted to ask further, but his eldest sister, Mei Dantang, stopped him, shook her head, and said in a low voice, "The person who took Xiaofu away is a bit suspicious. He doesn't seem like an ordinary police officer. We might not be able to get involved in this matter." She could only let Xiao Zhou handle it herself. Mei Danyao wasn't foolish and naturally noticed something was wrong. She frowned and asked, "Mei Xiaojiu and Fu Xiaosan seem very wary of that group. Letting that kid go alone, is it really okay?" In Wenyan, Mei Dantang's gaze darkened. Although she didn't speak, Mei Feng's anxious expression still revealed her worry. A few seconds later, she looked up at her third sister, Mei Danxue, and the third brother beside her, who had gone to contact Chiba after leaving the Mei family. I immediately contacted Bai Ningbing, hoping this woman would find a way to get number 3 out. Soon, the call connected. On the other end, the woman's voice sounded a bit surprised, and she said, "Xiao Jiu, what's wrong?" Usually, Bai Ningbing is the one who contacts me and notifies me. Whenever something happened, she always came to me first, and every time I reached out to her, I couldn't control my feelings. He tilted his head back and cried out loud. Bai Ningbing, number 3 was taken away by the Shenzhen unit. "I'm so worried about him. Please save number 3, please." The Shenzhen troops took number 3 directly to the nearest stronghold instead of returning to headquarters. They seemed to realize that once Bai Ningbing made a move, they wouldn't hold out much longer before releasing him. At this moment, number 3 was handcuffed. Sitting in a chair, sitting opposite him was Xiao, the captain of the Shenzhen unit. Seeing number 3's arrogant expression, William gave him a half-smile and said, "You seem pretty relaxed. The higher-ups want you to return to your families." Feeling the emotions, "You escaped from home and even broke into someone else's house to steal. Do you know what punishment you're about to face?" Number 3 lazily crossed his legs, tilted his head, and raised the corners of his mouth, provoking him to the extreme. "First, I didn't steal. Besides, aren't you all trying to kill me? Electric shock, poison gas, honey, or your specialty? 5 senses destruction, just random moves." Seeing number 3 so arrogant, Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "Number 3, as expected of you. Ordinary physical damage doesn't work on you at all. What about Zhu Xian? Number 3, do you care about number 7 now? Want me to tell you how number 7 is doing?" As soon as he said this, number 3's careless, reckless attitude vanished instantly. His pupils instantly contracted, and he suddenly mocked the show, his face turning ashen as he questioned, "What's wrong with number 7? Seeing number 3 finally change his expression, Zhao's lips curled into a smug, cold smile as he mocked number 3. "Didn't you just say there was some kind of punishment for rushing in casually? Since that's the case, Let's go through the necessary steps first. If player 3 encounters player 7, it's hard to stay rational. Just a loud crack. The handcuffs binding number 3's hands snapped and fell to the ground. He suddenly stood up from his chair. The other Shenshen unit members inside the room were startled and hurriedly took defensive stances, but number 3 ignored the others. Instead, he instantly appeared in front of Xiao, grabbing Xiao by the collar, murderous intent surging around him, his eyes full of cunning. Don't waste time. How is number 7 doing? Xiao was silenced by number 3, yet seemed unaware of how dangerous he was at this moment. He smiled at number 3 and said, "Number 3, are you sure you want to make a move on me? If you do it now, number 7 might never come back." Number 3 can't stand being threatened the most. His eyes were bloodshot as he watched as the flesh on his body was being scraped off piece by piece. "I wonder if you can hide your mouth like that." Xiao still looked indifferent. In fact, seeing number 3 furious, he actually got even happier. C laughed and said, "Go ahead. Start dealing with you brutal machines. I've already put life and death aside. If you feel that in your heart, my life is synonymous with number 7, as long as it makes me die in pain. Whether number 7 dies or not doesn't matter. Then I'm honored to be a special presence in the heart of a violent machine." Sure enough, after hearing this, number 3 showed an expression of extreme disgust, as if touching something dirty, immediately loosening Xiao's collar. Xiao saw the all-powerful, violent machine but ultimately surrendered before him. His smile twisted even more smugly. "Looks like you're willing to accept the punishment for stealing, right?" Number 3's eyes flashed when he heard this, realizing something. Then he giggled at Xiao. "What nonsense? I've never stolen anything. Isn't this the baseless accusation you put on me? I'm accepting punishment now because you have a handle on me, right?" Hearing number 3's answer, Xiao's smile suddenly faded, and his joyful mood darkened. This damn violent machine, even though he's already so angry he's almost losing his mind, he's still guarding against the language trap he set. They arrested number 3 because he stole someone else's valuables. If he confesses to this charge now, so Bai Ningbing's faction couldn't easily pull number 3 out. But if number 3 refused to confess, as long as Bai Ningbing and his group got evidence that number 3 hadn't stolen, they'd have no choice but to let him go. Number 3 clearly understood this too. Seeing Zhao's unwavering expression, he sneered again. "Looks like my refusal to confess is a headache for you guys. If you want to settle your personal score, you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, when Bai Ningbing comes to rescue him, you won't be able to detain me anymore." Xiao, whose thoughts were seen through by number 3, instantly darkened his expression. He immediately ordered the person beside him to take this guy to the gas chamber. Ming's subordinate was stunned by the call and waited a second or two before finally forcing himself to nod. Then his face turned blue. A violent machine without any restraints is something no one isn't afraid of. If number 3 wants to kill them now, it's as easy as stepping on an ant. He doesn't hide but even approaches the starting point. What if number 3 kills him? Xiao Jian's subordinate hesitated for a long time, frowning in confusion. What was he standing there for? His body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but look at number 3 with some fear and hesitation. Number 3 just sneered, looking at these people as if they were trash. He turned around proactively and said, "You don't need to do anything. I'll go myself. But finish the necessary procedures. Don't forget to tell me about number 7. Xiao watched number 3's departing figure. The smug smile from before faded into this group of violent machines. What he hated most was the arrogant and overbearing number 3, because other violent machines would show expressions of pain and exhaustion after being punished. Only number 3, even if tortured to the point of barely breathing, looked into their eyes. Yet it was still no different from watching trash arrogant to the extreme. So Xiao really wanted to see player 3 break down and go crazy, crying and crawling at his feet. And now, number 7 was his biggest trump card. Meanwhile, when Bai Ningbing learned that number 3 had been taken away by the Shenshen unit, he immediately sent people to confront them, and at the same time he set out to find me. Number 8 was also the first to do so. I learned about number 3 from the Mei sisters and rushed over immediately. When Bai Ningbing saw me, he immediately called out, "Xiaojiu." I suddenly looked up, ran over when I saw him and cried out, "Number 3 has been taken away by the Shenshen unit." Bai Ningbing pulled me into his arms, gently patted my back, and comforted me. I know I've already sent someone to negotiate. At this moment, number 8 also changed into a girl's outfit, took off his wig, and washed off his makeup. Wearing a white shirt and jeans, he walked up to Bai Ningbing, still wearing a poker face. If he made a mistake, we can't let it go so easily. There's also a conservative camp that supports Bai Ningbing. They believe that the violent machine, a historical legacy, is inherently violent and has multiple factors, so its handling should be considered on multiple levels. You can't treat them like ordinary people. The Xinqian unit is backed by radicals, who just want to find an opportunity to completely eliminate the violent machine and eliminate future troubles. Now that they've taken number 3 away, everyone knows theft isn't the real reason. Instead, they had wanted to eliminate all the violent machines from the start. Bai Ningbing thought for a moment and realized that just pulling people out directly was unrealistic. They could only use magic to defeat magic. The Xinqian team took number 3 under the pretense of stealing valuables. So as long as we show evidence that number 3 didn't steal, we can bring number 3 out. After Li Qing thought for a moment, Bai Ningbing looked down at me. Xiao Zhou, what's the Mei family's attitude now? We need to get evidence that number 3 didn't steal before we can bring number 3 back. I heard Bai Ningbing's words, wiped away his tears and said, it's the old bastard from the Xia family, and Mei Chong, who reported to the police that number 3 stole something, which is why the Xinqian troops were drawn in. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed. Then your father and your sister's attitudes, who do you support? I recalled the previous scene at the Mei family. The old confused didn't help Mei Chiu and Wang, but when Mei Chi's sisters said number 3 was stealing, they also backed them up a bit. Bai Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief. That would make things easier. Xiao Zhou, listen to me. Xia Rongyun and his mother have always followed your father and sister's leads. As long as your father and sisters are on your side, they just need to put pressure on Xia Rongyun and his mother. If they retract their confessions, they can justifiably bring number 3 back. So now are we going back to the Mei family? We want them to force Xia Rongyun and her son to admit they were framing us. I nodded without hesitation and agreed. Even though I was leaving the Mei family, I beat Mei Shiwang and the old bastard half to death, and almost turned against the Mei family woman, but I didn't care at all. If they didn't agree, I'd beat them all up again. I didn't believe they wouldn't listen. But the next second, Bai Ningbing said, this time, you can't use violence. Okay? As soon as he said that, I was stunned. Why not? Bai Ningbing said gravely, because the essence of this incident is a struggle between 2 factions. The other side will seize every excuse to attack you. If you use violence, they'll think you're forcing those people into confessions. This time, we're going to solve the problem with reasonable and legal means. Understand? I don't know how to respond. After all, before I came out, I had already beaten them half to death. Seeing me fall silent, Bai Ningbing thought I wasn't happy and said seriously, Xiao Zhou, it doesn't matter how you hit those people before. I can help you fix it. But this time it's about number 3. We need to be cautious. Seeing Bai Ningbing so serious this time, I could only grit my teeth and nod, happily agreeing, I'll do my best. At this moment, number 8 asked, Director Bai, aren't you coming with us to the Mei family? Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, then he shook his head. This time, the Divine Submarine Unit mobilized because they had backing them. So I really have to face the higher-ups behind the Divine Submarine Force, to ensure that as long as I hand over the evidence, I can bring number 3 back. My time is very tight right now. There was a lot to prepare. After making the plan, we split into 2 groups. Number 8 and I returned to the Mei family together. On the way back, number 8 noticed I looked uneasy, and he was a bit puzzled. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong? Do you have any concerns? I didn't hide anything from number 8. I told number 8 everything that happened at the Mei family, then looked worried and said, Number 8, I never thought I'd go back to that lousy Mei family. Now we've fallen out. I'm really worried that the Mei family will deliberately make things difficult for me. Even if they make things difficult, I don't mind. If they don't help me re-examine the 3rd candidate, it'll be a disaster. Besides, I even beat Mei Shiwang and the others half to death. At this moment, number 8 is speechless. Isn't this turning the situation into the worst-case scenario? Although he really wanted to say he did it well, and that he did it too, he still comforted him, saying, It's okay. I'll go with you. Mei Laosan still wants to flirt with me, maybe he'll help us. When the time comes, he'll be the negotiator, and we'll still have a chance. When I heard this, I asked worriedly, what if Mei Laosan takes the opportunity to make excessive demands on you? Number 8 Wan Yen thought for a moment. Then, with a heroic attitude, said calmly, For number 3, I'll give it my all. I'm strong, faces full of emotion. Number 8 True sisters standing up for the 2 sisters. It's only right. When the 2 of us violent machines returned to the Mei family, the Mei family's idle people hurriedly reported the matter to the Mei family women waiting in the hall. Mei Dantang washed his face and immediately stood up from the sofa. The rest of the Mei family also stood up and looked toward the door, then saw me and number 8 walking past from outside. Mei Dantang saw me return and hurried over with a delighted face. Before I entered the house, I was still anxious and afraid the Mei family would cause trouble, but it turned out to be quite different from what I imagined. Number 8 saw the reaction of the Mei family woman and breathed a sigh of relief. This round was secure. Number 3 was saved. At that moment, Mei Danxue also called out loudly to number 8. Xiao Ba. Number 8 Xuanxing looked at Mei Lao San and saw the other person's eyes widened. looking at her as if he'd seen a ghost. Unbelievable. How did you dress like that? And you cut your hair, number 8. Playing with the kids. Forgetting that I'm now cross-dressing. Hearing Mei Danshua's utterly astonished voice, the other members of the Mei family instinctively shifted their gaze from me to number 8. When they noticed number 8's outfit at that moment, it was inevitable that there was a moment of surprise. Isn't Shiba supposed to be a boy? But his current outfit clearly looks like a woman. What's going on? Number 8, with a greedy face, met the gaze of the uncertain Mei family members and calmly explained to Mei Danshua. Long hair is troublesome, so I cut it short. So why are you dressing like this? Is there a rule that guys can't wear like this? Are you really a guy? Don't I look like you? After saying that, without waiting for Mei Danshua to say anything else, number 8 just don't show her face. The sound was beeping beep. Really too much. Her features were a bit delicate, yet she was mistaken for a girl. Seeing number 8 looking secretly distressed, Mei Danshua instantly felt like a love-struck god, her IQ plummeting to negative levels. Giving up thinking, I quickly apologized. Xiao Ba. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I saw you dressed like a girl just now, so for a moment I thought it was your sister or something. I really didn't mean to see you as a girl. Please forgive my prejudice and prejudice. Hearing Mei Danshua say this, number 8 still looked sorrowful. She lowered her gaze and said calmly, You don't need to apologize. Growing up, many people have called me effeminate. I know I look like a woman. It's not your fault. Upon hearing this, Mei Danshua was so anxious she almost knelt down in front of number 8 and sincerely apologized again. Sorry, Xiaoba, I was too shallow. Of course you're a boy and a cool guy at that. If anyone dares to call you a woman again, Mei Danshua won't let her off first. Number 8 glanced at Mei Danshua. Really? Mei Danshua blindly thought it through. It's true. You really don't think I look like a girl. You don't look like me at all. Who dares say you look like her? I'll beat her up. All right. Number 8 nodded and showed great mercy to Mei Danshua, saying, Then I'll forgive you this time. Mei Danshua was deeply grateful, breathed a sigh of relief, and gave number 8 a silly smile, saying, Thank you, Xiao Ba. You really are the gentlest and most generous boy I've ever met. And I was stunned by number 8's move. He looked refreshed. After the farce ended, Meidan bravely hurried over to me and asked with concern, Xiao Zhou, how is Xiaofu doing now? Is there anything we can help with? I composed myself. My lips and eyes circled over the Mei family woman again. At that time, number 3 was taken away by the Shenzhen squad. I was truly enraged. In that moment, I even wanted to kill everyone in the Mei family and leak it. Although I still remembered Bai Ningding's words and didn't kill them, before leaving, he also said something tough, which is why I was so worried when I came back. But now, seeing the reactions of the eldest sister and the others, I was quite puzzled. They really didn't seem to hold a grudge against me. Their eyes seemed to care a lot. How strange. It's nothing like I imagined, Xiaojiu. Because I haven't responded yet, Mei Dan really feels like things are going badly, so she called out again. I snapped back to reality. I don't have time to think about the Mei family now. Why don't they hold a grudge against me? Mei Dantang nodded and got straight to the point. Yes, you're right. I really need your help. I didn't tell the Mei family about Xinxian's troops. I just said that to rescue number 3. I have to retract his confession to prove he didn't steal anything. That way, the other side has no reason to detain him anymore. Mei Danyao snorted after hearing my words. This was a farce from the start. Clearly, there's no hope they'll frame him again. We already said we wouldn't prosecute, so why won't the other side let it go? Now we just need to withdraw the lawsuit, right? I glanced around the hall and said, Don't you expect them to come out? Hurry up and call them out. They still have to admit it's their own fault. Mei Dantang saw me looking around. He helplessly reminded him, Xiao Zhou, did you forget that before you left? You beat both the old lady and Mei Shiwang? Both were seriously injured and have already been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. I heard both of them are in poor condition right now. I'm just one stab away. Could they still not be awake? Just then, a mediocre man hurried over and reported, Master, the hospital just got another call, saying the old madam and young Master Wang Wang have been transferred from the mouth to a regular ward, and there are signs of waking up. I heard the fourth brother, Mei Danyao, chuckle foolishly, then turn back and say to me, Look, you came back at just the right time. If we go now, they'll probably be fully awake. By then, your friend will be back soon. Now you can rest easy, right? I won't say anything anymore this time. Just thinking about door 3 coming back put my heart at ease. When everyone arrived at the hospital and went to the VLP private ward, I knocked on the door. The door immediately opened. It was Xia Rongyun who had opened it. When he saw Mei Chaoxiong, the woman, arrive, overjoyed, I was about to greet him, but then out of the corner of his eye, he realized I was there too. So Xia Rongyun's face instantly turned terrified again, and he shrieked, Mei Xiaojiu, what are you doing here? Right now, Xia Rongyun is terrified of me to death, and hates me to death. The moment he saw me, his nerves were stretched to the limit. I didn't treat Xia Rongyun kindly. If it weren't for this group, number 3 wouldn't have been taken away by the Shenzhen unit. I hadn't killed them now, so I was already holding back. I stepped forward and got straight to Xia Rongyun, saying, Cut the nonsense. Quickly admit to framing the mistress. Xia Rongyun was so frightened he took a step back. What did you say? Are you still going to play dumb? Honestly, it's good for everyone. Xia Rongyun's Wenyan was heartbroken, tears slipping down his face. He seemed half-hurt, choking up and questioning Mei Chaoxiong. We've been married for over 10 years. Why are you so heartless to me and my son? Wang Wang just woke up. Why didn't you first ask Wang Wang how he was? He's your son too. How can you be so biased? After Xia Rongyun questioned him, Mei Chaoxiong's eyes trembled slightly. Mei Wang Wang really was his son, and he'd spoiled him for over a decade. But this time, I beat him until he coughed up blood. When rushed to the hospital, Mei Chaoxiong found that he wasn't worried about me at all. Instead, all his attention was on me. I have to admit, as Mei Shiwang's father, he was indeed negligent. At that moment, Mei Wangxi, her whole body pale and deathly pale, suddenly refused to stand like a vengeful ghost. Her eyes were fixed on me, gasping for breath. It was as if he was about to give up at any second, shouting hysterically at me. Dream on, it was Fu Shaosan who stole my necklace. Mei Xiaojiu, if you have the guts, kill me. And Dad, big sister, third sister, fourth sister, are you really heartless? Since you're on Mei Xiaojiu's side, I don't want you anymore. I don't want you anymore. I want all of you to lose me. I want you to regret it. Faced with Mei Hope's frenzied hysterical roar, the Mei family had a varied expression. The Mei sisters exchanged glances and expressed a unified attitude. Mei Shiwang is all right. Even if they lost her, it seemed they had nothing to regret. They never liked her before, and I was provoked by Mei Shiwang's comment about number 3. My eyes instantly darkened, and I silently walked toward Mei Shiwang. Xia Rongyun noticed my unusual expression and tried to step forward to stop me. Mei Xiaojiu, what are you trying to do? But I didn't even glance at Xia Rongyun. He pushed him aside. This time, I didn't pay attention to my hand and just gave a casual push. Xia Rongyun almost flew out first, crashing heavily against a nearby wall and letting out a miserable scream. Mei Wangxi immediately cried out in panic, but before she could think about whether she should go to her mother's side, my neck was suddenly grabbed tightly by me, who suddenly appeared right in front of her. My fragile neck was threatened once again, and memories of my severe injuries surged back into my hands. Mei Shiwang couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. She was already weak, her whole body wrapped in gauze, her face barely alive, but she was barely alive. That scream felt as if a device was about to be snapped, giving off a pitiful and miserable feeling. But I didn't care at all. My eyes were icy and murderous, and I said in a voice, Mei Hope, will you never testify for us even if you die? Fine, go die. After saying that, I tightened my grip, and Mei Hope immediately rolled her eyes in pain. Seeing this, number 8 quickly stepped forward to stop me and said, Didn't you say you couldn't kill anyone? My eyes reddened slightly as I stubbornly said, Mei Chishi said she wouldn't testify for us. Then keeping her alive won't help. She's just a mouthful of words. If I kill her now, she'll be completely at peace. Number 8 immediately pulled me away. Calm down. Mei hoped for a new life. She collapsed onto the bed like a kite with a broken string, lying face down in pain, coughing violently. It was as if she wanted to cough out her heart, liver, and lungs. After coughing for a while, she lay on the bed and cried again. Ooh, I hate you all. You don't love me. Dad, eldest sister, third sister, fourth sister. I'm also your son and brother. Why do you only love Mei Xiaojiu and not me? Why do you watch me being bullied by Mei Xiaojiu? I don't want to see you. Get lost. Xia Rongyun watched her son's painful screams and started smoking too, tears streaming down her face. Mother and son cried together. Grief was unending, as if she had suffered a huge injustice. At this point, Mei Danyao, standing at the door, couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but let out a cold swallow and said without any sympathy, I really can't take it anymore. Why pretend to be the victim? Second aunt, there's no hope. Who caused this to happen now? If you didn't bring disaster on yourselves and frame Fu Shaosan, causing her to get arrested, could Mei Xiaojiu get angry? She did it herself and got beaten, and now she still acts like she's being persecuted by us. Who are you trying to show it to? You want us to feel guilty? Sorry to you, right? Xia Rongyun was shocked by Mei Danyao's words and sternly rebuked her. How can you say something like that? Whether we framed you or not, The fact is that Mei Xiaojiu injured Wang Wang and your grandmother. For an outsider, you even beat your own family. Who wouldn't curse them for treason, martial treachery, and filial piety? At a time like this, you don't care about Mei Xiaojiu and still blame Wang Wang, who is lying in the hospital bed. For wrong? Mei Danyao sneered. So whoever is weaker is right, right? If Xiaojiu isn't that good at fighting and is framed by you like this, will you just have to bully him to death? When that happens, as the winner, you'll admit your fault. Can you just stick to the facts? You were the one who messed up and provoked him first. So now she brought this upon herself. Mei Wangxi saw her mother being hit by Mei Danyao, and this made her go even crazier. She roared at Mei Danyao. Mei Danyao, you bastard. How dare you bully my mom? Go to hell, go to hell. Mei Danyao looked at Mei Wang, who looked like she was about to die, and snorted. Whether I'll die or not is hard to say, but if you keep yelling like this, I'm afraid you really won't survive. But before you die, can you admit you've framed Fu Xiaosan? She was wronged by you for no reason and ended up in prison and suffering. And you're still feeling wronged? Isn't Gua coming from the sky feeling wronged? That would be a real breach of contract. Mei Wang was furious. Her face twisted and she argued, gritting her teeth, saying, she deserved it. Serves her right. Who told her to be in cahoots with Mei Xiaojiu, and even insulted me and my mom. Now she's being arrested and put in jail. That's the price she paid for provoking me. I want her to go to jail, make her suffer, and never get out for the rest of her life. By the way, you said that, so there's something going on. Huh? You had someone hide the necklace in Fu Xiaosan's room, right? So what if it's me? Do you have any evidence? Anyway, when the police come, I'll insist it was Fu Xiaosan who stole it. What can you do to me? Mei Danyao curled her lips into a smile. Just admit it, that's enough. The doctor heard the commotion on their side and hurried over, only to see Mei Xiangxi shouting hysterically. Shocked, she helplessly told the Mei family members, everyone, with the patient like this, please don't anger her yet. I don't care about your family's situation, but in the hospital, please don't cause any disputes. Mei Danyao smiled and nodded cooperatively. All right, we'll listen to the doctor. Then he said to me, who was still in the room, Xiaojiu, the doctor has already sent us away. Let's leave. I looked at old Fourth Mei's mischievous smile and was stunned for a moment, feeling like he had done something. Then I didn't stay long and left the ward with the women of the Mei family. Once in the corridor, Mei Danyao played the recording of her conversation with Mei Shiwang for everyone, raised an eyebrow and smiled. So, how about it? With the hospital room surveillance footage, can this recording count as evidence? I asked. With this recording I have. Can it be considered solid evidence? Mei Chaoxiong replied. Not safe yet. This can only serve as reference. The old lady must have been involved in this matter too. We can negotiate with her again. Unlike Mei Qi, her emotions are stable. If we settle the gains and losses, she'll cooperate with us. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I said to Mei Chaoxiong. Then we need to hurry and find the old bastard to make her confess. After discussing, the group prepared to go to the old lady's hospital room. But after I walked a few steps forward, I saw number 8 standing there, staring thoughtfully at the Mei family woman. I couldn't help but stop, then turned back and asked number 8, Xiao Ba, why aren't you leaving? Number 8 snapped back to attention, winked at me and said, I noticed something quite strange. I tilted my head in confusion. Strange terrain. What is it? Number 8 didn't shy away and said bluntly, it feels like your father and sisters are quite smart, but Mei Wangxi doesn't fit in with you all. Is she really the Mei family's biological child? After hearing that, I immediately straightened up, put my hands on my hips, and retorted, Xiao Ba, what are you talking about? Isn't Mei Lao Sen also very dumb? This is clearly a direct lineage. Number 8 originally wanted to argue with me, but a punch rang out in her head, and she really didn't notice Mei Lao San's cleverness. Finally, she clenched her fist, sweating profusely, and said painfully, this point can't be refuted. I convinced number 8, the meticulous Mei Yang, right? Just from Mei Shi's silliness, it proves she's not the Mei family's corpse slaughter is not strict enough, because the Mei family has a foolish third son. As soon as I finished speaking, someone slapped my head unexpectedly. I looked back and saw my third sister, Mei Danxue, with a dark face. Standing next to me, Beer Smile Meat Not Smile said to me, weren't you going to the old lady to testify? Do you still want to let San come back sooner? Come on. I miss you. Why are you still making nonsense? I'm chatting with Xiao Ba, right? Do you think Xiao Ba is just making nonsense too? Mei Danxue spent the night glancing at number 8. Because he was someone she liked, she was told to speak harshly to number 8. She definitely couldn't bring herself to say it. But when she learned that in front of the person she loved, she was acting like a fool. Mei Danxue felt very hurt. She held back for quite a while, staring intently at number 8, as if misunderstood by her master as a big golden-haired stone, exuding a very aggrieved aura from head to toe. She solemnly said to number 8, "Xiao Ba, I'm not stupid, although I'm not as smart as my eldest sister and the others, my LQ is 210. Besides basketball, I used to be first in my grade in school exams too." Number 8 responded but blinked indifferently. "LQ 210 is okay, right? But the average LQ of the violent machine is 320. Still, as an ordinary human, Mei Danxue is considered decent. As for Mei Qi, judging by her performance, if LQ can reach 100, that's already a blessing." Seeing the three of us arguing endlessly, Big Sister Mei Dantang turned to us and said, "You all can just stay here and talk things out. Let's go talk to the old lady." I immediately hurriedly said, "I'll go in too." But fourth sister Mei Danyao replied leisurely, "Forget it. The old lady isn't without hope. Just grab any phone. This person has to negotiate gains and losses. And if you go in and make people mad, it could be a real problem." I stared at Mei Danyao and said honestly, "Mei Lao Si, your skill at making people angry is just as good as mine." Mei Danyao snorted lightly, walked over, grabbed my head, and gave me a good beating. Just as I was about to lose my temper, she said, "Wait for our news. Don't worry. I'll definitely get you enough evidence to help you get Fu Shaoxin out." That's all. The women walked into the old lady's hospital room. I tidied my messy hair and muttered, "If I didn't need their help, I'd definitely give old Mei Fourth a beating." Number 8 commented, "I feel like your fourth sister isn't as bad as you imagined." I disagreed, saying, "She really hates it, always going against me." But third sister Mei Danxue said it's because she's childish. The fourth child has always been eccentric and extreme since childhood, never saying what she likes. But if she doesn't like you, that's definitely not the attitude. I turned to Mei Danxue and asked curiously, "Third sister, Mei Laosi always sets you up too. Why are you still defending her?" Mei Danxue raised her eyebrows. "I'm a person who cares about people and things. Things go as they are. They won't badmouth people behind their backs." "Then you still call Mei Chi Wang an idiot because she's just an idiot." "That's true. Does that count as bad talk?" Number 8 watched me interact naturally with the sisters, his eyes flickering. Although the violent machines are united, people with blood relatives really are different. If it weren't for Mei Chi's trouble and those people, I should have gotten along harmoniously with my family. Thinking this way, number 8 increasingly felt that Mei Chi was an oddball. She was completely out of place with this group of siblings. Although I refuted her view, number 8 still decided to investigate. Her intuition told her that this Mei Hope definitely wasn't the Mei family's wealthy man. In the hospital room, the old lady had just woken up. While the doctors were checking various vital signs, when Mei Chaoxiong and the others entered, the old lady noticed, her face clearly turning aside, as if she didn't want to negotiate with them, because she was Mrs. Wang's mother. Mei Chaoxiong still showed basic respect to this man. He first personally asked the doctor, "Is the old lady okay now?" The doctor replied, "That's right. Fortunately, the old lady is still healthy during the Taiping period, so there are no major issues this time, just a fractured wrist. For a long time afterward, she probably won't be able to move. We'll have to have a caregiver keep an eye on her." "It's okay, we'll call the caregiver. The medicine must be the best, but the old lady will recover soon. Please rest assured. We know what we're doing. Our family wants to talk about some personal matters. Everyone, please take your time." And the old lady just woke up. It's best to let people rest more, not to talk too long. After the doctor leaves, Mei Chaoxiong walks over to the old lady's bedside. He had just been born, but unexpectedly, the old lady's weak voice interrupted him. "Don't call me Mom. I can't bear that title." Mei Chaoxiong fell silent. Seeing Mei Chaoxiong didn't respond, the old lady turned to look at him again. "If you want me to forgive you, then drive that troublesome Mei Xiaojiu out of the Mei family." As soon as she said this, Mei Chaoxiong's eyes lit up, while Mei Danyao sneered coldly and said to the old lady, "Grandma, Mei Xiaojiu is also your grandson. You want your grandson's father to kick his son out of the house? What kind of thing is this?" The old lady's eyes were full of hatred. "He's not my grandson, Danyao. That kid killed your mother and now beats his birth mother's mother. Such treasonous beasts are still protecting the 5 unfilial offenders. The Mei family will inevitably be in turmoil." Mei Danyao can't stand the old lady twisting the truth like this. She replied coldly, "Grandma, ask yourselves whether Fu Shaoxin actually stole the necklace. You know best. A rabbit would bite when desperate, especially Xiaojiu. You've already married someone who has a reverse bell. Do you really think you can escape so easily?" The old lady gritted her teeth and said, "Reverse bell? What is her reverse bell? That beast doesn't even treat you as one of his own. Just for an outsider to seriously injure your own family, and you're still protecting me, Mei Danyao, just wait and see. I'll put this aside for now. If you ever mess with her group of friends, Mei Xiaojiu can still kill you. You'll regret it then. Mei Danyao, however, completely ignored the old lady's words and snorted, saying, "Why should I provoke those friends? They didn't cause trouble, and if they didn't mess with me, I wouldn't feel guilty about them. Speaking of which, Grandma, you guys put an innocent good person into the oranges. You guys just keep quiet about these things. Why are they so angry? Don't you feel a little better?" Mei Danyao's mouth is like a machine gun, constantly firing away. The old lady was already outmatched by her, and now she's still weak, so she's even less of a match for Mei Danyao. Mei started gasping for breath after a few sentences, looking like she was about to die. Mei Danyao sneered, "Grandma, don't pretend to give up at critical moments. If you keep doing this, then I'll have to stab myself a couple of times. Lie with you on the hospital bed and argue with you again, so you won't say I'm bullying you. Oh no, I'm so mad. I'm so mad." The old lady shook her head as if she was about to die, and said to the Mei family woman, "Hurry up, you all should go. I want to live a few more years. Stop tormenting me, this old lady. Fine, admit you're framing Fuxiao-san. Let's go. The truly innocent person is still locked up in prison. Why are you pretending to be wronged? The old lady is going crazy." He shouted angrily at Mei Chaoxiong. "Hurry up and discipline your daughter." But Mei Chaoxiong didn't stop him. He just told the old lady, "We didn't come this time to anger you, but to want you to admit what you did. We haven't done anything. You all hurry up, okay?" Mei Chaoxiong cooperated and thought hard, but then he calmly added, "Xia Jingrong's company has been struggling lately. I don't need to do anything. I just need to give the people below a single order. Tomorrow, his company would go bankrupt completely. Then we could talk slowly." When she heard that Mei Chaoxiong wanted to lay hands on her son, the old lady's expression changed instantly. "Mei Chaoxiong, how dare you face the old lady's angry glare?" Mei Chaoxiong remained calm and composed. "But when I recall, do I dare? You should know very well. You're really crazy. Mei Xiaojiu beat me like this, and you didn't even say a word, just to save his friend. You even went so far as to lay a hand on your own wife's brother. Have you been drugged?" Mei Chaoxiong retorted. "Xiaojiu's friend didn't provoke you either. Wasn't he framed by you too? They're just two children. What blood feud do they have with you? If you treat them like this," the old lady would change the subject, gritting her teeth. "It's all because of Mei Xiaojiu and Rong Ying that she died. Mei Chaoxiong, didn't you love Rong Ying very much? Now the murderer who killed her has returned. Instead of driving her out immediately, you joined her in bullying your wife's family. Are you facing Rong Ying?" In the past, Mei Chaoxiong might have fallen into self-reflection, but now that he had come to his senses, he could no longer be swayed by the old lady's few words. Rong Ying was an upright person. She spoke right and wrong, distinguishing right from wrong. If she knew her own family had framed an innocent person and sent her to prison, I believe that if she were still alive, she would definitely be among the people standing here today. In the end, she turned her face away and said to Mei Chaoxiong, "I can't win against you women. If you threaten me with Jinrong's company, I'll admit I'm framing that brat girl." "All right," Mei Danyao snorted coldly. "Grandma, don't make it sound like we're forcing you. How did you do something wrong? Acting like you're the victim." But the old lady acted as if she hadn't heard Mei Danyao's words and kept telling Mei Chaoxiong, "I don't bother to pursue the matter of Mei Xiaojiu hurting me this time. Old lady, I don't care for your words and can't afford to offend you, but I have conditions. Inject 5 billion into Jinrong's company and secure 3 big orders for her. That way, I'll confess everything that happened before and won't sue Mei Xiaojiu anymore." Mei Chaoxiong stopped bargaining. She agreed right away. "Let's do it this way." At that moment, the eldest sister Mei Danyao chuckled softly, tilted her head slightly, and called her younger sister Mei Danyao. "See, the old lady has successfully staged another accident. No way, after all, she has our mom's get-out-of-jail-free card. What should I do? I still have to go along with it. Poor thing. If Mom were still alive, people would definitely call her a grounded pig. Although the two of them were paying, I don't know if it was intentional." The voice was just right for the old lady to hear. Her expression twitched sharply. Seemingly furious, she turned to the Mei family woman's flushed face and said, "From now on, I will never step into your Mei family's path again. Mei Chaoxiong, remember this. Renjing was killed by that jinx. Your blood flows through his body. You can forgive, but I will never forgive her. Also, although Rongyun may not be as good as Renjing, she is still your wife now. Whether or not I married you because of mistakes, since you two are married, you should treat her well. Besides, Wang is your biological son too. You can't be so biased. Renjing once loved Rongyun so much. If he had known you bullied Rongyun and his mother like this, they definitely wouldn't have forgiven you. Alright, that's all I said. What people do is what heaven sees. Take care of yourselves." After communicating with the old lady, the Mei family women have obtained ironclad evidence that number 3 was framed, and the financial flow of bribes with mediocre people has been fully investigated. All they need to do is hand over the materials. The other party had no reason to detain number 3. Mei Chaoxiong handed me the evidence in a file folder and said, "All the documents are inside. Look around." She teased the third brother, Mei Danshua, saying, "Third brother? Where's your little boyfriend?" Mei Danshua said, "Xiao Ba said he'd go to the bathroom." Soon after, number 8 came back. I waved and greeted, "Xiao Ba, we've got all the evidence. Let's go." Mei Danyao asked in Wenyan, "When will you be back?" I immediately asked back, "Why do you care?" Mei Danyao was annoyed. "As family, caring is okay. I'm surprised you still care about me." Mei Danyao was about to laugh in anger. "This time we got the evidence so smoothly. I've helped you out a lot. Okay? Stop being deadly with me, huh? I see." I blinked and thought for a second. If you can get the evidence so quickly, then number 3, Mei Laosi has done a great job too. Well, saying thank you might not be a bad idea. After figuring it out, I gave Mei Danyao a bright smile and said sweetly, "All right. Fourth sister helped me a lot this time. Thank you." From the moment we met, Mei Danyao and I were full of tension, hiding needles and smiling with daggers. This was the first time I had called her fourth sister so sincerely. Mei Danyao had been praised and praised countless times in her life, but never before had anyone been so emotionally charged by a single sentence from the other party. So everyone saw Mei Danyao's face visibly flushed red. Mei Laosan couldn't help but laugh and replied, "Mei Laosi, are you okay? Why do you blush like a monkey's butt? Ha ha ha." After saying that, she realized there were still customers here, and that being swearing was rude. So she quickly said to number 8, "Xiao Ba, I was just messing around with my little sister. Don't take it to heart." Number 8 didn't understand, tilted his head and asked, "Mind what?" Seeing number 8 tilt his head, Mei Laosan was instantly stunned. His face quickly flushed red and became hot. He lowered his head. "It's nothing." Mei Dantang looked at her 2 disappointing younger sisters. Unlucky child. Her family is full of oddballs. Number 8's gaze shifted to Mei Chaoxiong. Her eyes flashed as she stepped forward and reached out to Mei Chaoxiong. "Uncle Mei, thank you all. Thanks to your help, we were able to get the evidence so quickly to rescue the mistress." Seeing the child reach out to him, Mei Chaoxiong naturally reached out and shook hands with number 8. "It was only right. I was careless, which led to the deputy being taken away. Hurry up and bring the evidence and bring him back." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Mei Chaoxiong felt his clenched palm stab as if something had pricked him. He immediately let go, and number 8 withdrew his hand as well, looking completely unaware. "All right, Uncle Mei, I'll leave with Xiaoju now." Mei Chaoxiong watched the 2 leave, then raised his hand to check his palm. At that moment, a small red dot had appeared in his palm, and the red dot was still oozing blood. Mei Chaoxiong pondered, was it an accident? On the way to find Bai Ningbing, number 8 suddenly let out a laugh. I asked curiously, "Number 8, what are you laughing at? Just do it." But for now, we need to find Bai Ningbing first and tell him to quickly rescue number 3. Number 8 nods. "Let's hurry up." Divine Qian Troop Distribution Base. Number 3, who just passed the poison gas and electric shock punishment, staggered out of the criminal courtroom. His beautiful face was now pale and bloodless, sweat continuously seeping from his forehead. His white shirt was covered in mottled bloodstains, the result of the poison gas damage to his cells, which had caused him to cough up blood uncontrollably. But even so, number 3's gaze remained bright and resilient, carrying an unbreakable pride as he handled everything around him. Number 3 was led to the entrance of the stronghold, where Xiao stood to the side, looking at him with a handsome face. Number 3 sneered at Xiao and said, "Are all the Shunqian troops this useless? I thought you guys could keep me under wraps for long. Not even a day, and now they're letting me go again. Turns out the suspect ate too much and wants to find something to do for himself." Xiao Lengleng said, "Number 3, you have to thank number 9. Because of him, Bai Ningbing stood by your side, allowing you to keep acting so lawlessly." Number 3 laughed and provoked. "What, jealous? No choice." I saw a shadowy calculation flash in his eyes. He laughed again. "Number 3, didn't you want to know about number 7? I'll tell you now." After handing over the evidence to Bai Ningbing, number 8 and I immediately went to the nearest base of the Shenzhen unit, ready to pick number 3 home. Standing at the gate, I kept peeking inside, mumbling, "Why hasn't number 3 come out yet? Didn't Bai Ningbing say to hand over the evidence? Number 3 would be released soon. Number 3, number 3, number 3. Come out quickly. Listen to me recite the scripture and try to recite number 3's name." Number 8 covered his ears because he was too noisy. Number 9, you're so noisy. Why did you end up with a note in your chant? Seeing number 8's emotional gesture, my eyes immediately widened as I looked at him, condemned. Number 8. Why don't you care about number 3 at all? Number 3 got caught and hasn't come out yet. If you care about number 3, hurry up and read it with me. Read number 3 out. Do you think it's a soul summoning? And you even read number 3 out. Besides, among the 9 of us, who hasn't been taken away by the Shinshan unit? It's mostly the punishments. Number 3 is still the most famous house among us, and he's been inside the most times. Look, every time he comes out he's been scared, but I pouted and said gloomily, I'm just worried about number 3. Number 8 doesn't understand. Is he really that worried? I nodded firmly and said, very worried. If it were before, I definitely wouldn't be so anxious and fearful like I am now. But ever since number 7 appeared, I've been afraid of this kind of farewell scene. Number 8 looked at me with a downcast expression, as if he felt the same emotion for me. He walked over and patted my head. Then, just like me, he looked inside the gate and began chanting, Number 3, number 3, number 3, come out. About 20 minutes later, the gate to the Shinzen troop base finally opened, revealing a figure standing tall on the ground inside. Slowly walking out of the main gate, it was number 3. Seeing number 3 come out, number 8 and I immediately rushed over to meet number 3. Number 3's body was covered in blood. His once strong and bright eyes were now a gray haze and hollow. He seemed to have lost his soul, half-soaked and battered, like a walking corpse. It wasn't until he heard my voice that he seemed to regain consciousness. Then he slowly lifted his eyes and looked at me, seeing number 3 covered in blood. There were also traces of blood on his face. I immediately grabbed him and started checking around. Number 3, are you okay? There's a lot of blood on you. Did they use poison gas on you? This is one of the punishments for violent machines. It's poison gas, which directly destroys our cells and causes us to cough up blood profusely. Against the damage caused by violent machines, poison gas varies in intensity. Number 3 can still walk out smoothly now, so the gas effect probably isn't very strong yet. Number 8's gaze fixed on number 3. His brows furrowed slightly. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt something was different about number 3 at this moment. Number 3 glanced up at us, then slowly lowered his eyelids and lowered his head as he spoke. No, it's nothing. Really? At that moment, I also sensed something was wrong with number 3, but his whole body trembled slightly, saying nothing, just shaking his head repeatedly. I'm fine. I'm fine. And the next second, number 3 seemed to lose control any longer. He pressed his chest, his pupils suddenly contracting, and then, without warning, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then number 3 began to stagger, as if he had exhausted all his strength. With no support left at all, he collapsed straight to the ground. On the other side, in a quiet attic, Bai Ningbing was seen brewing tea with graceful and orderly manners. Old Zhou, thank you for stepping in this time. The problem was resolved so quickly. Sitting next to him was an elderly man with white hair, calm, reserved, and extraordinary demeanor. In front of him, the woman who was usually arrogant and outspoken appeared especially humble, because this old man was no ordinary person. It was a true figure standing deep within the core of Longgua's power. Although now relegated to the front lines, his influence remained significant. Bai Ningbing handed the teacup to the old man with both hands. Old Zhou took the tea and slowly sipped it. Then he smiled lightly and said, It's just a small favor, but you could have handled it yourself, yet you insisted on having me say something. Are you thinking I'm just idle at home and have nothing to do? Bai Ningbing gave a faint and gruff smile. I can indeed handle it myself, but how could it be as easy as Elder Zhou Ning could resolve things with a single sentence? Recently, some people in the agency have been too restless, so Elder Ning has to go and warn them. Only then will those people know to work diligently. Old Zhou put down his teacup and exposed Bai Ningbing with one remark. Come on, it's just that brat from your family who insists you get him out quickly, which is why you rushed over to block me. Don't think I don't know and get exposed about my feelings. Bai Ningbing wasn't embarrassed and calmly poured tea for the old man. When it came to me, I had no choice. He cried at the time and could only go along with him, trying to get his matter settled as soon as possible. After hearing Bai Ningbing's words, the old man sighed. Xiaobing, I'm not saying you can't have someone you love. Everyone has feelings, but you really spoil that kid a bit. You're a rational person, but as soon as it comes to him, you immediately ignore him. That's not a good sign. You're an excellent person, both in mind and in handling things. They're all outstanding among the younger generation. Even some of my older generation can't outsmart you. But do you know about the barrel effect? A person's achievements aren't about how outstanding their abilities are, but how much their weaknesses affect them. Nowadays, everyone knows that kid is your weak spot. Are you really going to keep exposing your weaknesses to the enemy? Although the problem of the violent machine is regrettable, back when the situation was chaotic, decision-makers tried to secure national border stability with minimal sacrifice. But I still treat those kids as heroes. Their current situation is caused by our initial blame, so we can't just blame them for all the mistakes they made. But the current situation is already done, and regret is useless, so I hope they can integrate into normal human life. Only by solving problems at their root can we eliminate conflicts, rather than focusing on the present. Every time a violent machine causes trouble, you rush to clean up the aftermath. If they don't change, the current situation will never change. Do you understand? After hearing the old man's words, Bai Ningbin looked a bit smiling and asked in return, Old Joe, I understand your intentions are good, but what about the 3 and 7 matters? Their family was clearly unsuitable for sending them back. It was because someone was negligent and didn't prepare the backup document, which led to number 7's tragedy. Number 3 had a special relationship with number 7, and number 3 learned the truth about number 7. This is another major hidden danger. Some people don't want them to integrate into society. They want all these children to be wiped out. Mentioning this, old Joe sighed again. Little soldiers, human hearts are the hardest to read. I know some people want to stop violent machines from returning to normal society. So what? Are you going to be a detective and arrest all these people? Pulling one hair can affect the whole thing. Can you really move your current status? That's what I want to tell you today. You took that kid too seriously, causing any disturbance in the violent machine. You should immediately drop everything and solve their problems. But you are a pillar of the state. You shouldn't have used your abilities only here. There are many others who need your help. Do you understand? Bai Ningbing listened to old Joe's words. His eyes flickered uncertainly, as if he was seriously pondering. But in the end, his gaze remained resolute. Old Joe, you have high expectations for me. I understand. But the reason I stayed in this whirlpool of power was from the very beginning. It's all for Xiaojiu. Without him, there wouldn't be Baiju today. I will help others in need as much as I can, but in my heart, nothing is more important than Xiaojiu. Why are you so obsessed with that kid? What is the connection between you two? Yet he gave up the record for the fastest way to reach the core of power. Instead, he turned around and went to the Special Operations Bureau, becoming the leader of the violent machines. Clearly, number 9 must have a deeper connection with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was completely silent. Old Joe knew he didn't want to talk about it, nor do you force it. Since you truly want to protect them, you shouldn't just focus on the present. You need to quickly enter the core of power. Only then will the other side be wary of you, and thus restrain their methods against violent machines. Actually, with the leadership change in the second half of the year, another batch of veterans will be stepping back. When the time comes, I want to recommend you for the position. Bai Ningbing looked up, his eyes trembling slightly, but old Joe immediately warned him that there are quite a few people backed by that position. Although I recommended you, countless people are also watching. So from now on, your actions must be restrained. You can't be reckless anymore. Bai Ningbing nodded. I understand, old Joe. But before he could finish speaking, Bai Ningbing's subordinate, Gao Cheng, hurriedly rushed in. Bai Ningbing frowned. What was going on? He was so flustered. He then prepared to get up and go outside to talk with Gao Cheng. But old Joe told him to stay. If you have something to discuss, let's talk it out here. Gao Cheng was taken aback and glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing saw old Joe's inscrutable reaction, thought for a moment, then looked at Gao Cheng but said, Right here? Gao Cheng dared not delay any longer, and would report the news that had just arrived. Xiaojiu and number 8 smashed the Xinjiang unit's branch. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Ningbing's face changed dramatically. He instantly stood up from his seat, nervously asking, Did they kill someone? Gao Cheng was thrilled at these words. Then he shook his head. They didn't kill anyone, but the two of them had smashed the Shunqian unit's branch to pieces, causing property losses worth billions. Bai Ningbing instantly calmed down again, sat back in his chair and said lightly, Then it's fine. Gao Cheng was feeling fattened inside. That's it. Those two ancestors had smashed through their branch. Losses of tens of billions were surprisingly fine in Baiju's eyes. Old Joe, standing nearby, saw Bai Ningbing's reaction. For a moment he didn't know how to judge. After a while he sighed and chuckled. The violent machines that kill at the slightest provocation could actually hold back from killing, truly remarkable. Bai Ningbing also breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled at old Joe and said, Xiaojiu is very obedient. He is now harmonious and friendly with his family. I even told him not to kill outside. Isn't he doing very well now? But after hearing this, Gao Cheng felt a wave of admiration in his heart. He was harmonious and loving with his family. No one knew who had rescued Grandma and the half-dead base party's half-dead troops inside the SU. At that moment old Joe spoke up. As long as no one is killed, everything will be fine. As for the sinking unit's branch being smashed, anyway, your action bureau has plenty of money and can afford compensation. I'll mediate and keep this matter under wraps. With old Joe's help, Bai Ningbing felt even more at ease. He quickly nodded in thanks, but old Joe ended up with nothing. Alright, the re-election in the second half of the year, you must win it for me. If anything goes wrong with this, I won't let you off. Meanwhile, the Divine Submarine Unit branch is filled with continuous explosions, with signs of buildings being destroyed everywhere. The team members in the branch saw this scene and were anxious and alert. Stop. Hurry up and stop. We've reported this to our superiors. Just wait and see. Those team members only dare to rage helplessly and face the unrestrained, violent machine. They didn't dare get close at all, only strongly condemning us from afar. Number 8 ignored that group. He walked up to an energy device and punched it down, instantly leaving a deep dent in the device. Then electric sparks flashed. A few seconds later, the device emitted sparks and black smoke, completely ruined. Then number 8 raised his hand again, turned to look at me, and asked, Number 9, is it really just smashing here? Of course I understood what he meant. Just now we saw number 3 shed bloody tears, coughed up blood, and collapse to the ground. Anger took over, and without hesitation, he charged into the Shunshan unit, intending to strip everyone inside. But at the critical moment, I stopped number 8 and told him not to kill, but his anger was nowhere to be dissipated. We couldn't kill anyone, so we could only smash the division to pieces. After wrecking the Shunshan division, number 8's mood indeed began to improve, especially seeing the Shunshan squad so anxious and angry, even a bit satisfying. I responded with a hum. Bai Ningbing once said, killing people is a hassle, but as long as I don't kill, he can cover everything I do. Who would have thought? As soon as I finished speaking, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Bastard! If you're not going to kill anyone, why are you tying me up? The speaker is none other than Xiao. At this moment, he is being tied up like a pig, hanging in midair like a pig tied up by me. That look was as ridiculous as could be. Xiao was furious. He had never experienced such humiliation and anger before. He wanted to provoke us into killing and get rid of us with a legitimate cause, but I didn't play by the rules at all. I didn't kill anyone, not hurting anyone, just smashing the branch and humiliating him like this. Hearing his roar, I looked up at him and said seriously, You're the bastard bullying number 3, right? I can't kill you, but I can humiliate you. Bai Ningbing once said, when you can't kill someone, the best way to take revenge is to destroy their self-esteem, destroy what they care about most. You can tell you care about your pride, so I'm going to torment you like this, humiliate you and make you angry. Xiao was trembling with anger. If looks could kill, I'd probably be killed by Xiao more than 100 times already. His eyes were red as he looked at the destroyed branch and the group of subordinates who were half-hearted. A vicious plan instantly formed in his mind. Then he gave a sly smile and said to me, 9, aren't you curious why number 3 ended up like this? I asked. Xiao sneered. Because number 7 died, you guys should still hope he could come back. But unfortunately, number 7 had already. Before he could finish speaking, I punched him hard in the face. The tremendous force left Xiao nearly fainting, the pain making Xiao scream uncontrollably. He turned his head and glared at me, shouting, You bastard! What are you doing? Because number 7 died and you're angry. Are you trying to kill me? If you've got the guts, come on. But I tilted my head and said seriously, You clearly aren't a good person. I don't believe what you're saying. If number 7 dies, Bai Ningbing will tell me I need you to ramble around here, ha ha ha. He's just afraid to tell you. Do you know how number 7 died? He was Enwu. Xiao hasn't finished speaking yet. I grabbed his stinky socks and clamped them tightly into his mouth, saying word by word, Number 7 isn't dead. I don't believe Bai Ningbing's words, but I trust you, you little trash. You can't just lie to me just because I'm easy to fool. Xiao glared at me with hatred. He was chaotic, never expecting this seemingly easy-to-fool violent machine to be so troublesome. At that moment, the unconscious number 3 suddenly woke up. Hey coughing violently, coughing with little blood foam. Number 8 and I immediately rushed over. Number 3 looked around and found this place was completely destroyed. No doubt, this must be the work of me and number 8. While checking his pulse, I said, Number 3, are you okay? You were just poisoned in rage and heart attack. Almost lost his life. Luckily, we gave you the antidote. His pulse is stable now, much better. Meanwhile, number 3's gaze swept over to the fallen Xiao behind him. His eyes flashed, recalling what that person said before leaving, and his gaze instantly dimmed. I forcibly suppressed all my emotions, but asked, How did you smash this place? And tied that person up? I smirked. Who told you to look like you were dying just now? Number 8 and I were both angry and unable to kill, so we smashed this place to let you vent. Then I grabbed number 3's hand seriously and said, and 3, did Xiao tell you number 7 is dead? Don't believe it. Number 7 won't die so easily. He's just lying to you, trying to make you lose control. Let's not believe the words of bad people. Number 3 looked at my nervous yet serious expression. His expression slightly frozen. At that time, Xiao said number 7 was dead. This news hit him like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into endless chaos. Yet Xiao later spoke with a strong nose and eyes, saying number 7 forcibly removed the controller, causing the neurotoxin to spread. Because he fled, he missed the best antidote window and ultimately died from the pain of eating Wuling. Number 3 suddenly remembered. During the previous live stream, number 7 showed signs of weakness, and during a call I noticed his breathing was unstable. Everything Xiao said matched number 7's condition, so maybe Xiao wasn't lying. Just thinking about how number 7 was probably enduring the call and forcing himself to chat with them, player 3's heart ached as if soaked. The intense pain teared him apart, his blood rushing to his heart, and he fainted. But number 3 didn't believe number 7 was dead. Or maybe he doesn't believe what Xiao said. Number 3 is extremely xenophobic. He only believes in our violence and passion. Now number 8 and I both say number 7 isn't dead. He doesn't believe outsiders, but he believes us. That's why number 3 doesn't allow himself to act impulsively. Even though his heart was battered and bruised, he forced himself to endure until the real truth was right in front of him. After calming his mind, number 3 nodded to me and calmly said, I know I didn't believe it. Now it's okay. At that moment, number 3 met Xiao's gaze, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes, as if mocking him. Disappointed? Scumbag, trying to use me. You're 100 years too early. Xiao understood the emotion in number 3's eyes and roared in anger. Number 3, who should be the easiest to provoke, actually didn't lose control. He was furious. I leaned in close to number 3 and stared at him intently. Really, number 3? Don't keep things bottled up. Number 3 replied calmly, I didn't hold it in. I don't believe that person. Number 7 definitely isn't dead. We need to wait for him to come back together. I looked left and right and found he was indeed calm, so I finally relaxed. I helped him up and said, all right, let's go back. But just as he was about to leave, I suddenly turned to look at those Shanshan team members and declared directly, this guy is going to be hanged today. If anyone dares to untie him, I'll smash his whole family to pieces and make them sleep on the street. For these team members burdened with mortgages for over a decade, these words were unacceptable. It was a vicious threat. No one dared to step forward anymore. I was very satisfied with their reaction, so I helped number 3 leave with number 8, heading home. Number 3 said he was thirsty and wanted water, so I went to find a place to buy water for number 3. Number 8 sat with number 3 on a bench by the street. Just then, number 3's voice suddenly rang out. Number 8, still lost in thought, shivered and turned his head sharply. Number 3's eyes were fixed on him with determination. Contact Gong Xian right now and talk to him, as I said. After a moment, the call connected, and a cool, mature female voice sounded, but she called him very intimately. Hello, Baba, I heard that name. Number 3's eyelid twitched, and he glanced at number 8 calmly, while number 8 remained calm and got straight to the point. Gong Xian, I have something to ask you. Previously, you mentioned the controller of our cervical spine and said it absolutely cannot be forcibly removed because there are hidden neurotoxins inside, right? As soon as these words were spoken, ripples instantly appeared in the woman's eyes on the other end of the phone. This matter was still known. 4 or 5 seconds later, Gong Xian let out a soft sigh and confessed, your controller contains neurotoxins. Once removed, the toxin will spread throughout your body. So it was true. Number 8's hand unconsciously clenched tightly. The higher-ups had left such a backup plan to control them. Since Gong Xian admitted it, number 7 and number 8 immediately pressed for answers. Gong Xian, is number 7 with you now? This time, Gong Xian no longer hides anything. So is he still alive? Gong Xian remained silent. At this moment, he was standing in the corridor of the laboratory building, looking down at the huge nutrition pod in the center of the first floor. Inside the cabin, a boy was covered in patches and was in a permanent sleep. That person was number 7, whose vital signs had dropped to almost 0 and was about to go berserk. And the consequence of the rampage is that the higher-ups quickly take it down through the controller. So Gong Xian took a huge risk and used the digital life plan, still under development, to forcibly preserve number 7's brain, but his body. Almost all have stopped. Can this still be considered alive? From a medical perspective, it's a kind of vegetative state. Gong Xian snapped back to reality and told number 8 the truth. Number 8 and number 7 are still alive, but I'll be honest with you. His situation isn't optimistic. For now, I can only guarantee he won't die, but for him to meet you all, it might still take a long time. Number 8 asked, long. How long is that? Gong Xian doesn't want to lie to number 8. To be honest, I'm not sure. Technological breakthroughs require opportunities and a lot of time, so you're not really sure when number 7 will return to us, right? Gong Xian, you lied to me. You clearly told me before that number 7 was fine, but now you say you can only guarantee he won't die. Number 8 is a bit of a dull head. His emotions don't fluctuate much, as if he doesn't care about anything, very calm. So it's almost impossible to see him angry at anyone, even though number 3 just fainted coughing up blood. Together with me, he smashed the Xinqian unit branch. At the time, he wore a calm expression, even a hint of innocence and innocence. But now, facing Gong Xian, number 8 was showing obvious emotional turmoil, very obvious. In displeasure, Gong Xian was a very aloof, proud, and even arrogant person. He was exceptionally intelligent and talented, revered by the world as a Tiantai scientist. So he didn't have to worry about anyone's attitude. If anyone upset him, bows and arrows can give the other party no face. In the end, only those who upset him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Yet, this very person, after sensing number 8's anger, actually became somewhat unconventional, lowering his voice. Honestly apologized to number 8. Sorry, 88. I don't want you to act impulsively, so I cleverly used some wordplay. That was to trick me. Sorry, but I promise you I will save number 7. If you can't save him, then I'll die. Are you sure? Sure, because number 7 died. You brute machines will go berserk, but your chances of winning are slim. 88, you'll probably die too. If you die, I'll die with you. Remember your words. If number 7 dies, if you dare to survive, I'll take you with me before I die. If you really don't live, number 7, I'll wait for you to kill me. After making a promise with the bow and arrow, number 8 hung up the phone. Then he calmly turned back to number 3 and said, Number 3, number 7 is definitely still alive. You can rest assured now. Number 3's gaze swept over number 8, as if pondering something. After a moment, he finally asked his question. Number 8, what exactly is your relationship with bow and arrow? Number 8 stroked his chin and started thinking seriously. After a few seconds, he answered number 3, I'm friends with bow and arrow. Number 3 twitched his eyelids, seemingly not very satisfied with this answer. He swept his gaze over number 8. Whoever can live and die together with their friend doesn't live with number 7. Bow and arrow will die with you. That's a friend. Number 8 nodded. Calling him a friend really doesn't seem quite accurate. Remove the apparent for me. I don't think you and that bow and arrow are as simple as friends. Think about it carefully. What is your relationship? Number 8 started thinking seriously again. Then a flash of inspiration struck him and he looked up at number 3. I remembered, it's Geo. Number 3's eye twitched again this time. Is this any different from friends? Number 8 said seriously. Of course there is. Geo is different from friends. He's someone you can entrust your life to. Seeing player 8 say this, number 3 didn't ask further. Then his eyes flickered as he thought of the matter about number 7. He had vaguely guessed it before, but hadn't expected that he wasn't going to the battlefield to die, but had been ambushed by the higher-ups early on. He glanced sideways at number 8 and asked, the matter of the neurotoxin in the controller behind our cervical spine has been exposed. Number 8, what are you thinking? Number 8, while he lowered his eyelids and said in a gentle voice, I want to kill off all those people in the higher-ups. But after saying that, number 8 changed the mood, scratching his head in frustration. But now we've had controllers implanted at the back of our necks. If we forcibly remove them, we'll immediately be infected by neurotoxins and need to fight back. At the very least, you have to remove the controller. Either you need to figure out which kind of neurotoxin it is and prepare the antidote in advance. Otherwise, there will be too many restrictions in battle. By the way, number 3, when you negotiated with the Shenzhen squad, did you learn from them what kind of neurotoxin it was? Number 3 shook his head. Look at them, they're so dumb. Just let us know the type of toxin, okay? Number 8 sighed. It doesn't seem that dumb. Number 3 asked again, since number 7 is with the bowstring, does he know the type of toxin? Number 8 shook his head. He was a scientist, not a pharmacist. Besides, Young Xian's position represented Dragon Nation. He wouldn't just stand by and watch us fight Dragon Nation. Otherwise he wouldn't have tried every possible way to protect number 7. Number 3 said helplessly, I think so. He shares the same stance as Bai Ningbing. They help us because they have a good relationship with someone in the violent machine, but they don't betray the country, so they want to know the types of neurotoxins. We have to rely on ourselves. Actually, if we want to know the type of toxin, it's not impossible. Number 3, you have a way. Number 3's eyes sharpened, and he reached for number 8's neck. Very honestly, he said, remove the controller. Once the poison takes effect, I'll know what kind of toxin it is. Number 8 dares to protect the back of his neck and bluntly says, No, if we haven't figured out the type of toxin yet, I'll die first. Bowstring will die with me. He's dead. Number 7 was completely hopeless. Hearing number 7's words, number 3 had no choice but to give up. He withdrew his hand, leaned back against the back of the bench, and let out a long sigh. It seemed that, for now, the only option was to spare the lives of the higher-ups. Number 8 patted number 3 on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, sooner or later we'll get into trouble with them." Number 3 looked at him and said in a somewhat low voice, "Actually, number 7 doesn't want us to be hostile to the higher-ups. Otherwise he wouldn't have tried every way to cooperate with Bai Ningding to keep it from him and me. Also, among the 9 people, only 7 and I were unlucky and ran into a bunch of scumbags, while your family members are okay. 7 knows this too, so he doesn't want everyone to fight the higher-ups for him. I promise 7 to behave, not venting anger on the higher-ups. I don't want to do things that number 7 doesn't want to see. If the violent machine can truly find happiness, number 3 hopes everyone except him and number 7 can be safe. If number 7 can come back alive, that would be best. But if he really leaves, he will find the real culprit who put number 7 in this situation. After killing that person, he will go downstairs to accompany number 7. As for the others, he doesn't want them to get involved, and that's exactly why. That's why he sent me away to buy drinks. If he knew about the neurotoxin, I'd realize that when number 7 teamed up with Bai Ningbin to trick me, I would have grown estranged from Bai Ningbin and even resisted continuing to integrate into the Mei family. This isn't the scene number 7 wants to see, and of course, number 3 doesn't want to see it either. Among the 9 people, I'm the one who integrates best with the outside world, and Bai Ningbin is watching over me. Besides, the Mei family is generally pretty good. Maybe I'll be able to leave the Action Bureau smoothly in the future. Then I live like a normal person outside, no longer needing to carry out missions or be controlled by higher-level surveillance. Although I wasn't consulted, number 3 doesn't intend to let me know the truth. Number 8 seems to have seen through number 3's thoughts. He pressed number 3's shoulder and said seriously, "Number 3, don't have any random thoughts. Violent machines are always united as one. No one can be missing. I really like the brothers. Number 9 also likes his family, but these so-called relatives can never replace the place of the machine of violence in our hearts. We are willing to integrate into the society, but we are always clear-headed, knowing we are not human, but machines of violence. We will never abandon any companion. If number 7 can come back, then everything will be fine. If number 7 doesn't come back, even if everyone dies, we will drag those hypocritical executives down with us to give number 7 an explanation. This isn't just my thought, I think. It was also the thought of all the violent machines." Number 3 saw how serious number 8 was, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Then he seemed a bit uncomfortable, lowering his head. Someone so dumbfounded was asking him to talk so much to comfort him. He really put him in a tough spot. But precisely because he knew everyone thought the same way as number 8, he understood number 7's intentions even more. Number 7 truly didn't want to drag everyone down. He said it was his own bad luck. Turned into a violent machine, returned to his family, and encountered a group of enemies again. In the end, he ended up in that situation. It was because he wasn't lucky enough. He didn't resent anyone, nor did he need anyone to avenge him. He only hoped the other violent machines could be happy. That's enough. So how could he selfishly lead others to avenge number 7? He would listen to number 7 and make others happy. But he would forget it, his family was just like number 7's. Coincidentally, on the road to the underworld, they also got together. After all, he listened to number 7 and didn't bring anyone for revenge. So at least he could go die with him, right? But this thought was better kept hidden for now, or else the dumb number 8 would have to give a long explanation to enlighten him. He must have worked so hard. So number 3 quickly composed himself, looked up again, and gave number 8 a smirk. I understood. Number 8, thank you. While we were talking, I came back carrying 3 bottles of drinks. Number 3, number 8. I'm back. Number 8 looks at me. Number 9, are you a snail? Buying drinks so slowly. Just mentioning this makes me angry. I stuffed my bag and puffed up, saying, I searched around and found there are no convenience stores nearby. There's no vending machine either. So where did your drink come from? I'll be honest. I went to the Xinjiang division to get it. You don't know, I clearly said I'd tie up that Xiao all day. But those guys still quietly put him down. I caught Xiao red-handed, so I tied Xiao up again. Worried someone else would untie him again, I spent some time tying everyone in the branch up and throwing them off the ceiling. So I came back late. Number 3 and number 8 fell silent. Although the Xinji unit was desperate, they couldn't help but sigh for them. Probably the Xinji troops never dreamed that number 9 would turn back to investigate. I didn't know what 3 or 8 was thinking. I shoved a bottle of drink into each of their arms, then said to 3, aren't you thirsty? Hurry up and drink some water. Should we go to the hospital or go straight back to the Mei family? 3 said, no need to go to the hospital. The biggest physical damage is the poison gas. Now that I inject an antidote and use the recovery ability of the violent machine, I don't need to do much, just recuperate slowly and I'll recover. I nodded. Since we're not going to the hospital, let's go back to the May family. Number 3, do you want to change clothes? Number 8 glanced at number 3's bloodstained clothes. That look was quite striking to ordinary people, although for us brute force machines it wasn't a big injury. Number 3 shook his head. That old bastard from the May family got me caught by the Shinshan unit. At least I should wear this outfit and go back to scare them, so they won't dare cause any more trouble. As soon as he said this, number 8 said, then you can give up on that idea. What does that mean? After you got caught, number 9 flew into a rage and brought the old bastard and May Hope inside. Now they're still lying in bed, half dead. Number 3 was surprised and looked at me. I quickly pretended to be well-behaved. He winked at him, trying hard to appear kind. Number 3 was a bit worried. If this happened, they'd probably go even crazier to look for number 9. Number 8 seemed to understand his thoughts and said, Number 3, actually, I found a one-and-all solution. Deal with the old bastard and Mei Shiwang. What method? I suspect Mei Shiwang isn't the Mei family's child. Now I've taken her and Mei's father's genetic material, and I'm planning to do a paternity test for them soon. In the hospital's VLP ward, when the nurse changed the bandage on Mei Wangshi's shoulder, she kept moaning and crying in pain. It hurts, I can't stop. It hurts so much. Mom, it hurts so much. Let them get lost. Get lost. Right now, Xia Rongyun's heart is being crushed. Wang, hold back, your shoulder needs a dressing change. Otherwise, what if it doesn't get better? If you can't move around in the future, it'll be bad. Behave. After finally changing the dressing, Mei Chiwang lay on the bed barely alive, as if half alive. Xia Rongyun helped her son tidy Rushi's hair and asked, Wang, are you feeling better now? If you're tired, just rest for a while. Mom still needs to visit your grandmother and will come back to keep you company later. Although Mei Shiwang was exhausted, her mind was clear. She glanced toward the door, then at her mother and said, Where are Dad and the others? And what about the sisters? They want us to admit to framing Fu Shaosan. I don't admit it. Are they just going to let it go? Although she said she'd break up with everyone, it was just a tough threat, hoping to let her dad and sisters know in this way. This time she was truly angry. If they hadn't come to comfort her properly, she would have made them lose her. But even though she had said such harsh words, why was Dad and her sisters still able to leave? She thought they would be very panicked. Although it was hard to persuade people out of pride, seeing how determined she was, she should have stayed by her side to accompany her. But why? Why was it different from what she had imagined? Xia Rongyun saw that her son still held onto the Mei family women. For a moment, my heart ached even more. They only gave Fu Shaosan a small achievement and got him locked up for a bit, but I ended up seriously injuring Wang and his mother. And yet, they didn't blame me at all. It was truly heartbreaking. Xia Rongyun harbored deep resentment toward the Mei family woman, but dared not tell her son the truth, fearing he would be too heartbroken. So she could only lie, saying, Your father and sisters suddenly have urgent work matters, so they all went to work. What, they all went to work? Before they left, why didn't they come to say goodbye to me? They left without saying a word. What evidence do they want? Don't they want it? If they want to wreck Auntie Fu Xiaosan's testimony, at least Mei Xiaojiu has to kneel before me, beg me, and from now on, Dad and the sisters are not allowed to treat Mei Xiaojiu so well anymore. Otherwise, Fu Shaosan will spend his whole life in prison. Hearing Mei Hope say this, Xia Rongyun's feelings grew even more complicated. His son still didn't know. The old lady had already confessed everything. The Mei family woman had already obtained the evidence. Maybe even Fu Shaosan had been released as well. At this point, no one in the Mei family cared about Wang at all, let alone listen to him. Keep your distance from me. Right now, the women of the Mei family are the ones abandoned by them. After this incident, wanting to reintegrate into that family is just a fantasy. Xia Rongyun's intestines are about to break. If only he'd known things would escalate to this point. He stopped coming up with bad ideas to frame Fu Shaosan. Now it's different. The Mei family women have fallen apart from them. The son and mother have been severely injured, and there isn't even a single visitor. This is exactly what Xia Rongyun originally planned to make me and the Mei family women distant. He had been completely stopped, but only Xia Rongyun knew the pain in his heart. He didn't dare tell Mei Wang the truth, afraid she would go crazy. So Xia Rongyun held back his tears. Then his son covered him with a blanket and coaxed him, saying, all right, next time your dad and sisters come, be sure to tell them. For now, you should rest well. Mei hoped to obediently lie in bed this time. Then Xia Rongyun said, Then Mom is going to see Grandma. Go on, Mom. After Xia Rongyun leaves the hospital room, Mei Shiwang didn't close her eyes to rest either. She looked at the empty hospital room. No one around. So lonely. When others were sick, it was always a group coming to visit. Why was she injured, but not a single person was by her side? Suddenly, Mei Wangxi thought of her good brother Zhu Chen. If she knew she had been hurt by me, she would definitely be furious and help her curse me together. Moreover, Zhu Chen might even tell Bai Shuiwei about this since the military training. Mei Shiwang felt that Bai Shuiwei didn't seem to dislike me as much as before, and wasn't as good to her as before. So, through this opportunity, she was determined to make Bai Shuiwei see my true colors and bring her back to her side. And behind Bai Shuiwei is a big shot like Bai Ningbin. If Bai Shuiwei reveals my ugly side, that woman will definitely dislike me for bullying others with her power. Now she needs an alliance. So what if I bewitch Dad and the sisters? She also had connections. If all went smoothly, this time she might even bring a big shot like Bai Ningbin to her side. The more Mei Wang thought about it, the more she felt this was feasible. So she didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out her phone to call Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen, who received the call, immediately rushed over. When he saw Mei Wang lying on the hospital bed, hungry with bandages, he was shocked. Woof woof, what's wrong with you? Why did you end up like this out of nowhere? Seeing his good brother Zhu Chen finally show up, Mei Shiwang sniffled, tears welling up in her eyes. You finally came. I'm afraid I won't make it anymore. I won't see you all again. Zhu Chen walked over to Mei Shiwang, sat down, and asked with concern, What happened? Why are you hurt so badly? Mei Wangxi wiped the tear-stained hair, then shook her head with a look of sorrow and loneliness, saying, It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into it. Zhu Chen believed it when he heard this. What? Woof woof. Why are you so careless? Falling like this, Mei Wangxi was speechless inside. She was really going to be furious because of this pig. Mei Shiwang could only change her tone and continued gloomily. Actually, I also hope I accidentally bumped into it, because to this day, I still can't believe my own brother could treat me so ruthlessly. Zhu Chen heard something mysterious from Mei Shiwang's words and immediately recalled what the military training had done to me. She asked with a dark face, What do you mean? All these injuries on you were caused by Mei Xiaojiu. Mei Qishi immediately put on a terrified expression and told Zhu Chen to be quiet. Chunchen, don't tell anyone about this. After all, family shame shouldn't be made public. If outsiders found out the brother had beaten the younger brother like this, the Mei family's reputation would be completely ruined. By then, my dad and sisters probably won't be able to tolerate me anymore. Zhu Chen was completely confused and got a bit angry. What the heck is this? Now it's Mei Xiaojiu who beat you badly and seriously injured. If your dad and sisters don't get justice for you, they can't even tolerate you. What kind of oddballs are these? They're truly a top-tier family. Mei Wangxi wiped her tears and said sadly, There's nothing I can do. After all, my mom isn't my father's original wife, but a man who saves the world. Of course, my father and sisters are more like sons and brothers with the blood of the original wife. Zhu Chen was naturally hot-tempered. After hearing Mei Shiwang's words, he was furious and filled with righteous indignation. Then you still have your father's blood on you, so why should you favor one over the other? I hate people who squat over the same bowl of water and act unfairly. Also, what happened between Mei Xiaojiu and you? Why did he hit you? Mei Changyo, resentful, said it was because Mei Xiaojiu's friend stole my necklace. We called the police. After his friend was taken away by the police, he got angry and beat me like this. He even beat you badly and injured you. Is there no law left in this? It's come to this, and your father and sisters are still siding with Mei Xiaojiu. Mei Wangxi didn't say anything this time, but it was tacit approval. The more Zhu Chen thought about it, the angrier he got, and suddenly stood up again. Mei Wangxi looked at Zhu Chen, blinked, and ignored him knowing he was upset. Chen, what's wrong? Zhu Chen looked furious, gritting his teeth and said, Woof woof, your family is too much. I told you, you're so badly injured. Why isn't there a single family member by your side? It turns out those troublemakers watched you get bullied and even helped the perpetrators ostracize you. Don't worry about this. If I don't stand up for you, I can't even be considered your good brothers. Mei Wangxi was overjoyed, but pretended to be nervous and held Zhu Chen's hand. Chen, don't be impulsive. My family isn't ordinary. If you anger them, your whole family might get dragged into it. If I get bullied, fine, but I can't drag you down. Zhu Chen is getting angry. Who doesn't have backing anyway? Woof woof, it's not like you have no one to back you up. Hasn't Bai Shuiwei secretly liked you all along? Now that Mei Xiaojiu has beaten you up like this, I don't believe Bai Shuiwei can still hold his ground. The Bai family isn't afraid of the Mei family. I'll drag Bai Shuiwe to the Mei family right now to help you regain your dignity. Sober up with those scoundrels. Enough. Chenshin. Woof woof. How did you become so weak? It's because you're too kind, that kind people get bullied. But Mei Xiaojiu doesn't deserve your kindness. You know? Don't worry about this time. Anyway, now that I know about this disgusting thing, I will definitely get justice for you. After saying that, Zhu Chun stormed out of the hospital room in a rage. Chenshin. Mei Shiwang pretended to call out to Zhu Chun a few times, but when he realized his brother was furious, he didn't care about anything else, so he slowly lay back on the hospital bed. He didn't really expect Zhu Chun to turn things around and let his dad and sisters start over with themselves. But at least he could disgust me a little, and if I got angry again, if we beat up Zhu Qin and Bai Shuiwe, it would definitely alert Bai Shuiwe's aunt, Bai Ningbing. Then there would really be a good show. Just thinking about it made Mei Wangxi incredibly excited. Meanwhile, at the Mei family, when number 8 and I brought number 3 back to the Mei family, the Mei family members saw number 3 covered in blood. Anyone who didn't know better would think this girl had just returned from a battlefield ravaged by artillery. The first to react was the third brother of the Mei family, Mei Danxue. He saw number 3 covered in blood. I rushed over and caught him. Why are you covered in blood? Number 3's face was pale, his breath weak, and he said weakly, I'm fine, nothing serious. But as soon as he spoke, he started coughing violently. Number 8 and I met each other. Without a formal glance, number 3, it's a waste of your talent not to enter the entertainment industry. Although number 3 is still physically weak, it shouldn't be this weak. He just thinks, since he's already suffering, it's better to make the most of his injuries. He wanted the Mei family woman to know how furious those villains had become, so it was perfectly reasonable for number 9 to fly into a rage and beat them into the pot. Sure enough, seeing number 3's miserable state, the Mei family's expression changed. Their eyes turned to me in unison, afraid that if number 3 saw how badly injured he was, he might lose his temper and rush to the hospital to beat him up. By then, Mei Hope would be fine, but the old lady was frail and probably wouldn't survive. But thankfully, maybe because I was comforted, my mood seemed much more stable. At this moment, Mei Chaoxiong came up and suggested, the young lady is so badly hurt, should we go to the hospital first? Number 3 just shook his head and said unclearly, given my current situation, it's best not to go to the hospital. The Mei family woman fell silent again. In fact, they all vaguely sensed that number 3 and his status were extraordinary. The person who came to take number 3 away this time was not an ordinary police officer. It was very likely someone from another agency. Disguised as police to take him away, they even thought number 3 might get hurt, but they didn't expect it to be so bad. No wonder when I said we wanted to go together, he tried so hard to stop him. Probably because he was thinking about the consequences if he went. He didn't want me to go through the same thing. Thinking of this, the Mei family woman couldn't help but feel even more respectful toward number 3. The mistress truly cared about me. At this moment, the eldest sister, Mei Dantang, stepped forward and asked, can you still hold on? Let's go back to our room and rest for a bit. Can we call the family doctor? Number 3 nodded weakly. I'll go back and rest for a bit. As for the doctor, please bring him over as soon as possible. But inside, I'm recovering. If I'm any later, my body will recover. But as for number 3, in the Mei family's ears, it meant her body was nearing its limit and couldn't hold on. Even her fourth sister, Mei Danyao, who had always disliked number 3, was now determined to make up her mind. She walked up and awkwardly apologized. This time, the Mei family is sorry to you. Mei hopes those idiots caused you so many injuries. We'll get back to you sooner or later. Number 3 shook his head. As long as you don't blame Xiaojiu for beating them up, that's better than anything. Mei Danyao laughed. Don't worry, we can still tell right from wrong. Number 3 thought hard, and then, with the help of the idle people, was helped upstairs. And after number 3's actions, the Mei family woman looked at me with even more apology. Mei Chaoxiong said solemnly, discriminating, Xiaojiu, this matter won't be settled like this. I will seek justice for your friend. Mei Dan frowned wildly. She really didn't expect things to get this bad. Whether Mei Hope and the others were intentional or not, this time they couldn't be let off easily. Mei Danxue said, if they can pull out such vicious tricks, it's time to teach them a lesson. Mei Danyao said with a half-smile, why not just kick them out? I've long disliked their group. Number 8 and I are two fools with different social customs. Yet the Mei family women actually agree on the same thing. To find Mei Hope and settle accounts with the old bastard and the others. He once again admired number 3. Number 3, you are my YDS. Just then, a mediocrity hurried in and said, Master, Miss Bai and Wang Wang's young master's friends arrived. Outside the Mei family gate, Zhu Chun looked furious, arms crossed and legs trembling, waiting for the Mei family's incompetent to report the news. Seeing that no one had come out yet, He said to the beautiful girl beside him, Shuiwe, once we're inside you don't need to talk. Just stand next to me. I'll deal damage, you handle the strength. Bai Shuiwe looked at Zhu Chen's fierce demeanor and couldn't help but sigh and admit defeat. She really didn't know how she ended up in this mess. Originally, he planned to attend an academic lecture today, but suddenly received a call from Zhu Chen saying Mei Wangxi had been beaten by Mei Xiaojiu. If he still liked Mei Shiwang, he should hurry and go to the Mei family to demand an explanation from him. Bai Shuiwe, on the other hand, didn't understand. This wasn't purely moral coercion. However, when Bai Shuiwe heard the name Mei Xiaojiu, she still paid a lot of attention. After all, in the army, her aunt had specifically reminded him to keep an eye on Mei Xiaojiu. Don't let him mess around. This time, he actually beat Mei Shiwang badly and seriously injured him. If Mei Shiwang sued him, he would be sentenced for intentional injury. The more Bai Shuiwe thought about it, the more different he felt. After all, his aunt had told him to keep an eye on Mei Xiaojiu, so he skipped the academic lecture and followed Zhu Chen to the Mei family. Soon, the door to the Mei family opened and Zhu Chen walked in immediately. Feeling he had the right to have him and with Bai Shuiwe as his backing, Zhu Chen was not afraid of anything. He walked with vigorous vigor. Anyone with eyes could tell he was here to cause trouble. When he entered the Mei family's mansion, Zhu Chen saw the Mei family father and daughter, but he didn't see me, the person involved. Zhu Chen didn't need to think about it. I'm definitely hiding for a crime. Although Bai Shuiwe had heard from Zhu Chen about how the Mei father and daughter behaved so badly, he didn't know the truth and wouldn't make casual comments. When he saw Mei Chaoxiong, he still greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle Mei. But when Zhu Chen thought about the family's jerks and treated his good brother Mei Wangxi, he didn't bother with manners or discipline and got straight to the point. Uncle Mei, I'm not here for anything else this time, just one thing. Please give Wang Wang justice. When Zhu Chen came to the Mei family to seek justice for Mei Shiwang, Mei Danyao couldn't help but chuckle. At first, the Mei family father and daughter just thought Mei Shiwang and the others were too unimportant and had done something foolish. But just now, seeing number 3 brought back covered in blood and extremely weak, the dissatisfaction of the father and daughter toward Mei Shiwang immediately soared. And for Zhu Chen to suddenly come here to seek justice, it's obvious Mei Shiwang was inciting them to discuss them. Because Mei Shiwang's feelings for Mei Shiwang are obvious, the Mei family father and daughter grow increasingly annoyed with her and still demand justice. It's ridiculous. Danyao, what are you laughing at? Because Mei Danyao is now a super popular star. The new blue jazz who rose to fame in one step attracted countless male fans for her. Zhu Chen was one of them, and he developed feelings for Mei Danyao. So when he saw her suddenly smile, although he was annoyed, he still restrained his temper a bit. But Mei Danyao was not in a good mood toward Zhu Chen, Mei Chiwang's ally. Her chin lifted swaggeringly, her thin red lips curled up, and she asked with a half-smile, Are you here to seek justice for Mei Shiwang? Do you know the truth of the matter? You don't even know the full story, yet Mei Shiwang has tricked you into acting as a pawn. Little classmate, you still need to learn to think independently and not believe everything others say. Zhu Chen felt a bit aggrieved toward Mei Danyao's relationship. In her impression, wasn't Mei Danyao supposed to be a very gentle young lady? On TV, she always looks elegant and elegant. But now, who is this sharp-tongued guy? She bit her lip and said unwillingly, Sister Danyao, I'm not stupid. How could I not know the truth? The truth is that Mei Xiaojiu seriously injured Wang Wang. Not only did you refuse to visit the seriously injured Wang Wang, but you also favored and assaulted Mei Xiaojiu. Wang Wang is also your younger brother. How could you do something so heartless? Anyone who hears this would accuse you of being heartless and ungrateful. Mei Danyao retorted, You only know Mei Xiaojiu hit Mei Hope? But do you know why Mei Xiaojiu hit Mei Hope? Zhu Chen argued confidently, How come I don't know? Isn't it just Mei Xiaojiu's friend who stole Wang Wang's necklace and got caught by Wang Wang calling the police? As a result, Mei Xiaojiu went mad and beat Wang Wang and her grandmother badly to pieces. Her mentally unstable violent maniac, yet you still protected her. It was really too full of Wang Wang's heart. Mei Danyao sneered, So annoying, right? You were tricked by Mei Shiwang and still spoke up for her. Then, without wasting words with Zhu Chen, she directly revealed the truth. Mei Xiaojiu's friend never stole Mei Shiwang's necklace, but was framed by Mei Shiwang and the others. What? Zhu Chen's mind flashed. This was different from what she had heard, but Zhu Chen couldn't just believe Mei Danyao's whims. She shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Why would Wang Wang do such a thing? I've heard about it. Mei Xiaojiu's friend isn't a good person. Clearly a street bully. She saw Wang Wang's necklace worth tens of millions. How could she resist stealing it? But as soon as she finished speaking, a stack of documents was placed in front of Zhu Chen. We found the evidence, both witnesses and physical evidence. Now Mei Xiaojiu's friend has also been brought back. If there's no evidence, can you bring him back? Do you think the police are listening to your sophistry or just looking at the evidence? Zhu Chen's face cleared up, and he quickly picked up the documents to look through them. Bai Shuiyue also came over to read and found that it could indeed prove that his friend was framed. She let out a breath, then said to Zhu Chen, "See? This time you've been used as a pawn." Zhu Chen looked at the contents of the documents, his expression growing darker. No, impossible. She didn't want to believe she was being used by her good brother. So even after seeing the evidence, she didn't believe what was written above. She tossed the documents aside and blushed, saying, "No, this must be forged. Why would Wang do such a vicious thing? I think you all made false evidence to protect Mei Xiaojiu, so it's easier to get her back. And Mei Xiaojiu, she's not a good person. She's always been jealous of Wang. Seeing Wang have such an expensive necklace, maybe she ordered her friend to steal it. When she saw her friend arrested, she was afraid they'd expose the truth and implicate her, so she started acting crazy and striking preemptively to scare you. That way, you'd quickly bring the accomplice back. And as the real villain, she wouldn't have to worry about being exposed." After hearing Zhu Chen's deduction, everyone exchanged glances. This person is so cunning. Writing novels is really a waste of talent. Mei Chaoxiong saw Zhu Chen start making a scene, his face turning cold. Chen Shang said, "Classmate, I've given you the evidence. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing more for us to say. We'll handle the Mei family's family matters. No need for you to bother." Seeing Mei Chaoxiong trying to drive him away, Zhu Chen immediately pulled Bai Shuiyue forward as a shield and continued to deal damage. "Uncle Mei, don't think you have power and influence just because you can cover my mouth. The net of heaven is vast, you can't tell right from wrong. For Mei Xiaojiu, you hurt yourself and another person. What people do is what they do. Even if you drive me away now, the truth will come out. When the time comes, your evil deeds will be exposed to the public. But I don't want things to get that bad. So you all should turn your way back and quickly bring Mei Xiaojiu, the real villain, to justice. Treat the person who truly deserves treatment properly." Bai Shuiyue said speechlessly at Zhu Chen. This guy really is a big talker. Since Bai Shuiyue and Zhu Chen were also high school classmates, he knows this man is best at standing on the moral high ground and attacking others. This time, the Mei family didn't need to fight back. Bai Shuiyue couldn't stand it anymore. "Zhu Chen, the evidence is right in front of you. Why keep saying such self-deceptive things? Do I have meaning in my dreams?" "Bai Shuiyue, what do you mean? Do you believe those fabricated evidences? Wang and the others are outnumbered. Isn't it easy for these people to twist the truth? How can you not believe Wang and believe them?" Zhu Chen continued his argument, arguing that this was definitely Mei Xiaojiu's own scheme. Think about it. Since the start of school, Mei Xiaojiu has always opposed Wang and bullied him. He's from the countryside and hasn't seen much of the world. Wang's mother bought him a necklace worth tens of millions. But he doesn't. Given Mei Xiaojiu's strong personality, aren't you jealous? He was just a friend who stole it, and when he found out, he had severely injured Wang and his grandmother, acting like he was the one being wronged. This not only cleared him of suspicion but also made Wang and the others suffer. What a vicious heart. You've all been tricked into confusion and can't see the truth. But I won't let Mei Xiaojiu add up. Bai Shuiyue doesn't even know how to comment on Zhu Chen's words. This man's imagination is too strong, and he only believes what he believes. Otherwise, the evidence is right in front of him. He could turn black into white. The Mei family also noticed this. Continuing to argue was pointless, so they planned to drive this madman away. But as someone who had been upstairs all along, I couldn't hold back any longer and flew into a rage. These old fools are useless, even saying they'd handle it. But now I just watched this lunatic slander me. I was so angry my head hurt. Then I flipped over and jumped straight from the second floor, landing right in front of Zhu Chen. Seeing me fall from the sky, Zhu Chen was shocked. He had no feet and I grabbed his collar. Everyone thought Zhu Chen was going to be beaten by me, but this time I didn't hit anyone. Instead, I shouted angrily, "Zhu Chen, you little trash, once you win you feel great. Just that broken stone chain I can take as much as I want. Do you need to steal Hopeless? Steal your mother." Clearly, Zhu Chen is good at standing on the moral high ground and attacking others. The more moral the target, the easier it is to be attacked by his verbal abuse. But if the target ignores morality and directly attacks violently, his arrogance will be instantly suppressed. Still, Zhu Chen is no pushover. So many years of keyboard warrior experience quickly snapped him out of his shock. Then he gritted his teeth and said to me, "No bound feet. You think your hard fists can hit people, so you're right. The more you hit me, the more you show you're guilty. You don't dare to reason with facts. Even if you kill me, in my heart you're just a violent murderer." I originally planned to beat Zhu Chen up and let it go, but after listening carefully to Zhu Chen, it actually makes some sense. After all, Bai Ningbing always taught me in the past, violence may work, but it can't solve all problems, especially when it comes to the human heart. You need to be careful about the right approach. After figuring out what to do, I let go of Zhu Chen's collar, crossed my arms, and pretended to be deep as I spoke. I had always wanted to interact with you as ordinary people, but all I got in return was mockery and malicious slander. Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore and will lay my cards on the table. As soon as I said this, everyone present looked at me in surprise. Could it be that I'm going to expose my true identity? Number 8 came down from upstairs and immediately pulled me aside, whispering, "Number 9, what do you want? We can't just expose our identities to the public. It's fine if you're family. If this madman can't silence him now, if he finds out, he'll definitely be a disaster." I saw that number 8 still didn't know the details, so he whispered, "Why would I reveal that I'm a violent machine? I don't hope that idiot bought the necklace. It's a design I drew with my own hand, and then sold it under my name. If I expose that identity, it shouldn't be a big problem. Is that so? That's true. But if you just expose it like that, can that madman believe it? I think he's really good at selectively receiving information." I swore confidently, "It's okay. Bai Ningbing knows what to do." Alright, hearing Bai Ningbing's name, number 8 felt much more at ease. After all, a woman's professional skills were unanimously recognized by the violent machines. After the conversation ended, number 8 and I returned to everyone's view. Zhu Chen noticed someone next to me, tall and thin, with exceptionally beautiful features. At first glance, I thought he looked like a beautiful girl straight out of a comic book. Could this person be the one who was ordered by Mei Xiaojiu to steal the necklace? But he doesn't look like a thug. I have to say, number 8's looks really fit Zhu Chen's aesthetic, which made Zhu Chen feel a bit jealous. What kind of crap-fetched luck did I get? Having a group of stunning sisters who are biased toward her is one thing, but now there's such a beautiful girl willing to be a thief for her. Mei Xiaojiu, you really deserve to die. Bai Shuiyue saw the 8th appear. My heart skipped a beat. Who was this girl? And she seemed to be very close to me. The two of us had just held hands. Bai Shuiyue frowned and stepped forward, glancing at number 8 with some hesitation. I asked, "Mei Xiaojiu, who is this woman? Who would have thought?" Before I could answer Bai Shuyue's question, the third sister Mei Danshue beside me burst out laughing. "Miss Bai, show some respect when you speak." Bai Shuyue was stunned when she saw Mei Danshue's expression change. Still confused, Xiaoba is a boy. Who's calling it a woman? You look pretty normal, so why can't you tell the difference between men and women? Mei Danshue's words shocked both Bai Shuyue and Zhu Chen at the same time. Xiaoba, could you be talking about the woman around me? Their eyes all turned to look at number 8. She looked up and down, but no matter how she looked, she was clearly a woman. The more Mei Danshue spoke, the angrier she got. These two came to challenge the scene, and now even the innocent Xiaoba was dragged into it. Some even insulted her, saying she was a girl. It was just too rude and unmannered. Zhu Chen stared into the distance, unable to believe how the beautiful girl in her heart had turned into a pretty boy. You really are a man. If only a woman looked like this. Zhu Chen thought the other was pretty and moved, but if it were a guy with this look, he would obviously be a pretty boy who knows how to put on airs. Number 8 has always been a calm person, although anyone who isn't blind or foolish can tell she's a woman. But now she still had to fool a fool, so she relied on her strong mental fortitude and, under the dual skeptical gazes of Zhu Chen and Bai Shuyue, calmly replied without blushing or heartbeat, I'm a man." Seeing everyone's attention had gone off, I quickly came over to interrupt and stood in front of number 8, saying to Zhu Chen, are you crazy? Whether Xiaoba is male or female has nothing to do with you. Also, aren't we talking about the necklace right now? Why are you changing the subject for me? Why are you feeling guilty? Bringing up the necklace, Zhu Chen finally remembered he was here to help his good brother and had no hope of getting justice. He snorted coldly. What's there to say about the necklace? Mei Xiaojiu, you ordered your friend to steal the necklace, afraid the truth will come out and strike first, then turn the tables on Wang and the others. You don't need to show me any evidence. I know your family has power and influence. Having someone give false testimony and retracting a confession in front of those in power is easy. I only trust my friends. Trust your own judgment of people, not listen to your twists and turns. Zhu Chen's words sound righteous, clearly establishing himself as fearless of authority and trusting friends with firm will. But this is what I dislike most, so I don't plan to hit Zhu Chen. I want to make him furious. If you insist I had someone steal the necklace, you think I'm from the countryside and can't afford such an expensive necklace. So it's extremely hopeless, right? Zhu Chen crossed his arms. You didn't have it, so jealousy crept in. Knowing Wang wasn't guarding against his family, you took advantage of his carelessness and stole the necklace. Mei Xiaojiu, stop denying it. I know all your little schemes. I sneered. What are you trying to get rid of? Zhu Chen saw me cursing again, and was both angry and annoyed. Mei Xiaojiu, if you can't win the argument, you just curse, huh? The more you act like this, the more it shows you're in the wrong. You're feeling guilty. But I didn't argue with Zhu Chun anymore. Instead, I reached into my pocket and rummaged around. Just when everyone thought I was about to pull a knife from my pocket and just stab Zhu Chun to death, I just pulled out my phone and dialed a number. Soon, the other end connected and I spoke up right away. Someone complained that Lai Fei stole the necklace Zhou Qin designed. I'm planning to reveal Zhou Qin's identity now. I'll scare him. Help me get it done within half an hour. After saying that, I hung up. Zhu Chun was just dumbfounded. Am I just reading too many CEO literature? One phone call and I want someone to figure things out for me, thinking I'm the CEO, and even saying I have half an hour limit. Then he sneered, Mei Xiaojiu, stop being mysterious. Do you know who Zhou Qin is? That was the hottest genius jewelry designer in the jewelry industry in recent years. Who do you think you are, daring to claim you're a master of wine diligence? Then, thinking of something, he looked at Bai Shuiyue. Shuiyue, doesn't Master Zhou Qin cooperate with your Bai family's jewelry company? You must have seen Master Zhou Qin in person, right? Now this imposter is making a fuss here, and you still won't do anything. Bai Shuiyue pursed her lips and looked at me with a complicated expression. He said to Zhu Chun, I've never met Master Zhou Qin. The master's identity is very mysterious. Every time he brings jewelry, he only contacts a dedicated person. When Zhu Chun heard this, he provocatively looked at me smugly. Mei Xiaojiu, did you hear that? Even the Bai family heir, who does business with Master Zhou Qin, has never met the master in person. You say you're Master Zhou Qin? Go ahead and brag. But just as Zhu Chun finished speaking, my phone rang again. I answered, You're done. Even I was shocked by the speed. I asked Bai Ningbing to help me sort out my drinking status in half an hour, and it was less than 10 minutes before the call. Is it really okay for a woman to be this fast? Zhu Chun was completely confused. He continued, Mei Xiaojiu, you're making a scene again. Just finding someone to call you and perform a double act. Does that mean you're a master of diligentness? If you keep doing this, I'll still be a genius Chinese painting master who never really knows its tale. I was still stuck in by Ningbing's rapid handling of things, but after hearing Zhu Chen's words, I blurted out, I'm the sacrificial wine too. Zhu Chen looked at me in surprise. I realized what I had said and immediately changed the subject. Stop whining, believe it or not. Facts speak for themselves. Zhu Chen sneered. The fact you mentioned is just finding someone to call you and put on a double act? I blink. Just open your phone and check the trending searches. Zhu Chun was half skeptical, then opened his phone and found a trending topic directly on the trending list. Only the genius jewelry designer Zhou Qin's identity was revealed. He clicked on the entry and saw the photo attached to the first article that appeared. It was me. In the photo, my eyes were sharp, dressed in a dazzling black suit that made me look handsome and radiant, exuding a sinister aura. Yet beneath this dazzling appearance, one could vaguely sense my coldness and solemnity, like a giant thousands of miles away, matching the extravagant and decadent background behind it. It made the scene seem even more sacred and proud, inviolable. Because of my words, others also took out their phones and opened the trending search. When they saw that photo, they all simultaneously had a thought. This candid photographer is truly a rare piece of equipment. After all, to find such a clever expression on the face of such a silly-looking kid, you need some real skill. Zhu Chun was completely stunned when he saw the photo. He immediately started theorizing conspiracy theories again, shaking his head wildly and saying, No, impossible. How could Mei Xiaojiu possibly be a genius jewelry designer Zhou? Fine, Mei Xiaojiu. Your dad and brothers really are willing to go all out for you. You can buy such shameless trending topics? You rely on the fact that Master Zhou is low-key and won't sue you, so you act recklessly, right? I really have to hand it to Zhu Chun, and helplessly said to him, This is already officially announced and you still don't believe me. What kind of trust is this? What kind of official is this? Zhu Chun had just retorted when Bai Shuiyue, standing nearby, glanced at him displeased and said, The so-called official companies you talk about. One of them is the jewelry company under my Bai family. Zhu Chun was shocked and immediately questioned, Bai Shuiyue, why did your family's company also distribute Bai Shuiyue Wenyan Mei Feng Yimi? Seeing Zhu Chun start attacking the Bai family indiscriminately again, he stopped being polite with him. Directly start the team. Zhu Chun, you insist on living in a dream. I respect and bless you. But the Bai family always only cares about facts and evidence. Since the official announcement has been issued, Mei Xiaojiu is the 9 emotions. If you have doubts about this announcement, I'm welcome you to send a lawyer's letter. Let's meet in court then. How about it? Zhu Chun saw that Bai Shuiyue had actually switched sides. For a moment he couldn't believe it. He dared to be so arrogant in the Mei family. The only real reason was Bai Shuiyue, his backer. If Bai Shuiwe didn't side with him and Wang, is he crazy? Daring to spout such nonsense in the Mei family, and seeing Bai Shuiwe's trump card slipping away, Zhu Chun can only play the emotional card again. Bai Shuiwe, who are you really helping on? Wang is still lying in the hospital right now, wrapped in bandages. This group of Mei family members not only let their son and brother die in the hospital, but also stood up for a troublemaker here. How could you bear to watch? Where's your conscience? Isn't Wang the boy you like? Are you just going to watch him be persecuted by these people? Zhu Chun tried to stand on the moral high ground and criticize others, but Bai Shuiwe's logic was clear. Zhu Chun wouldn't stir things up. He then said, Zhu Chun, don't shift the blame. Let's keep things separate with clear geography. At first, was it Mei Qishi who first framed Mei Xiaozhou's friend for stealing something, causing him to face jail for no reason? That's what made Mei Xiaozhou angry and hit someone. You even came to seek justice for Mei Xixiong, and everyone laid out the evidence of his framing in front of you. You didn't believe it, thinking it was Mei Xiaozhou who encouraged his friend to steal the necklace, that the Mei family was abusing their power to hide the truth. And now he revealed his identity as a drunken expert. Let me tell you, he is the real designer of the necklace to clear his name. And you might not know that Jiuqin is not only a jewelry designer, but those pieces are also made in his workshop and collaborated with Bai family's jewelry company. It's sold at our jewelry store. So, Mei Xiaozhou is not only a designer but also a manufacturer. She has as many necklaces as she wants. So why bother letting her friend steal Mei Qiwang's necklace? Since Mei Xiaozhou and his friends wouldn't steal the necklace. Could it be possible anyway? Mei Qiwang framed Mei Xiaozhou's friend. Mei Qiwang is pitiful. Is it not pitiful for those who have been framed and left a stain on their files? You keep demanding justice. Let me ask, what is justice? This matter. So who was the real culprit? Because Bai Shuiwe didn't give Zhu Chun a chance to confuse the truth. Always based on facts. Now Zhu Chun had no way to argue anymore. His face flushed and turned pale, and after several attempts, he didn't know how to refute Bai Shuiwe. He looked utterly frustrated. I never expected that, among the mouth-talking kings present, there would actually be Bai Shuiwe. I was so shocked my jaw couldn't close my jaw and couldn't help but applaud, saying, You're great, Bai Shuiwe. I thought you were here to stir things up, but I didn't expect you were here to undermine Zhu Chun. I didn't recognize you for nothing, little sister. As I spoke, I gave Bai Shuiwe a thumbs up, already a compliment. Bai Shuiwe looked at my silly, optimistic attitude. There's a hint of helplessness, and I can't help but compare it to the photo of me just now trending. The smart and stunning me in the photo and the silly me in front of me are really the same person. This is just a pure photo, right? And there's another thing that puzzles Bai Shuiwe. Who exactly is secretly helping me operate? It's one thing to have it reach the top of the trending list so quickly, and even to bring in the Bai family's official account to collaborate. Anyone who can do that, at least in the Bai family, must be someone with a voice to speak up. But in the Bai family, who else has any connection with me? Bai Shuiwe thought of someone, his aunt, Bai Ningbing. But my aunt is upright and never uses public office for personal gain. Besides, my aunt and I only met in the army. This time, the helper couldn't possibly be the aunt. Most importantly, I spoke confidently and rudely to the person on the phone just now. Clearly, in this segment, I was the one leading the faction, and in Bai Shuiwe's memory, his aunt had always been aloof and unfazed. Everyone had to show respect in front of her. Such a cold and unmistakable woman. Who would dare be so rude in front of him? After much thought, Bai Shuiwe still felt he was the one talking to me. It definitely wasn't his aunt, Bai Ningbing. Zhu Chun felt extremely wronged at this moment. He never expected that someone who was fighting for justice for his good brother would be forced by these people to be unable to even speak up, especially Bai Shuiwe, who had known he was a useless teammate. He might as well do it alone. In short, it was impossible for Zhu Chun to admit he was in the wrong. Since he couldn't stand on who stole things, he could only shift the focus of the conflict back to the matter of me hitting someone. So Zhu Chun spoke up again. Yuan said to everyone, Fine, you're right. Even if you're right, you must have framed Mei Xiaozhou's friends. So why don't you reflect on yourselves? Why did you insist on doing this? Wasn't it still because you forced him? Just because Mei Xiaozhou is closer to you by blood, you neglect Wan. Who would feel good about that? If it were me, I'd only go even worse than Wan. Not to mention, this incident has really exposed your family's true colors. So what if Wan made a mistake? If he's family, can't he show some understanding and make him correct it? In the end, Mei Xiaozhou directly beat Wan badly and hospitalized him. You didn't even go to see him. Wan did bad things, and it was all because you were biased and didn't treat him fairly. Uncle Mei, the sisters of the Mei family, Wan and I are your sons and brothers. How can you be so biased? And this time, it was Mei Dantang's turn to smile, half smirk, and said, Student, you only see Mei Xiwang's difficulties, right? If she feels wronged, she can arbitrarily frame an innocent person. What a bold face. If someone owes her, she should pay for their grievances. By your logic, as long as she suffers, even if it's murder or arson, you can only blame her for being wronged. As the head of the Mei family, Mei Chaoxiong couldn't stay silent any longer. Her gaze was cold and deep as she looked at Zhu Chun. When Mei hoped to frame someone, I had already sensed something. I had given her a chance and repeatedly asked what was really going on with the necklace. If Mei had any conscience in her heart, she wouldn't have kept getting hurt. Besides, she even called the police and took away Xiao Zhou's friend. We wanted to gather evidence to save her, but she refused to repent and testify. All she knew was that she was wronged, but I don't consider that others will suffer because of her. I neglect her only to make her realize how absurd she has been. From beginning to end, I never see Mei hoping for remorse. Instead, she keeps making mistakes over and over with such a child. If I were still gentle, it would only make her go further down the wrong path and get worse. That would actually harm her. But this time, Zhu Chun was completely unreasonable, continuing to talk nonsense and be clingy. Uncle Mei, I know Wang Wang was wrong, but no matter how terrible her mistake was, she is still your own son. And Wang Wang is lying in the hospital bed, crying out for his dad and sister in pain. How can you not visit her? Just because she framed an outsider. After all, an outsider is important. My own family is more important. If it were me, even if my family killed someone, I would forgive her and tolerate everything about her. Zhu Chen's words hit a trap for me and number 8. I stared at Zhu Chen and walked straight toward her.